Reborn, he became a member of the Uchiha clan. With a punch, he struck Orochimaru. With a kick, he sent Jiraiya flying. Occasionally, he would tease the still-developing Tsunade. Having decided to marry Tsunade, he believed in nurturing her from a young age. Is that a tablet? No need to panic, my future wife is well aware of her grand destiny. Who can comprehend the joys of nurturing from childhood? Endowed with a manual and a system, he emerged as the strongest of his generation. What a Rinnegan! What a sage techniques! What a forbidden jutsus! Surely, these are distributed freely by the system. What? Kaguya Otsutsuki has resurrected? Why are you all looking at me? Chapter 1. The Frustrating Task. In the year 21 of the Leaf Village, the Ninja Academy was alive with the laughter and playful shouts of children, their joyous voices mingling in the air. The first ninja war had just reached a ceasefire, yet the brutality of war seemed a distant memory for the populace. Amidst the lively chaos sat a boy in the back of the classroom, starkly contrasting the exuberant atmosphere. With tousled black hair and deep-set black eyes partially obscured by unruly bangs, he bore a youthful visage that hinted at the strikingly handsome man he would grow into. This boy was none other than our protagonist, Uchiha Kagura. Years ago, he bore a different name, a mere otaku from the Blue Planet. He recalled the fateful night when, consumed by his passion for Naruto, he played a mobile game at home. Suddenly, a flash of white light enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Upon awakening, he found himself in the body of a 3-year-old child. The memory of that moment remained vivid. Soaked to the skin, he was surrounded by a crowd of people shouting at him. After a brief moment of confusion, he understood from their words that the original owner of this small body had accidentally fallen into a river and had been rescued just in time. Was it truly luck? Only he knew the truth. The original owner of this body had likely perished in that incident, leaving him to inhabit this form. He stared blankly at the child before him. The onlookers merely thought he was in shock from the accident, shaking their heads as they took him home. In a daze, he followed the adults, and it wasn't until the next day that he learned his new name, Uchiha Kagura. Uchiha? Had he truly been transported to the Uchiha clan in the world of Naruto? Upon realizing this fact, Kaguya felt a bitter taste rise in his mouth. Indeed, he had always admired the Uchiha in his former world. Their handsome Sharingan and high status made them the most popular clan in Naruto. Yet, being reborn as one of them was not as delightful as it seemed. Setting aside the infamous Uchiha Madara, who lurked as the ultimate villain, there was the impending threat of a young monster named Uchiha Itachi, who would, for the sake of a so-called greater good, wipe out his entire clan. What did clan extermination mean? It meant that his own life would be at stake as well. Returning to the present, Kagura, resting his chin on his hand and gazing out the window, sighed deeply. Nearby, a group of children whispered among themselves. Hey, what's that Uchiha monster daydreaming about now? Keep it down. Do you want to get beaten up? Oomph. What's there to fear? A few of us can't take him down. Last time you said that and we all got thrashed. Please keep your distance this time. Kagura's daydreaming face is still so handsome. The chatter of the little ones reached Kagura's ears, but he had no desire to engage with them at that moment. 5 years had passed since his reincarnation. To alter the fate of being annihilated, he had forced himself to train relentlessly. Unbeknownst to him, his extraordinary prowess, far surpassing that of his peers, had earned him the title of monster among the Uchiha clan. As a reincarnator, he possessed a system, yet unlike protagonists in other novels, this system offered no tasks or rewards that merely quantified his abilities, displaying them as data. Each advancement in his skills relied solely on his own dedication and effort. Fortunately, this numerical representation allowed him to clearly see the results of his training. After 5 years of diligent practice, at the age of 8, his abilities were as follows. Technique, Single Tomo Sharingan, Progress, 93.5. Physical Techniques, Fourth Gate, Injury Gate, Progress, 86.5. Chakra, Chunin Level, Progress, 32.5. That whether due to the innate talent of this body or the benefits bestowed by the system, his training speed was markedly superior to others. By age 5, he had unlocked the Single Tomo Sharingan, but had chosen to remain discreet, refraining from revealing it in public. In the records of the Uchiha clan, those who could activate a single tomo before the age of 10 were regarded as geniuses. As for physical techniques, he believed he could now surpass his contemporary, the taijutsu prodigy Rock Lee, based on his recollections of the Naruto storyline. As he gazed out the window once more, sighing, a rather boisterous girl's voice interrupted his reverie. Hey, "Little space cadet, what are you sighing about?" Without turning around, he recognized the voice instantly. "Leave him alone. Tsunade, let's go on a date after school. I found a great bookstore with some rare titles. Jiraiya, if you dare take Tsunade to buy that kind of book, I fear Sarabai Sensei might just twist your head off." Kagura turned around, and indeed, he found himself face-to-face with the legendary three ninjas of Konoha. However, they had yet to reach the prowess deserving of such a title. In reality, Kagura, having enrolled in the Ninja Academy at 5, had been classmates with them for 3 years. Compared to the future legend, Tsunade was merely a headstrong princess of peace at present. Perhaps influenced by her great-granduncle, Hashirama Senju, Tsunade had taken a disliking to Kagura since his enrollment, frequently provoking him for no apparent reason. Initially adopting a strategy of indifference towards these childish taunts, Kagura, possessing the soul of a man in his 20s and the body of a child, found little interest in the social interactions of his peers. However, Tsunade's unique background had fostered a somewhat arrogant demeanor. After a failed attempt to provoke him during a verbal exchange, she could no longer restrain herself and resorted to physical confrontation. Naturally, Kagura would not tolerate such insolence, and he retaliated fiercely, delivering a thorough beating. Jiraiya and Orochimaru, Tsunade's closest friends, became embroiled in the fray, and unsurprisingly, all three were soundly defeated. This incident stirred a hornet's nest, as word spread among the other boys in the class, leading them to challenge Kagura one after another. Yet, if even the three ninjas could not prevail, these younger boys stood no chance. As nearly every boy in the class had tasted defeat at Kagura's hands, they gradually ceased their challenges. Thus, Kagura's moniker as a monster was solidified. As for the girls in the class, most were enamored with Kagura's handsome appearance. Indeed, sometimes being good-looking truly allows one to get away with many things. In the end, only Tsunade and her companions, having faced numerous defeats, continued to audaciously provoke Kagura. Over time, their dynamic evolved into a peculiar form of friendship. Observing Tsunade and her companions approaching Kagura to converse, the surrounding classmates began to murmur, softly among themselves. "Indeed, she is Princess Tsunade, the only one daring enough to approach that monster." "Exactly, but why is that Jiraiya fellow so familiar with the monster, huh? What do you mean, monster? You cannot possibly comprehend the allure of someone as remarkable as Lord Kagura." Gazing at the trio before him, Kagura felt a familiar throbbing in his temples. It is true that his current distress had some relation to these three. For a full 5 years, the system had finally issued him a task for the very first time. Earlier this morning, the task information had appeared in his mind. However, the nature of this task left him feeling as though the system were mocking him. "Beep, please complete the task. Kiss one of the 3 legendary Sannin." Chapter 2, An Unexpected Turn. Task: kiss any one of the 3 legendary Sannin to complete the task. Task rewards: 1. You may increase one attribute by 10. 2. You may randomly acquire a ninjutsu and comprehend it. As he gazed at the task information in his mind, Kagura felt a blend of excitement and indignation. The excitement stemmed from the fact that this wretched system had finally assigned him a task. Since his arrival in this world, aside from being able to track his own progress, the so-called system had provided him with no assistance whatsoever. In comparison to those who arrived with the 9 tails at their disposal, he felt utterly inadequate. Especially the sense of crisis brought about by being reincarnated into the Uchiha clan fueled his dissatisfaction. Yet, today's task information made him realize that he, too, possessed a unique advantage. As for the indignation, it was naturally directed towards the content of the task. What did it mean to kiss one of the 3 legendary Sannin? For goodness sake, there is only one woman among them. Though Tsunade may currently resemble a mere washboard, Kagura was well aware of her future potential. That moniker legendary slug was not given without reason, and she possessed a technique for maintaining eternal youth. If he were to choose a spouse, she would undoubtedly be the most suitable candidate. However, anyone could pursue her, except for him. If one were to inquire why, it was simply due to his Uchiha name that he had intentionally kept his distance from Tsunade and the others, not only due to his disinterest in childish games, but also because of the familial ties at play. This stemmed from the incident last year when Tsunade's uncle, Hashirama Senju, fell during an ambush while signing a peace treaty with the Cloud Village. Otherwise, given the nature of the second Hokage, if he were to engage in conversation with Tsunade, he would likely have been apprehended by the Umbu for questioning by nightfall. Lost in these thoughts, Kagura inadvertently turned his gaze towards Tsunade. Noticing the peculiar look in Kagura's eyes, Tsunade stepped back, crossing her arms defensively, and shyly inquired, "What? What are you looking at?" Realizing his indiscretion, Kagura quickly shifted his gaze. Rubbing his forehead with his right hand, he replied, "What did you possibly show me? Why are you here? Are you looking for a fight?" Upon hearing Kagura's initial remark, Tsunade's chest heaved with indignation. However, as he had pointed out, Tsunade still resembled a washboard at this moment, failing to evoke anyone's interest. Well, except for a certain white-haired lad with red lines beneath his eyes. Taking a deep breath, Tsunade finally suppressed her anger and stated her purpose for approaching him. "You fool, tomorrow is graduation day. I thought you might not have anywhere to go, so would you like to join us for dinner to celebrate tomorrow night?" However, as soon as she finished speaking, Kagura's voice rang out in response. "No need, thank you." Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, having not anticipated such a swift rejection from Kagura. Before she could express her anger, Jiraiya, who had been standing to the side, rushed forward. Given that the aisle was only wide enough for one person and Tsunade was standing in front, Jiraiya leaped onto the table, crouched down, and looked down at Kagura, irritably, declaring, "Hey kid, don't casually reject someone's kindness. We invited you because we consider you a friend." As Kagura was about to respond to Jiraiya, an unexpected incident occurred. At that moment, Jiraiya was squatting on the table, his backside raised towards the next row where a student was attempting to get up. The student softly uttered, "Excuse me," and without waiting for Jiraiya to react, stood up and pushed him. Caught off guard, Jiraiya stumbled forward directly towards Kagura, who had been about to speak. Kagura felt something pressing against his lips, abruptly interrupting his words. He widened his eyes at the familiar red-lined eyeshadow before him. The once noisy classroom seemed to have been paused, as everyone stared in shock. The closest to them, Tsunade, felt her mind go blank, seemingly unable to comprehend what had just transpired. The student who had instigated the situation was the first to react. He muttered to himself, "Hey, this isn't my fault. I did say to let me through." With that, he hurriedly fled the scene, as if escaping. Tsunade, now realizing what had occurred, unleashed a powerful punch that sent Jiraiya flying several meters away. Furiously, she shouted, "Jiraiya, what on earth are you doing?" Her voice seemed to lift the pause, and the previously silent classroom erupted into chaos. "Wow, Jiraiya, are you that bold? Truly it's Jiraiya, even daring to invade the monster. I shall dub you the strongest lecher in Konoha. Jiraiya, how dare you kiss Lord Kagura? He'll settle this with you." Still dazed from Tsunade's blow, Jiraiya was once again surrounded and beaten by a group of girls. In a panic, he reached out to Orochimaru, yelling, "This was just an accident. Orochimaru, save me." Orochimaru, who had remained calm throughout the chaos, appeared to ignore the scene and leisurely returned to his seat. Kagura, the protagonist of this debacle, helplessly covered his head with his hands and shut his eyes. The farce was ultimately quelled by the teacher who returned to the classroom. Jiraiya, who had been rescued from the female onslaught, was already bruised and battered, barely resembling his former self. Even so, he pitifully murmured to Orochimaru, "You ungrateful wretch, you didn't even save me." In response to his friend's complaint, Orochimaru maintained his serene expression, ignoring him entirely. As the sun slowly set and the classroom bell rang, they finally finished their classes. Watching Kagura's retreating figure, Tsunade pursed her lips, seemingly wanting to say something. In the end, as if recalling other matters, she stomped her foot in frustration and turned to walk in another direction, gritting her teeth and shouting, "Jiraiya, get over here." Unaware of what transpired behind him, Kagura made his way home. At this time, the Uchiha clan remained a prominent family within Konoha village. All members of the Uchiha clan were settled in a designated area near the center of the village. As Kagura traversed through the heart of Konoha, he arrived at the Uchiha gathering place. As he walked slowly, he encountered numerous Uchiha clansmen lining the sides of the path. Several elderly individuals and children warmly greeted him, and Kagura responded with nods of acknowledgement to his kin. "Brother Kagura." Suddenly, a youthful boy appeared before him, sweetly calling out to him. As he gazed at the child, a flicker of helplessness crossed Kagura's eyes. He crouched down, focusing on the little boy, and gently ruffled his hair, saying, "What is it, little Fugaku?" Indeed, the 3-year-old boy before him was none other than Uchiha Fugaku. If anyone was still uncertain of his identity, they would surely recognize him by his other title, the father of Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke, the clan leader poised to lead his kin in. Rebellion 2 decades hence. The thought that this little fellow's son might one day bring about his demise made Kagura's hand tighten involuntarily as he stroked the boy's hair. However, oblivious to Kagura's complex musings, Uchiha Fugaku continued with his sweet, childlike voice. Brother Kagura, I heard you are graduating from the Ninja Academy tomorrow. And you defeated Tsunade of the Senju clan, graduating at the top of your class, right? Seeing the purity in the child's eyes, Kagura smiled and nodded. The moment Fugaku noticed his affirmation, a spark seemed to ignite in his eyes, and he exclaimed, I knew you were the strongest, Brother Kagura. I want to be like you when I grow up, to make the Uchiha clan proud. No, you need not exert yourself so much. Kagura had the urge to advise the excited Fugaku, but he merely offered some casual remarks before ushering the overly exuberant child back home. His wife Mikoto was still 2 years away from being born. If he were to disrupt the course of their marriage, Uchiha Itachi would never come into existence. Would that mean I would escape death? Yet, there remained the possibility that he might still tread the path of rebellion against Konoha. Even without Itachi, the Uchiha clan could still face annihilation. Most importantly, if this were to happen, Uchiha Sasuke, that naive fool, would also cease to exist, who then would partner with Naruto to confront the ultimate adversary when Kaguya Otsutsuki emerged. Lost in these thoughts, Kagura unwittingly found himself at his doorstep. He opened the door to find the house empty. This was not to imply that every transmigrator must be parentless. The village of Konoha had only just emerged from the Warring States period in the First Ninja War, and countless examples existed of ninja parents who had perished on the front lines, much like his own. Thus, since his arrival in this world, Kagura had never encountered his parents. Even if he had, he would have felt little emotional connection to them. Closing the door, he finally felt a sense of relief from his solitude and eagerly turned to inspect the system. Although it diverged slightly from his expectations, he had indeed accomplished the task of kissing one of the 3 legendary ninjas. As he beheld the completion notification in the system, he exhaled softly in relief. Not hesitating, he applied the first rewarded 10 increase in a certain attributeto, his ocular technique. In truth, over the years, he had come to realize a significant truth. The higher the level, the slower the cultivation results. For instance, it had taken him merely 2 years to awaken his eyes. Yet, 3 years later, he remained stuck at the level of a single Tomo Sharingan. Moreover, compared to the other 2 techniques, a mere additional 10 to his ocular technique would propel him to the next level. It was clear where he needed to allocate the enhancement. As he clicked confirm, a sharp pain surged through his eyes that if he were to glance into a mirror at that moment, he would see that his irises had automatically transitioned into the state of a single Tomo Sharingan. As the pain intensified, the single Tomo began to rotate slowly. Fortunately, this wave of discomfort subsided after just 5 minutes, and the revolving Sharingan came to a halt. Upon closer inspection, Kagura found that his Sharingan had transformed from a single Tomo to a double Tomo state. Sensing the change within his body, he quickly turned his attention to the system, where he saw Ocular Technique, Double Tomo Sharingan, Progress, 6.5. Finally, he felt a sense of ease wash over him. Rather than immediately exploring the changes brought about by his new Sharingan, he claimed his next reward, a random jutsu, to learn. A spinning wheel manifested in his mind, whirling rapidly, with names of jutsu, such as Water Dragon Jutsu, Raikiri, and Edo Tensei, faintly visible. With anticipation sparkling in his eyes, the wheel gradually slowed to a stop. Upon seeing the final jutsu displayed, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "What a remarkable choice!" Chapter 3. Graduation after a night of silence. Dawn broke on the second day. Today marked the graduation day for their cohort. Early in the morning, Kagura arose to prepare a breakfast for himself. What? You inquire about the ninjutsu he drew the night before? Patience, for the answer will be revealed in the forthcoming chapters. It must be said that, as a resident of Konohagakure, Kagura was fortunate. Having lost both parents, who perished as ninjas on the battlefield, he received a monthly stipend as an orphan. Though modest, it sufficed to sustain his needs, maintaining the dietary habits of his homeland. He savored a steaming bowl of noodles before setting off to school. To celebrate the students' graduation, the Ninja Academy had adorned the entrance with colorful streamers and decorations. Unlike other educational institutions, graduation from the ninja school did not merely depend on the number of years attended. It required a certain proficiency in ninjutsu and a preliminary mastery of the body flicker technique. Only those who met these criteria would graduate and be bestowed with the title of genin. Those who failed the examination would either lead a life as ordinary citizens or repeat their studies at the academy. Thus, even among Kagura's peers, ages varied considerably. Kagura, who graduated at the tender age of 8 with top honors, set a new record at the academy. Naturally, there were no classes for Kagura and his classmates today. Upon arriving at school, they gathered in the auditorium. After listening to a speech from Sarutobi Hiruzen, the soon-to-be third Hokage, and receiving their headbands, their final day at the Ninja Academy came to a close, heralding the emergence of a new generation of genin. Following their dismissal, the atmosphere at the school became lively once more. On this day, parents were allowed to enter the school premises. Several students, clutching their freshly acquired Konoha headbands, excitedly shared their experiences with their parents. Some parents proudly lifted their children, earnestly advising them on the responsibilities that awaited them as ninjas. As previously mentioned, a significant number of children in Konohagakure were orphans of war, having lost both parents. At this moment, Kagura was casually toying with his headband while engaging in light conversation with Orochimaru, who was also alone. In the 3 years they had spent together, Orochimaru's demeanor had deviated significantly from the twisted image Kagura had initially perceived. At this juncture, Orochimaru had yet to descend into the abyss of darkness, though generally quiet. He was, by all accounts, a polite and well-mannered individual. Observing Orochimaru's pale complexion, Kagura inquired, "So, you three have been placed in the same class, correct?" Although it was unnecessary to ask, Kagura, already privy to the plot, knew that the trio would indeed be grouped together post-graduation. Orochimaru nodded and responded, "Yes. What about you, Kagura? Which class have you been assigned to? Do you know who you will be teaming up with?" Upon hearing his question, Kagura shook his head, indicating his uncertainty. Orochimaru, intrigued, pressed further, "Haven't you inquired with your classmates? Even if the teachers haven't informed you, knowing the rendezvous point for tomorrow would give you an idea of your prospective teammates." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Kagura ran a hand through his hair and replied, "Well, you know my relationship with those classmates." At this, Orochimaru fell silent, understanding the implication. Kagura's relationship with his peers was strained. He had, after all, bested most of them in combat on more than one occasion. Fortunately, the tension was alleviated by the approach of two individuals. One was a striking figure with silvery white hair, standing upright in an attire reminiscent of a J-Nin's combat uniform. The other sported a watermelon-shaped hairstyle, with prominent eyebrows and eyes, clad in an indescribable green tracksuit. These two were Kakashi's and Gai's fathers, Hatake Tsukumo and Might Dai, respectively. Indeed, they were fellow students of Kagura's cohort. And among the male classmates who had yet to feel Kagura's wrath, they were the only two. Thus, their relationship with Kagura was relatively amicable. With the Konoha headband proudly donned, Hatake Tsukumo approached Kagura with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "As expected, my exam results pale in comparison to yours. However, I shall surely become a Nin before you." Gazing at this passionate silver-haired youth, one would hardly suspect that he was the father of the perpetually deadpan Kakashi. Might Dai chimed in enthusiastically, "Haha, indeed, every man needs a worthy rival in life. Rest assured, I will surpass both of you to become a Nin." Squinting his eyes, Kagura turned to the gleaming-haired Dai and remarked, "But I recall you didn't graduate this time, did you?" Indeed, though part of the same cohort, Might Dai had failed to pass the examination and would be repeating the year. Unfazed by Kagura's teasing, Dai flashed a thumbs up and grinned broadly. "Ha, no worries. My rival awaits me down the path ahead." At times, Kagura found himself envious of such unwarranted confidence. After exchanging a few words, the two took their leave. Just then, Tsunade approached them, accompanied by a woman trailing leisurely behind her. This woman had vibrant red hair styled in 2 buns, adorned with a crown-like ornament. A purple diamond mark adorned her forehead, and she wore a white kimono embellished with talisman-like decorations. It was none other than Tsunade's grandmother, the wife of Hashirama Senju, and the first host of the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Mido. Upon her arrival, both Kagura and Orochimaru bowed respectfully. Kagura harbored deep admiration for her unwavering commitment to the village and her devotion to protecting her loved ones. Despite being over 40 years old, Uzumaki Mido maintained her beauty and smiled warmly at the two. "Tsunade has relied on your care at school." Before they could respond, she slightly tilted her head and continued, "You are the strongest of the Uchiha in this generation, are you not?" Faced with the amiable yet imposing presence of the current host of the Nine Tails, Kagura felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. After all, despite her gentle demeanor, she possessed a reputation for her acute sensitivity to malevolence, attributed to the chakra of the Nine Tails. As Mito's scrutinizing gaze fell upon him, Kagura felt an undeniable discomfort. Fortunately, this sensation did not linger long. Mito smiled gently, softening the atmosphere. Do not be nervous. I sense that you are a good child. I believe the future of the Uchiha will flourish in your hands. Noticing Kagura's bewilderment, she refrained from elaborating further, instead turning to Tsunade with a gentle admonition. Enjoy your time with friends today, but do not stay out too late. The usually rebellious Tsunade appeared as docile as a rabbit, obediently responding, Understood, Grandma. As Uzumaki Mito departed, the air among the group lightened once more. With her head held high, Tsunade confronted Sakura and asked, Fool, what did you think of my invitation yesterday? Sakura, puzzled by the question, replied, Didn't I clearly refuse yesterday? Upon hearing Sakura's continued denial, Tsunade furrowed her brows. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and her frown relaxed as she gazed at Sakura with a mischievous smile, saying, If you don't come, I'll tell Grandma that you're bullying me. What? That's rather unreasonable. Chapter 4. Comrades. As the crowd dispersed, the front of the ninja school gradually returned to tranquility. After informing his family about the gathering that night, Jiraiya finally arrived at the prearranged location. Upon seeing the black-haired and black-eyed Sakura, his eyelids involuntarily lifted. With a caustic tone, he questioned, Hey, didn't you say you weren't coming yesterday? Why are you here today? Ignoring his inquiry, Sakura simply rolled her eyes at him. It became evident that reasoning with women was futile. Under Tsunade's threat, Sakura ultimately decided to join them. Initially, she had kept her distance from Tsunade due to their differing statuses. However, psychologically, she did not harbor any dislike towards Tsunade. Furthermore, after graduation, they would inevitably be assigned to different teams, and the opportunities for interaction would only diminish. With this realization, Sakura ceased her resistance and resigned herself to accompany them. At that moment, Tsunade stepped forward and shouted at Jiraiya, Why do you care so much? Now that Sakura is here, just shut up and stay quiet. Jiraiya recoiled, pouting in grievance. Tsunade, assuming a commanding presence, surveyed the surroundings and waved her hand, proclaiming, All right, since everyone is here, let us set off. At this juncture, the usually composed Orochimaru spoke up, But where are we going? They had merely mentioned gathering without considering a specific destination. Tsunade paused, lowering her hand. Indeed, they had only discussed the gathering without any plan in mind. She tilted her head, recalling the gatherings of their elders. Suddenly, her right hand clenched into a fist as she excitedly exclaimed, Let us find a place to feast. My father always took his friends out for drinks and meals during gatherings. Sakura and Orochimaru exchanged glances and simultaneously stated, But it's the end of the month. We have no money. Indeed, the two orphans relied on the village's relief funds for their livelihood each month. While it wasn't a meager sum, they could hardly save much. Jiraiya scratched his head and said, I spent my allowance on books a few days ago, followed by an awkward chuckle. At this point, the three turned their gaze towards Tsunade. Noticing their attention, she nervously took a step back. Jiraiya's eyes lit up as he excitedly remarked, I heard your father is the son of the daimyo of the Land of Fire, so you must have a lot of pocket money. Faced with their eager anticipation, Tsunade swallowed hard and awkwardly replied, My family stopped giving me pocket money a long time ago. They were afraid I would take it to the gambling house. As her voice trailed off, the last part became almost inaudible. Hearing this, Sakura suddenly recalled that this person was known for being a gambling lamb. Moreover, her gambling habits had developed at a very young age under the tutelage of the first Hokage. Sakura sighed and squinted at Tsunade, summarizing, So you resorted to threats to force me to come, only to discover that we, the poor souls, have nowhere to go? Though the words were harsh, Tsunade had to concede the truth in them. Observing Tsunade's dejected demeanor, Sakura shook her head with a bitter smile. She then raised her hands and clapped to catch everyone's attention, declaring, All right, it's not like we're entirely without options. You all must have some money. Let us see it. Though the trio was puzzled by Sakura's intentions, they exchanged glances and obediently produced their money. After counting the pooled contributions, Sakura nodded in satisfaction, murmuring, Not bad. This should suffice. Without further ado, she strode out, ignoring the three behind her. Though they were uncertain about the situation, the others instinctively followed her. As they turned down a few streets, they found themselves at the market. Grandma, you look lively today. Yes, please help me get some meat, enough for 4 people. Oh, and a bunch of green onions, please. By the way, you look even more beautiful today. The 3 watched in astonishment as Sakura deftly navigated between the stalls. In no time, she had gathered bags of ingredients. Although they had guessed her plan, Tsunade hesitantly asked, "Are you planning to cook for us?" Rolling her eyes at Tsunade, Sakura retorted, "What else would I be doing?" Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief as she asked, "You can cook?" "Of course." At Sakura's response, the 3 looked at her in surprise, awe evident in their gazes. Finally sensing the oddity, Sakura cautiously inquired, "You all can't cook?" They nodded in unison. Sakura looked incredulously at Orochimaru and asked, "Don't you live alone? What do you usually eat?" "Mostly cup noodles, occasionally some bread," Orochimaru replied. With a disdainful glance, Sakura smirked, "No wonder you always look malnourished." After gathering the food, Sakura led the group back to her home. This marked the first time since her arrival that she brought someone to her residence. Upon entering, Tsunade eagerly explored the small but tidy space. When Tsunade, in her excitement, accidentally split the cutting board in 2 while trying to help, Sakura turned serious and guided her companions to the living room. Back on Earth, though not a master chef, Sakura had some culinary skills, and her 5 years of solitary living in this world had honed her abilities. Within an hour, she presented 4 dishes and a soup. The tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, making the 3 fidgety with anticipation. Jiraiya, unable to resist, commented, "I didn't expect you to be such a good cook, Sakura. You're wasting your talents as a ninja. You should open a restaurant." Though tempted to retort, Sakura found herself agreeing with him at that moment. With no regard for decorum, Tsunade let out a loud belch, affirming, "I completely agree." Orochimaru remained silent, eyes closed as he savored the flavors of the meal. Kaguya sat calmly at the table, taking a sip of hot tea, seemingly uninterested in their conversation. "By the way, can you guess who our respective team leaders will be tomorrow?" Tsunade suddenly inquired, flipping over. This sparked a lively discussion among the 3, and eventually, even Kaguya, who resembled an elderly gentleman, joined in the chatter. "Youth is always beautiful." Soon, sounds of laughter and merriment echoed from Kaguya's home. The bright moon silently ascended into the night sky, and one by one, the 3 emerged from Kaguya's abode, waving goodbye as they made their way home. Standing at the door, Kaguya appeared to cherish this moment of ease. "Well, I didn't expect you, little Kaguya, to invite friends over." A voice broke the tranquility. Kaguya turned to see Uchiha Kagami, a respected member of the Uchiha clan, who had earned the trust of Senju Tobirama. Kagami had returned from a mission to sign a truce with the Cloud Village, where he had been ambushed by the Gold and Silver brothers. Tobirama had faced the enemies alone to allow Kagami and others to escape, ultimately succumbing to severe injuries. Although Kagami had survived the ambush, he returned gravely wounded and bedridden. Knowing the story all too well, Kaguya understood that this peace-loving clansman likely would not survive the year. With a gentle smile, Kagami remarked, "Little Kaguya, you seem rather lonely. Always by yourself. It is reassuring to see you making friends. I fear I may not have much time left. The Uchiha clan is far too proud, and I sense troubles may arise in the future. I hope your generation can help the Uchiha truly integrate into Konoha." Kaguya silently scoffed at the thought, contemplating the impending doom of the clan 2 decades hence. Instead of responding, he gazed at the faint silhouettes in the distance and murmured, "Companions, is it? That doesn't sound too bad." The following morning, Kaguya arrived early at the designated gathering spot, as notified by the school. His curiosity about the future team and the leading Jonin was overshadowed by the task the system had assigned him the previous night. Task: successfully seize the Jonin spells during the team assessment. Rewards: 1. Unlock tailed beast cultivation. 2. Randomly acquire a ninjutsu. The prospect of acquiring a tailed beast had Kaguya's heart racing. As the protagonist in this world, one would feel remiss not to possess a few tailed beasts. The previously insignificant examination now held immense importance for him, prompting him to prepare diligently. As time passed, he finally awaited the arrival of his teammates and the leading Jonin. But as he beheld their figures, his eyes widened in disbelief. How can it be them? Chapter 5. Team 7. As Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade approached, Kaguya glanced at the note in his hand, bewildered. "Why are you 3 here?" They all exclaimed simultaneously. Such reactions were understandable. It was customary for the 3 to form a team since the establishment of Konoha, upon discovering last night that they were grouped together as in the original timeline. Neither party had inquired about their respective gathering locations, as they all instinctively believed they would be assigned to different teams. Rest assured, you are at the correct gathering location. Due to the peculiarities of this year's numbers, Kaguya has been specially added to our Team 7, came a voice from above. As they looked up, they saw a figure perched atop a tree. Hiruzen-sensei? The four chorused. With a slight smile, Hiruzen Sarutobi leaped down from the tree and continued. Thus, Team 7 will consist of 4 members, and I shall be your instructor. But sensei, aren't you about to assume the role of Hokage? How can you lead us on missions afterward? Tsunade inquired, puzzled. Scratching his head, Hiruzen explained, I haven't assumed the position yet. I still have responsibilities to fulfill. My current task is to lead Team 7, and once I become Hokage, other Jonin will take over your training. With a clap of his hands, he produced 3 bells from his waist and cheerfully added, Now, back to business. Every newly minted genin must undergo an assessment. Do you see these 3 bells? No matter how you choose to do it, if you can seize a bell from me, you will pass. If no one succeeds, I shall rank you based on your performance, and the one without a bell will be tied to a post for punishment. With that, he withdrew his hands, making the bells vanish. Lighting a stick of incense, he placed it in the ground and announced, The assessment begins now, and you have the duration of 1 incense stick. As soon as he finished speaking, all eyes sharpened, and shadows flitted past, causing everyone to vanish from sight. Observing their reactions, Hiruzen crossed his arms, stroking his chin, and chuckled, Let the games begin. Before he could finish, he too disappeared from view. Meanwhile, Jiraiya crouched in a tree, intently watching Hiruzen, who was scanning the surroundings, seemingly searching for them. Jiraiya's gaze fixated on the bells hanging from Hiruzen's waist, a smug grin forming on his lips. Sensei, you underestimate me. Seizing the moment Hiruzen turned his back, Jiraiya sprang down from the tree, charging toward him. Haha, the bells are mine. However, before he could finish his proclamation, he was ensnared by a rope trap, hanging upside down in midair. Hiruzen turned to face him, walking closer while chuckling, Young man, 2 points to consider. First, when ambushing an enemy, refrain from shouting. Otherwise, your ambush is futile. Second, when planning an ambush, use your brain to assess if there might be a trap. Don't fall for such a simple snare. As he approached, he poked Jiraiya's forehead with his finger. I refuse. Let me down. Jiraiya protested, thrashing in vain. Just then, a shuriken flew from the depths of the forest towards Hiruzen. He leaped back, easily dodging the attack. However, as he regained his footing, several more shuriken were launched at him. Unfazed, Hiruzen drew a kunai from his waist, preparing to deflect the projectiles. Just as the shuriken neared him, a voice echoed from the forest, Shadow Shuriken. At that moment, the shuriken split into dozens of shadows racing towards him. Hiruzen's expression shifted momentarily before a satisfied smile spread across his face. Without a hint of hesitation, he extended his right hand, morphing it into shadows, and effortlessly deflected the oncoming shuriken. Suddenly, a figure soared through the air. Heavenly Foot. It was Tsunade. She had already sensed it. Sarutobi Hiruzen's powerful kick propelled him into instant disappearance. Tsunade plummeted from the sky with an unstoppable momentum. With a thunderous crash, the ground collapsed in a spiderweb pattern around her right foot as she landed. Truly, she possessed extraordinary strength. Witnessing this scene, a fleeting thought crossed Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. After landing, Tsunade did not pause, but instead gathered chakra in her hands and charged towards him. This time, Sarutobi advanced rather than retreating, meeting Tsunade head-on. In the moment their figures intersected, a slight sidestep allowed him to perfectly evade Tsunade's direct punch. He even had the energy to draw near her and impart a lesson. Your strength is commendable, but it's futile unless you can hit the enemy. Before Tsunade could register surprise, he had seized her arm. Suddenly halting, he spun her like a toy before flinging her towards a large tree. Another resounding crash echoed as Tsunade collided with the tree, splintering it and sending dust billowing into the air. An opening. Before the dust settled, Orochimaru, who had been lurking in the shadows, finally made his move. Taking advantage of Sarutobi's distraction as he threw Tsunade, Orochimaru surged from behind, resolutely hurling a kunai at his back. A shadow zipped through the air, and the kunai struck its target with precision. Success. But before Orochimaru could revel in his triumph, a cloud of smoke arose, and the figure before him transformed into a wooden dummy. Oh no, it's a substitution technique. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, a voice called from behind him. Hey, Didn't I just mention that when ambushing an enemy, you should consider the possibility of traps? No sooner had the words left his lips than Sarutobi swung a knife-hand strike, and with a dull thud, Orochimaru crumpled to the ground. Remarkably, only 2 minutes had elapsed since the battle commenced. Thus, the three shinobi were utterly defeated. Chapter 6. The Secrets of Taijutsu. After the brief skirmish, two lay defeated while one hung in midair, shouting in dismay. Observing his fallen disciples, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled in satisfaction, remarking, "Well, aside from that fool Jiraiya, you two have made significant progress. You merely lack combat experience." He then surveyed the surroundings and suddenly shouted into the nearby woods, "I say, Uchiha's lad, are you not coming out? Your comrades have all fallen." Silence enveloped the area as a figure slowly emerged from the forest. It was Kaguya, who had been stealthily observing the battle. Stopping about 20 meters from Sarutobi Hiruzen, he sighed inwardly, having hoped that the three would pose some trouble for the formidable opponent, allowing him to take advantage of the chaos. However, he never anticipated that the entire conflict would conclude in less than 2 minutes. In such terrain, against such an opponent, an ambush held no merit. Clutching his kunai tightly, he raised his gaze to Sarutobi Hiruzen and assumed a combat stance. His eyes had already transformed into the Sharingan, with the two tomos slowly rotating. At the sight of Kaguya's Sharingan, Sarutobi's expression turned serious for the first time. "You have awakened the two tomo Sharingan. No wonder my deliberately exposed weakness only attracted that fool Orochimaru. You saw through the substitution technique from the beginning, didn't you? However, it seems that even the Uchiha clan is unaware of your Sharingan's awakening." Raising his kunai to his brow, Kaguya responded gravely. A trump card should always be revealed at the right moment. Without waiting for Sarutobi to speak again, he transformed into a shadow and charged forward. Sarutobi quickly focused his mind, drawing his kunai to counter. The sounds of metal clashing filled the air as their movements blurred into a whirlwind of motion. After engaging in combat, Sarutobi was even more astonished. This young man, his taijutsu was remarkably strong. He had already reached the level of a Chunin. Coupled with his Sharingan's keen observation, Sarutobi realized he could not defeat him in a short time through sheer physical prowess. Meanwhile, Tsunade and Orochimaru, recovering from their earlier ordeal, sat on the ground, their faces pale as they watched the battle unfold. Kaguya had never revealed his true strength in school. Given his current performance, it was clear they could not even approach him. Tsunade clenched her fists, bitterly acknowledging the evident gap between them. With a resounding crash, the two figures reappeared, their kunai clashing in a stalemate. Sarutobi had not anticipated that Kaguya exceeded his expectations not only in speed, but also in strength. As they struggled against each other, Kaguya's free left hand began to form seals. What? A sense of foreboding crept into Sarutobi's mind just as Kaguya completed the seals. He clenched his left hand into a fist, bringing it to his mouth. Fire style, great fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted before Kaguya. Yet, just before the fireball could launch, Sarutobi released his shuriken, stepping back to slam both hands onto the ground, summoning a colossal stone wall before him. Earth style, earth wall. Orochimaru, witnessing this, was even more astonished. Determined to master all ninjutsu, he understood what it meant to form seals with one hand. If chakra is like water, then seals are the means through which a ninja swiftly channels chakra into ninjutsu. Only with profound comprehension of ninjutsu can one execute single-handed seals or reduce hand signs to launch techniques smoothly. Clearly, Kaguya's mastery of ninjutsu far surpassed their expectations. Before Sarutobi could catch his breath, two Kaguyas suddenly appeared behind him. One leaped into the air, rapidly forming hand seals and releasing a barrage of fireballs. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. The other hurled numerous shuriken, which multiplied mid-air into dozens. This was the shadow shuriken technique he had just copied from Orochimaru. With a thunderous explosion, the myriad of attacks rained down upon Sarutobi's position, creating a massive cloud of dust that obscured the scene. Even the onlooking Tsunade and the others craned their necks, eager to discern the outcome. Had they succeeded? Just as this question flickered through their minds, a voice emerged from the haze. Water style, water dragon technique. A water dragon surged forth from the mist, sweeping towards the two Kaguyas who had just launched their assault. The water dragon swept across the battlefield, and the two Kaguyas vanished in a puff of smoke as they were struck. Standing before the stone wall, Kaguya seemed to have just realized what had occurred. As he contemplated retreating, The voice reappeared behind him. Earth-style, heart-cutting technique. Unexpectedly, as Sarutobi grasped Kagura's ankle, the figure before him morphed into smoke and vanished. Another shadow clone. As the thought crossed Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind, the ground beneath him suddenly. The true Kagura emerged from the gaping earth, forming a hand seal in his grasp. A tiger seal? Was he planning to use fire release? Upon recognizing the hand seal, a swift judgment flickered through Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. Kagura, with a serious expression, shouted, "The Hidden Leaf's secret transference technique. Ultimate 1,000-year kill." With that declaration, he forcefully lunged towards his teacher. Konoha Tsunade exclaimed, "Ah!" Jiraiya muttered, "Damn," while Orochimaru uttered a chilling silence. The atmosphere became as still as death. It became evident that even someone as formidable as the Hokage could temporarily lose their combat capability when struck in the most vulnerable part of the body. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen lay prone on the ground, his forehead pressed against the earth, frothing at the mouth, clearly unconscious. After a frantic search, Kagura finally found the 3 bells. He raised them triumphantly, savoring the thrill of victory. The 3 observers exchanged glances before one spoke. "So, he won against Sarutobi-sensei, right?" "I suppose so. He is in that position now. Yet, why do I feel this is all so strange? Indeed, although he appears so passionate, I can't ignite any excitement myself." Ignoring their chatter, Kagura was elated to see the task completion notification in the system. Yes, the jutsu he had drawn that night was indeed the multi-shadow clone technique. To clarify, this technique differs from the shadow clone technique. Its true application allows the sudden creation of thousands of shadow clones to attack an enemy. However, achieving such an effect requires an extraordinary amount of chakra, which is why it is recorded in the forbidden scrolls of ninjutsu. For Kagura at present, he could only produce a maximum of 3 shadow clones. He understood well that against an opponent like Sarutobi Hiruzen, a renowned ninjutsu instructor, he could not hope to defeat him with ordinary techniques. After much contemplation, he realized that the 1,000-year kill technique might offer a sliver of opportunity. Thus, he had buried himself underground early on, using 3 shadow clones to divert Sarutobi Hiruzen's attention, preparing to deliver a lethal blow at the critical moment. It proved to be a successful strategy. At this point, he belatedly glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen lying nearby. Well, it seemed there might be some trouble ahead. Chapter 7. Teacher, you truly are a lecher. As the sun dipped towards the horizon, casting an orange hue over the forest, 2 individuals were bound to wooden stakes, their heads hanging dejectedly. It was the defeated Jiraiya and the victorious Kagura. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his aching rear end, lamenting as he lectured Kagura. "Is this what you learned at the Ninja Academy? With so many ninjutsu to choose from, why did you focus on this? Even if you wanted to learn physical techniques, there are plenty of options available. Tell me, did you create this yourself, or did some rogue instructor teach you?" Faced with the fury of his teacher, Kagura instinctively shrank his head. Struggling to recall, he stuttered. "It was taught to me by Hitaki Sakomo." "Nanny?" Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered the name, envisioning a silver-haired youth with a resolute expression. He was taken aback that such a seemingly righteous young man developed such a malicious technique. Poor Hitaki Sakomo was unaware that due to someone's slander, his reputation in the 3rd Hokage's mind had plummeted. In truth, this was not entirely slanderous. Kagura vividly remembered that in the original plot, it was indeed mentioned that the 1,000-year kill technique was invented by Hitaki Sakomo, which he then passed on to Kakashi, who further popularized it with Naruto. Feeling a twinge of pain from below, Sarutobi Hiruzen massaged his temple, realizing that binding Kagura to the stake was an impulsive reaction fueled by anger. Upon reflection, he recognized that Kagura had not acted wrongly. After all, he had initially stated that any means to defeat him and obtain the bells would count as victory. He simply had not anticipated that it would end in such an embarrassing manner. With this thought, he straightened his face and began to untie Kagura. Finally freed from the stake, Kagura sighed in relief. Sarutobi Hiruzen's ire had been anticipated, thus this brief confinement was the lightest punishment he had envisioned. Although he had emerged victorious, it did not imply he had the capability to contend with elite-level foes. From the outset, Sarutobi Hiruzen had not approached this battle with seriousness. He had shown he could defeat Tsunade and the others while still maintaining a casual demeanor. The strength Kagura had concealed led Sarutobi Hiruzen to misjudge the battle's difficulty from the very beginning. To put it simply, his success was more a matter of luck than of true strength. Observing the children before him, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Shaking his head, he remarked, though Kagura employed some unorthodox methods, he ultimately triumphed. This is the world of ninjas. The process matters not, only the outcome. Pausing, he glanced at Jiraiya still bound to the stake and continued, as for you three, while Tsunade and Orochimaru still have much to improve upon, I have observed their progress. However, Jiraiya, you have yet to embody the resolve of a ninja. Therefore, I declare that the ones who pass this assessment are Kagura, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. As for you, he pointed at Jiraiya, stating, as a failure, you shall remain bound here for the night as punishment. After Sarutobi Hiruzen announced the results, the other three departed without delay. Although they had been informed of their success in the assessment, Tsunade and Orochimaru left with solemn expressions. They could not help but feel the weight of the blow Kagura had dealt them today. They realized that Kagura had never truly taken them seriously during their time at the academy. The marginal difference they had perceived was merely an illusion. As for Kagura, having witnessed the original plot, he understood the true purpose of this assessment. It was not merely to validate everyone's strength, but to awaken a sense of teamwork through the existence of a single failure. However, due to his actions, the atmosphere had shifted entirely, and Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer adhere to the original script. Given this, remaining in place served no purpose. It would be wiser to return home and check his system rewards. Watching the retreating figures of the three, Jiraiya had lost his earlier fervor, now resembling a crestfallen rooster. His head hung low. Noticing his despondency, Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled and asked, "What's wrong? Have you been disheartened upon witnessing the true strength of your comrades?" Jiraiya replied in a low, buzzing voice, "That Kagura is too cunning. He has been hiding his strength all along. Moreover, Tsunade and Orochimaru are far stronger than I am." Seeing his disheartened student, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat beside him, seemingly reminiscing about the past, and comforted, "Jiraiya, the world of ninjas is never short of geniuses. However, genius does not guarantee one will become a strong warrior." Upon hearing these words, Jiraiya finally lifted his head, looking at his teacher and asking, "Then how can one become strong?" Sarutobi smiled and replied, "Through effort, fortune, and talent. Most importantly, it requires a resilient heart. Everyone possesses their own gifts. There is no need to force comparisons with others. Staying true to oneself is paramount." Listening to his teacher's encouragement, Jiraiya slowly began to regain the light in his eyes. With a confident smile, he proudly declared, "Indeed, I merely faltered today. My ninjutsu is the strongest in Konohagakure. Every time I've utilized my ninjutsu to peep at the hot springs, I have never failed." Observing this shameless disciple before him, Sarutobi Hiruzen merely tugged at the corner of his mouth, choosing not to voice his thoughts. After a prolonged silence, a voice finally broke through. "Next time you visit the hot springs, be sure to call me. Teacher, you are truly lecherous." Silence. On the way back, Kagura hummed a cheerful tune, initially intending to claim his rewards from the system only after returning home. He found himself unable to resist the allure of the tailed beast and eagerly clicked to collect his rewards midway. Upon confirming in his mind, he was met with none of the peculiar transformations he had anticipated. After carefully inspecting himself, he discovered no notable changes. Redirecting his attention to the system, he then noticed the alterations in his attributes. Eye technique, double Tomo Sharingan. Progress, 142. Taijutsu, 4th gate. Injury gate, progress, 901. Chakra, ch Nin level. Progress, 421. Tailed beast, 1 tail. Fusion level, 1. How had these attributes increased so significantly? It seemed that battling against shadow-level adversaries had greatly benefited his growth. Given Kagura's previous experience, he knew that achieving such advancements through personal training alone would typically take at least 1 to 2 weeks. The newly added tailed beast attribute also captured his attention. 1 tail, he murmured to himself, pondering for a moment before shifting his focus inward. As anticipated, upon thorough examination, he discovered that a tailed beast had appeared within him unbeknownst to him. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the 1 tail, Shikaku. Unlike the fierce form he had imagined, this 1 tail was entirely white. Its chubby visage appeared rather endearing as it lay within him, soundly asleep. Sensing Kagura's gaze, it rubbed its eyes with its paw, turned over, and continued to slumber. Could this truly be a tailed beast? Or perhaps some sort of mascot? Multiple question marks appeared above Kagura's head. Yet the system offered no answers to his inquiries. and he found himself unable to verify the situation. Reluctantly, he decided to set aside this conundrum for the time being. Very well, since the tailed beast seemed to differ from his expectations, he would opt to extract ninjutsu instead, as that was the most tangible means of enhancing his abilities. However, just as the spinning wheel in the system began to activate, Kagura abruptly halted his steps. His keen perception alerted him to the presence of an enemy. Moreover, this foe was observing him from a short distance away. Chapter 8. Look into my eyes. Watanabe Takashi, a member of the first generation of the Root organization. Although merely a nin, he felt honored to be selected as part of Root. His ancestors were all ninjas and had long ago allied with the Senju clan. After years of warring states, the unprecedented genius Senju Hashirama finally brought an end to the conflict. As a child, he vividly remembered the joy radiating from his parents on the day Konohagakure was established. However, that joy was short-lived. Following the death of Hashirama, tensions among the nations began to simmer once more. Soon after, the First Shinobi War broke out. Upon returning from a mission, he was met with the sight of his parents' bodies draped in white cloth. In that moment, he shed no tears, for he understood that this was the fate of a ninja. From that day forth, he dedicated himself even more fervently to completing every task assigned to him. Yet the brutality of this war surpassed all imagination. On the eve of peace, the seemingly omnipotent second Hokage was fatally wounded in a treacherous ambush. Upon returning to the village, Danzo, who had served under that esteemed leader, resolved to carry forth his will by establishing the Root organization. As a follower of the Senju clan, Watanabe had joined Root without hesitation when Danzo extended his invitation. We are the guardians beneath the shadows of Konoha. Deeply rooting ourselves in darkness, Watanabe vividly recalled Danzo's principle articulated to all upon his initiation into the organization. Since joining, he had not left the village. He became the eyes in the darkness, vigilantly monitoring every individual posing a threat to the village per Danzo's directives. This afternoon, he received an unexpected mission from Danzo, instructing him to surveil a child from the Uchiha clan named Kagura. Gazing at the 8-year-old boy not far away, Watanabe doubted that someone of such tender age could pose any threat to the village. However, the teachings from the organization compelled him to faithfully execute his task. Watching the boy merrily hum a tune as he walked, Watanabe could not help but smile at the infectious joy emanating from him. Yet, for reasons unknown, the boy suddenly halted, surveying his surroundings. After a prolonged silence, he inexplicably broke into a grin and resumed his steps. Watanabe furrowed his brow, attributing it to the boy's whimsical nature as he continued with his surveillance. As night descended, the boy appeared in no hurry to return home, instead wandering throughout the village. Their meandering led them to a secluded area of the village. Surveillance was indeed a skill, and as the environment around him shifted, Watanabe found it increasingly difficult to find suitable hiding spots. Just as he leaped to conceal himself behind a building, an unforeseen event occurred. At an intersection, Watanabe blinked, and in that fleeting moment, the boy vanished from his line of sight. Astonished, he momentarily disregarded his concealment and dashed into the center of the intersection. Just as he began to scan his surroundings in confusion, a voice emerged from behind him. "Look into my eyes." Startled, he immediately turned, encountering a pair of Sharingan eyes adorned with double tomo. Rewinding just a moment, as soon as Kagura realized he was being watched, his muscles tensed, ready to charge towards that gaze. Yet moments later, he relaxed, remaining where he stood. Coincidentally, at that moment, the slowly rotating wheel of the system finally came to a halt. The skill he drew was none other than Kodoamatsukami, a technique renowned as the most potent jinjutsu. Upon seeing this ninjutsu, a genuine smile spread across Kagura's face. With a shift in thought, he carried on as if oblivious to the surveillance, continuing along the path back to the village. As he walked slowly, Kagura began to ponder the identity of the one watching him. He first dismissed the possibility of an enemy from another nation. Given that the First Shinobi War had only recently concluded, the defenses of the village and its surroundings were exceedingly stringent. Otherwise, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not have dared allow them, the lower ninjas, to gather in the woods outside the village. If an external enemy intended to invade, they could not have infiltrated so silently. It was precisely this realization that had led Kagura to abandon his intention to confront his observer. If the observer were indeed from Konohagakure, then why were they monitoring him? Furthermore, having been in this world for 5 years, why had the surveillance only commenced today? What made today different from any other day? Connecting these threads of information, he believed he had grasped the truth. As a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, he had exhibited an unprecedented level of power today. This, he surmised, was the crux of it all. He understood Sarutobi Hiruzen's character well. The third Hokage preferred education over violent enforcement. His philosophy regarding the village leans more towards the concept of surveillance. Thus, it is improbable that this was instigated by his command. Moreover, as the direct instructor of his 7th squad, he himself serves as the most effective observer. There is no need to dispatch someone easily detectable to monitor his own actions. Thus, within the current confines of Konoha, there exists a singular entity possessing the intelligence capabilities to swiftly ascertain the events transpiring in the afternoon. One who harbors animosity towards the Uchiha clan and has the means to send individuals to surveil him. Danzo. So, is the one who arrived a member of Root? Utilizing his familiarity with the narrative, Kagura swiftly deduced everything and identified the observer's identity. However, the pressing question remained. What should he do next? Should he feign ignorance of the surveillance? That was not an option. He was far from innocent. Prolonged observation could jeopardize some of his secrets. Should he eliminate the observer? That too was untenable. Merely being under surveillance did not warrant such drastic action. How could he then claim innocence to the higher-ups of Konoha? Ultimately, he would be left with no choice but to become a rogue ninja and flee the village. He had dedicated years of arduous training to evade being exterminated by that Uchiha Itachi, striving to survive. Now, to turn into a rogue ninja and become a target for the entire village, that would be tantamount to courting death. As he pondered, he recalled the recently comprehended technique, Kodoamatsukami, and an idea formed in his mind. He deliberately walked towards a secluded area, using the cover of night to lure the observer from the shadows. Look into my eyes. At the moment Watanabe turned, the double Tomo Sharingan reflected in his mind, gazing at the now dazed adversary before him. Kagura could not help but marvel at the formidable power of Kodoamatsukami. It seemed that upon introducing this technique, the author must have felt it was excessively powerful, hence imposing certain limitations. Unless one possessed the chakra of Hashirama Senju or the very eyes of Shursui Uchiha, others would require a decade or more between uses of this technique. Of course, this limitation did not apply to Kagura. Contemplating further, he began to manipulate Watanabe's consciousness. In Watanabe's perception, upon hearing that voice, he immediately turned and adopted a defensive stance. Little did he anticipate that the figure behind him was none other than Lord Danzo. Hastily sheathing his shuriken, he knelt before him. Danzo regarded him briefly, revealing little emotion, and spoke in an indifferent tone. I have come to inform you that the mission has changed. From now on, there is no need to monitor Kagura. Immediately proceed to Sarutobi Hiruzen's side and begin to observe his every action. Watanabe's expression revealed his confusion, although it had not yet been formally announced. Everyone in the village was aware that Sarutobi Hiruzen would be the new Hokage, a decision stemming directly from the previous Hokage, Tobirama Senju's, appointment. Danzo let out a low grunt and continued. Have you forgotten the promise you made upon joining Root? There is no need to ponder the why. Simply fulfill the orders I have given. Yes, Lord Danzo. Watanabe's look of bewilderment vanished as he bowed his head towards Danzo. Observing Watanabe depart with a determined expression, Kagura once again marveled at the might of Kodoamatsukami. He hoped that teacher Sarutobi would comprehend the message he intended to convey. Having completed his arrangements, Kagura set off, humming a tune as he headed home. Chapter 9. Night conversations. Gazing at Watanabe, who lay at his feet, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow. Following his conversation with Jiraiya at the training ground, he had returned to the village. Although he had not been formally announced as Hokage, he had already begun to engage in Hokage duties. After spending a day with his former pupil, he needed to return to the Hokage building to complete his tasks for the day. Yet, upon arriving at the entrance, he sensed a watchful gaze upon him. It must be said that the newly established Root organization indeed lacked formidable members. Danzo was well aware of this fact and often tasked his members with monitoring lower-ranking ninjas. Nevertheless, he had not anticipated that the merely 8-year-old Kagura possessed strength surpassing his expectations, effortlessly uncovering his plans. If even Kagura could perceive this, then Sarutobi Hiruzen, as Hokage, would undoubtedly not be inferior. If Watanabe's mind had been clear, he would have recognized that such a caliber of individual was beyond his capacity to surveil. However, under the influence of Kodoamatsukami, he instinctively overlooked this fact. Upon detecting that gaze, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not hesitate and immediately launched an attack. Yet, in his instinct to restrain his power, Watanabe was merely knocked unconscious rather than being slain on the spot. Recognizing the face of the observer, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly recalled a matching visage from his memory. This individual was Watanabe, a Chunin from the village of Konoha. Furthermore, he was certain that this person had joined the Root organization. It was known that Danzo had received his consent to establish Root. Sarutobi Hiruzen had personally reviewed the list of the first batch of members. At that moment, the guards stationed at the Hokage building finally emerged. Upon seeing the individual collapsed at Sarutobi Hiruzen's feet, their expressions shifted. Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured for them to remain calm, stating calmly, "Take this person to Root. Danzo will understand what has transpired." In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo sat across from one another, each with a steaming cup of tea before them. After Danzo entered, they maintained a peculiar silence. At this juncture, Danzo was still in his youth, unencumbered by bandages and without the need to conceal an arm. Although there was a scar on his chin, it did not detract from his handsome countenance. As a man capable of competing with Sarutobi Hiruzen for the position of Hokage, he exuded a steady aura. It could be said that had it not been for the direct appointment from the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, he might very well have supplanted Sarutobi Hiruzen as the third Hokage. Ultimately, it was Danzo who broke the silence first. "I have never issued an order to surveil you." After a brief pause, he continued, "Both of us know well that if I truly harbored such intentions, I would not send a character like this to execute such a task." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in agreement and, after taking a slow sip from his cup, spoke, "I understand. However, I am more interested in knowing what task you originally assigned to Watanabe." After silently regarding Sarutobi Hiruzen for several seconds, Danzo ultimately chose to be forthright. "I originally intended for him to monitor Uchiha Kagura." "Uchiha Kagura?" Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured, contemplating the implications of this statement. In an instant, he grasped many things. A smile escaped his lips, and he shook his head in resignation, saying, "It seems you have placed quite a few individuals around me." Uchiha Kagura had only recently revealed his strength, yet you were able to act so swiftly. Danzo maintained a calm demeanor as he clarified, "You seem to have misunderstood something. While there are indeed individuals of mine around you, their task is not to surveil you. After all, those who emerge from Root ultimately aim to become Umbu. They were merely dispatched to protect you, considering the practical situation that you will be the third Hokage of Konoha." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen set down his cup and met Danzo's gaze, stating, "Then your wariness towards Uchiha Kagura cannot be mere misunderstanding." Danzo did not deny it, replying, "Indeed. You should be more aware of the terror that the Uchiha clan embodies than I am. Even someone of Tobirama's stature would never dare to let down his guard against them. Monitoring the exceptionally talented younger generation among them seems prudent. The issue, however, is that you have failed." Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, leaning on the table, casting a condescending gaze at Danzo as he spoke. "Although I am unaware of how that lad, Kagura, managed it, the very individuals you dispatched to surveil him have been ensnared by his jinjutsu and ended up here with me. This indicates both his goodwill and his discontent. The fact that he spared that individual suggests he still harbors kindness towards the village. Sending that person to me signifies his dissatisfaction." He warned, fixing Danzo with a serious gaze. "If you could manage to keep him oblivious, that would be one thing. However, since he possesses the ability to discern, I implore you to cease your actions. I do not wish for a promising future to be thrust into opposition with Konoha due to your personal suspicions." Danzo furrowed his brow, still eager to retort, but no buts. At yesterday's graduation ceremony, Lord Mito personally observed that Kagura. Lord Mito believes the boy poses no threat to Konoha. You must be well aware of Lord Mito's capabilities. Even Danzo fell silent upon hearing the name of Uzumaki Mito, a figure who dedicated his life to Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped away from the table and approached the window. Gazing out at Konoha beneath the night sky, he spoke again. "Danzo, I comprehend your resolve to protect the village. However, relying solely on dark tactics will not foster the village's growth. Times have changed. I firmly believe that only in the sunlight can Konoha truly soar." Danzo departed. Although he ultimately said nothing, he tacitly acknowledged Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision. Observing the silhouette of his former comrade hidden in the shadows, Hiruzen felt the weight of the challenge of being Hokage more than ever. "Sensei?" Suddenly, a voice pulled him from his reverie. Turning around, he found Tsunade before him. After today's trials, Tsunade felt a newfound frustration regarding her own inadequacies. After pondering for a considerable time at home, she resolved to seek out her teacher for guidance on her future training. Knowing Sarutobi Hiruzen's routine well, she made her way directly to the Hokage building. Due to her unique background, the illustrious Tsunade encountered no obstacles as she entered the Hokage's office. Upon entering, she noticed her teacher was not seated at his desk, as was customary, but rather standing by the window, lost in thought. A smile graced Sarutobi Hiruzen's face as he looked at his obedient disciple and replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I was merely dealing with some troublesome matters involving Uchiha Kagura." Uchiha Kagura? At the mention of this name, Tsunade's eyes sparkled with interest. She eagerly tugged at Hiruzen's sleeve and inquired, "What has that fool done this time? Surely he has stirred up some trouble." Observing Tsunade's sudden excitement, Hiruzen felt a flicker of caution and considered a possibility. Although he bore no personal bias against the Uchiha, if Tsunade, representing the Senju clan, truly had some connection with that boy, it could lead to considerable complications for him as Hokage. He scrutinized Tsunade and directly asked, "Tell me, Tsunade, why do you seem particularly invested in that boy Kagura? You can't possibly have feelings for him, can you?" Taken aback by Hiruzen's directness, a flush crept across Tsunade's face. She quickly shook off Hiruzen's sleeve, flustered, and retorted, "Sensei, what are you saying? How could I possibly like that fool? I merely find his arrogant demeanor intolerable. He always acts as if he looks down on others. Moreover, as counterparts of the same generation, is it not natural to strive to surpass a formidable opponent? I have not been paying particular attention to him." Initially stammering, she gradually found her confidence as she justified herself. Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction at Tsunade's explanation. So that is how it is, he thought, finally alleviating his concerns. Thus, one should never expect a middle-aged man to grasp the sentiments of a young girl. If it were Uzumaki Mido here, she would undoubtedly discern the truth of her granddaughter's heart, which likely no longer belonged to him. Chapter 10. The Wheel of Fate turns. I am positioned 50 meters to the southeast. Ready. Received. I am at my designated spot and can commence at any moment. Excellent. Orochimaru, heed my command, and let us charge forward together. 3, 2, 1, charge. As Kagura uttered the final word, two shadowy figures sprang from the trees, racing towards their distant target. Meow. With a piercing cry, a large black cat appeared in Kagura's arms, thrashing about as it attempted to escape his grasp. Holding the cat by the scruff of its neck with his right hand, Kagura suspended it in midair, as if a switch had been flipped. The previously struggling cat suddenly fell still. Carefully placing the captured creature into the prepared cage, the 4 members of Team 7 collectively exhaled in relief. Indeed, they were on a mission. 3 weeks had passed since that assessment, and as newly minted genin, they were now capable of undertaking assignments. However, for novices like them, their current tasks were limited to menial endeavors such as locating lost pets. During this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen occasionally joined them to guide their missions, but more often than not, it was just the 4 of them. In such instances, the others unanimously acknowledged Kagura as the leader, directing their operational strategies. Casting a glance at the restless cat in the cage, Kagura found himself lost in thought, staring at the communicator in his hand. This world is truly remarkable. One might argue that its technology is primitive, yet it boasts devices like this short-range communicator. Within a range of 1,000 meters, such contraptions are undeniably effective. Yet, if one contends that its technology has advanced, there are no automobiles here, not even a bicycle. No wonder the ninjas here are so swift. It must be a necessity born from their circumstances. Just as Kagura's musings meandered, Tsunade interrupted his reverie. "All right, we have successfully captured the target. Let us hurry back to report our mission." They had long grown accustomed to Kagura's occasional daydreaming during their time in the Ninja Academy, which is why Tsunade often referred to him as a fool. Upon returning to the mission reporting station, after the original owner confirmed that the captured creature was indeed their lost pet, the trio finally completed their task. Watching the elderly woman, whose face was as thickly powdered as a white wall, affectionately nuzzle the unfortunate cat, a sense of pity welled up within them. No wonder that cat had fled. Tsunade stretched her arms above her head, yawning. Kagura stole a glance at her. Indeed, she was still as flat as a washboard. Unaware of Kagura's thoughts, Tsunade addressed the 3. Today's tasks are complete, and it seems there is nothing more to do. How about we host a gathering at Kagura's home tonight? Ever since that occasion when they sampled his culinary skills, the three expressed a keen eagerness to dine at Kagura's place. In a world where even a bowl of ramen is considered a rarity, the culinary delights brought forth by Kagura, steeped in the traditions of ancient China, undoubtedly opened a gateway to a new realm for them. Upon hearing Tsunade's suggestion, Orochimaru silently nodded in agreement. Tsunade, noticing this, waved her hand decisively, preparing to lead everyone to the market. Hey, aren't you all going to ask the person involved for their opinion? Kagura thought helplessly as she observed the two. Surprisingly, Jiraiya, who usually took the initiative at such moments, said to everyone, I won't be joining this time. I have some matters to attend to, so I'm leaving first. Without waiting for anyone's reaction, he waved goodbye and departed. Watching Jiraiya's retreating figure, Tsunade remarked curiously, what has gotten into Jiraiya lately? He rushes off right after every mission. He seems unusually busy. Seemingly recalling something, she clenched her fist, narrowing her eyes with mischievous intent, and said in a peculiar tone, he wouldn't be sneaking off to the hot springs again, would he? Sensing the dangerous aura emanating from Tsunade, Kagura and Orochimaru instinctively took a step back. In fact, back when they were still in the ninja academy, there was an incident where Jiraiya dragged Orochimaru along to spy on the women's bathhouse. Unfortunately, Tsunade happened to be in that very bathhouse. Kagura only knew that Jiraiya had ended up with 6 broken ribs, both wrists fractured, and multiple internal injuries after Tsunade interrupted him. That severe injury had kept him recuperating at home for nearly 2 months. Just as Tsunade was about to follow him, Kagura quickly interjected to explain Jiraiya's actions. I know what he's up to. I heard that after that day, he consulted Master Sarutobi about summoning techniques. However, when he tried to summon on his own, he ended up being transported to a strange place instead. Lately, he goes there every day to learn new jutsu and skills. Well versed in the intricacies of such techniques, Kagura knew that this so-called strange place was Mount Myaboku. It could be said that it was a pivotal turning point for Jiraiya's growth as one of the legendary Sannin. Upon hearing Kagura's explanation, Tsunade halted. Turning back to him with a puzzled expression, you mean to say that Jiraiya has been busy training? Kagura nodded eagerly. It was rather peculiar. Perhaps it was due to Kagura's familiarity with the personalities of these three, or perhaps he possessed a certain charm. After the formation of Team 7, Kagura had surprisingly become the one with the best relationships among them all. Even Jiraiya's recent endeavors had been shared with Kagura willingly. Learning of Jiraiya's diligent training, Tsunade gazed blankly in the direction where he had long departed. A flicker of inscrutable light crossed Orochimaru's eyes. Meanwhile, in Mount Myaboku, a somewhat stern voice rang out, Jiraiya, are you an idiot? You can't even master such a basic fire technique as fire release. Fireball? Jiraiya was struggling in a clearing, puffing up his cheeks. But after a moment of preparation, he ended up expelling a black, oil-like liquid. You fool. When you convert chakra into oil, you need to ignite it with fire release. Do you even understand what fire release means? A frantic voice came from a nearby boulder, belonging to a lively toad. Hearing this, Jiraiya sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. Fortunately, another toad leaped in at that moment. The new toad looked up at Jiraiya and said, Jiraiya, come with me. Our great sage toad wishes to see you. Great sage toad? Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback by the title. However, he said nothing further and silently followed the toad. Ever since he accidentally arrived here 2 weeks ago and helped win a chase off a giant snake, the toads had offered to assist him in his training as a form of gratitude. Although he had been scolded rather harshly during the process, Jiraiya truly felt his strength had been increasing during this time. Thus, he accepted the unexpected invitation without hesitation. As the scenery changed continuously around him, he soon arrived at a grand palace. At the head of this magnificent palace sat an exceptionally large and aged toad. The guiding toad respectfully bowed before the great sage toad and said, Great sage toad, this is Jiraiya. After speaking, it withdrew. While Jiraiya was still observing the great sage toad, the immense creature spoke up. You are the human who stumbled into Mount Myaboku not long ago. Jiraiya, unsure of its intent, could only nod blankly. The great sage toad scrutinized him and continued, Indeed, you resemble the human I saw in my dreams. You are the one chosen by fate. Dreams? Chosen by fate? Jiraiya felt utterly bewildered by its words. The great sage toad, noticing his confusion, explained, As the sage of Mount Myaboku, I possess the ability of prophecy. Long ago, I foresaw that a young human would arrive at Mount Myaboku. That person is you. You will become an exceptional ninja, and when you are capable enough, you will begin to travel and write books. During this journey, you will take on a disciple who will bring transformation to the world. I wonder if this transformation will bring stability to the world. Wow. At this point, the great sage Toad, who had been squinting, suddenly opened its eyes wide. Jiraiya, who had been engrossed in the intriguing depiction of the future, was startled by the unexpected exclamation. Ignoring Jiraiya's bewildered expression, the great sage Toad murmured in disbelief. Why do I sense this is impossible? The wheel of fate has shifted. Chapter 11. A Class A Mission. Unperturbed by Jiraiya's astonishment, the great sage Toad continued muttering to itself. The destined battle has been advanced. The prophesied child has changed. No. The prophesied child is still connected to this human before me. Black-haired, Sharingan, that is Uchiha. The voice of the great sage Toad diminished as Jiraiya, filled with confusion, was ushered out of the palace. Glancing back at the palace of the great sage Toad, he frowned, recalling the last few words it had uttered. Connected to me? Black-haired? Unfortunately, due to the great sage Toad's voice growing quieter, he had not heard its final remarks. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head helplessly, deciding not to dwell on those questions any longer. The most crucial task at hand was to diligently train, so as not to be left far behind by his teammates in Team 7. With his goal in mind, he eagerly headed towards the training ground. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, the protagonist of the so-called prophesied child, Uchiha Kagura, was sprawled out in a starfish position on the living room floor. Perhaps due to the motivation sparked by hearing about Jiraiya's earnest training, the planned dinner gathering was abruptly cancelled. Tsunade and Orochimaru, after that, each wore serious expressions as they walked off in different directions. Well, they are all young individuals with a strong competitive spirit. Ah, youth is truly wonderful. Observing this scene, the 8-year-old Kagura stroked his chin in contemplation. Nevertheless, let it not be misunderstood, he was not slacking off on the floor, but rather engaged in training. Indeed, he was communicating with the one-tailed Shikaku residing within him. After discovering this tailed beast within him, he had spent several days experimenting and had finally found a way to communicate with it. At this moment, he was continuously tearing apart his body's chakra into small portions to feed to the one-tailed beast within. Shoha radiated an aura of joy, as if it had just savored its favorite delicacy. This delightful essence gradually transformed into energy, flowing back into Kagura's body. He frequently caressed Shoha's chin and stroked its back with his thoughts. Clearly relishing such affection, Shoha closed its eyes in satisfaction, its tail wagging joyfully behind it. Influenced by its exuberance, the atmosphere around them thickened once more. Kagura felt as if the chakra within him was being refined, strengthening at an observable pace. In truth, this was not mere illusion. The system's attributes confirmed its efficacy. After weeks of refinement, his chakra had progressed from the Chunin level, with a progress of 421, to the current level of 768. The acceleration could only be described as meteoric. Without this assistance, he could not have reached such heights in mere months of solitary training. Furthermore, the data in the Tailed Beast section had seen substantial improvement. Tailed Beast. 1 tail, fusion rate 35, Tailed Beast cloak form activated. Kagura understood perfectly what this entailed. Unlike the Jinchuriki of this world, he possessed the significant advantage of not needing to resist the malevolent thoughts stemming from the Tailed Beast. Observing the joyfully rolling creature within him, Kagura mused that it was akin to nurturing an electronic pet. Where could any malevolence arise? With a deep breath, Kagura seated himself on the floor, concluding today's Tailed Beast training. Recently, he had sensed that this training method seemed to be entering a plateau. For several days, both his chakra and the fusion rate of the Tailed Beast had begun to slow. Grabbing a cup of water from the table, he drank it down, then exhaled deeply as he approached the window, contemplating his next objective. Since crossing over to the Uchiha clan, he had felt a shadow of death looming over him. This shadow was not entirely derived from the future Itachi Uchiha. After all, there were still 30 years remaining, and the extermination of the clan felt somewhat contrived. Upon deeper reflection, how could a mere teenager single-handedly eradicate the entire Uchiha clan without a trace? Yet, the entire extermination plan was orchestrated under the arrangement of the third Hokage and Hanzo. This made things clearer. Thus, to evade the fate of extermination, the key was not to surpass Itachi, the figure placed at the forefront. Instead, it was essential to possess the formidable strength to rival the upper echelons of Konoha, represented by Sarutobi and Hanzo. This was the goal Kagura needed to pursue. After acquiring the tailed beast, he felt a newfound sense of confidence. However, from another perspective, knowing the plot might reveal alternative methods to disrupt this conspiracy. If he could dismantle some of the key schemes, the Uchiha clan would no longer face discrimination. Consequently, the rationale for the third Hokage to eliminate the Uchiha clan would dissipate. As for the larger conspiracies involving Madara Uchiha, Black Zetsu, and the resurrection of Kaguya Otsutsuki, he had no desire to concern himself with them. Those matters could be left to the protagonists like Naruto and Sasuke. What did they have to do with him? With this thought, he comfortably laid down on his bed, drifting into a peaceful slumber. At that moment, he was unaware that, not long ago, the so-called protagonists he had firmly believed in had begun to change due to his crossing over. Furthermore, the grand battle he thought would occur in over 40 years would be hastened as a result. After a night devoid of conversation, the next morning saw the 4 members of Team 7 gathering once more at the mission assignment desk. However, this time, apart from Kagura, the other 3 wore weary expressions. Yawning widely, it seemed they had exerted themselves to the utmost in training the previous day. Observing their appearances, Kagura couldn't help but sigh. Shrugging, he approached the staff member as the team leader to inquire about the mission for the day. The front desk attendant glanced up at them and said, "You are the Team 7 of this year. Today, you need not receive a mission here. You will go directly to the Hokage's building shortly. Lord Sarutobi has a task for you." Hearing this, the others exchanged puzzled glances. They hadn't heard Lord Sarutobi mention anything about this the day before. Noting their confusion, the staff member chuckled and said, "Oh, this was a last-minute arrangement for this morning. Hurry along. Lord Sarutobi has been waiting for you." With that, they ceased their inquiries and hastened towards the Hokage's building. Inside the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled faintly at the sight of his 4 promising students. In fact, in just a week, he would officially assume the role of the 3rd Hokage, and his duties had been increasingly demanding, leaving him little time to lead these students on missions. Fortunately, he had heard from others that these 4 had been flawlessly completing their assigned tasks, which pleased him as their teacher. He tossed the mission scroll onto the desk in front of Kagura, signaling him to open it. Kagura untied the scroll and began to examine it closely, while Sarutobi Hiruzen explained, "This time, you will be undertaking a B-rank mission, requiring you to execute a task outside the village. Moreover, I will be leading you." Chapter 12. The World Beyond the Village. After meticulously reading the task description within the scroll, Uchiha Kagura furrowed his brow. The mission was straightforward, to escort a wealthy merchant to the Land of Waves. Given the remuneration and difficulty, it indeed qualified as a B-rank mission. The issue lay in why Sarutobi Hiruzen would personally lead it, even without needing to inquire further. Kagura was aware that Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to officially take on the role of the 3rd Hokage. In such a crucial period, was a B-rank mission worthy of the Hokage's personal involvement? Even citing concern for his students did not seem a sufficient reason. Handing the already perused mission scroll to the 3 behind him, Kagura did not disguise his bewilderment as he looked towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Understanding Kagura's question immediately, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke directly, "I will officially announce my position as Hokage next week. And the reason I am accompanying you to the Land of Waves is precisely because of this." "Going to the Land of Waves because you are about to become Hokage?" Kagura pondered momentarily before grasping the implication of his teacher's words. During the era of Senju Hashirama, the Land of Waves had been a staunch ally of the Land of Fire. The Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan had maintained a cooperative relationship since the Warring States period. When Senju Hashirama captured the tailed beasts, it was the elder of the Uzumaki clan who assisted him in sealing the captured beasts. Otherwise, how could Senju Hashirama have smoothly sold such unstable powers to the various ninja villages later on? Even to better control the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Mido, the 1st Hokage's wife, willingly became the 1st Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Now, it was entirely reasonable for the soon-to-be Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, to undertake a mission to the Land of Waves. It was akin to how newly appointed national leaders often visit allied nations immediately to demonstrate goodwill. As for why he would go before officially taking up the Hokage mantle rather than after, it was important to note that, unlike the era in which Naruto lived, the current situation remained tumultuous. Although various villages had signed ceasefire agreements, beneath the surface, tensions still simmered. If given the opportunity to eliminate a shadow-level adversary, many would undoubtedly choose to seize it. This was precisely the fate that befell the 2nd Hokage, Tobarama Senju. Therefore, the significance of the journey to the land of whirlpools differs greatly depending on whether one travels as the Hokage or as Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. To put it bluntly, even if Sarutobi were to perish along the way, the morale of Konoha would not suffer significantly. Observing the instant comprehension in Kagura's expression, Sarutobi nodded in appreciation. Following behind, Tsunade and Orochimaru, after a moment of hesitation while observing the mission, grasped the underlying meaning as well. Only Jiraiya remained oblivious, scratching the back of his head and innocently inquiring, "Teacher, what does your desire to become Hokage have to do with us executing this mission together?" Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated his face, and he confidently declared, "I understand. You're concerned that once you become Hokage, you'll no longer be able to accompany us on missions. Hence, you've decided to join us for one last field operation before your appointment, right?" After speaking, he gazed expectantly at his teacher, seemingly awaiting praise. Sarutobi forced a smile, suppressing the urge to reprimand him. He turned to the others and instructed, "All right, hurry back and gather your things. Let us meet at the village gate by noon. We shall depart today." The brilliant sun hung high in the sky, and at the gates of Konoha, the four prepared individuals awaited eagerly. Kagura donned a combat uniform reminiscent of a Nin, distinguished by a purple vest and a black backpack slung over his shoulder. At that moment, he and the others lingered in the shade of trees, idly kicking stones in boredom. Like him, the other three sported backpacks, a departure from their usual attire. Fortunately, their wait was brief, as shortly thereafter, Sarutobi and another figure gradually emerged into view. Following closely behind Sarutobi was the very person they were tasked with protecting. His appearance perfectly matched Kagura's preconceived notion of a wealthy merchant, clad in an expensive-looking purple silk coat that accentuated his portly figure. He continuously dabbed a handkerchief on his forehead, clearly struggling with the heat. Upon seeing the quartet, the merchant paused momentarily before offering a friendly smile and nodding to them. Sarutobi introduced the client to the group, then turned respectfully to the merchant, stating, "Mr. Fukuchuan, time is of the essence. We appreciate your endurance on this journey." Without waiting for a response, he directed the team, "Let us set off." As the group commenced their journey, a flicker of excitement crossed Kagura's face. This marked his first departure from the village since his arrival. And even more enticing was the recent task notification he had received from the system. Task: complete a rank-level mission. Reward: a chance to randomly draw a ninjutsu and comprehend it. Since his last acquisition of the technique Betsu Tenjin, he had eagerly anticipated what extraordinary ninjutsu he might draw next. Like Kagura, Tsunade, and the others were also embarking on their first venture beyond the village. As they walked, curiosity about their surroundings brimmed within them. After traversing the designated path for quite some time, they finally exited the village's wooded area, encountering several human settlements along the way. However, in stark contrast to Konoha, these villages appeared dilapidated. The villagers they encountered were mostly ragged and devoid of vitality, resembling mere shadows of themselves as they toiled away. Witnessing this scene, the initial excitement of the group gradually waned into silence. Sensing the somber atmosphere, Sarutobi remarked, "Peaceful days are indeed fleeting." Although Lord Hashirama's efforts brought an end to the chaos of the Warring States period, such tranquility lasted only about a decade. Following the outbreak of the First Shinobi World War, these ordinary villagers possessed no means of resistance, thus stunting their development. Kagura silently nodded in agreement. In reality, even among the 5 great shinobi villages, Konoha stood out as a unique entity. From its inception, the village was endowed with wealth. Thanks to the funds obtained from the tailed beasts sold by Senju Hashirama, one need only observe the desolation of Tsunade to understand that few would choose to establish a village in such an inhospitable environment. Traveling is often tedious, especially when the scenery offers little to admire. Surprisingly, the portly merchant, Fukuchuan, maintained a pace that was not significantly slower than theirs. On reflection, this was understandable, as a traveling merchant would undoubtedly be accustomed to the rigors of the road. As the group's steps grew heavier, the sun gradually descended behind distant mountains. The twilight cast a golden hue over them, elongating their shadows as they traversed the remnants of the village and entered a new forest. Just as they proceeded, Kagura suddenly halted. Those positioned before him would have noted that his eyes had transformed into the Sharingan. Gazing intently into the dimly lit woods ahead, he signaled to the group behind him. Upon seeing the gesture, Tsunade and the others tensed, instinctively morphing into shadows as they swiftly positioned themselves in a protective formation around Fukuchuan. In the weeks prior, the four had devised certain hand signals for effective communication during missions. The signal Kagura had just executed indicated, "Enemies are approaching." Chapter 13. Combat. Despite the absence of any visible figures in their surroundings, the trio, trusting in Kagura's instincts, promptly drew their weapons and assumed combat stances beside Fukuchuan. Meanwhile, Sarutobi stood to the side, arms crossed, seemingly detached from the unfolding situation. The group understood that their teacher had no intention of intervening this time. Kagura unsheathed a kunai, his gaze fixed unwaveringly forward. A tense silence enveloped them, but it was short-lived as a voice emerged from the thicket. "You little brat. How did you manage to spot us?" As if responding to a command, figures began to emerge from the woods. The expressions of Tsunade and the others shifted to one of tension as nearly a dozen figures clad in gray ninja attire, their faces concealed by black masks and revealing only their predatory eyes, materialized. The speaker must have been their leader, who now perched atop a tree, surveying the group below. He furrowed his brow and continued, "Those eyes. I see. You are a Uchiha brat. No wonder you were able to detect us." At that moment, his subordinates encircled Kagura and the others. Kagura scrutinized the leader and noticed the absence of any village insignia on his attire, confirming that these were indeed rogue ninjas. Given that ninja villages had only recently been established, this land was home to many rogue ninjas who did not belong to any of the 5 great shinobi villages. They congregated at the borders of the 5 nations, lacking a defined organization or ideology, often surviving through employment or plunder. In the realm of ninja combat, retreat was not an option. The moment Kagura recognized their presence, he understood that a confrontation was unavoidable. He calmly issued commands to his comrades. "Orochimaru, Jiraiya, you two handle the enemies on the flanks. Sundara, do not leave Mr. Fukuchuan's side. Your duty is to protect him. The enemies ahead, I shall confront." At this moment, there are approximately 30 to 40 adversaries in the vicinity, with half of them positioned directly in front of the formation. It is evident that Kagura has taken upon herself the most arduous task. A palpable silence envelopes the arena, interrupted only by a leaf that is gently dislodged by the breeze, drifting downwards. As if heralding the commencement of a battle, the moment the leaf touches the ground, both sides transform into shadows, rushing towards one another. Orochimaru and Jiraiya have vanished into the throng, responding to Kagura's command to engage the enemy. Tsunade stands resolutely before Fukuchuan, weapon firmly in hand. In midair, bursts of flame flicker, accompanied by the relentless clashing of shurikens. Suddenly, a figure with silver hair materializes in the sky, Jiraiya. After swiftly forming hand seals, he inflates his cheeks. Fire release, fireball. Several fireballs strike the enemies pursuing him. The assailed foes ignite in flames, collapsing to the ground in anguished cries. This ninjutsu operates by transforming chakra into oil held in the mouth, igniting it with fire release. The unfortunate individuals writhe frantically on the ground, unable to extinguish the flames engulfing them. Witnessing the effectiveness of his attack, a flicker of excitement crosses Jiraiya's face. However, before he can land, a flurry of kunai is hurled towards him. With a serious expression, Jiraiya, still airborne, remains unfazed. As he forms hand seals once more, his silver hair elongates, enveloping him like a cloak. Ninja art, hair needle jizo. The strands of hair, resembling hardened fortifications, deflect the incoming kunai. The pursuing ninjas, eyes narrowing, draw their long swords and charge forward. Unable to breach his defenses with ranged weapons, they opt for close combat instead. As several ninjas approach the spiky barrier, Jiraiya's voice resonates again. Needle hell. The hair, as sharp as steel needles, launches like hidden weapons. With a series of swishing sounds, the assailants who intended to besiege him now lie bloodied on the ground. Meanwhile, Orochimaru faces a similar predicament. Just as he descends from the air, he is confronted by a barrage of kunai and shuriken. With a single hand sign, a fierce wind materializes before him, scattering the onslaught of weapons. Wind release, great breakthrough. He murmurs softly, retrieving several shuriken from behind. With force, he hurls them towards the enemies while forming hand seals rapidly. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. This is a ninjutsu he stealthily acquired from his teacher, Sarutobi. The shuriken multiply into thousands, indiscriminately assaulting the woodland ahead. The sounds of impact echo as hidden enemies are felled to the ground. After executing this maneuver, Orochimaru turns to glance at Tsunade. Surrounding her, fissures resembling spider webs emerge. Within them lie foes who attempted to ambush her, now crushed into the earth by her fists. Yet, she pays no heed to those she has defeated. Her gaze transfixed ahead. Following her line of sight, Orochimaru peers forward, and upon witnessing the unfolding scene, his eyes widen in shock. Before them lies the battlefield delineated by Kagura. The earlier speaker and his subordinates have descended from the trees, standing before Kagura. Strangely, even now, they remain frozen in place. Neither drawing weapons nor uttering a sound, the battlefield possesses an unsettling tranquility. A closer inspection reveals confusion etched in their eyes, as if cursed to remain immobile. Kagura raises the kunai in his hand, slowly weaving through the crowd. With each individual he passes, a phantom flickers from his weapon-bearing arm, followed by a crimson line appearing across their throats, culminating in a thud as they collapse, blood staining the earth. Kagura resembles a reaper wielding a scythe, silently harvesting lives. The atmosphere is thick with an eerie tension, as the enemies resemble lined-up livestock awaiting their master's execution. Before long, all foes save the leader have succumbed. Standing before him, Kagura lifts his right hand, preparing to eliminate the final adversary. At that moment, the leader manages to stammer out a few words. As if expending the last of his strength, his voice laden with regret and terror. Is this an illusion? Kagura glances at him, surprised that this lowly soldier could momentarily break free from his genjutsu. Indeed, the bizarre scene is a result of his use of the Sharingan's illusion. Although he possesses the famed Kodoame Tsukumi, reputed as the strongest genjutsu in the history of the Hokage, controlling such lowly foes is trivially simple, merely requiring the innate genjutsu of the Sharingan. While Kagura possesses other methods to vanquish them, this is undoubtedly the most effortless approach. The leader, evidently stronger than the others, manages to briefly escape the grasp of his illusion to speak. Yet, his limit is reached. Observing the unwillingness in his eyes, Kagura offers a rare consolation: blame your misfortune. In your next life, remember to choose your opponents wisely. With that, he sweeps his hand, and the leader's throat is slowly sliced open, a fountain of blood erupting as he collapses to the ground. Chapter 14. Summoning Technique. Just as Jiraiya dispels the hair needle Jizo, he is met with a bitter realization. Throughout this period, he trained diligently, believing he could showcase his prowess in this battle and astonish his comrades. However, compared to Kagura's extraordinary display, the thrill of his anticipated victory has evaporated. Orochimaru's breath quickens as he contemplates the might of the Uchiha. Strange, perilous, yet immensely powerful. How impressive! How envious! How he longs to possess such strength. Gradually, a yearning glint fills Orochimaru's gaze as he looks at Kagura, mingled with a hint of danger. Sensing Orochimaru's intense stare from behind, Kagura feels a chill run through him. Stealing a glance at Orochimaru, he inwardly cautions himself. This weirdo can't possibly be attracted to men. In contrast to Orochimaru, Tsunade, after an initial bout of astonishment, now appears considerably calmer. Occasionally, admiration and affection flicker in her glances towards Kagura. Sarutobi, maintaining his arms crossed, had already surmised Kagura's genjutsu capabilities from the incident involving Watanabe. He is not overly surprised by Kagura's achievements. After all, defeating these rogue ninjas, whose skills barely equate to those of Konoha's genin, is hardly a matter of pride, which explains his lack of intent to assist from the outset. In truth, he is far more pleased with the progress of Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Fukuchuan, the portly figure, retrieves a handkerchief to wipe the non-existent sweat from his brow. While Sarutobi can assess the enemy's strength and remain unshaken, for an ordinary person like Fukuchuan, the recent battle was rather exhilarating. With the fall of the leader, the skirmish reaches its conclusion. According to the rules of ninjas, they began to process the scene. Initially, the aftermath of the battle did not seem overwhelming. But as they confronted the bloodied corpses, an unsettling physical discomfort washed over the four of them. After hastily addressing all the bodies, Tsunade could no longer contain herself and leaned against a tree to vomit. The expressions of the others varied in shades of pallor. Even Orochimaru, who would later become a notorious figure, appeared particularly ashen. After granting his disciples a moment to collect themselves, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke. "All right, let us prepare to leave quickly." Due to this unfortunate incident, By now the sun had nearly dipped beyond the horizon. The afterglow transformed into a dark crimson hue, with shadows creeping through the forest, signaling the impending night. Fortunately, the group had initially planned to camp in this forest for the night. Just before complete darkness enveloped them, they found a suitable spot and lit a fire. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen curiously observed Sakura, who was busily working. A large pot hung from a makeshift wooden frame, and Sakura was diligently adding various ingredients and spices into it. Before long, a rich aroma wafted from the pot. Sakura ladled a bowl of the concoction and respectfully offered it to Sarutobi Hiruzen with both hands. Upon seeing the appetizing contents and inhaling the enticing fragrance, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not help but swallow. Eagerly, he took a taste, and an extraordinary flavor enveloped his palate. The perfectly cooked meat and the harmonious blend of spices created a warm sensation that radiated from his stomach throughout his body. Tsunade and the others, clearly aware of Sakura's exceptional culinary skills, eagerly began to serve themselves from the pot before she could even reach for it. For a moment, the only sound in the air was the subtle crunch of chewing. Even Fuchuan, after devouring several bowls, jokingly suggested to Sakura that if he ever decided against being a ninja, they could open a restaurant together. He swore by the name of the god of commerce that it would surely be profitable. Sakura did not respond to Fuchuan's suggestion. In truth, she felt limited in what she could create in the wild. What lay before them was merely a pot of ordinary beef stew with potatoes, enhanced by some spices she had experimented with over the years. After satisfying their hunger, the fatigue from their daytime journey significantly eased. Glancing at Jiraiya beside him, Orochimaru suddenly turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen and asked, "Sensei, can we also learn the summoning technique?" Clearly, Jiraiya's earlier display of strength had piqued Orochimaru's interest in the summoning arts. Observing the similarly intrigued Tsunade and Sakura, Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled and replied, "Of course, the summoning technique is merely a form of ninjutsu. Once mastered, anyone can attempt to summon their own creature." He continued, "There are two types of summoning tools and summoning beasts." With that, he demonstrated his summoning in front of everyone. As a plume of smoke rose, a robust monkey clad in a ninja outfit appeared, wielding a staff. After surveying the surroundings, the monkey turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, "Hey, old buddy, what do you need me for? This doesn't look like a battlefield." Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled apologetically, "My apologies. I was merely demonstrating for my students. Thank you for coming." The monkey rolled its eyes and, with another puff of smoke, vanished from sight. Observing this spectacle, Sakura and the others displayed expressions of curiosity. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, "When you first attempt the summoning technique, if a willing beast responds to your call, it will appear before you. If you are willing to sign a contract with it using your blood, you will then be able to summon the contracted beast in the future." He elaborated, "Many clans have their designated summoning beasts. For instance, our Sarutobi clan typically contracts with the Monkey King." Designated summoning beasts? Sakura pondered for a moment before asking Sarutobi Hiruzen, "Sensei, why does the Uchiha clan seem to lack a fixed summoning beast?" Upon hearing her question, Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded her with a knowing look before responding. "That is because historically, the Uchiha clan had no need for contracts. In later years, they relied on their powerful ocular techniques to control all summoned creatures." He added, "Your ancestor, the renowned Uchiha Madara, had the Nine Tails as his summoning beast. Thus, there is an unwritten rule in the ninja world: never summon a creature in the presence of the Uchiha clan." Upon hearing this, the others cast envious glances at Sakura. Sakura's expression shifted as she recalled this particular detail. Sarutobi Hiruzen, noticing the group's interest, shifted the topic, saying, "All right, if you wish to try the summoning technique, now is the time. With me here, you need not worry about any issues." At this, everyone except Jiraiya displayed eager expressions. After a brief period of instruction, Sakura and the others swiftly mastered the technique. Under the watchful eyes of Tsunade and Orochimaru, they each prepared to attempt their first summoning. With 2 puffs of smoke, each summoned a small creature before them. Upon seeing the 2 summoned beasts, Sakura wore an expression of intrigue. Before Tsunade, a diminutive, blue and white patterned slug appeared, slowly crawling across her palm. Rather than the unpleasantness of a common slug, this creature exuded an aura of gentleness and charm. Tsunade excitedly cradled it in her hands, carefully examining it. Meanwhile, Orochimaru summoned a small white snake, which he gently held. The snake flicked its tongue, nuzzling against his palm. Witnessing his companions successfully summon their own beasts ignited Sakura's desire to try as well. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen had mentioned that the Uchiha clan did not necessarily require a summoning beast, she envisioned the dramatic scene of the 3 legendary ninjas summoning colossal figures while she would be left to borrow a creature at the last moment. That thought was unbearable. Resolving her hesitation, she swiftly formed the hand seals and struck the ground. Boom! As the smoke began to dissipate, the true form of her summoning slowly emerged. However, when everyone present finally discerned what had been summoned, they were left utterly astonished. Chapter 15. Could this be the legendary date? As the smoke cleared, everyone finally beheld Sakura's summoning. To their astonishment, what appeared before her was an egg. Indeed, a mere egg. The egg was approximately the size of a human head, pure white like jade, and emitted a faint glow in the dim light. As this egg materialized, varied expressions spread across the crowd. Ha! Ultimately, it was Jiraiya's loud laughter that shattered the silence. Holding his belly with one hand and pointing at the egg with the other, he roared with laughter. Ha! You, Sakura, summoned an egg. This is hilarious. Listening to Jiraiya's boisterous mirth, Sakura slowly narrowed her eyes into slits. Just as Jiraiya was about to say more, Sakura interjected. If you keep laughing, I'll hit you. Her tone was flat, but undeniably effective. Realizing she was not jesting, Jiraiya immediately ceased his laughter. As the events of the daytime battle lingered vividly in his mind, he certainly did not wish to be ensnared by Kagura's illusions, only to be beaten mercilessly afterward. The peculiar manner of control left a profound impression on him. Over their time together, he felt that Kagura was indeed capable of such feats. Casting a puzzled glance at the egg, Sarutobi Hizashi hesitated and remarked, although I have never encountered such a situation before, perhaps the egg contains some kind of spirit beast? It might even be a formidable one, as summoning requires considerable energy. Nodding thoughtfully, Kagura gently caressed the egg before her. As its summoner, she could truly sense a powerful force contained within it, one that rivaled even the energy of the one-tailed guardian within him. Yet, no matter how powerful it was, it needed to be born into the world to be of any use. After all, what could she do with an egg? Throw it at an enemy as a weapon? Or perhaps fry it in a pan to replenish energy? With a resigned sigh, he ceased the summoning technique, causing the egg to vanish. At that moment, Jiraiya stood up and cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. With a proud lift of his chin, he declared, "Humph. You weaklings, allow me to showcase my summoning technique. Let me demonstrate what it truly means to be strong." Without granting anyone a chance to respond, he swiftly formed hand signs and dramatically clapped his hands to the ground. Once again, smoke billowed forth, and as it dissipated, a toad appeared, only slightly larger than Tsunade's slug. This toad, entirely green, bore a miniature set of dual swords on its back, and was currently using its tail to pick its nose. Staring at the diminutive creature, Jiraiya exclaimed in astonishment, "Gamagu? Aren't you supposed to be your brother's summoning? Where is Gamabunta?" Indeed, the creature before them was the familiar Gamagu, the younger brother of the infamous toad, Gamabunta, known for wielding a short blade in one hand and a pipe in the other, resembling a street boss. It was remarkable how incomprehensible the growth stages of these beings could be. While Gamabunta now towered nearly 5 meters tall, Gamagu stood at a mere 30 centimeters. In response to Jiraiya's inquiry, Gamagu replied honestly, "Oh, my brother is currently having a meal. He asked me to inform you that if you dare to summon him without prior notice again, he will come and kick your backside." With that, Gamagu took its leave without waiting for a response, vanishing before their eyes. Abandoned by his own summoned beast, Jiraiya found himself in a state of disarray, while Kagura shot him an empathetic glance. Meanwhile, Tsunade could no longer contain herself, rolling on the ground in laughter, clutching her stomach, while Orochimaru, though more reserved, still covered his mouth, stifling his chuckles. With the farcical scene concluded, the group disbanded their summoning techniques and enjoyed a restful night in the forest. Over the following 2 days of travel, they encountered no obstructive foes, allowing their journey to progress more swiftly than anticipated. At present, they found themselves aboard a small boat, with the ferryman strenuously propelling them towards the opposite shore. The land of Whirlpools was a nearby island, and aside from the ferry, no other means of reaching it existed. This marked the final leg of their journey. Once they reached the shore, they would officially arrive in the land of Whirlpools. As they sat on the boat, gazing at the increasingly prominent coastline, Kagura couldn't help but reflect. The land of Whirlpools had long ago established a friendly treaty with Konoha, even going so far as to emblazon the symbol of the Uzumaki clan on the attire of its high-ranking ninjas to demonstrate their enduring camaraderie. With Konoha as a steadfast ally and the imposing presence of the first clan leader, Uzumaki Ashina, the Uzumaki clan could still safeguard the village's peace during this era. However, in the narrative he was familiar with, the land of Whirlpools would face annihilation in the ensuing decade, and the Uzumaki clan would be forced to scatter. The root cause of this tragedy lay in the fear other clans harbored toward the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques, capable of containing even-tailed beasts. Possessing such treasures without commensurate strength would only lead to their demise. Following the fall of the first clan leader, Uzumaki Ashina, and with Konoha preoccupied with its own troubles, the land of Whirlpools and the Uzumaki clan would swiftly fade into the annals of history. As the boat gently collided with the dock, Kagura's thoughts were abruptly interrupted. Upon disembarking, it became evident that their mission had reached its conclusion. Fukuwa bowed deeply in gratitude and promptly settled the remaining payment for the task with Sarutobi Hizashi. The fee for this rank mission was 120,000 ryo, and since Sarutobi had chosen to forego his share, the remaining sum would allow each of the four to receive nearly 20,000 ryo after the village's portion was deducted. For reference, the usual fee for a typical mission ranges between 80,000 to 200,000 ryo, from which the village takes a tax. After bidding farewell to Fukuwa, Sarutobi announced that they would remain in the land of Whirlpools for 2 days, during which everyone was free to explore. His primary purpose for this visit was to meet with the clan leader of the Uzumaki clan to uphold the amicable relations between the two nations. This endeavor entailed a diplomatic process, and in truth, 2 days was a relatively brief period. Before parting ways, Sarutobi handed over the mission's earnings, enabling them to enjoy their time here. Observing the freshly acquired funds, Kagura mused that being a ninja was indeed a lucrative profession. Although the earnings would be divided among the team members, it was remarkable to earn what would have equated to 10,000 yuan in his previous world within just 3 or 4 days. Even before his transference, he had never possessed such earning potential. With Jiraiya having departed, Orochimaru followed suit, expressing a desire to accompany Sarutobi to the clan leader, hoping to gain permission to study the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan firsthand, possibly observing the rumored techniques in action. The remaining trio exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss as to where to go next. To be frank, as ninjas, they rarely had such leisurely moments. Typically, they were either training or on missions. Now that they had finally found themselves with free time, they were uncertain as to how to fill it. With his hands clasped behind his head, Jiraiya proposed visiting the local bookstore, eager to explore its offerings, and departed alone. Ever since he had heard the prophecy from the great sage of Mount Myaboku, foretelling his future as a wandering author, he had developed a keen interest in literature from various parts of the world. Now, in the land of Whirlpools, he hoped to uncover books that were unavailable in the village hidden in the leaves. Left behind, Kagura and Tsunade exchanged a glance, both feeling a sense of resignation. After a moment of silence, Kagura finally spoke. "Well, it's still early. How about we explore the village ourselves? It's not every day we get to travel abroad." Tsunade nodded in agreement with Kagura's suggestion. Thus, the two of them, a young man and woman, began to meander aimlessly through the village hidden in the Whirlpools. As Kagura's back faded into the distance, Tsunade suddenly realized that it was just the two of them. Strolling together, could this be what was referred to as a date? Chapter 16. The thoughts of a young girl. The notion of a date lingered in her mind, becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. Tsunade felt her cheeks warm rapidly, her steps seemingly floating in midair, as if she were walking on clouds. In truth, as time progressed, she had confirmed her affections for the fool standing before her. Initially, upon encountering him at school, she had merely sought to provoke him, influenced by the disdain she held for the Uchiha clan due to her interactions with Tobirama. However, upon witnessing his indifferent reaction to her taunts, her demeanor shifted to one of earnestness. If he had shown resistance or fear, it would have been one thing. After all, she wasn't unreasonable, and bullying him once sufficed. Yet, his blatant disregard for her provocation compelled her to ensure he recognized her existence. Subsequently, on one occasion, she noted a flicker of impatience in his finely crafted features. "What do you mean by that?" she wondered. Shouldn't he feel anger? Was his impatience a reflection of his perception of her as childish? As the provocateur, She found herself incensed and, in an impulsive moment, swung a punch at Sakura. However, as her vision spun, she soon found herself on the ground, alongside Orochimaru and Jiraiya. In that instant, she was utterly bewildered. Who was she? The renowned Tsunade of Konoha village. Even the legendary Hashirama Senju, a figure akin to a deity, had been subject to her childhood antics. How could this boy dare to strike her down? As a descendant of the Senju clan, she was considered a prodigy among her peers. Yet, she had been effortlessly defeated by an unknown Uchiha. Proud as she was, she returned home without divulging the incident to her family. Yet it ignited within her a spirit of challenge against Sakura. Following that encounter, it seemed Sakura had entirely abandoned any semblance of restraint. From then on, whenever she provoked him with words, he would unhesitatingly retaliate. Even Orochimaru, who remained silent on the sidelines, was not spared from his wrath. Thus, they spent 3 years entangled in this dynamic at school, perhaps due to their shared experiences of conflict, or perhaps simply maturing. Sakura eventually recognized that striking a girl was inappropriate. Their confrontations gradually lessened, morphing into an unusual friendship. After graduating, she once again lost to him during the final exam, as he claimed the top score yet again. Upon learning of the class assignments, she had believed their fates had diverged. It was for this reason that she had insisted on celebrating with Sakura. However, to her astonishment, they encountered each other once more during the class placement assessments the following day. No one knew the joy that surged within her upon seeing Sakura that day. It was then that she realized she had likely developed feelings for that infuriating boy. During the subsequent evaluations, he even managed to defeat teacher Sarutobi, the very teacher destined to become Hokage. Although his final move was somewhat less than graceful, he inadvertently became the leader of their team in Sarutobi's absence. She, too, failed to notice how her lifelong ambition to be strong had led her to accept his leadership without contest. Just days ago, while on a mission, witnessing Sakura ruthlessly dispatching their foes had ensnared her heart completely. That man, even his silhouette appeared striking. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Sakura turned to look at her. Upon seeing Tsunade's flushed face, he immediately understood. After all, he was not a naive 8-year-old boy who would shy away from girls. Although in his previous life he had been a recluse, he was now a mature adult in his 30s, capable of discerning a young girl's affections with ease. As for his feelings towards Tsunade, they were indeed significant. Initially, he had consciously avoided her to steer clear of complications arising from their respective backgrounds. However, upon confirming that he had been assigned to Team 7, he had let go of his initial resistance. Moreover, who was Tsunade? Setting aside her formidable political lineage in Konoha, she was a woman with a devilish figure, who maintained her youth even in old age and could alter her form at will. A true embodiment of both beauty and strength. Who could possibly refuse such a lure? Yet, the thought of seducing an 8-year-old girl, despite his actual mental age, was a line he found difficult to cross. After much contemplation, he resolved upon a policy of non-commitment, neither initiating nor rejecting any advances, nor taking responsibility for any entanglements. Upon perceiving Tsunade's peculiar behavior, Sakura retained his calm demeanor, guiding her through the village. It became evident that when a man is determined to charm a woman, it is a relatively straightforward endeavor. With ample resources at their disposal, they began to relish their rare day off, meandering through various shops, occasionally purchasing little gifts to delight her. They explored numerous food stalls, savoring delicacies previously unseen in Konoha. Under Sakura's subtle guidance, Tsunade gradually shed her initial nervousness and began to enjoy this rare outing. Simply strolling with a woman. Who hasn't practiced this with their mother in childhood? At that moment, they walked hand in hand, one clutching a dorayaki and the other a mysterious red bean rice dumpling. With a hearty bite of the dorayaki, Tsunade mumbled, This dorayaki is quite different from Konoha's. Instead of red beans, it contains candied petals. While it's unique, I still prefer the traditional red bean filling. Sakura also took a bite of his dumpling, relishing its chewy texture. After swallowing, Tsunade stole a glance at him and murmured, But I still prefer the food you make, Sakura. Once we return, let us invite Orochimaru and Jiraiya over, and I'll cook for you all. With that, she quickly finished the remaining dumpling and discarded the stick into a nearby trash bin. Tsunade's face lit up, but then she hesitantly whispered, But I want you to cook just for me. What did you just say? Sakura asked, genuinely confused. Tsunade quickly turned her head away and replied loudly, I didn't say anything. You must have misheard. Rubbing his ear, Sakura was about to speak again when two girls passed by them, one of whom called out loudly, "Hey, Fuso, wait for me." Upon hearing that name, Sakura froze in place, momentarily stunned. Noticing his sudden halt, Tsunade looked at him quizzically and asked, "What's wrong?" At that moment, Sakura finally recalled the owner of the name. He quickly turned to look at the girl in front of him. The girl appeared to be a year or two older than them, dressed in the most common attire for women in the area. However, what truly captivated his attention was her fiery red hair, a hallmark of the Uzumaki clan. It was her. With a flash of insight, Sakura promptly turned and chased after the girl. Fortunately, her pace was not swift, and after a few hurried steps, he caught up to her. He quickly called out to the other person, "Excuse me, are you Uzumaki Fuso?" Upon hearing her name, the girl paused and turned to look at Kagura. However, upon seeing Kagura's appearance, she could not recall ever having met someone like her. With a hint of confusion, she asked, I am. May I ask who you are?" Upon hearing the girl's affirmation, a joyful smile spread across Kagura's face. Indeed, she is the one. At that moment, Tsunade finally caught up from behind. "Kagura, what's wrong with you?" she asked, scanning the two girls in front of her with a puzzled expression before turning her gaze back to Kagura. Noticing Tsunade's arrival, Fuso furrowed her brow. Instinctively, she became wary of the two strangers who clearly did not belong to the land of the Whirlpools. Given the peculiar circumstances surrounding the Uzumaki clan, many of their kin had recently been abducted by outsiders, particularly powerful women who were the primary targets of such kidnappers. Meanwhile, an excited Kagura seemed oblivious to Fuso's apprehension and spoke up. "Hello, Miss Fuso. We are ninjas from Konoha, here on a mission to the land of the Whirlpools." When Fuso heard Kagura mention Konoha, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief, her eyes losing their previous wariness. As the long-standing allies of the Fuso clan, Konoha was undoubtedly the most trustworthy entity aside from her own kin. After introducing themselves, Kagura appeared to enter a state of hesitation, but soon, as if making a decision, she spoke again. "Miss Fuso, please remember what I am about to say. If, in the future, you encounter any difficulties or find yourself in a dire situation, please come to Konoha for help. Whether it is you or your children, we at Konoha will do our utmost to protect you. Please remember my words today. And trust us." Fuso responded, "Huh?" Tsunade, standing beside Fuso, was now eagerly glancing back and forth between the two. Is this some sort of confession?" After an initial moment of shock, Tsunade's expression quickly turned to anger. Grinding her teeth, she hurled the uneaten dorayaki she held onto the ground and, with a hint of a sob in her voice, shouted at Kagura, "Kagura, you scoundrel! I misjudged you." With that, she stormed away without looking back. Realizing that his previous words might have been misinterpreted, Kagura anxiously watched Tsunade's retreating figure. He quickly bowed to Fuso, saying, "Miss Fuso, please remember what I just said." Then, he hurriedly chased after Tsunade. Watching the two figures gradually fade into the distance, Fuso felt as though she had just experienced an unreal dream. It was only when her friend nudged her that she awoke from her reverie. Her friend looked at her with a curious expression and asked, "Fuso, where did you meet that boy? He's from Konoha, right? By the way, he looks quite handsome. Though, he seems a bit young and perhaps a bit of a scoundrel as well. He should at least be more discreet about trying to play both sides." Hearing this, Fuso gazed at her friend in horror, quickly shaking her head in denial. "What are you talking about? I don't know that boy at all. It's my first time seeing him." After saying this, she struggled to remember the words Kagura had just spoken to her, muttering to herself in realization, "No. Is he unwell?" Chasing after Tsunade, Kagura eventually returned to their inn. The land of the Whirlpools had long anticipated the arrival of Sarutobi Hiruzen and had arranged accommodations for everyone. The two had previously dropped off their luggage at the inn before going out to explore. Standing before Tsunade's room, Kagura helplessly explained, "Tsunade, you have to listen to me. It's not what you think. I was not confessing. There's another reason." A sulky voice from inside the room responded, "Then what is your explanation?" Kagura opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. The reason he had stopped that girl was indeed significant. Though Fuso's name might be unfamiliar to many, everyone certainly knew her son, Nagato. Yes, the very one with the Rinnegan who founded the Akatsuki organization, later killed Jiraiya, and single-handedly annihilated the entire Hidden Leaf village. And his mother was Uzumaki Fuso. In the original storyline, after the fall of the land of the Whirlpools, Fuso and her family wandered into the land of Rain. Later, during the Second Shinobi World War, She and her husband were mistakenly killed by Konoha ninjas searching for food, leaving behind their orphaned son, Nagato. Subsequently, due to a series of events, Nagato gradually became a significant adversary on Naruto's path to growth. Being familiar with this entire sequence of events, Kagura had such a strong reaction upon realizing who Fuso was. Although he still subconsciously believed that saving the world was Naruto and Sasuke's responsibility, he would not mind utilizing his knowledge of the plot to change certain events and mitigate some tragedies if given the chance. For Fuso, had she sought Konoha's protection instead of wandering into the land of rain, Kagura believed that Nagato's future would have been entirely different. However, the greatest challenge now was that he could not explain this to Tsunade. Would he tell her that he was from the future and had been trying to alter that girl's fate? Even he would not believe such words. After a long silence, Tsunade finally shouted in anger, "You have nothing to say now, do you? Go. Just leave." With a resigned sigh, Kagura had no choice but to depart silently. Hearing the sound of footsteps retreating outside, Tsunade buried her head in her blanket, murmuring, "Kagura, you idiot." As night fell, Kagura did not expect that the first to return would not be Jiraiya, but Orochimaru. He returned with a nostalgic expression, suggesting he had gained much today. It was only upon seeing Kagura alone outside the inn that he seemed to come back to reality. After glancing at Kagura, he appeared to realize something and said, "Had another quarrel with Tsunade?" Kagura nodded helplessly. Seeing this, Orochimaru said nothing more and simply sat beside him with a smile. After a pause, he continued, "You know, Tsunade is actually a very gentle girl. And, as you know, she likes you. So sometimes she might throw a little tantrum." Upon hearing this, Kagura could only shake his head in resignation. This time was different. He wanted to explain but found himself unable to do so. In fact, over the years, it was Orochimaru who had most profoundly overturned Kagura's impression of him. As the main antagonist throughout the original story, Orochimaru was a childhood nightmare for many children. However, as one of the few villains who could be redeemed in the later parts, he was also a character filled with contradictions. At least, in Kagura's eyes. The current Orochimaru was merely a humble and polite person with a dedicated pursuit of ninjutsu. Without the misleading influence of people like Danzo, he might have become a scientific genius instead. As for Tsunade's feelings for Kagura, it was evident not only to him, but also to Jiraiya. Perhaps that was precisely why Jiraiya had rarely expressed his feelings for Tsunade. But that was fine, for Kagura understood that even without him, there would be no outcome between Jiraiya and Tsunade. As she gazed at Orochimaru before her, Kagura deftly shifted the topic, inquiring, "It seems you have gained a great deal from accompanying Lord Sarutobi today?" Upon hearing a subject that piqued his interest, Orochimaru could no longer maintain his calm demeanor. His face alight with fervor as he responded, "Indeed, the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan are truly extraordinary. Do you know? They fundamentally differ from all the sealing arts we have learned." In a departure from his usual reticence, Orochimaru eagerly recounted his discoveries to Kagura. She chose not to interrupt, instead playing the role of an attentive audience, listening quietly to his narrative. When he finally concluded, Kagura remarked, "It appears you have a profound passion for the study of ninjutsu." Observing Orochimaru's expression of lingering enthusiasm, she pondered for a moment before continuing. "I have heard from Lord Sarutobi that your interest in ninjutsu only began after the passing of your parents. Is that correct?" At this question, Orochimaru's countenance swiftly regained its composure. He nodded silently. Noticing this, Kagura hesitantly voiced a long-held curiosity. "Is your fervor for ninjutsu driven by a desire to discover a technique to resurrect them?" After a moment of serious contemplation, Orochimaru gently shook his head and replied, "No, it is not that. They have taught me that human life is exceedingly fragile. Yet, through the mastery of ninjutsu, one may acquire power. If one could attain immortality, might humanity uncover the truths of this world through the study of ninjutsu?" Gazing into Orochimaru's clear eyes, Kagura did not oppose his viewpoint. Instead, he turned his gaze to the starry sky above. The night sky in this world was unlike that of his previous life. The untainted heavens as pristine as a black canvas. The canvas was adorned with twinkling stars, and the resplendent galaxy formed a most exquisite tableau. Taking a deep breath, he slowly articulated, "Human life is fragile, yet it is also the most powerful. For all that we currently possess is the result of the struggles of countless humans. Life may not endure eternally, but the spirit can. An indomitable spirit is far more potent than mere brute strength." He earnestly regarded Orochimaru and continued, I once came across a saying, "Death is the greatest gift bestowed upon humanity by the divine, while immortality is the most dreadful curse." With that, he patted Orochimaru on the shoulder and rose, making his way into the inn. Watching his retreating figure, Orochimaru wore a contemplative expression. Chapter 18. An unexpected mission. The conversation with Orochimaru was not merely a spur-of-the-moment whim on Kagura's part. Following the battles of that day, he had keenly sensed the subtle desire hidden within Orochimaru's gaze directed at him. Coupled with Orochimaru's obsession with the Sharingan in the original narrative, he understood what that desire represented. However, through the years of their camaraderie, he had come to perceive that Orochimaru's true nature was not malevolent. Thus, this conversation was a deliberate endeavor on his part, perhaps a desperate attempt to save a friend. 2 swift days passed. During this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen had hardly appeared before them. Orochimaru seemed to have received permission, spending his days at the local ninja academy and returning only in the evenings with a look of satisfaction. Jiraiya, on the other hand, became increasingly frantic. According to him, he had discovered many rare novels in this place that did not exist in Konoha. Yet, whether due to financial constraints or the sheer impracticality of transporting so many books back, Jiraiya ultimately decided to remain in the bookstore, striving to read as many books as possible. Consequently, he found himself nearly trapped in the bookstore all day, not returning to the inn even at night. Left behind, Kagura faced the wrath of Tsunade alone. Despite his attempts to appease her anger with gifts or conversation, the efforts proved largely ineffective. Today, Team 7 reconvened at the dock. Behind Jiraiya was a large basket filled with packaged books, while Orochimaru busily scribbled notes on a scroll. Tsunade, however, turned her back, standing a distance away from Kagura, clearly in a foul mood. Observing Tsunade's evident displeasure, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a hint of confusion but attributed her behavior to childishness and chose to disregard it. After crossing back to the mainland, the group began their journey toward Konoha. Although Fukuwa's pace was not slow, it paled in comparison to that of the ninjas. This return journey was marked by their swift running. In the forest, shadows flitted seamlessly among the towering trees. What had previously taken 3 days to traverse was accomplished in a mere day, bringing them to the outskirts of Konoha. Estimating the remaining distance and glancing at the blazing sun overhead, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his right hand, signaling the team to halt. As several shadows darted past, 4 figures suddenly appeared behind him. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke. "There are approximately 2 hours left to the village. Let us find a shaded spot to eat before we set off again." Nodding in agreement, the group descended to the ground to rest. While rummaging through his backpack, Kagura retrieved a piece of pastry, one he had purchased 2 days prior in the land of Whirlpools. This rare delicacy, made of honey, rice cake, and red bean, not only maintained a delightful taste, but also possessed the quality of long-term preservation. Thus, he had intentionally bought several pieces to serve as provisions for the journey. Holding the last piece in his hand, Kagura contemplated, then offered it to Tsunade, saying, "This is quite delicious. Would you like to try it?" "Humph," Tsunade retorted, turning her head away in irritation. "Who would want your food? You might as well save it for your little lady friend in the land of Whirlpools." What a fiery temper, Kagura thought helplessly. Meanwhile, Orochimaru and Jiraiya, enjoying their own rations, watched the exchange with keen interest, wearing expressions of amusement. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, having witnessed such antics over the past few days, felt little surprise. Aside from lamenting the joys of youth, he harbored no further thoughts. Seeing the situation unfold, Kagura resigned himself to quietly consuming the pastry. After sipping some water, he leaned against a tree trunk, half closing his eyes to rest. Suddenly, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Emergency mission triggered. Mission option 1. Successfully escape from Kinkaku. Mission reward. Randomly select and comprehend a ninjutsu. Must be of a rank or higher. Mission option 2. Successfully eliminate Kinkaku. Mission reward. Randomly select and comprehend a ninjutsu. Must be of a rank or higher. Only one of these mission options may be completed. Repetition is not permitted. Upon absorbing the task information in his mind, Kagura was startled into an upright position. Who is Kinkaku? He is a legendary figure who has influenced the trajectory of the entire ninja world, especially as a ninja from Konoha, even as a student at the Ninja Academy. He had heard this name. During the latter stages of the First Ninja War, the village of Kumobikure began to split into factions of hardliners and moderates. The moderate faction, led by the second Reikage, decided to form an alliance with Konoha to cease hostilities. At the alliance ceremony, it was Kinkaku and Ginkaku who suddenly initiated a coup, killing the second Reikage on the spot and injuring the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. The Konoha forces seized the opportunity to flee the scene, but they were pursued by the elite forces led by Kinkaku and Ginkaku. In a critical moment, the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, tested the group's situational awareness and decisiveness, then went alone to divert the enemy's attention, covering the retreat of the team. Regrettably, faced with an overwhelming number of adversaries, Senju Tobarama ultimately succumbed to defeat. Severely wounded, he fell shortly thereafter. In that battle, the elite squad of 20 led by the brothers, Kinkaku and Jinkaku, was entirely annihilated. Although the two brothers sustained grave injuries, they did not perish. Later, the disciple of the second Reikage who met his demise at the hands of Kinkaku and Jinkaku, resolved to avenge his master upon assuming the mantle of the third Reikage, vowing to present the heads of the two brothers at his master's funeral. Kinkaku and Jinkaku, already injured from their previous encounter with Senju Tobarama, ultimately could not withstand the relentless pursuit of the most formidable spear, thereby concluding their legendary lives. As images of the two brothers flashed rapidly through his mind, Kagura's complexion turned pale. Although he was unaware of the circumstances that led to Kinkaku's appearance on the outskirts of Konohagakure, he recognized that this was not the moment for inquiry. Kagura was fervently contemplating the possibility of escape. It was not a lack of faith in Sarutobi Hisashi, but rather the overwhelming power of the enemy that instilled fear. Kinkaku, revered alongside Jinkaku as the two lights of the clouds, possessed strength far exceeding that depicted in the animated narrative, with chakra on par with that of a tailed beast. The brothers were also notorious for their brutal nature. After being consumed by the Nine Tails, they had audaciously feasted on its flesh within its very belly, leading the Nine Tails to eventually expel them, granting them the power of the beast, even enabling them to manifest its tailed beast transformation. Moreover, they wielded 5 legendary ninja tools passed down from the Sage of Six Paths, each possessing the potential to sway the tides of war. Thus, according to the original narrative, even when confronted by the severely injured brothers, the third Reikage could only secure victory through stealth. The prospect of facing such a formidable shadow-level adversary was beyond Sarutobi Hisashi's current capabilities. Observing Kagura's peculiar behavior, Sarutobi Hisashi cast a perplexed glance in his direction. However, before he could voice his thoughts, his expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to rise abruptly, his gaze fixed intently on the woods ahead. The other 3 exchanged bewildered looks, and moments later, even they sensed an ineffable danger emanating from the depths of the forest. They swiftly adopted defensive stances, their faces reflecting sheer terror as they stared into the darkened woods, which, despite the midday sun, resembled a gaping void from the abyss fixated upon them. A gust of wind swept through, bringing with it a terrifying oppressive aura. In the face of this pressure, Kagura and his companions felt as though they were braving a storm at sea. Just as Tsunade sensed her breaking point, a hoarse, frenzied voice echoed from the depths. "Oh? It seems I've encountered an acquaintance." Chapter 19. Crisis O? It seems I've encountered an acquaintance. As the slightly deranged voice resonated, a figure gradually materialized before them. With long yellow hair adorned with 2 upright horns atop his head and facial markings resembling 6 whiskers, he wore a purple short-sleeved garment complemented by a white vest of a Cloud Village Jonin, distinguished by a headband marked with a slash. His imposing stature was accentuated by golden tattoos on his arms, and he brandished a colossal fan. He approached them with an air of arrogant superiority, moving at a leisurely pace until he halted a mere 10 meters away, regarding Sarutobi Hisashi and his companions with a bemused expression. As he beheld the figure before him, memories of past encounters flooded Sarutobi Hisashi's mind. Gritting his teeth, he uttered the name that had haunted his nightmares for the past year, Kinkaku. The burden of having survived solely due to Tobarama's self-sacrifice had long tormented his soul. Were it not for his responsibilities as Hokage and the future of the village, he would have long sought revenge. Observing Sarutobi Hisashi, whose eyes burned with fury, Kinkaku grinned wickedly, remarking, "Ah, is this the boy from the Sarutobi clan who trailed behind Tobarama? You seem less than pleased to see me." Hearing this, Sarutobi Hisashi inhaled deeply, quickly regaining his composure as he sought to maintain his calm. An experienced ninja, he understood that anger could lead to fatal mistakes in battle. Stealthily, he gestured to his companions behind him, inquiring, "What brings you here, Lord Kinkaku?" With a smile still plastered on his face, Kinkaku tilted his head and responded, "Well, after that incident, I could hardly return to the Cloud Village. So, I've been wandering around ever since. I hadn't anticipated encountering you here. I hear you are to succeed Tobirama as the third Hokage?" Sarutobi Hisashi remained composed but chose not to answer. Kinkaku, unfazed, slowly lifted the hand holding the fan and licked his tongue. His grin morphed into a more sinister expression as he fixed his gaze on Sarutobi Hisashi, stating, "It would be quite splendid if both the second and third Hokage were to perish at my hands, wouldn't it?" No sooner had he spoken than a palpable killing intent erupted from him. Sarutobi Hisashi's expression changed, and he shouted, "Run!" In truth, his companions had already begun to retreat the moment the murderous aura was unleashed. This was not an act of abandoning their leader, but rather a preemptive signal from Sarutobi Hisashi indicating a need for escape. They were acutely aware that in a confrontation of such magnitude, even the Umbu would be powerless to intervene. Their swift departure would ultimately serve to aid Sarutobi Hisashi. As the scenery rushed by, Kagura sprinted with all his might to flee the battlefield. Yet, before he could cover much distance, a voice, reminiscent of a nightmare, rang in his ears, "Little brats. Do I permit you to leave?" Accompanying the voice was Kinkaku's visage. Seeing that familiar face sent a jolt of terror through Kagura's heart. Fortunately, prior to Kinkaku's appearance, he had activated his Sharingan. Without hesitation, he unleashed the Kotoame Tsukumi against the enemy before him. A note of confusion escaped Kinkaku's lips as he found himself unable to control his body. An opportunity. Seizing the fleeting moment, Kagura thrust several shuriken toward his foe. Yet, in that brief interval, Kinkaku regained control of himself, and like a phantom, he effortlessly snatched all the weapons hurled at him. You Uchiha brat. You are far too Navi. Before Kinkaku could finish his retort, the shuriken he had caught detonated. Kagura had affixed explosive tags to them. However, before he could revel in his success, he realized that Kinkaku had vanished from sight. In an instant, the truth dawned upon him. It was a clone. Understanding this, he quickly turned to his three companions, only to find that they too were confronted by the specter of Kinkaku. In a strikingly different manner, these golden horns dispatched their foes with a mere strike, be it a kick or a punch, sending the fleeing Tsunade and her companions plummeting to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding impacts created 3 deep craters in an instant. As the dust settled, the figures of Jiraiya and Orochimaru gradually came into view, lying in the craters, rendered unconscious by the force of the blow. Conversely, Tsunade, in a last-ditch effort, had managed to muster her immense strength just in time to withstand the attack. However, she could barely maintain her footing, swaying unsteadily, a trickle of blood escaping her lips, her eyes wide with terror. The 3 golden-horned clones, perched upon the trees, were momentarily taken aback by the scene. Though merely clones, they possessed the same prowess as their original. Yet, these little devils had unexpectedly encountered adversaries capable of evading their pursuit. This realization brought forth predatory grins upon their lips. With a powerful push, the 3 figures surged toward the trembling Tsunade. Upon witnessing the 3 dark figures barreling towards her, a flicker of despair crossed Tsunade's eyes. Truly, they were capable of besting her grandfather. Even a casual blow from them was beyond her defense. The only reason she remained standing was her unwillingness to concede defeat. Deep down, she understood that her body was rendered immobile. Despairing, she closed her eyes, her thoughts echoing, "If only I hadn't lost my temper with that fool." In that critical moment, a searing inferno suddenly erupted before her. The 3 dark silhouettes, akin to harbingers of doom, gradually disintegrated into ashes within the flames. It was the fire release, great flame technique, executed just in time by Sarutobi Hiruzen. As he uttered the command to flee, the once menacing golden horns before him dissipated like a mirage. Taken aback by this turn of events, Hiruzen quickly grasped the situation. His target was his own student. Though he had rushed to her aid, he was still a moment too late to prevent the calamity. Fortunately, he had arrived at Tsunade's most desperate hour. Yet, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, another dark figure surged forth from behind Tsunade. Another golden horn. It was diving towards her, laughing maniacally. "If I'm not mistaken, that's a little brat from the Tobirama clan. Let me take her to meet Tobirama." Hiruzen's heart tightened as he dashed towards Tsunade. However, compared to the physically adept Cloud Village, Hiruzen's speed paled in comparison to that of the Golden Horn. Moreover, the Golden Horn was closer to Tsunade. In the depths of Hiruzen's despairing gaze, the Golden Horn reached Tsunade, raising its right hand, a fist imbued with such force that it created a gust of wind. Tsunade, unable to move, could only watch as the fist loomed larger before her. Yet, at that moment, a familiar silhouette appeared before her. Chapter 20. The Battle of Shadows. Gazing at the familiar figure, Tsunade felt tears welling in her eyes for reasons she could not fathom. The newcomer was none other than Uchiha Kaguya, who had rushed towards them. After vanquishing the clone in front of him, he instantly discerned the Golden Horn's intent and sprinted towards the trio. Yet, even Sarutobi Hiruzen had struggled to reach them in time. How could Kaguya possibly be faster? Thus, he bore witness as the three were struck down like cannonballs, helpless to intervene. Thankfully, Hiruzen's ninjutsu ultimately saved Tsunade, as he arrived just at the critical moment. The Golden Horn, with its right hand raised, crackled with electricity, clearly having enhanced its physical prowess with a form of lightning release ninjutsu. Seeing Uchiha Kaguya appear before him, the Golden Horn's cruel grin widened, and without hesitation, it swung its fist. The massive fist, akin to a divine being descending upon mortals, charged towards the two, crackling with lightning and the sound of rushing air. Observing the impending strike, Kaguya gritted his teeth, channeling all his chakra into his right hand. With an indomitable spirit, he too unleashed a powerful punch in response, a technique learned from Tsunade, her monstrous strength. Tsunade's monstrous strength, strictly speaking, was not a form of ninjutsu. It was a product of her mastery over chakra flow, combined with her innate physical might. Naturally, possessing the Sharingan, Kaguya found it effortless to replicate this technique. In the astonished gaze of Hiruzen, the two fists finally collided. At the moment of impact, an eerie silence enveloped the area. Then, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from their fists, forming an invisible shockwave that radiated outward from their point of contact. However, the disparity in their strength was insurmountable. They maintained their stalemate for merely a second before Kaguya's expression shifted dramatically. He was propelled backward, colliding with Tsunade. The tremendous force sent them crashing through dozens of trees along a straight path until they finally collided with a massive boulder, bringing them to a halt. The boulder bore a gaping hole where they had struck, and at last, their forms were revealed. Tsunade lay unconscious on the ground, but her rising chest suggested she still clung to life. In contrast, Kaguya appeared worse for wear. His right arm twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly fractured, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he fell to one knee, exhausted. Though he seemed to have suffered a devastating defeat, he had ultimately withstood the Golden Horn's lethal strike. Seeing that Uchiha brat withstand his attack once more, the Golden Horn did not grow angry. Instead, it erupted into maniacal laughter. Yet, before it could make its next move, Hiruzen finally confronted it directly. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes as he completed a hand seal. The ground trembled, and suddenly a massive earthen dragon surged forth towards the Golden Horn. But that was not the end. As the earth dragon charged, Hiruzen puffed out his cheeks and unleashed a torrent of flames. The flames enveloped the earth dragon, transforming it into a fire-breathing earthen dragon, a combined ninjutsu, earth dragon flame flow. Yet, in the face of such an assault, the Golden Horn merely grinned wickedly, standing motionless. The fiery earth dragon engulfed its form. However, despite the successful strike, Hiruzen's expression grew grim, for this was merely a clone. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, a raspy voice echoed from above. "Kid Hiruzen, you still lack caution. Have you forgotten that anger is a ninja's greatest taboo?" The true Golden Horn had leapt into the air, its right hand gripping the fan, veins bulging, and with a powerful swing aimed at Hiruzen's back. 5 energy orbs of varying colors erupted from the tip of the fan. After a brief pause, they transformed into 5 colossal dragons, roaring toward Hiruzen. Boom! With a deafening explosion, a massive blast erupted from the spot where Hiruzen had stood, vaporizing trees within a 100-meter radius. The shockwave of the explosion created a tempest that swept through the forest, tossing the fallen Orochimaru and others far away. As the Golden Horn descended slowly, it fixated its gaze upon the spot where Hiruzen had once stood. As the dust began to clear, a half-circle of earth, entwined with trees, materialized before them. "The earthen wall before me has suffered considerable damage. Through the debris, I can see a cage formed by numerous ornate rods. Within this prison resides Sarutobi Hiruzen. Just before 5 attacks descend upon him, he swiftly employs the Earth Release technique, reinforced by the summoned Monkey King, to create a formidable barrier against the onslaught. However, the rapid cadence of his breath and the blood-stained upper half of his body reveal that he has not completely withstood the impact. Upon glimpsing Hiruzen within the cage, Kinkaku does not betray any sign of disappointment. His gaze is fixed upon Hiruzen as he slowly raises his right hand, clutching the banana fan. Though a flicker of exhaustion crosses his face, he resolutely brings the fan down once more. As he observes the familiar 5 waves of energy approaching, Hiruzen does not resign himself to fate. With a sharp glint in his eyes, he swiftly dispels the barrier. With a series of rapid hand seals, shadow clones materialize beside him, affirming his reputation as the master of ninjutsu. Each of the 5 Hiruzen figures performs distinct hand seals, unleashing a simultaneous assault of fire, lightning, water, earth, and wind techniques. The 5 nature transformation technique erupts with a resounding boom, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that engulfs the battlefield. It is as if a terrifying natural disaster has struck, rendering vast swathes of lush forest to mere rubble. Several kilometers away from the chaos, Kajiro, despite enduring agonizing pain, sets down his last comrade, Jiraiya. He sits on the ground, utterly drained, with Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya laid out before him. As the only one still conscious, he had swiftly retreated from the battlefield with Tsunade long before the first explosion. After ensuring her safety, he returned to locate Orochimaru and Jiraiya, bringing them to a sheltered hillside far from the fray. The moment the system presented a choice of tasks, he had surmised the formidable nature of Kinkaku. If it were not for the overwhelming difficulty of defeating him, the system would not have offered an alternative task for him to consider. Yet, as he listens to the relentless explosions in the distance and witnesses the flattened trees, Kajiro fully comprehends the might of an elite shinobi. Gazing at the distant figures, minuscule yet responsible for the immense detonations, he is lost in thought. First and foremost, Sarutobi Hiruzen must not perish, not here, at least. Given the current structure of Konohagakure, if Hiruzen were to die, the only candidate for the 3rd Hokage would be Danzo. Should Danzo ascend to that position, Kajiro would have no choice but to defect from the village. However, that does not align with the original narrative. Hiruzen should not die at this juncture. Ultimately, what brings Kinkaku here? Shouldn't he and Ginkaku have perished at the hands of the 3rd Reikage? Is this a consequence of his transmigration, resulting in a butterfly effect? Speaking of which, where has Ginkaku gone? Suddenly, Kajiro feels as though he has grasped the crux of the matter. Reflecting further on the encounter with Kinkaku, a realization dawns upon him. Could it truly be so? As he murmurs to himself, the battle nearby takes an unexpected turn. A surge of chakra, unsettling in its intensity, manifests within the conflict. He quickly lifts his gaze and, through the haze, perceives an orange-red figure with multiple tails thrashing about, roaring loudly. Kajiro's eyes narrow, and his heart races with recognition. He knows all too well that this is the form of the 9 tails in its tailed beast cloak. Observing Kinkaku transform into this state for battle, it becomes abundantly clear that the already disadvantaged Hiruzen is now in grave peril. Chapter 21. Master Kinkaku, you are indeed suspicious. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen feels as though death is imminent. He has witnessed Kinkaku's strength firsthand, having accompanied Tobirama to the Land of Lightning, where Kinkaku and Ginkaku instigated a coup and assassinated the 2nd Reikage. Yet, he had not realized that Kinkaku had not yet revealed his full prowess at that time. When Tobirama faced the 2 brothers alone to protect them, Hiruzen did not witness the ensuing battle. Throughout the year, he contemplated revenge but understood that the strength of those brothers was beyond his capacity to confront. Now, in direct combat, he recognizes that he has grossly underestimated Kinkaku's capabilities. If we disregard the unique circumstances of bloodline limits, the true evaluation of a ninja's strength fundamentally rests upon chakra, physical prowess, and ninjutsu. In comparing Hiruzen with Kinkaku, it becomes apparent that the latter excels in the latter 2 categories, with Hiruzen's only advantage lying in ninjutsu. However, Kinkaku wields a legendary weapon, the banana fan, bestowed by the Sage of 6 Paths. This fan disregards the user's chakra nature, enabling the simultaneous release of the 5 elemental transformations. Although its usage demands vast chakra reserves, for someone like Kinkaku, whose chakra rivals that of a tailed beast, it poses no limitation. This weapon effectively nullifies Hiruzen's sole advantage in ninjutsu. Moreover, Kinkaku's initial ambush with the assistance of his students had already inflicted substantial damage on Hiruzen at the onset of the battle. Once Kinkaku, an experienced ninja, capitalizes on this disadvantage, turning the tide becomes exceedingly difficult. Even so, amidst Hiruzen's diverse array of techniques, a tenuous balance remains between the two warriors. However, this equilibrium shatters when Kinkaku opts to assume the form of the Nine Tails. Witnessing the 6 swaying tails of the Crimson Beast before him, Hiruzen is engulfed by a malevolent chakra. Kinkaku appears to have lost all semblance of rationality, muttering incessantly, "Die. You will all die." As the last word escapes his lips in a furious roar, he transforms into a flash of red light, charging toward Hiruzen. Despite his preparedness, Kinkaku's accelerated speed far exceeds Hiruzen's expectations. The sound of their collision reverberates as Hiruzen is sent hurtling backward, a shadow cast against the wreckage of the battlefield. As the dust settles, Hiruzen struggles to rise from the debris, but Kinkaku's red light strikes again, sending him flying once more. With each successive impact, Hiruzen is battered like a mere ball being tossed about. Yet, as an elite shinobi, he possesses the resilience to withstand such adversity. Gradually acclimating to Kinkaku's speed, he deflects several subsequent attacks using the Rui Jingu Bang, a manifestation of the Monkey King. Though he continues to be flung away, the actual damage inflicted upon him is not overwhelmingly severe. With one final collision, Hiruzen crashes into a massive tree before finally regaining his footing. Though his hands clutch the Rui Jingu Bang with determination, the tremors in his arms betray his exhaustion. In a swift motion, the tailed beast Kinkaku appears on a nearby tree, his shadowy visage adorned with 2 white, sightless eyes. He gazes down at the diminutive human below, slowly parting his lips. The 6 tails behind him rise ominously as a colossal chakra begins to coalesce, forming a dark orb in front of his mouth. Upon witnessing this ominous sphere, a flicker of dread crosses Hiruzen's eyes. This is the tailed beast bomb. No longer hesitating, he swiftly formed a series of hand seals, and a water dragon crackling with lightning suddenly manifested before him. This was a ninjutsu that combined water release and lightning release techniques, creating an electrified water dragon bullet to strike at his foes, an attack known as the Thunder Water Dragon Bullet. As if choreographed, after a brief moment of tranquility, the 2 charged attacks surged forth simultaneously towards one another. The black and blue assaults collided mid-air, resulting in a momentary standoff. However, this deadlock lasted only a few seconds, as the black-tailed beast ball swelled in size, causing the blue attack to slowly retreat. Once the tailed beast ball reached its maximum expanse, it swiftly engulfed the Thunder Water Dragon Bullet and surged towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. With a flash of black light, a 100-meter-long straight line pierced through the entire forest, originating from the Golden Horn. At the end of this line, Sarutobi Hiruzen lay on the ground, clearly unconscious. Witnessing the fallen enemy, the Golden Horn finally shed its tailed beast cloak. Jumping down from the tree, he stumbled momentarily before regaining his balance. At that moment, he no longer exuded the arrogance of his entrance, now breathing heavily as he gazed at the distant Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was evident that this battle had not been as effortless as he had anticipated. In reluctant murmurs, he uttered, "Damn it, if it weren't for Tobarama and A." He took several deep breaths, finally restoring his composure. Slowly, he advanced, preparing to personally eliminate the 3rd Hokage. At that moment, a youthful voice emerged beside him. "Indeed, Lord Kinkaku, your condition appears to be not as favorable as one might expect." Hearing this, Kinkaku paused, turning to face the source of the voice. Before him stood Uchiha Kagura, the young ninja who had previously resisted 2 of his pursuits. Hesitant for a moment after witnessing Kinkaku transform into his tailed beast form, Kagura had chosen to approach. He had kept a safe distance of several kilometers from the battlefield to ensure his safety. Thus, despite exerting all his effort, he arrived to find Sarutobi Hiruzen already fallen. Yet, upon observing Kinkaku's unsteady stance and his muttered words, he realized he had made the right gamble. Kinkaku was in an unusual state. Gazing at the youth before him, Kinkaku narrowed his eyes, remaining silent in response to the inquiry. Undeterred, Kagura continued, "Surely the battle you faced last year against Lord Tobarama before his demise inflicted considerable harm upon you. Furthermore, with the relentless pursuit of the so-called strongest spear, the 3rd Reikage, Your body must have been unable to return to its optimal state. Upon hearing the mention of the third Reikage, Kinkaku's pupils constricted. Logically, the pursuit of his brothers by the third Reikage should have been kept confidential. He was perplexed as to how this young genin from Konoha knew of such matters. He finally replied with a smirk, "Heh, what do you think you know? As for my strength, even your third Hokage has fallen. You are unworthy to know." In response, Kagura laughed heartily. "So you do not deny it? Then may I ask, Lord Kinkaku, why is it that among the 5 legendary tools of the Sage of Six Paths, we only see the banana fan in your possession? Moreover, where has your younger brother, Lord Ginkaku, gone? Could it be here?" He cast a sly glance at the legendary ninja before him, continuing, "Could it be that your younger brother's head has already been claimed by Lord A to honor the second Reikage?" At this remark, Kinkaku's inherent fury could no longer be contained. A flash of lightning erupted, and he appeared before Kagura in an instant. His right hand transformed into a razor-sharp blade, thrusting violently into Kagura's chest. Yet, contrary to the anticipated sensation of flesh and blood, the boy before him, adorned with an infuriating smile, gradually faded away until he vanished completely. Was this an illusion? Before he could act further, hundreds of Kagura's figures suddenly appeared around him. Kagura's slightly deranged voice echoed from all directions. I cannot believe it. I truly guessed correctly. Even my Jinjutsu could not be seen through. Indeed, Lord Kinkaku, your condition is far from ideal. I never imagined I would have the chance to eliminate a legendary ninja. Chapter 22. Dance, young man amidst the thunder. Who would have thought that one day I would have the opportunity to slay such a legendary figure? This is simply exquisite. As the voices of hundreds resonated, the cacophony disturbed the birds throughout the forest. The echoes mingled with the chirping of countless birds, inducing a headache for Kinkaku, who instinctively sought to isolate the clamor. A sinister grin returned to his face as he bellowed, "Uchiha brat, do you think such trivial illusions can intimidate me? Although I may not excel in Jinjutsu." As he spoke, he formed a single-handed seal. Release. With a furious shout, the hundreds of Kagura vanished in an instant. However, the reality that unfolded before him left him astounded once again. Standing before him were 5 Kagura, but what astonished him was not merely the number of clones, but their form. Kagura had transformed into the cloak of a one-tailed beast. Unlike Kinkaku's bloodthirsty and violent chakra, Kagura's tailed beast cloak emanated a soft, milky hue. It appeared as if he merely donned a translucent raincoat, a tail swaying behind him. The aura of the tailed beast was calm and warm, devoid of any trace of madness. Moreover, what captured attention were his eyes. The double tomo of his Sharingan spun rapidly, with a hint of blood tears forming at the corners. Clearly, he had pushed the D-jutsu to its utmost limits. Witnessing this, a serious expression finally graced Kinkaku's face. He directly inquired of Kagura, "Brat, is that the tailed beast cloak?" "No, it lacks the aura of a tailed beast. But why does it possess the power akin to one? And what of your peculiar Sharingan?" Kagura, however, offered no response. At that moment, his previously broken right arm had been restored to its original form under the healing enhancement of the tailed beast cloak. The 5 Kagura gradually drew shuriken from their waists, and in an instant, they all appeared before Kinkaku simultaneously. With the enhancement of the tailed beast cloak, Kagura's physical prowess, ocular techniques, and chakra saw a tremendous amplification. If one were to quantify it, he had attained the strength of a J-nin, nearing the qualifications of a Kaga-level J-nin. Facing Kagura's assault, Kinkaku scoffed disdainfully. However, just as he prepared to make a move, he caught sight of Kagura's unique Sharingan. The action he intended to take halted for half a second. In the realm of ninja combat, a delay of half a second could determine the outcome of many events. Clang! The 5 Kagura's shuriken accurately pierced Kinkaku's chest, producing a sound of metal clashing. "TCH, it's certainly not that simple," Kagura muttered, yet his body did not cease. The 5 Kagura simultaneously delivered a kick towards Kinkaku. Boom! Kinkaku was sent flying backward from the synchronized kick, crashing through several trees and raising a cloud of dust. The Kaguras did not pursue, but instead remained in place, intently watching the swirling dust. Slowly, Kinkaku's massive figure emerged from the haze. His body crackled with arcs of lightning, indicating that he had reinforced his physique with lightning release. This, indeed, explained why Kagura's shuriken had failed to penetrate his body. With a sinister grin still plastered on his face, he looked towards Kagura and spoke, "Brat, you wish to kill me?" With such prowess, it seems almost unattainable. Both figures momentarily flickered before simultaneously charging towards one another. Unexpectedly, the ensuing clash saw both warriors opting for close-quarters combat. One relied on the enhancements provided by the tailed beast transformation, utilizing shadow clones and the disruptive techniques of Bonten Shinjutsu for guerrilla tactics. The other, bolstered by formidable physical strength, exceptional lightning release enhancements, and an unfathomable reservoir of chakra. Engaged directly, the forest echoed with the sounds of colossal trees crashing down and the clash of flesh and weaponry. For a time, both sides exchanged blows evenly, resulting in a standoff. However, this very standoff solidified Kagura's prior suspicions. Indeed, Kinkaku's condition was far from normal. He possessed a clear assessment of his current strength. While he wielded the power of AJ Nin, he fell significantly short of matching a ninja of Kinkaku's caliber. Moreover, Kinkaku's initial combat strategy, which involved threatening students to ambush Sarutobi Hiruzen, was inconsistent with his character. According to the narrative, Kinkaku was supposed to exhibit a brash, impatient demeanor. Such tactics seemed more befitting of his brother, Ginkaku. Conversely, the conspicuous absence of Ginkaku and their other 4 renowned ninja tools raised further doubts. Most crucially, the system's provision of an option to eliminate Kinkaku indicated that it believed they possessed the potential to do so. This, in turn, suggested that Kinkaku's current strength was not as formidable as he portrayed, prompting him to devise a strategy to swiftly conclude the battle. At that moment, Kinkaku was engulfed in frustration. After enduring battles against Tobarama and the Third Reikage over the past year, his body had deteriorated significantly. The relentless pursuit by the Third Reikage weighed heavily on his mind. He vividly recalled the fateful encounter where his brother, Ginkaku, was ambushed by and tragically perished from a single blow to the heart. Kinkaku himself had barely escaped, having sacrificed 2 ninja tools in the process. His arrival near Kanahagakure was driven by desperation, forced into the area by relentless pursuers. Little did he expect to encounter Sarutobi Hiruzen and others here. He understood the necessity of concealing his weakness. Thus, every subsequent action, pursuing, ambushing, was meticulously calculated to swiftly eliminate the present adversaries. Yet, he was taken aback when, after incapacitating Sarutobi, he found himself hindered by a mere child. After repelling Kagura's assault from the right, a sense of dread settled in Kinkaku's heart. He realized that if this continued, it would likely catch up. With this thought, he brandished the Bansho fan. Though his chakra reserves were dwindling, he assessed that he could muster enough for one last use. As he prepared to unleash his attack, he was suddenly confronted by a pair of Sharingan eyes. His intended strike faltered as 2 of Kagura's clones struck his arm, altering the trajectory of the fan. Cursed be those troublesome eyes. Regaining control of his body, Kinkaku swiftly halted the flow of chakra into the fan. However, the 5 Kagura clones ceased their advance and began to encircle him instead. With their mouths agape and tails raised high, they began to conjure orbs of light that shone as brightly as the sun. Kinkaku, being in a similar tailed beast state, recognized the impending threat. These orbs were the tailed beast balls aimed at him. Yet rather than panic, Kinkaku felt a surge of relief. He understood the drawbacks of such an attack, chiefly its lengthy preparation time. Without hesitation, he dashed towards one of the clones. The enormous fan had vanished, his right hand forming a blade-like posture, crackling with lightning, resembling a true weapon of war. The clone facing him exhibited no sign of fear, halting the accumulation of the tailed beast ball. Instead of retreating, it advanced, opening its arms wide in a daring embrace, directly charging at Kinkaku. Before he could express his bewilderment, the other 4 clones surged forward, seizing his limbs. The clone that clutched him gazed up, a smile breaking across its youthful face. Did you truly believe that an 8-year-old child could unleash 5-tailed beast balls simultaneously? My true trump card has been prepared from the very beginning. Upon hearing those words, Kinkaku's gaze shifted past the clone, fixating upon a distant hilltop where glaring bolts of lightning danced, accompanied by the sound akin to hundreds of birds chirping. Had this attack only just begun its preparation? No, the mounting energy indicated it had been building for some time. How had he remained oblivious? This thought flickered through his mind as he regarded the clone before him. Kagura, with a slight smile, clarified, while my Bonten Shinjutsu cannot significantly alter your will, it can certainly enable you to overlook the distant light and sound temporarily. In that moment, Kinkaku recalled the multitude of Kagura clones and the flurry of birds that had appeared at the outset. Indeed, given the scale of his previous battle with Sarutobi, how could there have been so many birds in this forest? Before he could ponder further, the momentum of the distant lightning reached its zenith. Suddenly, the lightning transformed into a single bolt, surging directly towards Kinkaku. With an unstoppable force, it obliterated all obstacles in its path. Realizing the peril, Kinkaku attempted to break free from Kagura's grasp, but the toll of prolonged combat had finally taken its toll. The once abundant chakra within him had dissipated, leaving him engulfed in an unfamiliar sense of weakness. Time seemed to stretch, yet it passed in an instant. The lightning arrived before Kinkaku. Grasping the lightning was none other than Kagura. With his left hand pressing down on his right, he held a sphere of electric energy, pulsating with a terrifying radiance and emitting sounds reminiscent of 1,000 birds. It was the lightning release, 1,000 birds. At that moment, the sphere penetrated Kinkaku's heart. Exiting through his back, Kinkaku fell. Chapter 23. Aftermath. As Kinkaku stared in disbelief at the slender arm embedded in his chest, he grappled with the reality of his demise. As a ninja, he had never feared death. Yet, he had never imagined that he would meet his end at the hands of a mere genin. Gazing into Kagura's face, a fleeting thought of mutual destruction crossed his mind. However, just as he resolved to act, an overwhelming fatigue washed over him. When had he begun to feel this sense of powerlessness? Was it when Ginkaku fell before his eyes? Or when Tobarama annihilated those loyal to him? Perhaps it was the very moment he and his brother resolved to betray their village. Staring at Kagura's youthful visage, Kinkaku murmured, "Perhaps we are no longer suited for this era." Thus, the legendary figure of Kumobikure left behind such parting words. As Kinkaku's eyes closed, his once formidable body succumbed, collapsing backward. Witnessing Kinkaku's lifeless form, Kagura finally grasped the gravity of the moment. He had indeed slain Kinkaku. Releasing a breath of relief, Kagura sank to the ground, panting heavily. Perhaps it was due to his inability to fully control the power of 1,000 birds, or perhaps Kinkaku's body was more resilient than anticipated. But Kagura's right hand fractured once more. Having shed the state of the tailed beast, Kagura now felt every bone in his body groaning. Blood tears streamed from his eyes, and it felt as if his head would explode at any moment. Yet, none of this could overshadow the exhilaration he felt within. "I have truly succeeded." He spread his arms wide and lay back on the ground, laughing heartily. Every battle had unfolded according to his meticulous plans. The Chidori he had just employed was a reward bestowed upon him for completing a high-level mission. Due to his recent mastery of this technique, he could not conceal the radiance and sound that accompanied the Chidori. Moreover, the technique's damage primarily hinged on speed and impact. Therefore, the longer the distance of the strike, the mightier its power. All of this required considerable preparation time. From the outset, he had utilized the Bitianshin technique to make Jinjiao subconsciously overlook the anomalies caused by his use of Chidori from afar. As he grew more familiar with the Bitianshin, Kagura gradually grasped the principles behind this jutsu. Though it was heralded as the strongest illusion, Kagura believed its essence did not reside in the illusion itself. The true strength of Bitianshin lay in its ability to subtly alter the target's will, compelling them to act in ways beneficial to him. However, such alterations could not contravene the target's fundamental desires. For instance, when initially confronted with the attacks from the rogue ninjas, Kagura could not employ Bitianshin to compel the enemy to draw their weapons and take their own lives, for such an act contradicted their core will. Likewise, the more formidable the opponent, the greater their willpower, the less influence Kagura could exert over their intentions. In the case of Jinjiao, merely causing him to disregard certain anomalies around him was already the limit of his capabilities. Otherwise, he could have directly employed Bitianshin to make Jinjiao perceive everyone as his allies, thereby circumventing this conflict altogether. Fortunately, the outcome ultimately confirmed that all his endeavors had borne fruit. Suddenly, lying on the ground, Kagura recalled something, enduring his physical discomfort to rise again. He first walked to the riverbank to cleanse the blood from his right hand, then returned to the location of Tsunade and the others. After completing these tasks, he no longer forced himself and, with his eyes closed, fainted. After a considerable time, several figures finally arrived at the scene. Gazing at the ravaged battlefield before them, they were left dumbfounded. Suddenly, a shout rang out. "Hurry! Lord Sarutobi is here." The group quickly gathered around the source of the voice. These individuals were none other than the elite Jane from Konoha. The commotion of their battle had been so great that even in the village, the tremors could be felt. Without a moment's hesitation, the higher-ups of Konoha dispatched several Chunin to investigate. However, they were unprepared for the sight that greeted them. Lord Sarutobi, who had merely gone out to execute a mission, lay unconscious on the ground. No, this is Jinjiao. Soon, the corpse of Jinjiao lying on the ground was also discovered. The group exchanged astonished glances. Clearly, the events that transpired here were far more dire than they had anticipated. This was beyond their capacity to intervene, and they needed to return to the village to report. Fortunately, just as they were about to depart, one of the Chunin pondered aloud. I recall that Lord Sarutobi left with the members of Team 7, including Lady Tsunade. Let us search the vicinity once more to see if we can locate them, even if only their remains. When Kaguya opened his eyes, he found himself gazing at the ceiling adorned with hanging light fixtures, his vision hazy. A weak groan escaped his lips as he felt the ache of his muscles. After some time, his sight remained blurred, as if the entire world was enveloped in a layer of plastic wrap. It appeared that the after-effects of his tailed beast transformation and the full exertion of his Sharingan were more severe than he had imagined. Noticing Kaguya's movement, a melodious female voice floated to him. "You're awake?" Kaguya turned his head to gaze at the speaker with his divine eyes. After a while, as his focus slowly sharpened, he recognized that it was Tsunade. At that moment, her hands were bandaged, though compared to his own condition, hers seemed rather less severe. Observing the dazed expression on Kaguya's face, Tsunade's brow furrowed with concern. "What's wrong? How do you feel?" Staring at her delicate, yet worried visage, Kaguya momentarily lost his train of thought, marveling at her beauty. He gently shook his head and muttered absent-mindedly, "I'm fine. It seems that according to the plot of the television series I watched earlier, I should be asking for water now." Clearly still dazed from his awakening, Kaguya inadvertently spoke of a television series, as he was momentarily convinced he was still on Blue Star. Tsunade looked at him in confusion. Although she didn't understand what a television series was, she comprehended the request for water. Supported by Tsunade, he sat up and, after sipping a cup of water, Kaguya finally regained his senses. He asked curiously, "Where am I?" After placing the cup back on the nearby table, Tsunade replied, "Rest assured. We are currently in the hospital of Konoha Village." With Tsunade's explanation, Kaguya gradually learned of the events that had transpired. 2 days had passed since that fateful day. The Konoha Chunin who had been alerted managed to locate everyone scattered across the area and brought Jinjiao's body back to the village. Except for Kaguya, everyone else had awakened the previous day. Through Lord Sarutobi's recounting, the higher-ups of Konoha finally grasped the situation's intricacies. Now, faced with the request from the Third Reikage to exchange Jinjiao's corpse, the Konoha leadership was deliberating the conditions that Kumogakure must fulfill. Since Tsunade had awakened the previous day, she had remained by the side of the unconscious Kaguya. After recounting the events of the past 2 days, though she felt a twinge of reluctance, the doctor who came to check on Kaguya advised him to rest well. Thus, Tsunade regretfully left the room. It seemed that Kaguya's act of defending her against Jinjiao's punch had not only quelled her anger, but had utterly captured her heart. Recalling the tender gaze of the 8-year-old Tsunade, Kaguya could only internally lament his predicament. Lying in the now serene hospital room, Kaguya finally had the opportunity to assess his condition. The doctor had just informed him that he would need at least another week before he could be discharged. As for the fracture in his right hand, it would require even more time to heal. However, these matters were not what Kaguya was most concerned about. He was eager to open the system interface. To his delight, he found that the task of successfully defeating Jinjiao was marked as complete. After careful consideration, Kaguya refrained from immediately claiming the rewards for this task. What thrilled him even more was the increase in his attributes. His current attributes were as follows: Sharingan, Double Tomo, Progress 863, Taijutsu, 5th Gate, Progress 321, Chakra, Chunin level, Progress 43, Tailed Beast, 1 Tail, Fusion Degree 43. Compared to his status before departing from the village, his attributes had undergone a remarkable transformation. His Sharingan had progressed significantly after evolving to the Double Tomo. It seemed he was not far from attaining the next level of the 3 Tomo. As for Taijutsu and Chakra, they had each advanced by 1 level, rising to the 5th Gate and Chunin level, respectively. Furthermore, perhaps due to his use of the Tailed Beast Cloak, the fusion degree had also notably increased. Indeed, battling above 1's level was the best training method, albeit at a cost. Just as Kagura reveled in his newfound strength, a knock sounded at the door to his hospital room. Chapter 24, The New Team Leader is. With Kagura's response, the person outside the door entered. It was none other than Lord Sarutobi. Compared to Tsunade, Lord Sarutobi appeared to have sustained minimal injuries, still clad in his usual attire. He approached the bedside of Kagura, scrutinizing her from head to toe before smiling and saying, "It appears you are not gravely injured." Kagura nodded in agreement. Sarutobi Hiruzen casually pulled out a chair beside him and sat down. A sudden silence enveloped the two. It was Hiruzen who broke the stillness first. Casting a teasing glance at Kagura before remarking, "Tsunade must have just left. I heard she kept vigil by your bedside all day yesterday." Upon hearing Tsunade's name, a hint of embarrassment crept onto Kagura's face as he stammered, "Ah, yes, she has always been quite concerned about her comrades." "Is that so?" "Yet, it seems she has not visited Orochimaru or Jiraiya since you awoke. She has remained solely by your side," Hiruzen continued, seemingly unwilling to let Kagura off the hook. Perhaps he had once naively believed that Tsunade's feelings for Kagura were merely platonic. However, he was not foolish, and Tsunade's recent behavior clearly indicated her interest in the young man. This was not good news for him, as he was about to assume the mantle of Hokage. Faced with Hiruzen's probing, Kagura's facial muscles twitched slightly. He then closed his eyes, choosing to remain silent. Seeing Kagura's defiant demeanor, Hiruzen shook his head with a smile and spoke again. "In fact, I am quite pleased." Kagura opened his eyes in confusion and inquired, "Pleased about what?" "That the first pervert in Konoha has ensnared a young girl?" Interpreting Kagura's questioning gaze, Hiruzen clarified, "I was delighted when you unhesitatingly stood in front of Tsunade that day. You are exceptional. Even in the Warring States period, your talents would have shown remarkably. However, your excellence has led to a lack of camaraderie. Yet that day, when you bravely defended your comrade against Kinkaku's attack, I felt a sense of pride." After contemplating Hiruzen's sincere gaze for a few seconds, Kagura finally replied, "I didn't think much of it at the time. It was merely a reflexive action." Hiruzen's smile widened at Kagura's words, and after a gentle chuckle, he said, "Precisely. Such instinctive actions reveal your true intentions." With that, he rose and moved to the window, gazing toward the highest point of Konoha. There, the most renowned symbol of the village, the stone faces of the Hokage, was being sculpted, with workers diligently shaping the third visage, his own. Observing the bustling scene, Hiruzen continued, "Do you know the origin of Konoha's name?" Although aware that Hiruzen could not see him, Kagura instinctively nodded and replied, "Yes, it was named by Uchiha Madara. Its full name is the village hidden in the leaves." The wood refers to the Senju clan, represented by Hashirama, who could use wood release, while leaf pertains to the Uchiha clan, whose clan symbol resembles a fan leaf. Indeed, since its inception, the Uchiha clan has been a crucial part of Konoha. Consequently, they have always held significant responsibilities in safeguarding the village, Hiruzen remarked, turning to Kagura. However, due to Uchiha Madara, Lord Tobarama has always been cautious regarding your clan. It appears that Danzo has inherited this sentiment, harboring some reservations toward you. Yet, I am different. I believe in all the comrades in our village." At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through the window, causing several leaves to flutter down, dancing to the rhythm of the wind. Watching the swaying leaves, Hiruzen spoke with a sense of nostalgia. "Kagura, I believe in you, just as Lord Hashirama once believed in the Uchiha clan. It is the bonds of comradeship that have forged the Konoha we know today." Despite everything he had said, Kagura remained silent until a knock at the door broke the moment. Two youths peeked inside, revealing Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Observing their sneaky demeanor, a warm feeling washed over Kagura. Hiruzen, noticing this, chuckled and pointed at them, saying, "Isn't this your bond?" After expressing their greetings, Jiraiya and Orochimaru followed their teacher out, leaving Kagura in contemplation. He did not inquire about how Kinkaku had ultimately met his demise. He silently reflected, "Indeed, the moment I saw Hiruzen, thoughts of how to explain Kinkaku's death began swirling in my mind." He did not wish for anyone to know that he had been the one to slay Kinkaku. Otherwise, he would not have gone to such lengths to clean the blood and distance himself from the scene. These actions might mislead others who arrived later, but they would not deceive Hiruzen, who had experienced the battle firsthand. Fame, that was not his pursuit. He understood that notoriety often led to a swift demise. If the hidden Uchiha Madara discovered that a mere 8-year-old from the Uchiha clan had slain a figure like Kinkaku, he would surely become a target. perhaps even a replacement for Obito. None of this was what Kagura desired. At that moment, he simply wished to survive until he possessed the strength to do so. In truth, upon learning from Tsunade that Hiruzen had acknowledged Kinkaku's death at his hands, Kagura sensed Hiruzen's protective intentions towards him. It felt like an unspoken understanding between teacher and student. As for the notion that Hiruzen sought to claim credit, come on, he was about to become Hokage. Did he truly care for such accolades? Yet, Kagura did not expect Hiruzen to visit him without even mentioning Kinkaku, merely expressing goodwill before departing. Taking a deep breath, Kagura turned to gaze out the window. Watching the leaves drift slowly through the air, he murmured, "Is this what it means to have bonds among comrades?" Time flew by, and 3 days passed. Perhaps it was due to the tempering of the tailed beast's power within him, or perhaps his body was genuinely gifted. The injuries that the doctor had predicted would take a week to heal had miraculously mended in just 3 days. Apart from his right hand, which remained bandaged, there were no visible traces of injury on him. Faced with the doctor's astonished exclamations and the scrutinizing gaze that seemed to want to dissect him for experiments, Kagura hastily discharged himself from the hospital. Donning formal attire, he spotted Tsunade and the others waiting for him outside the hospital. Unlike usual, the three were dressed in their finest garments. Approaching them, Kagura offered a faint smile and slightly lifted his chin, saying, "Let us go." Konoha was livelier than usual, with decorations typically reserved for festive days adorning the streets. Everyone donned their best outfits, flocking to the streets. For today was the day Sarutobi Hiruzen would officially assume the role of the third Hokage. Atop the Hokage building, Hiruzen stood at the highest point. Clad in a white Hokage robe emblazoned with the title Third Hokage on the back, a red ninja outfit underneath, and a Hokage hat atop his head. Behind him, the statue representing his likeness had already been completed. As he appeared, the crowd gathered below erupted into thunderous applause. The Hokage was not merely a symbol of strength. He was the embodiment of hope for the villagers. In the time since the unexpected death of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, a pervasive sense of anxiety had lingered over the village. However, today, upon witnessing the figure of the new Hokage above, the faith of the populace was rekindled. Gazing up at that revered silhouette, Jiraiya's face broke into an excited smile. "Hokage, one day I too shall aspire to become Hokage." "No, you stand no chance. The next Hokage is destined to be that man known as the fastest." Upon hearing Jiraiya's murmurs, Kagura silently scoffed. Yet, feeling the fervor of those around him, his spirits were inevitably lifted. For the first time, a glimmer of desire flickered in his gaze directed at that figure. Suddenly, Tsunade, equally exhilarated, posed a question. With Sarutobi-sensei officially assuming the role of Hokage, he will no longer be able to continue as our team leader. So, who will be our team leader henceforth? At her words, the other three fell silent in surprise. Indeed, who would take over Sarutobi-sensei's role? Just then, an unfamiliar voice responded from behind them. "I shall be your teacher from now on." A deep, husky voice echoed behind them. As the group turned to look, they discovered a rather somber young man standing behind them. Despite a scar shaping his jawline, it did little to obscure his handsome features. However, his brooding aura was rather unsettling. Upon seeing the individual before her, Kagura maintained a composed demeanor, yet her heart raced with astonishment. Though it was their first encounter, she recognized him immediately. He was Danzo, the leader of the Root organization, who had previously sent someone to surveil her. Was he to be the new leader of Team 7? As Kagura grasped the implications of Danzo's words, a shadow seemed to cast over her future. Who exactly was Danzo? If there were indeed villains within Konoha, he would undoubtedly be at the forefront. Even more so than Orochimaru, Danzo evoked a sense of indignation among the Hokage enthusiasts. Perhaps he had always adhered to his own sense of justice, yet it was undeniable that many tragedies within the narrative stemmed from his machinations. Regardless of the Uchiha massacre's ties to his incitement, it was evident that Orochimaru's descent into villainy was also influenced by him. In his pursuit to study the cells of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, he had incited Orochimaru to raid surrounding villages for human subjects for experimentation. One could argue that Orochimaru's earliest forays into human experimentation were only possible due to Danzo's backing. Contemplating this, Kagura cast another glance at the innocent-faced Orochimaru beside her. "Yes, this time I shall certainly alter your fate." In stark contrast to Kagura's heavy thoughts, Tsunade and the others, after a brief moment of surprise upon seeing Danzo, exchanged knowing smiles. Tsunade, unusually respectful, greeted him, Lord Danzo. They were certainly aware of his reputation as one of the 6 guards of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Danzo had yet to retreat into the shadows and still held significant standing in Konoha. While having Sarutobi-sensei as their leader would have been preferable, switching to Danzo did not seem entirely adverse. Ignoring the gazes of the others, Danzo continued to observe Kagura intently, gauging her reaction. However, Kagura maintained a calm facade, revealing little emotion. Noticing this, Danzo spoke once more. Speaking of which, during the battle a few days prior, you all performed admirably. Upon hearing Danzo's praise, Jiraiya and Orochimaru bowed their heads in guilt. In that encounter, they had contributed nothing, having essentially been rendered ineffective from the outset. At least Kagura had managed to exchange a few blows with Kin, yet the rest of them had been overwhelmingly defeated. Observing their expressions, Danzo, not particularly skilled in expressing empathy, managed a strained smile. You need not feel ashamed. It is entirely natural to be vanquished by a powerful adversary. What matters is not the present, but the growth that follows. After saying this, he turned his gaze back to Kagura, as if hinting at something. By the way, we examined the scene and the body of Kin afterward. From the evidence, it appears that Kin was ultimately slain by a long-range lightning release technique. Yet, curiously, the size of the wound on his chest is smaller than we had anticipated. As he spoke, a glimmer of intrigue lit up in his eyes as he continued. It resembles the size of a child's palm. Meeting Danzo's penetrating gaze, Kagura remained unflinching. Yes, it is indeed peculiar. However, I apologize, but we fainted at the very beginning and have no knowledge of the specific technique used. I believe you should directly inquire with the Hokage, as he personally dealt with the enemy. I am certain he would not mind elucidating the particulars to you. Observing Kagura's impenetrable demeanor, Danzo nodded slightly and ceased further inquiries, instead raising his gaze once more to Sarutobi Hiruzen above. Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, the other 3 exchanged puzzled glances, but lacking insight into the situation, they ultimately remained silent. The inauguration ceremony for the Hokage was brief. After Sarutobi Hiruzen delivered a speech before all, the festivities concluded. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Danzo informed everyone of the meeting place and time for the next day before departing. Subsequently, Jiraiya bid farewell to the crowd as well. It seemed he had been quite busy since his discharge from the hospital. It was only after Tsunade explained that Kagura learned he had been occupied with organizing his books. Speaking of which, Jiraiya was rather fortunate. Before being ambushed by Kin he had neatly stored away the books he brought from the land of whirlpools beneath a tree. Miraculously, that cataclysmic battle had avoided the very tree where he had hidden his treasured tomes. Upon his discharge 2 days ago, he promptly returned to the site and retrieved his beloved books. Thus, he had been preoccupied with cataloging and documenting them. Watching Jiraiya's receding figure, Tsunade pouted and muttered, I feel like Jiraiya has changed so much since graduation. Orochimaru, seated nearby, gently responded, Jiraiya has found something he truly enjoys. We should be happy for him. With nothing else to occupy their time, the 3 of them chose to meander down the street together. As they walked, Tsunade's eyes lit up upon spotting a queue not far away. It was for the newly introduced fruit beverage in the village. Due to its unique flavor, it had garnered immense popularity among the youth, resulting in a long line outside the shop. Excitedly inquiring with her companions, and upon receiving negative responses from Kagura and Orochimaru, Tsunade decided to venture forth alone to procure a serving. As they settled on a long bench by the street, Kagura and Orochimaru awaited Tsunade's return. After a short while, Orochimaru suddenly spoke. Kagura, were you truly unconscious during that battle? At his words, Kagura turned to face Orochimaru, meeting his earnest gaze. Unlike the carefree demeanor of the other 2, the astute Orochimaru seemed to have deduced certain truths from Danzo's earlier remarks. After a moment of contemplation, Kagura opted for honesty. No, I was not. However, it was not as you might imagine. I was not the primary force in that battle. It was primarily the merit of Sarutobi-sensei. I merely got lucky and managed to ambush a bit. Upon hearing Kagura's candid admission, Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated her to reveal the truth so openly. In reality, this was not a spur-of-the-moment decision or an attempt to impress her companions. Rather, it was a conclusion she had arrived at after deep consideration. After the battle, both Tsunade and Jiraiya were somewhat disheartened, aside from Orochimaru. Although they were hailed as geniuses, and despite being suppressed by Kakura, they had not encountered significant setbacks. However, this particular confrontation, where they were defeated by a single blow, was indeed a considerable blow to their spirits. In such a state of emotion, Danzo approached Orochimaru, causing Kakura to worry about Orochimaru's potential descent into darkness. Contemplating these matters, he resolved to confide in Orochimaru, recognizing that with Orochimaru's intellect, he would inevitably discern the truth, even if Kakura chose to remain silent. The thought of Orochimaru harboring negative feelings due to his concealment was a concern for Kakura. As someone who had witnessed numerous melodramatic narratives, he felt this was a plausible development. After digesting Kakura's words, Orochimaru lowered his head in contemplation for a moment. Then, as though resolved, he lifted his gaze towards Kakura and asked, "Kakura, would you be willing to teach me in my training?" Kakura was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the proud Orochimaru would make such a request. After a slight shake of his head, he replied, "Orochimaru, you need not rush. It is not that I refuse, but rather that my path may not align with yours. I believe you should consider Jiraiya's experiences. You will surely find opportunities that belong to you." This was not a mere dismissal of Orochimaru. While the narrative did not elaborate on this, Kakura was aware that there existed a sage of snakes in places akin to Miyaboka Mountain. In truth, the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha were the beneficiaries of 3 celestial paradises. Kakura was uncertain how Orochimaru would ultimately access the realm of serpents. Yet it was not difficult to surmise that reflecting on Jiraiya's journey could provide valuable insights. Upon hearing Kakura's words of comfort, Orochimaru did not exhibit disappointment. Instead, he tilted his head in contemplation. Observing Orochimaru deep in thought, Kakura pondered for a moment before speaking again. "Orochimaru, do you still persist in your research on ninjutsu?" At the mention of ninjutsu, Orochimaru's eyes brightened instantly. He nodded eagerly and gazed at Kakura with anticipation, seemingly waiting for him to elaborate. After a brief hesitation, Kakura uttered a shocking proposition. "Have you considered conducting human experiments?" Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's complexion turned ashen. Although his skin was already pale, Kakura could clearly see his pallor intensify. It seemed as if a taboo within Orochimaru had been shattered, and he trembled slightly as he stammered. "Do you know what you are suggesting?" Human experimentation is a forbidden subject throughout the ninja world. In response to Orochimaru's inquiry, Kakura shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "I am aware. Yet many engage in similar practices, do they not?" This is undeniable. Orochimaru fell silent, tacitly acknowledging the truth of Kakura's statement. In fact, the concept of using humans in ninjutsu experiments was not unheard of. Eye transplants for ocular techniques, ceiling-tailed beasts within human bodies to create jinchuriki. These were all prevalent practices. If one broadened their perspective, it was evident that countries were conducting human experiments, whether overtly or covertly, and Konoha was no exception. In the original narrative, Sarutobi Hiruzen lamented Orochimaru's cruelty while simultaneously condoning Danzo's actions, such as the research on Yamato derived from the cell of the first Hokage and the collection of Uchiha eyes following the clan's massacre. Hadn't Sarutobi tacitly acknowledged these actions? However, Kakura's intention was not to lead Orochimaru into darkness, but rather to guide him towards a righteous path. He continued, "Of course, I do not advocate for capturing civilians for human experimentation. I believe every research endeavor can be phased. During the initial stages, when risks are high, we can use lab rats or other animals for experimentation to gather data. After all, like humans, these creatures also possess chakra. Once we obtain sufficient data to mitigate the risk of mortality, we can then consider human trials." Pausing momentarily to gather his thoughts, Kakura added, "As for human trials, we could initially select death row inmates for experimentation. Naturally, we can adjust the parameters to ensure that the risks are minimal at first. After all, death row inmates are still human, and we must not treat life callously. Gradually, we would increase the intensity of the experiments to acquire the data we seek. Throughout this series of experiments, we must meticulously document comparisons and data, analyzing the reasons for each failure or success before proceeding to the next trial. After further experimentation and data analysis, once we have controlled the risks to a tolerable level, we could recruit volunteers for trials. In this era, I believe many would willingly step forward for the chance to gain power." After articulating this extensive plan, Kakura licked his lips, awaiting Orochimaru's reaction. As Kakura spoke, Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with increasing excitement. and a noticeable flush appeared on his face. He fervently grasped Kakura's hands and exclaimed, "Kakura, you truly are a genius." "Indeed, you are correct. We can control the initial materials for experimentation and gradually develop it into low-risk human trials. Although the process may seem slow, gaining the support of the village would provide significant assistance." His voice trailed off as he seemed to envision his dream future, the flush of excitement on his face deepening. Observing Orochimaru's reaction, Kakura nodded appreciatively. In his view, Orochimaru's character mirrored that of dedicated researchers on Earth. For such individuals, the crucial factor was whether they could be guided onto the right path. In fact, Orochimaru's initial self-centeredness and distrust of his teammates stemmed from a desire to protect those around him from harm. Kakura was confident he could lead Orochimaru towards a relatively brighter future. At that moment, a surprised voice interrupted his reverie. "What are you two doing?" It was Tsunade, returning from the queue, holding 2 cups of drinks. It seemed she had indeed decided to buy a drink for Kakura. However, her gaze flitted between Orochimaru and Kakura, finally settling on the sight of Orochimaru gripping Kakura's hands. As Tsunade's eyes focused on them, Kakura realized the nature of their pose. They were holding hands tightly, and Orochimaru was gazing at him with a flushed face, murmuring something under his breath. As Tsunade's expression grew increasingly pale, Kakura finally understood that their current position was indeed problematic. He quickly withdrew his hands and explained to Tsunade, "Tsunade, it's not what you think." Yet Tsunade seemed oblivious to his words, staring blankly at them. Suddenly, a chill ran down her spine, and she looked at Kakura with disdain. "I never imagined you would be into this." "No, you have misunderstood something," Kakura protested. "Sister, that's Orochimaru, a man." Then he hesitated. "Wait. If it's the snake lady who learns the rebirth technique in the future, it might not be so bad." Ugh, what am I even thinking? At this moment, the wandering Orochimaru finally regained his senses. He glanced at Tsunade, who had returned, and his face flushed even more. Suddenly, he stood up and bowed to Kagura, saying, "Kagura-kun, the words you just spoke to me will be etched in my memory forever. Thank you." Without waiting for a response from Kagura, he decisively turned and left. Observing the departing Orochimaru and the pale-faced Tsunade beside him, a few dark lines appeared on Kagura's forehead. "I thank you, my dear," he muttered. "What on earth is with your blushing? And why are you suddenly speaking to me with such formality? What did that ambiguous statement mean? You should clarify what I said right here and now." Seeing the tears welling in Tsunade's eyes, Kagura felt overwhelmed. "Let it be, hurry up." Fortunately, after Kagura explained, Tsunade gradually understood the content of their conversation. Nevertheless, a hint of doubt still lingered in her gaze directed at Kagura. Kagura could only give a wry smile, choosing to temporarily disregard it. Time marches on regardless of human will. 2 months had passed since Sarutobi Hiruzen took office as Hokage. A week after his discharge from the hospital, the bandages on Kagura's hands were removed. Danzo's inclusion seemed to have had no impact on the rhythm of Team 7. In fact, their daily lives had remained unchanged. To be fair, as a leading mentor, Danzo was indeed very responsible. It was no wonder he was a formidable contender for the position of the 3rd Hokage. He possessed his own set of principles: teamwork, tactical maneuvers in varying environments, the application of ninjutsu, and how to find cover in different settings. Danzo generously imparted his experiences to everyone without reservation. Over this period, the 4 of them absorbed this knowledge like a sponge. Were it not for the glint of wariness in Danzo's eyes whenever he looked at Kagura, Kagura might have almost believed this old schemer was a good person. Kagura believed that the calmer Danzo appeared, the more intricate his schemes were behind the scenes. However, for a low-ranking ninja, the tasks they could undertake were limited to D-rank missions at most. In fact, they spent the majority of their time executing C-rank missions. Thus, for the past 2 months, they had mainly been active within the village. Yet, during this time, the other 3 had undergone significant transformations. Under Kagura's subtle hints, Orochimaru and Tsunade finally encountered opportunities meant for them. Like Jiraiya, they found their respective realms of summoning. Recently, after completing a mission, Tsunade diligently began to study healing techniques. To showcase her progress, she even gave Jiraiya a thorough beating, only to heal him afterward. After a few cycles of this, Jiraiya developed a psychological trauma. Every time they disbanded, he would flee from Tsunade, leaving her exasperated. As for Orochimaru, to quote Jiraiya, "This guy is starting to resemble a snake more and more." Perhaps the unique trait of the snake sage was a transformation in physical abilities. Orochimaru now had the ability to stretch certain parts of his body at will, resembling a character from a passionate manga that Kaguya had seen in his past life. The first time Kaguya witnessed Orochimaru utilizing this skill, he belatedly realized it was indeed a dream skill for men. However, when Tsunade saw Orochimaru extending his head over a distance of several meters, she felt a wave of terror. After completing a simple C-rank mission, Kaguya headed home as Danzo announced the immediate disbandment. Tsunade quickly followed and spoke to him. Kaguya, today the three of us decided to gather at your house for a party. Are you free? Upon turning to see the eager expressions of his companions, Kaguya shook his head. With a slightly heavy tone, he declined. I'm sorry. I have some matters to attend to today. I truly cannot be free. Perhaps next time. With that, he walked away without looking back. This was not a mere dismissal. Kaguya indeed had something very important to do today. He was to attend a significant funeral. Chapter 27. C-rank mission. After changing into a black suit, Kaguya stood solemnly at the door. Konoha had entered winter. Although it was still afternoon, the sky was overcast. Before stepping out, snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. Kaguya often pondered which part of Blue Star this place corresponded to. Summer was long and hot, but winter brought snow. Placing his hands near his mouth to exhale warm breath, he took a black umbrella from beside the door and opened it. Beneath the oppressive dark clouds, the crystalline snowflakes grew larger, adding to the somber atmosphere. After a mere 10 minutes of walking, he arrived at his destination. It was a morning hall, and upon seeing Kaguya arrive, the family outside bowed in unison. Kaguya closed his umbrella and returned the gesture before slowly entering. Staring blankly at the black and white photograph in the center of the morning hall, Kaguya felt sorrow for the first time since his arrival in this world. The person in the memorial photo was Uchiha Kagami, the one who had always looked after him. Perhaps it was due to the news of the deaths of the Gold and Silver brothers. He, already weakened from severe injuries sustained the previous year, had ultimately succumbed this year. Gazing at that familiar face, Kaguya reminisced about the moments they shared in the initial days after his arrival. Whether due to fear of the environmental changes or anxiety about his future, Kaguya had nearly locked himself in his room. It was Kagami who burst in and carried him out, nearly on the verge of starvation. When he finally accepted the reality and began to train diligently, it was Kagami who taught him the methods of training. Kagami was like an anomaly among the Uchiha clan. He was not as proud as the others, but radiated warmth like the sun, bringing comfort to those around him. Thus, even as Kaguya consciously distanced himself from the Uchiha clan, he uniquely formed a bond of friendship with him. Respectfully bowing 3 times toward the front, Kaguya turned to the family members present. Kagami's wife wore a traditional white garment, her eyes slightly swollen, indicating she had recently cried. Beside her knelt a small boy, no more than 3 or 4 years old. Kaguya recognized this boy as Kagami's son, the father of Uchiha Shursui, the original possessor of the Kotoemitsukami technique. After paying his respects to the mother and child, Kaguya departed from the hall. Stepping outside, he gazed up at the heavy sky and took a deep breath. At that moment, he felt himself beginning to integrate into this world, experiencing the joys and sorrows brought by characters who had once only existed in manga. Shaking his head, as if trying to dispel the melancholy from his mind, Kaguya reopened his umbrella and walked toward home. However, as he reached the entrance, he unexpectedly found that the lights inside his house were already on. Did I forget to turn off the lights when I left? He muttered in confusion as he opened the door. Happy birthday. As he stepped inside, a shower of confetti erupted before him, accompanied by celebratory voices. Tidying the remnants from his hair, he gazed in bewilderment at the familiar trio, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru from Team 7. How did you get into my house? And what birthday are you talking about? He asked, perplexed. With a bright smile, Tsunade replied, Oh, you didn't lock the door when you left, so we just walked in. We are, of course, celebrating your 9th birthday. My birthday? This was the first time Kaguya learned the date of his own birthday. There was no way around it. When he traversed into this world, the parents of this body had long since passed away. He instinctively shunned the other clansmen, and the only person close to him, Uchiha Kagami, was unaware of his birthday. Thus, since his arrival in this world, he had sadly never celebrated a birthday. Over time, he even forgot the correct date of his own birth. It was only because Tsunade had taken note of his information while at school that she discovered his birthday. Consequently, starting from yesterday, she had teamed up with Orochimaru and Jiraiya to prepare a surprise for him. However, to her dismay, Kagura had outright refused her and left without giving them a chance to speak. Undeterred, Tsunade refused to give up and brought the prepared gifts to Kagura's doorstep. Fortunately, Kagura had forgotten to lock the door due to the snowfall that day. Otherwise, Tsunade's original plan had been to forcefully break the door down. Seeing the smiling faces of her 3 companions and the table laden with food and cake behind them, a smile slowly emerged on Kagura's previously bewildered face. He sincerely looked at the trio and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you for preparing all this for me." Upon hearing these words, Tsunade beamed with delight, stepped forward, and took his hand, leading him away. As they walked, she said, "Come, let us blow out the candles first, and then try some of this food. We bought all of this with the rewards from our missions. It took quite a while to get it." In the midst of the playful banter, Kagura gazed at the cake adorned with candles and blew them out with determination. Observing the joyous expressions of his companions, warmth surged within him. "Mr. Kagami, it seems I have found a wonderful group of companions." Time at the gathering seemed to pass swiftly, and after indulging in food and drink, the 3 companions departed. Looking at the now somewhat empty room, Kagura felt none of the loneliness he had experienced before. Staring at the remaining piece of cake, he pondered other matters. With his understanding of the plot, perhaps he could alter the tragic fates of these 3. With this thought, a glimmer of resolve appeared in his eyes. However, to change destiny, the most crucial factor remained his own strength. Resolving this, he summoned the One Tail from within. After 2 months, he had successfully raised the cultivation progress of the One Tail from 43 to 56. When the progress surpassed 50, he felt that he could now summon the tailed beast outside of himself. Before him stood the round and fluffy One Tail, resembling the size of a pet dog. With a smile, Kagura pushed the remaining piece of cake towards it and said, "Here, try this cake. I saved it especially for you." The pure white One Tail barked joyfully and began to nibble at the cake. This adorable creature was entirely different from the ferocious Shikaku he had previously imagined. Lacking the malevolent chakra and the inclination to wreak havoc, the One Tail that emerged from him resembled a pure, white little angel, likely to win the hearts of many girls if taken outside. Yet, even so, Kagura only dared to let it out when he was alone. After all, its appearance still resembled that of the One Tail, and its abundant chakra would be hard to conceal from figures like Danzo. After feeding the cake to the One Tail, Kagura played with it for a while before returning it to his body. Standing up and stretching, he began to prepare for sleep. In a place devoid of much entertainment, he had long developed the habit of going to bed early and rising with the dawn. In the dead of night, while lying in bed, Kagura suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils swiftly transformed into the Sharingan. He did not rise immediately but remained vigilant, gazing toward the window. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside. "Don't be alarmed. It's me." However, upon hearing that familiar voice, Kagura's initial wariness shifted to anxiety, for he recognized the voice's owner as their team leader, Danzo. Receiving no response from within, Danzo casually continued, "Kagura, get up immediately and prepare your gear. Gather at the village gate in 15 minutes. This is an emergency. We are to undertake a B-rank mission." Chapter 28. Doubts a B-rank mission? Hearing those words made Kagura's heart tremble. Without waiting for a reply from within, Danzo made his exit after delivering those few lines. Once he sensed Danzo's departure, Kagura slowly stood up. After a moment's contemplation, he began to pack his belongings. 10 minutes later, he concealed himself atop a large tree, squinting to observe the situation at the Konoha village gate. Upon seeing 3 familiar figures arrive, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He couldn't be blamed for his caution. After all, who was Danzo? If he weren't careful, Kagura feared he might not even know how he met his end one day. When Danzo summoned him to a location in the dead of night, Kagura's first thought was whether there might be an ambush waiting. However, when he saw the other 3 members of Team 7 also arrive, he realized he had been overly apprehensive. After all, even Danzo would not dare to kill village members in front of others, especially with Tsunade, who had such a unique background, present. After spotting the 3, Kagura descended and approached them. Without delay, less than a minute after the 4 gathered, Danzo appeared before them. He surveyed the group and nodded in approval at the prepared 4 before stating, "Good. Time is of the essence. Let us depart. I will explain the specifics of the mission as we go." Within the pitch-black forest, several dark figures leaped between the trees, the members of Team 7 on their way. During this time, Kagura learned the details of the mission from Danzo. In summary, The task arose from the theft of the sealing techniques. Just hours prior, it had been confirmed that the sealing book, stored within the Hokage Tower, had been stolen. Through on-site investigation and clues, the higher-ups of Konoha determined that it had been pilfered by spies from other countries. Moreover, within just an hour, they identified the thief as a Chunin named Utada Shota, who was employed at the Hokage Academy. After searching his residence and reviewing the entire theft process, the Umbu had reason to believe he was a spy from Tsunade. This incident nearly exposed all of Tsunade's spies within Konoha, aside from the overt Utada Shota. Several long, hidden infiltrators surfaced. Through traces left at the scene and confirmation via ninjutsu, it was established that this group was fleeing westward, likely attempting to enter Tsunade via the Land of Rain. After confirming these circumstances, a high-level meeting was held, resulting in the urgent issuance of a B-rank mission. Simultaneously, the Umbu and several teams were mobilized to capture Utada Shota and his accomplices. Kaguya recalled some information about the sealing book from his memory. To summarize, this book recorded all forbidden techniques established by Konoha to date. Indeed, it could be said to be a work of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. In fact, many of the well-known so-called forbidden techniques in the Hokage's arsenal were created by this second Hokage. Whether it be the shadow clone technique that Kaguya had learned or the flying thunder god technique, famed as the yellow flash, utilized by Minato Namikaze. Even the impure world reincarnation summoned during the Fourth Great Ninja War, all these renowned ninjutsu were conceived by Senju Tobirama. It could be said that most of the ninjutsu he created throughout his life had been classified as forbidden techniques. In light of these circumstances, one can comprehend the reaction of the higher-ups in Konoha after the book was stolen. Moreover, the Book of Seals had previously appeared in the original storyline, specifically as the very book pilfered by the protagonist, Naruto. One must ponder, for a tome of such significance, could it not be properly safeguarded? Are the guards of the Hokage building merely idling? It is rather disconcerting that it was stolen either by a child or a mere Chunin. This is tantamount to having no defense whatsoever. Silently critiquing in her mind, Kaguya harbored a more pressing query. Why had the system failed to assign her a mission this time? It is not to say that every time one undertakes a rank or higher task, there must be an accompanying mission. Yet, during her initial acceptance of a ranked task, the system had concurrently issued a task. It stands to reason that the first engagement in a rank or higher task would trigger a response from the system. Yet, on this occasion, despite it being her first ranked task, the system remained silent. In her confusion, she glanced at the silhouette of Danzo ahead, sensing that there was more to this incident than met the eye. Clearly, the thief had come prepared for action. They had pursued along the route for an entire day and had yet to catch sight of their target. Extracting a note from the collar of a ninja dog, Danzo perused it for a moment before declaring, "According to credible intelligence, Shota Nitani has entered the Land of Rain. The good news is that the earlier departing team should be able to intercept the target ahead of us. We must hasten our pace, at the very least. We should be able to support the team in front." Nodding in acknowledgement, the recently rested team promptly set off once more. A day later, within the Land of Rain, a gentle drizzle fell upon the expansive plains as 5 figures swiftly traversed the damp earth, Kaguya and her companions in pursuit of their target. After 2 days and nights of relentless running, they had finally crossed from the Land of Fire into the Land of Rain. True to its name, the skies had turned dark and brooding the moment they entered this territory. After advancing a little further, a fine mist of rain began to descend, defying the laws of physics. Stepping through yet another puddle, Kaguya kept her arms behind her, straining to keep pace with Danzo ahead. Even he, after 2 continuous days of running, was visibly nearing his limit. At the rear, Jiraiya bore an expression of distress. Fortunately, Danzo was not perpetually accelerating. He appeared to adjust their speed according to their limits, allowing the 4 trailing behind to maintain a barely manageable pace. As Danzo once more splashed through a puddle, his expression suddenly shifted, and a sharp whistle escaped his lips. Upon hearing this signal, Kaguya and the others immediately halted. As anticipated, Danzo's warning heralded the emergence of dozens of ninjas from the surrounding waterlogged terrain, clad in tight-fitting white suits reminiscent of diving gear. Their large respirators and goggles obscured their features. This was the quintessential attire of the ninjas from the Land of Rain. Gazing around, Danzo spoke in a grave tone. "What is the meaning of this, ninjas from Amigakure? Do you intend to stand against Konoha?" The Amigakure ninjas did not respond to his inquiry. Instead, They brandished their weapons, clearly indicating their stance. Witnessing this, a shadow flickered in Danzo's eyes. He clenched his right fist and raised it above his head. In response, Kaguya and the others swiftly drew their kunai. For that gesture was a signal to prepare for battle. With Danzo's figure suddenly vanishing, combat was imminent. As a ninja of equal standing to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo's combat prowess was undoubtedly formidable. Although in the animated narrative, he seemed to rely solely on the Sharingan for combat. That was in his elder years, and possibly a narrative sacrifice for Sasuke. In reality, as the leader of the Root organization, Danzo was among the elite in both taijutsu and ninjutsu. With every appearance he made, an enemy would fall. Within mere minutes, over 10 corpses lay strewn before them. Though Kaguya's team did not achieve such exaggerated results, their coordinated efforts successfully overcame the remaining adversaries. This was an accomplishment realized purely through their taijutsu collaboration. They did not intentionally downplay their abilities. The continuous journey had drained much of their chakra. Yet, as they had yet to encounter a formal adversary, conserving their remaining chakra was the wisest course of action. Observing the fallen foes, Danzo's expression grew increasingly somber. The presence of these individuals indicated that Amigakure had now intervened in this affair, rendering the pursuit far more perilous than anticipated. Unlike the 5 great nations, smaller nations such as the Land of Rain often possessed wavering allegiances. Particularly, the ninjas of Amigakure during this era resembled mercenaries. They would serve whoever offered the highest payment. Thus, while Danzo found the involvement of Amigakure somewhat troublesome, he was not greatly surprised by their participation. Kaguya, too, surveyed the fallen foes, then cast her gaze towards the overcast sky. It seemed this mission would prove more hazardous than she had envisioned. Chapter 29. The Breakout Within an Abandoned Hut. Danzo and the members of Team 7 gathered around a fire to rest momentarily. In fact, on the very morning of Kaguya's departure, Konoha had issued a diplomatic plea to Tsunade. The newly appointed 3rd Hokage had chastised Tsunade for their infiltration of Konoha with spies. Of course, politicians are much the same everywhere. Faced with Konoha's ire, Tsunade expressed regret regarding the loss of significant items. However, they unequivocally denied any allegations of espionage. Yes, you are aware that one of your own committed the theft, and that individual is fleeing towards our direction. Yet, acknowledging such a fact is an entirely different matter, one that they would never concede officially. Unbeknownst to the higher-ups of Tsunade, Sarutobi Hiruzen awaited precisely this response. Shortly after Tsunade's reply, Konoha's J-Nin collectively departed, utilizing ninjutsu to transport directly to the border between the Land of Rain and the Land of Wind. If you refuse to acknowledge that individual as one of your own, then I shall position my men at the border, which is entirely within my rights. Furthermore, these J-Nin remained within the territory of the Land of Rain, not crossing into your lands. Tsunade found themselves unable to respond to such actions. They had not intruded upon your territory, and their pursuit was directed towards a fugitive unrelated to you. From any perspective, they had no justifiable reason to send reinforcements. This is the covert warfare between great nations. Tsunade's decision to expose their espionage at this juncture was a calculated maneuver, an attempt to gauge the style and tendencies of the newly appointed Hokage. However, they did not anticipate that Sarutobi Hiruzen, who typically projected a pacifist image, would respond with such decisiveness and resolve in the face of this crisis. Caught off guard, Tsunade was left to swallow this bitter pill. A contingent of J-Nin stationed at the border effectively curtailed any possibility of Shota Nitani returning to Tsunade. Not long ago, Danzo had received intelligence from the Umbu. The foremost Umbu members had encountered Shota Nitani and engaged in combat. Yet, what none had foreseen was that a cadre of elite ninjas, formed by both Tsunade and Amigakure, had gathered around Shota Nitani. In this skirmish, both sides sustained significant losses. Yet ultimately, Shota Nitani managed to escape. The good news is that after discerning Shota Nitan's trajectory, the Dark Faction has approximately deduced his possible hiding place. The remaining task is merely to await the arrival of reinforcements and to ensnare him within a tightening encirclement. It is precisely because of this intelligence that Danzo has decided to temporarily seek a place to rest. This explains the earlier scene of them warming themselves by a fire in an abandoned building. Kaguya removed a piece of recently roasted hardtack from the flames and took a hearty bite. The once hard bread, subjected to high temperatures, had transformed into a crisp exterior. Meanwhile, Tsunade and the others were resting with their eyes closed, as the continuous travel of the past 2 days had drained their energy significantly. After poking at the fire with some firewood, Danzo, with an expressionless face, addressed Kagura. I anticipate that there will certainly be more ninjas from the Rain Village attempting to intercept us. If such a situation arises again, I will abandon you and break through alone. At that time, I hope you can delay the enemy as much as possible. Hearing this, Kagura glanced up at him, contemplated briefly, and nodded in agreement. He understood well that deploying all the elite ninjas to seal off the border appeared to be a formidable strategy. However, this approach was also time-sensitive. Not to mention how long Tsunade could endure such an arrangement. The act of dispatching all high-level combatants would leave Konohage Corps in a precarious state, necessitating vigilance against potential aggressors. Thus, the time left for them to capture Shoten was indeed limited. Under these circumstances, it was evidently more crucial for Danzo to reach the scene expeditiously. Seeing Kagura nod, Danzo felt a sense of relief. He was acutely aware that although he was ostensibly the leader of this team, the core figure was indeed Kagura. If he did not concur with Danzo's strategy, the execution would likely become fraught with complications. After a brief hour of rest, the group extinguished the fire and set forth once more. Shortly thereafter, within a stony forest formed by a cluster of rocks, Kagura and his companions found themselves encircled by the enemy once again. With a swift motion, he deflected a shuriken flying towards him with his kunai, and Danzo's brow furrowed in concern. Clearly, the number of adversaries dispatched to thwart them had increased, and this time, the enemy was evidently aware of their capabilities. Having driven them into this rocky expanse, they remained hidden among the boulders, launching harassing long-range attacks. It must be said that in the rainy environment, the ninjas from the Rain Village enjoyed an unparalleled advantage, adept as they were in water techniques. The moment Danzo charged towards the enemy, they would immediately employ water jutsu, concealing themselves in puddles or ponds. Subsequently, others from a distance would bombard Danzo with a barrage of ninja tools, forcing him back to his original position. It was evident that these individuals had been commanded to delay them. Observing the tense situation before him, Danzo turned his gaze towards Kagura. Kagura instantly grasped his intention, signaling for assistance to break the encirclement. However, Kagura found himself in a quandary, as he currently lacked the appropriate jutsu to resolve the stalemate. It was not that he was devoid of options, but the tailed beast cloak and chidori were ill-suited to unveil before Danzo. As for the Uchiha clan's fire techniques, they were ineffectual in this rainy setting. He would not mind employing the Kodoamatsukami, yet the hazy rain limited the application of such ocular techniques, and the enemy's refusal to engage directly left him with no opportunity to use them. Contemplating, he gestured to the other three. Tsunade and the others immediately understood his intent and nodded in agreement. Taking a deep breath, for shadow clones suddenly appeared beside him. The moment the clones emerged, they dashed in 4 different directions, clearly intended to draw fire. Meanwhile, the original 5 surged in an alternate direction. Just as they advanced, several enemies emerged from the water. Having adapted to this method of water ninjutsu over the course of recent battles, Kagura and his companions were ready. Tsunade leaped high, executing a powerful downward strike that sent the nearby foes flying, showcasing her signature move, the painful sky leg. Kagura brandished his kunai, engaging the remaining enemies, while Orochimaru and Jiraiya flanked Danzo as they pressed on. However, after only a few steps, a multitude of kunai and shuriken rained down upon them. The sheer volume of ninja tools cascaded like a torrential downpour. Orochimaru halted abruptly, swiftly forming hand seals. With a puffing of his cheeks, a tremendous gust of wind erupted, instantly sweeping away all the incoming projectiles. Danzo and Jiraiya maintained their momentum, breaking through the tempestuous zone without slowing. Just as the two were on the verge of escaping the rocky forest, the enemy launched their final wave of interception. 2 ninjas stood atop the last boulder, and as they formed hand seals, hundreds of water arrows coalesced in midair. The moment the water arrows solidified, they shot forth in a deluge towards the two. In the rainy environment, the water ninjutsu was markedly enhanced, exhibiting greater power and speed than usual. Witnessing the overwhelming barrage, Jiraiya suddenly appeared before Danzo. With a simple one-handed hand seal, his silver hair rapidly elongated. In the blink of an eye, that silver mane transformed into a formidable armor, shielding both himself and Danzo. The sounds of metallic clashes rang out incessantly, as the seemingly sharp water blade struck against the unyielding barrier. Apart from leaving some white marks on the fortress composed of silver hair, they could not breach its defense. After a brief, yet seemingly eternal assault, the relentless barrage finally ceased. Just as the attack dissipated, a gap suddenly opened in the silver fortress, and Danzo shot forth like a cannonball. As he darted forward, a ninja standing in his path suddenly changed color, clutching his neck in terror. However, his actions proved futile, as blood gushed forth between his fingers. In that fleeting moment, Danzo had dispatched one enemy. The last remaining ninja's eyes widened in fear, and without reservation, he hurled all his weaponry at the shadow of Danzo. Observing the kunai flying towards him, Danzo, in a bid to escape more swiftly, evaded with a deft maneuver. Ignoring the adversary before him, he propelled himself forward, finally leaving the stony forest behind. Yet, it was at that moment that misfortune struck. With a cry of pain, a blood spout erupted from Jiraiya's chest. Chapter 30. The Unknown Strongman. As Danzo departed, Jiraiya clutched his right chest in agony. Embedded in his chest was a kunai that was initially aimed at Danzo. Due to his evasion, Jiraiya, positioned behind Danzo, had fallen victim to the stray attack. Jiraiya's agonized shout caused Kagura, who was trailing behind, to change countenance. However, in the hazy rain, he was oblivious to what had transpired. Just as he pondered the events unfolding ahead, he loosened his grip on the shuriken. The enemy that had been entangling him suddenly abandoned the fight, dashing forward with haste. After a moment of surprise, Kagura began to comprehend their intent. Although these ninjas had been ordered to obstruct their progress, they would undoubtedly seize any opportunity to strike a fatal blow. At this moment, Jiraiya's right chest was drenched in blood, the kunai that had pierced him now discarded at his feet. However, at this moment, his blood fell like droplets into a sea teeming with sharks, drawing countless enemies who bared their fangs toward him. The closest to Jiraiya, Orochimaru, rushed to his side as soon as he realized Jiraiya was injured. A multitude of shurikens and darts flew toward the two of them, but Jiraiya managed to fend them off with the ninja technique, Needle Jizo. Yet, given his current state, he was nearing his limits and could scarcely maintain the jutsu. With their ranged attacks proving ineffective, the ninjas from the Hidden Rain village exchanged glances, ceasing their throwing. All of them drew their shurikens and charged at the two from all directions. When Kagura arrived on the scene, he was greeted by the sight of numerous enemies converging on Jiraiya and Orochimaru. His expression darkened, and arcs of blue lightning flickered around him. As a brilliant light erupted from his body, he transformed into a streak of blue light, swiftly appearing before the two. It was the moment when Kagura no longer concealed his strength, unleashing the full might of his lightning release. At that instant, he resembled a bolt of lightning in the night, surrounded by blue electric currents. Upon seeing the newly arrived youth, the assailants were not startled but rather filled with delight. Their hands tightened around their weapons, intent on cleaving this inexperienced boy in two. Yet, in the midst of the siege, Kagura maintained his composure, scanning the surrounding foes with a hint of a smile. He clapped his hands, and the lightning coiling around him suddenly flared brightly. What was once as thin as a strand of hair transformed into serpentine bolts, extending outward from him. Kagura became like a spider in its web, manifesting a radius of blue electric netting stretching several meters around him. The surrounding enemies, akin to moths drawn to a flame, rushed into his electric domain. Crack, crack, crack. Tsunade, who had just arrived, gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape as she witnessed all those who entered Kagura's blue lightning fall like puppets with severed strings. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and Orochimaru, standing beside Kagura, were equally astonished. Jiraiya had unknowingly dispelled the Needle Jizo technique and was now staring in disbelief at Kagura's back. At that moment, Kagura resembled a divine thunder deity, punishing all sinners who stood in his way. Orochimaru's expression was similarly astonished, his grip on his shuriken slackening without him realizing it. Witnessing Kagura's unprecedented jutsu ignited a fierce desire within him. If water release could be enhanced in a rainy environment, then lightning release here was exponentially amplified. The technique Kagura employed was a derivative of the Chidori, known as Chidori Stream. In simpler terms, it involved utilizing lightning release to disperse electricity around himself. In Kagura's own words, he was akin to a Tesla coil in a laboratory. The enemies, already drenched, were utterly unprepared as they plunged into the electric web, quickly incapacitated by the lightning. As dozens of figures fell around Kagura, The remaining foes finally comprehended the unfolding events and promptly halted their advance. Of course, Kagura's mastery of lightning release was still in its infancy. Most of those who collapsed merely lost consciousness rather than meeting their demise. With no one daring to approach, Kagura ceased the Chidori stream. He was not a bloodthirsty individual. He had no intention of delivering the coup de grace to those who lay before him. Observing the remaining 10 or so individuals, all of whom gazed at him in terror, he spoke in a detached tone. If I were you, I would take your companions and leave. Otherwise, I shall hunt you down with all my might. With that, he grasped his weapon once more, signaling his resolve. The ninjas from the Hidden Rain village exchanged glances, and after a moment of contemplation, one hesitantly approached Kagura, keeping a wary eye on him. He gradually assisted an unconscious comrade to his feet. Seeing that Kagura did not obstruct him, the man quickly leaped away from the scene. The remaining individuals, witnessing this, cautiously approached Kagura, helping their fallen comrades. Within a matter of minutes, the once fiercely contested battlefield was rendered empty, leaving only Kagura and the 3 others. After the enemies vanished, Kagura maintained a vigilant stance until, moments later, he felt his strength wane and collapsed onto the ground. Observing his actions, Tsunade, who was tending to Jiraiya, cast a concerned glance his way. Orochimaru hurried to Kagura's side, steadying him as he sat down. Kagura waved his hand dismissively, panting. I'm fine, no need to worry. I merely exhausted my chakra. Indeed, Kagura's earlier display was merely a fade to intimidate the remaining foes. Although he now possessed chakra levels comparable to a Jonin, it was merely at the lower tier of that rank. They had received no rest over the past 3 days, leading to significant physical and chakra depletion. In the recent battle, he had employed Shadow Clone and Chidori Stream, and even he found his chakra nearing depletion. His companions were in a similar state, compounded by Jiraiya's injuries. Kagura had relied on his extraordinary performance to deter the remaining enemies. While he was not a bloodthirsty individual, he was not a soft-hearted person either. Were it not for this, how could he have spared those already fallen? After regaining some semblance of strength, they decided to leave swiftly in search of a safe refuge. In a stone cave illuminated by flickering firelight, a campfire dispelled the chill brought on by the incessant rain. Wounded Jiraiya lay on the ground, bandaged and resting with his eyes closed. The shuriken had struck near his right shoulder, fortuitously missing any vital areas. After Tsunade's treatment, he was no longer in dire straits, though his combat effectiveness had undoubtedly diminished. Given everyone's condition, Kagura resolved to rest for the time being, at least until he could recover some chakra to continue their journey. Standing at the cave's entrance, he remained vigilant, gazing at the seemingly unending rain outside. Truth be told, this cave was hardly an ideal hiding place. Its depth was insufficient, and the fire-esque glow could betray their location. Yet, given the urgency of their situation, it was the best shelter they could find. Fortunately, the relentless rain reduced visibility, providing a rare advantage amidst the downpour. Kagura consoled himself with this thought as he peered at the sky. Tsunade silently approached him, offering a piece of warm rations. Eat something, and then let me take over the watch. You should rest. You're nearing your limit. Observing the concern in Tsunade's eyes, Kagura smiled faintly and accepted the food. He took a silent bite, preparing to turn to Tsunade to express his gratitude when suddenly, his expression shifted. He discarded the food and fixed his gaze warily outside. Through the patter of rain, he discerned a vague silhouette in the distance. Though far away, an overwhelming sense of danger emanated from that figure. This feeling was reminiscent of only one previous encounter, that with the formidable gold horn not long ago. The person before him was strong. Chapter 31. The arrival of the demigod. Noticing the unusual expression on Kagura's face and the indistinct figure in the distance, Tsunade swiftly returned to the cave to awaken Orochimaru and Jiraiya before Kagura could utter another word. The flickering light from the cave undoubtedly served as a beacon amidst the rain-soaked plains. The person in the distance had evidently taken notice of them. Approaching at a leisurely pace, Kagura and the others had already braced themselves, standing guard at the cave's entrance. It was not that Kagura wished to flee. Rather, the surrounding terrain was too barren. Attempting to escape would only render them conspicuous targets. It remained uncertain whether the approaching figure was friend or foe. But if they were indeed adversarial, fighting inside the cave would be preferable to battling in the rain outside. As their anxiety mounted, the figure gradually became clearer. Clad in a snug black outfit and sporting a large breathing filter, The individual had disheveled hair framing a pair of cold, indifferent eyes. Adorning his forehead was a headband emblazoned with the symbol of the Rain Village. If these physical traits did not suffice to reveal his identity, the presence of the individual accompanying him certainly did. The person had short black hair and an unremarkable face, save for his small, sinister eyes reminiscent of a venomous snake. This was none other than their target, Shota Nitada. At that moment, the two men arrived at the cave's entrance. Upon spotting Kagura and the Leaf Village symbol upon his forehead, an unmistakable fury ignited in Nitada's eyes. With a resigned sigh, Kagura whispered to the three behind him, "I will charge out. Take the opportunity to escape." Without waiting for a response, he gripped his left hand tightly around his right wrist, bending low as he fixed his gaze on the Rain Village ninja ahead. With a piercing bird call resonating through the air, a powerful blue current surged in Kagura's right hand. Confronted by this unknown powerhouse, he unleashed his mightiest jutsu. His gaze lifted, revealing his Sharingan, its tomo spinning with intensity as he activated the Kodoe Otsutsuki. Yet, the Rain Ninja remained unperturbed, arms crossed, coldly observing the unfolding events. After a brief silence, the man spoke in a raspy voice, "That I belongs to the Uchiha clan of the Leaf Village. Surrender. Your Jinjutsu is ineffective against me. However, your lightning technique holds some intrigue. Attack me. Know this is your only chance." His words were not mere bravado. Kagura had previously unleashed Kodoe Otsutsuki on him. Yet it was clear that his illusionary arts were futile against this man, far surpassing the weakened state of Kinkaku. Grinding his teeth, the spinning Sharingan gradually ceased, halting the activation of Kodoe Otsutsuki. With a fierce shout, he unleashed his Chidori, propelling himself low to the ground like a falcon diving for prey. The energy radiating from his right hand carved a straight path through the air, and as he leaped towards the man, the Chidori pulsed in his grasp. Now the size of an apple. The earlier piercing call had vanished, a testament to the concentration of his power. Just as this lightning-fast strike was poised to connect with the man's chest, he raised his right hand in a seemingly slow motion. In Kagura's incredulous gaze, that hand merely lifted slightly before it seized his attacking wrist with uncanny precision. He felt as though a hand forged from the strongest iron had shackled his right hand, rendering him incapable of advancing a single inch. Before Kagura could execute his next move, the man smirked, lifting his leg to deliver a swift kick. Kagura's body was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing against the stone wall of the cave, creating a sizable dent. Without hesitation, the other three did not heed Kagura's orders to flee. Instead, they charged at the man, much like Kagura. In an instant, the three were sent hurtling back with even greater speed, leaving three more substantial impressions upon the wall. Collapsing to one knee, Kagura spat blood, his expression one of horror as he gazed at the enemy before him. Though Kinkaku had been in a weakened state during their previous encounter, he had not anticipated that a mere stranger in the wilderness would possess strength surpassing that of Kinkaku. With a triumphant grin, Shota Nitada observed the four-leaf ninjas crumpled on the ground. He frantically addressed the man in front of him. "Hans, eliminate them. Upon our return, I can assure you of greater rewards from the higher-ups." The moment Kagura heard the name Hans, his heart sank as he realized he stood before the legendary demigod. Hans of the Salamander, the future leader of the Rain Village, was once regarded as the pinnacle of the ninja world in his prime, earning the title of demigod. During the Second Great Ninja War, he led his nation to contend against the three great powers, including the Leaf Village. Although the Leaf ultimately triumphed, they could not defeat Hans. Of course, he was merely in his youth now, far from the legendary strength sung about in stories. Yet, any ninja bestowed with the title of god was far from ordinary. It was no wonder Kagura felt akin to a newborn in his presence. Upon hearing Shota Nitada's command, Hans cast a cold, indifferent gaze in his direction. His raspy voice carried a chilling undertone. "Do you still not grasp your situation? Were it not for the village leader's directive to spare your life, do you think you could evade the scrutiny of the Leaf Sambu?" After delivering this admonition, he disregarded Shota's agitated demeanor, walking nonchalantly into the cave. However, before entering, he paused slightly and addressed them. "You four, if you survive, come inside. If you wish to flee, I will kill you." With that, he paid no further heed to Kagura and the others, striding into the cave. Shota cast a fierce glare at Kagura and the others, but upon contemplating the repercussions of offending Hans, he reluctantly averted his gaze and followed him inside. Struggling to stand, Kagura looked concernedly at the other three. Fortunately, it seemed Hans had shown restraint, as the others managed to rise with effort. Meeting their questioning glances, Kagura remained silent, slowly shaking his head before stepping into the cave. The three exchanged worried frowns, ultimately gritting their teeth and following suit. Finding a spot within the cave, Kagura wearily closed his eyes. Beyond the need for rest, he contemplated their current predicament. From the situation at hand, it was clear that the search operation from the Leaf had failed. After all, their target was now before them. The cause of this failure was undoubtedly Hans's intervention. Indeed, a future demigod personally intervening to extract someone from beneath the watchful eyes of the Umbu was no trivial task. Yet, the question lingered. Why had he chosen not to eliminate their group? Reflecting on Hans's character, it was evident he was a man of contradictions, embodying both mercy and cruelty in varying degrees. He possessed a sense of appreciation for talented young ninjas. For instance, during the Second Ninja War, faced with the youthful trio of Sannin who had once been defeated by him, Hanzo held them in high regard. Thus, he conferred upon Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade the title of the Leaf Village Sannin and permitted their departure. However, in his later years, when Yahiko and Nagato posed a threat to his position, he chose to ally with Danzo to eradicate them. These two conflicting facets of his character were evident within him. Yet, judging by the recent conduct of his group, Kagura did not believe that Danzo would let them off easily. What fate awaited them henceforth? Chapter 32. The truth of the matter. After a moment of contemplation, Kagura began to fathom Hanzo's intentions. The current Hanzo was not yet the formidable figure capable of contending with the three nations alone. He was not even the leader of the Rain Village at this point. Considering his earlier dialogue with Nitada Shoyuta, it became clear that their presence here was largely due to Hanzo executing a command from the village leader. Presently, the elite ninjas of the Leaf Village were concentrated within the borders of the Land of Rain, with a multitude of Umbu conducting a thorough search nearby. Hanzo's attitude towards Nitada Shoyuta was primarily task-oriented. He had no desire to complicate matters, should he decide to eliminate them here. Given the presence of Uchiha clan members and Tsunade, one could imagine that their corpses, if discovered by the Umbu, might serve as a catalyst for war against the Land of Rain. This was the primary reason Hanzo refrained from harming them. Understanding this, Kagura silently exhaled a sigh of relief. For him, as long as his life was not in jeopardy, other matters seemed less significant. Perhaps sensing Kagura's relaxation, Hanzo looked at him with interest. After observing him for a moment, he inquired, "What is your name?" Kagura maintained a stoic expression in response to Hanzo's question, yet replied, "Uchiha Kagura." "Uchiha Kagura, you say? The lightning technique you just employed is unlike anything I have ever seen. Did you create that jutsu yourself?" Having already confirmed Kagura's clan through his Sharingan, Hanzo was not surprised by his name, but rather intrigued by the technique. Chidori, also known as Raikiri, was a jutsu developed by Kakashi, who had not yet been born at this time, making it a technique that had never existed. After pondering for a few seconds, Kagura nodded. "While I did not personally invent it, the system provided it to me, so it is fair to acknowledge my claim to its invention." Upon hearing Kagura's response, a glimmer of admiration flickered in Hanzo's eyes. He continued, "The Uchiha clan is indeed an admirable lineage, producing astonishing talents in every generation." He added more firewood to the flames before raising his gaze to the others and saying, "Rest assured, I have no intention of killing you. However, you will need to accompany me for the next 2 days. Once I have delivered this person to the designated location, I will allow you to leave. Your comrades are presently outside, and should I release you now, you might alert the Leaf Village, which would present me with considerable trouble." Indeed, a look of understanding appeared on Kagura's face. Hanzo's thoughts aligned with his deductions. However, upon hearing Hanzo's words, Nitada Shoyuta's expression grew grim. With a hint of trepidation in his gaze, he addressed Hanzo, "Why not simply kill them? Would that not be more convenient? If you believe the task remuneration is insufficient and does not cover this, I can personally offer an additional reward." To Nitada Shoyuta's request, Hanzo did not even cast a glance his way, continuing to tend to the fire as he replied, "I am merely executing a task. If you have objections to the mission's details, you can discuss it with someone back in the Rain Village. My sole responsibility is to ensure your safe arrival at the designated location." In the face of Hanzo's unyielding words, although Nitada Shoyuta's facial muscles twitched slightly, he forced himself to maintain composure. Throughout their journey, he was acutely aware of the strength of the man before him. In his view, even the most powerful Umbu could not withstand a single strike from Hanzo. As a mere Chunin, he felt it unnecessary to compare himself. Meanwhile, Tsunade was treating Jiraiya while keeping a watchful eye on the situation. Poor Jiraiya had begun to recover, only to have his wounds reopened by Hanzo's strike, and blood began to flow once more. Fortunately, having gained experience from the previous incident, Tsunade skillfully staunched the bleeding and employed healing techniques to accelerate the recovery of his wounds. Upon hearing Hanzo's words, her previously tense heart began to ease. It was evident, after the brief confrontation, that Hanzo was on an entirely different level compared to them. Even the usually formidable Kaguya could not last a round against him. At this moment, they did not possess a strong sense of ninja responsibility. Survival was their primary concern. When Tsunade heard Hanzo counter Nitada Shuda's remarks, she could not help but chuckle softly. In the confined cave, her laughter seemed so out of place, echoing throughout the space. Nitada Shoyuda, already displeased, felt his anger surge again upon hearing her laughter. He glared at her and spat, "Humph, just a few lowly genin. Even if Hanzo refuses to act, I could handle this myself." With that, he made a show of standing, seemingly intent on taking matters into his own hands. At that moment, Kaguya, who had previously closed his eyes, opened them again, his Sharingan slowly rotating. A chilling gaze swept across the room, causing Nitada Shoyuda to feel a shiver run down his spine as he cautiously turned to look at Kaguya. Kaguya held no fondness for the man before him and coldly remarked, "Were it not for Hanzo's presence, you would have already been under my control and returning to the village with us." Nitada Shoyuda, enraged by Kaguya's contemptuous words, was about to retort when Hanzo finally cast a look of disdain at him, interjecting, "Sit down. Are you incapable of assessing your opponent's strength? Do not be obstinate. The boy speaks the truth." Upon hearing Hanzo's words, Nitada Shuda's expression shifted. If it were merely that boy, he would dismiss it as youthful provocation. However, when the words came from Hanzo, he trusted the man's judgment. Resentfully, he resumed his seat, but not before shooting Kaguya a disgruntled look, saying, "What could a brat like you possibly know? You mere genin are nothing but tools in the hands of those in the Leaf Village. The mission you are executing is nothing but a lie." Kaguya furrowed his brow at Nitada Shuda's statement. Before he could respond, Tsunade interjected, "What do you mean by that?" Looking up at the four young ones before him and seeing their puzzled expressions, Nitada Shoyuda finally revealed a smirk, saying, "What do I mean? I mean you have all been deceived by that esteemed Hokage and Danzo. The orders you received were likely that I had stolen the forbidden book, prompting your attempts to capture me, correct? Yes, I did steal it, but what I acquired was not a forbidden book at all." Here, he seemed to remember something. Gritting his teeth as he continued, "It was merely bait. A trap set by your superiors to lure out the spies hidden within the Leaf Village. They used this method to draw us out and swiftly eliminate us. This entire scheme was orchestrated by the newly appointed Hokage to cleanse the internal conspirators." Upon hearing Nitada Shuda's explanation, Kaguya felt that all the confusions of the past few days had unraveled. Why was the forbidden tome, regarded as a treasure, so easily pilfered by spies? How could the high-ranking officials respond with such alacrity, dispatching all elite shinobi to seal the escape routes almost immediately after the incident? Moreover, why had the system yet to assign a mission to me? The nature of this classified mission was to apprehend Shoyuda Nitada and reclaim the forbidden tome he supposedly possessed. However, since he did not hold the tome at all, it was evident that this task was not a genuine high-level assignment, which explained the system's failure to issue a mission this time. Nevertheless, while somewhat surprised, I found no fault in the actions of Konoha's upper echelon. Identifying the spies within the village and purging the internal environment was a perfectly reasonable course of action, was it not? The only unexpected element was that Hans had not anticipated encountering an adversary like me on the periphery. Upon hearing Nitada's words, Tsunade and the others exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a dawning understanding. At that moment, Hans waved his hand, extinguishing the fire before rising to his feet. After surveying the surroundings, he addressed the group, stating, "All right, we must continue onward. Young shinobi of Konoha, I ask that you accompany us for a while." Chapter 33. Hans faced with Hans's invitation. It was clear that we had no authority to refuse. Without further words, we silently followed the two as they exited the cave. Jiraiya, still recovering from his injuries, was supported by Orochimaru and me as we progressed. It seemed as if the incessant rain would never cease. Yet, gradually, it diminished until it stopped altogether. Although the sun remained obscured and the sky was still shrouded in dark clouds, the long-awaited reprieve from the rain lifted my spirits somewhat. Hans paid no particular attention to Jiraiya's pace, maintaining his own rhythm as we ventured toward the unknown. Positioned at the back of the group, I made a conscious effort to keep up, despite Hans's lack of urgency or backward glances. We understood clearly that if we allowed Jiraiya to lag behind due to his injuries, this seemingly benevolent foe might swiftly turn his blade upon him. Thus, even in silence, we hastened our steps. In the land of rain, distinguishing daytime was a challenge amidst the gloomy weather. After walking for what felt like half a day, the dark curtain of night descended unnoticed, and Hans, leading the way, finally halted. Gazing up at the sky, he instantly discerned that the night would be unusually dry. Casually approaching a large tree, he sat down without uttering a word, signaling a rest for the group. Gasping softly, I gently lowered Jiraiya, helping him lean against the tree. Despite Tsunade's treatment, the toll of 2 injuries and significant blood loss left him exceedingly weak. Initially, I assisted alongside Orochimaru, but as Hans quickened his pace, this method of support became untenable. Ultimately, I resolved to carry Jiraiya on my back. Meeting his apologetic gaze, I smiled faintly and shook my head. Noticing Hans had no intention of kindling a fire, and with the dampness of the forest making it impossible to ignite a flame, the 4 of us quietly retrieved our rations and began to eat. At such a moment, replenishing our strength was the most prudent course of action. Observing our actions, Hans subtly nodded. He had always held a certain admiration for clever individuals. He finally spoke, "By noon tomorrow at the latest, I shall release you." With that, he closed his eyes, leaning against the tree in silence. Though Shoyuta Nitada's face bore a hint of malice upon hearing Hans's words, he ultimately refrained from speaking. As for me and the others, we acted as though we had not heard him, continuing to consume our provisions in silence. As time progressed into the depths of night, the seemingly eternal clouds finally dispersed. Bright moonlight bathed the earth, casting a silvery hue upon the forest. At this juncture, everyone had closed their eyes, resting against the trees with rhythmic breaths. Suddenly, the seemingly slumbering Hans abruptly opened his eyes. In an instant, as he awoke, a black shuriken was shot toward his upper body. With a dull thud, the shuriken struck its mark, and Hans vanished from sight, the weapon embedding itself deep within the tree trunk. Yet, a hissing sound emanated from the shuriken, revealing it was tethered to a lit explosive tag. With a resounding explosion, the shuriken detonated violently. The moment it struck the tree, I had already awakened, instinctively seizing Jiraiya and retreating swiftly. Although Orochimaru and Tsunade were a step behind, they too rushed forward before the explosion erupted. A massive cloud of smoke billowed up, and despite activating my Sharingan, I could barely discern 2 shadowy figures clashing amidst the chaos, the sounds of weapons colliding resonating through the air. As the smoke gradually dissipated, we finally discerned the specifics of the confrontation. Hans was locked in combat with a man, none other than Danzo, who had departed the previous day. In truth, Danzo had been following us since early on. After the breakout, he had not yet reached his destination when he received news from his shadowy informants regarding our escape. The plot had been primarily orchestrated by him, as he had proposed to Sarutobi to use bait to eliminate the spies within the village. Shoyuta Nitada was not Danzo's primary target. Rather, it was the accomplices who aided him in this theft that constituted the true aim of his scheme. Amir Chunin, once his identity was revealed, posed little threat under the watchful eyes of the Umbu. However, the other spies entangled in this web were the true catch lying in wait. Little did he anticipate that, in a bid to prevent Konoha from seizing evidence against him, the Tsunade had hired shinobi from the Land of Rain to facilitate his escape. Along the way, while several traitors and spies who had fled Konoha with Nitada were apprehended, they were merely Chunin or lower. The true masterminds had yet to reveal themselves. Thus, the significance of Shoyuta and Nitada became more pronounced than anticipated. If he could be captured, using ninjutsu to interrogate him might yield unexpected results. Consequently, upon receiving word from the Umbu, Danzo halted his advance and commenced an immediate search of the area. As the leader of the root organization, Danzo's tracking skills were undoubtedly exceptional. Moreover, fortune favored him as the rain, which could have disrupted his pursuit, had ceased. Therefore, 3 hours prior, he had already located our sizable group. While he was surprised to see me among them, it was Hanzo's presence that truly caught his attention. As a survivor from the battlefield, he could sense the danger emanating from the young man at the forefront. After a moment's contemplation, He dispatched information to his Umbu operatives before stealthily following us. It must be said that in the realms of tracking and concealment, Danzo was among the elite. Remarkably, Hans remained utterly oblivious to the hours of pursuit. Twanzo was indeed a person of remarkable patience. Even upon witnessing their pause for rest, he refrained from making a move, choosing instead to conceal himself and observe from above. As the night deepened, he finally unleashed the long-awaited strike. The two adversaries, locked in a stalemate, suddenly exerted themselves. Retreating swiftly, while still in retreat, Twanzo abruptly hurled several shurikens, and with a single hand sign, their numbers multiplied exponentially. Faced with this relentless barrage of shuriken attacks, Hanzo's response was remarkably simple. Calmly, he utilized the shuriken in his hand to deftly deflect each incoming projectile. However, mere seconds later, his expression shifted dramatically. The shurikens that had been deflected began to follow an illogical trajectory, looping around to his rear. Standing some distance away, Kagura discerned the truth with her Sharingan. Every shuriken Twanzo had thrown was tethered to an almost imperceptible thread. With a sudden tug, Twanzo revealed the glimmering silver lines. The shurikens that Hans had deflected now hurtled back toward him. In a moment of dire urgency, although Hans twisted his body to evade the attack, he soon realized that he was ensnared by the seemingly delicate yet remarkably resilient threads and shurikens. A familiar hissing sound filled the air as dozens of the shurikens bound to him ignited. Upon closer inspection, each shuriken bore a yellow explosive tag. With a resounding bang, an explosion more thunderous than before erupted from Hans's position, engulfing the area in a vast fireball. The blast generated a massive cloud of smoke, swiftly enveloping the entire forest. Twanzo, having successfully struck, paid no heed to the outcome of the confrontation. He propelled himself forward, rapidly heading towards Kagura and the others. With Tsunade standing in his path, his face a mask of disbelief. From the very beginning, Twanzo had no intention of determining a victor against Hans. All his attacks were merely a ruse to delay the formidable opponent. Twanzo's true target had always been Nida. In the midst of Nida's incredulous gaze, Twanzo's shuriken plunged mercilessly into his body. Chapter 34. Would you care to make a deal? Twanzo's eyes narrowed as Nida's incredulous expression faded from view, replaced by a splinter of wood. As an experienced spy, Nida may not have possessed immense power, but he was certainly not lacking in caution. The moment the two combatants engaged, he recognized that he was being pursued by the forces of Konoha. While Kagura was focused on the battle ahead, he discreetly employed the body replacement technique beneath the scrutiny of her Sharingan. With a forceful flick, he cast aside the struck wooden segment, and Twanzo's predatory gaze swept the surroundings. A shadow darted past, none other than Nida, concealed in the darkness. He surged toward Kagura and the others, prompting them to immediately adopt a combat stance. Yet, in Kagura's astonishment, Nida suddenly changed direction just as he was about to confront her. Momentarily stunned, she quickly grasped Nida's objective, but it was already too late. Nida dashed past, seizing Jiraiya, who lay beside Kagura, as a hostage. When he came to a halt, Jiraiya was firmly held against Nida's chest with his right arm. Nida stood defensively behind Jiraiya, eyeing Kagura and Twanzo with vigilance. With his left hand, he pressed a shuriken against Jiraiya's neck, threateningly declaring, "Do not move. Otherwise, I shall slay this boy." The act of coercing a hostage was evidently a well-considered strategy. With the injured and incapacitated Jiraiya becoming the prime target, Jiraiya, filled with shame and rage, turned to Nida, yet he lacked the strength to resist. Thus, yet again, a stalemate ensued. Meanwhile, as this drama unfolded, the haze began to dissipate. True to the saying, "Smoke brings no harm," Hans emerged unscathed from the mist. Although his expression remained impassive, a flicker of anger glinted in his eyes. Without uttering a word, he accelerated toward Twanzo, observing the formidable opponent's renewed assault. Twanzo's eyes reflected a hint of urgency. Seemingly having made a decision, he gritted his teeth and charged once more at Nida. Though Twanzo had yet to arrive, he hurled several shurikens toward Nida. Witnessing Twanzo disregard his hostage to launch an attack, Nida's eyes flickered with fierce intent. Without hesitation, he raised his hostage in defense. With Jiraiya's muffled cry and the alarmed exclamations of Tsunade and Orochimaru, the shurikens pierced Jiraiya's body, erupting in sprays of crimson. Yet, in the face of this tumult, Twanzo's expression remained unchanged. The blade in his hand glinted with cold light as he continued to sprint toward Nida, thrusting his sword forward with lethal intent. Aiming to pierce Jiraiya to strike Nida, Tsunade and Orochimaru, caught off guard by Tuanzo's audacity, gasped, and Orochimaru extended his arms in a futile attempt to intervene. However, their efforts were a moment too slow. They could not reach him in time. Just as Tuanzo's shuriken was about to penetrate Jiraiya's body, a thunderous voice rang out. "Tuanzo, how dare you!" A bolt of blue lightning suddenly illuminated the scene, targeting Tuanzo directly. Sensing the impending threat from behind, Tuanzo's eyes widened. And in an instant, he made a decision. He retracted the shuriken he had thrown, twisting his body in an indescribable manner. As the lightning bore down upon him, he barely managed to defend himself, blocking the strike with his weapon. With a crisp sound, Tuanzo was propelled several meters back. However, he swiftly regained his composure midair and landed firmly on the ground. Looking up, he saw the source of the attack, Kaguya, wielding a sphere of blue lightning in his hand. As Kaguya deactivated his Chidori, he glared at Tuanzo with fury. Upon catching sight of Kaguya's eyes, Tuanzo froze. Before him were a pair of three-tomo Sharingan. The 9-year-old three-tomo, he murmured in disbelief. Moments earlier, Kaguya had also been taken by surprise by Tuanzo's attack and could only watch helplessly as the shuriken struck Jiraiya. In that instant, it felt as though time had paused for Kaguya. Jiraiya's agonized expression and the blood that splattered around him were indelibly etched in his mind. At that moment, a series of images flashed through his mind, scenes from the original timeline when Jiraiya faced his demise. The disheveled white hair, accompanied by a hint of a serene smile. Sinking slowly to the lake's depths. Could it be that I truly cannot alter their fate? For the first time since his transmigration, Kaguya felt a sense of powerlessness. Alongside that feeling of impotence surged an unprecedented rage. No, all tragedies shall be rewritten by my hand. As this unwavering resolve surged within him, even Kaguya failed to notice that a new tomo had begun to appear in his Sharingan. If at that moment he were to check his system, he would discover that the category for his ocular techniques had changed. The progress had instantly reached 100, and the attribute transformed to Ocular Technique, 3-Tomo Sharingan. Progress, 01. In truth, after 2 months of rigorous training, his ocular technique progress had already reached 99. Yet, in the final stretch, Kaguya found himself unable to break through, regardless of his efforts. In truth, it was precisely due to his lack of the requisite emotions for advancement. During his last promotion, aided by the system, he remained oblivious to this fact. After traversing worlds, his singular goal became survival. To this end, he maintained a low profile, even to the extent of merely biding his time until the protagonist resolved all matters at hand. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the 3 members of Team 7 gradually became indispensable companions in his heart. They executed missions together, frolicked, and shared their worries. Kaguya began to grow accustomed to their presence in his life, even striving to alter their dismal fates. However, it was at this moment that the sight of Jiraiya being injured unfolded before him. The vivid spray of blood seemed to shatter a mental barrier within him, and an overwhelming surge of emotion propelled him to the level of the Sharingan's 3-Tomo. In that fleeting instant, he instinctively unleashed Chidori. He did not even notice that this time, the technique, which typically required some charge, was executed instantaneously. Repelling Danzo, Kaguya gradually straightened his posture, glaring fiercely at him. At that moment, a flicker of trepidation crossed Danzo's eyes. A 9-year-old with the 3-Tomo Sharingan. It could be said that even Uchiha Madara had not possessed the talent displayed by this young boy. Hans then arrived at the battlefield, observing that his target remained unharmed, and opted not to seize the opportunity to attack. In a flash, he positioned himself behind Tsunade, vigilantly watching the standoff between Kaguya and Danzo. Recognizing Hanzo's presence, Danzo realized that his plan for a swift resolution had faltered. Furrowing his brow, he directed a questioning tone at Kaguya, inquiring, "Do you even comprehend what you are doing?" At this juncture, Tsunade and Orochimaru finally reached Kaguya's side, their eyes likewise filled with fury as they glared at Danzo. Kaguya brushed off the dust from his feet, his expression regaining its composure as he replied, "I certainly know what I am doing. I am fully aware that Jiraiya is my comrade." In response to Kaguya's declaration, Danzo retorted noncommittally, "Comrade? Do you think you are merely playing house like in the Ninja Academy? I have told Sarutobi, the education in the village is far too peaceful. Your generation has forgotten the very essence of being a ninja." Completing missions is the foremost duty of a ninja. The sacrifice of comrades is not an impediment to the mission. Your recent actions are a disgrace to ninjas. Observing Danzo's face, which was now contorted in anger, Kagura pondered for a moment before suddenly breaking into a light laugh. He met Danzo's gaze with his bright eyes, disdainfully stating, "I apologize, but I do not subscribe to your ideology. My life's philosophy can only be defined by myself. The kind of ninja I become is solely within my purview." With that, he disregarded Danzo and turned to Hans, saying, "Hey Hans, I have a proposition. Are you interested in hearing it?" Chapter 35. Do you not wish to witness the power of the Uchiha? Hey Hans, I have a proposition. Are you interested in hearing it? Hans did not refuse Kagura's words, yet he remained silent. He simply regarded Kagura with a steady gaze, urging him to continue. Kagura, undeterred by Hans's silence, continued, "I will help you fend off this pursuing force from Konoha. You will allow Tsunade to release my comrade, and then you may depart unimpeded." Noticing the contemplative expression on Hans's face, Kagura added, "Perhaps you are unaware of who this individual is. His name is Danzo, the leader of our Team 7. He paused for emphasis before continuing. "Most importantly, he is the head of Konoha's root organization. You could consider him a mentor to a significant portion of Konoha's future Umbu. Based on my understanding of him, he undoubtedly sent a message to the nearby Umbu before engaging. I believe they are already en route. If you continue to hesitate, you may find it impossible to escape." As Kagura elucidated, Hans's hesitance gradually dissipated, and his expression returned to one of calm. Without further ado, he replied succinctly to Kagura, "All right." He then turned to Tsunade and issued a terse command, "Release him." Tsunade frowned, reluctant to relinquish the sole hostage so easily. He was tempted to question Hans's faith in that young boy's words. However, upon meeting Hans's unwavering gaze, he relented. With a dissatisfied click of his tongue, he roughly pushed the unconscious Jiraiya forward. As Jiraiya tumbled toward him, Orochimaru swiftly rushed to catch him, preventing him from collapsing. Tsunade shot a furious glare at Tsunade before immediately tending to Jiraiya's wounds. At that moment, Jiraiya's eyes were tightly shut, blood streaming from his body. The darts had embedded themselves within, only a few protruding from his skin. Hastily extracting all the darts, she applied healing techniques to staunch the bleeding. Feeling a sense of relief as Jiraiya's breathing grew steadier, she nodded at Kagura, signaling that Jiraiya was not in grave danger. Seeing Tsunade's gesture, Kagura felt a quiet sigh of relief. After ensuring Jiraiya's safety, Hans wasted no time, seizing Tsunade and fleeing into the distance. Throughout this, Danzo merely observed, displaying no intention to intervene, coldly watching the unfolding scene. In truth, he did not acquiesce to Kagura's proposed deal. He was well aware that under Hans's deliberate caution, the possibility of capturing Tsunade had vanished. Once Hans had departed, he finally spoke, his tone measured. "I must say, I am quite curious about the trump card that enables you to propose such a deal. What leads you to believe you possess the strength to thwart me?" He casually glanced at Kagura's right hand, continuing, "Is it solely because of that lightning technique you showcased earlier? Indeed, that attack was swift and powerful. However, you must understand that under my prepared circumstances, you could not hope to strike me." He narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Kagura as he remarked, "It seems that Kinkaku met his end due to that very technique, given the trail of destruction stretching hundreds of meters." Without acknowledging Danzo's speculation, Kagura met his gaze calmly, replying, "Indeed, your suspicions are not unfounded. It is precisely for that reason that I have endeavored to conceal this technique from you until now. However, one aspect you have misjudged. This is not the source of my confidence in impeding you." At that moment, the three Tomo in Kagura's eyes began to rotate slowly. Maintaining his measured pace, he added, "Have you not always been curious about the Sharingan, intrigued by the power of the Uchiha? Today, I shall grant you a glimpse of it." As Danzo beheld the swirling Sharingan, he felt himself ensnared by those enigmatic eyes, unable to avert his gaze. In an instant, or perhaps it felt like an eternity, Danzo finally regained awareness of his surroundings, only to be met with confusion. Although the environment remained unchanged, it would be inaccurate to say that there were no alterations. The figures of Tsunade and others, who should have been behind Kagura, had vanished, and the night sky had transformed. The starlit canopy was replaced by a blood-red expanse above. The surrounding trees had transformed into mere shadows, standing starkly upon the ground like silhouettes. With a gentle smile, Kagura extended her arms and proclaimed, "Welcome to my world." Despite the surrounding changes, Danzo remained unperturbed. After surveying his surroundings, he inquired, "Is this an illusion created by the Sharingan? Huh, if it's merely a trivial illusion, it surely cannot ensnare me." Upon hearing this, Kagura's laughter grew more jubilant. Trivial illusion? This is a high-level ninjutsu, the Tsukuyami, a signature technique of the prodigious Uchiha Itachi. Indeed, this was the high-level ninjutsu Kagura had drawn after defeating the Golden Horn. However, upon acquiring it, Kagura faced a conundrum. He found himself unable to fully unleash this technique. Although it belonged to the same tier as the Kodoame Tsukumi, he realized he could not execute it flawlessly. After much contemplation, he understood this limitation stemmed from his still possessing the two-tomo Sharingan. Both Tsukuyami and Kodoame Tsukumi relied on the Sharingan's power. Thus, the rank of the Sharingan was crucial to their efficacy. In truth, Kagura had always felt he was not fully harnessing the might of Kodoame Tsukumi. As a technique heralded as the strongest illusion, Kodoame Tsukumi seemed to be overly constrained in his hands. In battles against stronger foes, its effectiveness was nearly nullified. However, all of this would vanish once Kagura ascended to the three-tomo Sharingan. Just moments ago, he sensed that the shackles that had previously hindered his use of Tsukuyami had dissipated. With a mindset of experimentation, he successfully activated it. Kagura, with a slight smirk, replied to Danzo's dismissive comments. "Is that so? Then why not give it a try?" Danzo frowned at Kagura's confident assertion. Nevertheless, he raised a hand to form a seal and bellowed, "Release." Yet, his actions resembled those of a jester, for the scenery around them did not alter in the slightest. At that moment, a hint of panic flickered across Danzo's visage. Observing this, Kagura spoke again. "I have granted you your chance. Now it is my turn." No sooner had the words left his lips than Danzo found himself bound to a cross. While Kagura held a familiar short sword in his hand, Kagura scrutinized the blade and remarked, "Ah, is this the very sword you intended to thrust into Jiraiya's body? Quite well crafted indeed." With that, he wasted no time in plunging the short sword toward Danzo. The sensation of the blade piercing his flesh surged painfully through Danzo's mind. He gasped, his eyes wide with fury as he glared at Kagura. Yet, the latter retained his smile. Kagura reached into the air and produced another identical short sword. Leaning closer to Danzo, he whispered tenderly, "Fear not, we have ample time to play." With that, he thrust the sword once more. Time trickled by slowly. Perhaps 5 minutes had passed, or perhaps an hour. Danzo was now impaled by numerous short swords, his initial muffled groans having transformed into wails of despair. Yet, his fierce gaze remained fixed on Kagura. Feeling yet another sword pierce his body, he finally asked, "Why? Why have I not perished or lost consciousness?" In response to his question, Kagura drew another short sword from the ether and replied, "Rest assured, I have stated this is my world. Therefore, as long as I desire it, you shall remain fully awake here. We have 3 entire days to indulge in our little game." Hearing the mention of 3 days, a flicker of panic ignited in Danzo's eyes. Chapter 36. Danzo is a good man. In the real world, Tsunade gazed in confusion at Kagura and Danzo. After Kagura had spoken to Danzo, the two appeared entranced, suddenly freezing in place. She exchanged a puzzled glance with Orochimaru, and they approached Kagura and Danzo to investigate. However, they understood that this was likely due to Kagura's illusion, so they refrained from touching their bodies. As Orochimaru neared Danzo to observe, he suddenly slumped and collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Kagura was not faring much better. He abruptly knelt, covering his eyes with his hands. They rushed closer, and Kagura gasped. "I didn't anticipate the chakra consumption of this ninjutsu would be so immense." Without waiting for their response, he urged, "Remember what I am about to say. When I lose consciousness, you must explain this to the arriving Umbu using my words." Tsunade and Orochimaru did not have to wait long. Approximately half an hour later, the Umbu from Konoha arrived. Clad in combat vests suitable for battle, they wore defensive armor over them, their faces obscured by white masks resembling animals. Seeing the ravaged forest and the fallen Jiraiya, Kagura, and the esteemed Danzo, the shock within the Umbu was palpable, even beneath their masks. After briefly hearing the accounts from the remaining 2, their astonishment deepened. The leader of the Umbu stared incredulously at Tsunade, who appeared earnest, and asked, "Are you suggesting that Danzo-sama fell into unconsciousness after battling a formidable enemy from the Rain Village to protect you?" In response to the Umbu's inquiry, Tsunade wiped away non-existent tears from her eyes and choked out, "Yes, Danzo-sensei." He fought valiantly against the enemy to protect the abducted Jiraiya and Kagura. However, that enemy was far too powerful, and Danzo-sensei ultimately fell victim to their illusion, collapsing as a result. If not for the enemy's own injuries leading to their departure, we might not have survived. Danzo-sensei, he is truly a caring teacher. One cannot deny that women are born actresses. Amidst Orochimaru's incredulous and slightly fearful gaze, Tsunade recounted her version of events, her voice trembling with emotion as she reached the climax of her tale, unable to hold back tears. In that moment, Orochimaru even began to question whether everything he had witnessed was a form of illusion, and whether Tsunade's narrative was the truth. In reality, Tsunade's account contained no flaws. The only issue lay with the protagonist of the story. Unlike typical ninjas from the Hidden Leaf, the Umbu were all too familiar with the true nature of Danzo. Would such a person forsake a mission to save his students? One might as well claim that the Uchiha boy lying on the ground was the reincarnation of Uchiha Madara. Yet, this tearful girl was not to be underestimated. She was none other than the renowned Tsunade Haim. To outright deny her would risk her reporting it to someone upon their return. Caught between a dilemma, the leader ultimately chose to trust Tsunade. After all, who could dispute the fact that the man in question lay unconscious on the ground? Any real issues could be addressed once he awakened. After surveying the scene, he promptly decided to escort the 2 genin and 3 injured individuals back to Konoha. Regardless, the injuries sustained by Danzo indicated the presence of a powerful enemy nearby. In this context, these lower-ranking ninjas are no longer suited to remain here. 2 days later, within the confines of Konoha Hospital, Kagura gradually regained consciousness, greeted by the familiar sight of the ceiling above. Remarkably, he found himself in the same ward as before. After staring blankly at the ceiling for several minutes, his pupils began to focus slowly. At that moment, the door to his room opened. Shortly thereafter, 2 delighted voices echoed, "Kagura, you've awakened." Turning his head slowly, he recognized the visitors as Tsunade and Orochimaru. Tsunade approached the bedside, placing the fruit she held down and gazing at him with concern. Upon seeing the look in Kagura's eyes, she instantly understood his unspoken message, gently patting him and reassuring him, "Do not worry. I have made it clear how Master Danzo saved us." Hearing this, Kagura felt relieved, confirming that Tsunade had indeed followed his instructions. He did not speak, but merely nodded gently at the 2 of them. On the following day, having left the hospital, Kagura stood before Sarutobi Hiruzen. Unlike the last time, Kagura's fainting was due to his chakra being expended entirely in a short span of time. Physically, he bore no injuries. Thus, after just 1 day, he was discharged from the hospital and summoned immediately by the Hokage. Observing the handsome young man before him, Hiruzen rubbed his temples in frustration. He had already learned the details of Danzo's injuries through the information relayed by the Umbu. Just yesterday, he had personally met with Tsunade and Orochimaru to inquire further. Yet, their accounts matched those of the Umbu. As a longtime friend of Danzo, how could he not understand his character? Moreover, this incident was orchestrated and participated in by Danzo himself. At the final moment, how could he have abandoned the pursuit of the crucial target, Nita Shota? However, with both of them unwavering in their statements, he found himself at a loss. Reluctantly, he decided to call upon Kagura for further questioning. "So, your account aligns with Tsunade's and the others?" Hiruzen squinted, directly asking without unnecessary preamble. Yet, Kagura's expression remained unchanged as he solemnly nodded. In truth, his narrative in the beginning was entirely consistent with the facts. Only after Danzo charged towards the hostage Nita Shota, who had captured Jiraiya, did the story shift. His intent in rushing towards Nita Shota was to rescue Jiraiya, and Jiraiya's injury was merely an unfortunate accident. Ultimately, in his endeavor to save everyone, he had battled Hans fiercely, only to succumb to the enemy's Jinjutsu. As for the Hokage's suspicions, they did not surprise him. Indeed, upon seeing Kagura nod, Hiruzen remarked, somewhat irately, "Do you think I would believe you? I know Danzo well enough. Are you certain you wish to maintain this narrative?" Faced with such skepticism, Kagura's response was straightforward. He looked earnestly at Hiruzen and declared, "I will not allow you to slander Master Danzo." "What do you mean by that?" Hiruzen found himself momentarily bewildered by Kagura's fervor. Without granting him time to ponder, Kagura continued, "Though our time with Master Danzo has been brief, I have profoundly sensed that beneath his cold exterior lies a fervent heart. He loves the homeland and the people of our village. and he cares for us subordinates with utmost attentiveness. Although you are the Hokage, I cannot permit you to tarnish the noble character of Master Danzo. While it is true he did not complete the mission this time, I believe this only demonstrates his compassionate nature. Master Danzo is a good man. If Hokage-sama wishes to punish him, we are all willing to accept the consequences together. As Kagura spoke, Hiruzen felt his mind struggling to keep pace. When did I ever say I would punish Danzo? No. More importantly, who is this person you describe as loving the people and caring for subordinates? Surely, we cannot be speaking of the same individual. He had never imagined he would associate the name Danzo with the concept of goodness. Observing the utterly perplexed expression on Hiruzen's face, Kagura felt a twinge of amusement. Indeed, sincerity is a potent weapon. In fact, he was not worried that these fabrications would be exposed once Danzo regained consciousness. At the time Danzo fell under Tsukuyami, he had simultaneously employed Kotoame Tsukumi to adjust his memories. Having advanced to the three-tomo Sharingan, he was capable of more. He had directly erased Danzo's memories regarding his charge towards Jiraiya, even causing him to forget his proficiency with Chidori. This, too, was a primary reason for his eventual chakra depletion and subsequent fainting, having utilized two high-level jutsu simultaneously. Gazing at the still confused Hiruzen, Kagura seized the moment to press on. However, after this incident, we have come to a profound realization of our disparity with Master Danzo. Therefore, after discussions among the four of us, we wish to formally submit a request to Hokage-sama. We hope that Master Danzo will no longer serve as our instructor, for we do not wish to be a burden to him any longer. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen, who had been doubting himself, suddenly became alert. He looked at Kagura in astonishment and asked, "Are you suggesting that the four of you wish to form your own team?" Seeing Kagura nod in affirmation, Hiruzen pondered deeply. "Very well, based on your proposal, there are indeed some issues to address. However, this is not my primary concern. In fact, my intention in summoning Kagura today was simply to issue a warning. The goal was to convey to him, listen, everyone is aware of what you are doing. Do not go too far." As for Danzo's slight wariness towards Kagura, Hiruzen was acutely aware. When Danzo had proactively offered to lead Team 7, Hiruzen had clearly expressed his disapproval. The recent events had illustrated that prolonged interaction between them was indeed perilous. This time, it was merely a fainting spell, yet future complications could arise. Considering this, Hiruzen found himself somewhat inclined to agree with Kagura's proposal. However, he suddenly shifted his gaze, a mischievous glint emerging on his face as he said, "I can approve your proposal. However," pausing, he let out a sly chuckle before continuing, "you must first complete a task to prove to me that you possess the capabilities to form a team independently." Chapter 37. Nida Shoda. In Nida Shoda's recollection, he had never encountered his parents. From the moment he could remember, he had lived in an orphanage in Tsunade. There was no gentle and kind matron akin to those found in novels, nor were there caring teachers. Such figures largely existed only within the realms of fiction or drama. The orphanage he resided in was, in fact, a training ground for warriors. From the day he became aware of his surroundings, he was subjected to relentless training that barely paused. Each day concluded with the consumption of unappetizing yet filling meals. Yet, even amidst such hardships, none around him dared to complain. Those who did had long been expelled, their fates unknown. Daily, he faced stern male instructors or the imposing figure of the so-called headmaster. Fortunately, this place ultimately provided a lifeline for these orphans. Although life was arduous, the casualties resulting from training were relatively few. In such an environment, he finally welcomed his 10th birthday. On that fateful day, his birthday gift was a shuriken. That afternoon, in the familiar training ground, he drove that very shuriken into the abdomen of his closest friend. Although the name of that friend now eludes him, during those arduous years of youth, he was the best companion in his life. They supported and encouraged each other, enduring the hellish training together. Little did he know that the final examination to graduate from that place would entail the act of killing his dearest friend. The details of the battle have since faded from his memory, but when he regained consciousness, he found himself gripping the weapon that had pierced his friend's body. In those final moments, his friend's gaze revealed no hatred or resentment. Instead, it bore a sense of release and guilt. As he lay dying, he murmured something, but the words were lost to him. At that moment, he could not fathom why, despite being the one who had taken his life. His friend's eyes reflected a hint of remorse. With the fall of his friend's body, It felt as though a part of his own emotions perished alongside him. Thus, he departed the orphanage, clutching that bloodied shuriken, a life marked by solitude for several years. From that day forth, he officially became a Chunin of Tsunade. At that time, shortly after the establishment of the 5 great nations, while open warfare had ceased, the true conflict had shifted into the unseen shadows of the world. Although his combat abilities were not formidable, he seemed to possess an innate talent for espionage. After being assigned to an assassination unit, he primarily engaged in infiltrating enemy lines, gathering intelligence, and eliminating adversaries. Even at such a tender age, he exhibited an uncanny knack for earning the trust of others. Thus, several years later, he ascended to the rank of Chunin. Shortly after this promotion, he was dispatched to Konohagakure as an undercover agent at the age of 15. Unlike previous assignments, this would be a prolonged mission. Until he received directives from above, he would remain concealed within the village, adopting the guise of a wandering ninja from a neighboring village. In the early days of the 5 great nations, such identities were quite common. After several years in Konoha, having gained the village's trust, he unexpectedly became a teacher at the ninja academy. Even among the 5 nations, Konoha stood as a beacon of peace. Here, he experienced a life vastly different from his past, with an atmosphere of tranquility that occasionally felt surreal. Yet, this serene environment did little to quell the turmoil within him. Rather, it intensified his inner restlessness. No one knew that every time he beheld the innocent smiles of children, his thoughts revolved around the swiftest ways to annihilate them. As he greeted his neighbors daily, his mind conjured malevolent fantasies about the destruction of Konoha and whether those faces would still bear smiles amidst chaos. His childhood experiences had warped his psyche to a degree. In truth, his desire to be a spy stemmed from a perverse enjoyment in witnessing the expressions of betrayal from those he had sold out upon learning the truth. It even granted him a peculiar thrill. However, this particular assignment persisted for a decade. He transformed from a 15-year-old boy into a 25-year-old young man. From a ruthless warrior on the battlefield to a compassionate teacher within the halls of the Konoha Ninja Academy. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, these seemingly peaceful 10 years wrought untold anguish upon his soul. At last, an opportunity arose. Utilizing the advantages of his position, he uncovered the existence of a forbidden tome and its specific location. This was the work of the second Hokage, rumored to contain secrets capable of resurrecting the dead. He promptly relayed this information to his superiors, who regarded it with the utmost seriousness. Indeed, within days, orders came down from above. They would coordinate with other spies embedded within Konoha to seize this forbidden book. After several days of meticulous planning, on a fateful night, they executed their plan. The operation unfolded even more smoothly than he had anticipated. Clutching the enormous scroll, they quickly fled along the designated route. However, Konoha's response exceeded their expectations, and by dawn, the path to Tsunade was completely sealed off. Fortunately, they had preemptively hired ninjas from Amigakure, which prevented their immediate detection by the numerous Umbu. Ultimately, faced with no other option, the group decided to publicly open the forbidden book, reasoning that if even one of them could escape, they could bring back the forbidden techniques to accomplish their mission. Yet, upon unveiling the tome, all expressions froze in disbelief. For the so-called forbidden book contained not a single word. In that instant, Shota Nitani realized that this entire scheme was a ruse orchestrated by Konoha. They were mere pawns in their grand design. It was on that night that the masked Umbu finally discovered them, igniting an intense battle. Regrettably, most of their group comprised Chunin, primarily seasoned in espionage rather than direct combat, and within mere minutes, they were nearly annihilated. Just as despair began to envelop Shota, a powerful ninja extricated him from the fray. It was none other than the hired ninja from Amigakure. This ninja, known as Hanzo, informed him that he had received orders to escort him to a designated location before departing. Shota silently accepted this arrangement, fully aware that, as a wanted man by Konoha, returning to Tsunade through conventional means was likely an impossibility. Unexpectedly, along their journey, they encountered a group of young ninjas from Konoha. Perhaps spurred by memories of being toyed with by Konoha's higher-ups, Shota found it increasingly difficult to suppress his murderous intent toward these children. However, Hanzo forbade him from acting on such impulses, understanding the necessity of maintaining diplomatic relations with a powerful nation. Yet, fate had other plans. The ever-persistent Danzo had given chase. As a spy who had diligently gathered intelligence, Shota knew well who Danzo was. However, the ensuing events unfolded in a manner he could scarcely comprehend. In a desperate bid to save the worthless hostage he held, the loathsome Uchiha boy proposed a trade, and the terms demanded that Shota release the hostage while the boy would confront Danzo. Who did he think he was, Uchiha Madara? Yet, to Shota's astonishment, Hanzo agreed to this transaction. Reluctantly, he relinquished the child in his grasp. Little did he expect that during their escape, Danzo would indeed cease his pursuit. How had that Uchiha boy managed such a feat? After traversing the land of rain, they finally reached their destination, the land of grass. This small nation, nestled between the land of earth and the land of fire, lay far from Tsunade. Konoha's leaders could hardly have anticipated that they would be brought to this remote locale. Hans, having fulfilled his part, departed without uttering a word, returning to Amigakure. As for Shota, he swiftly integrated into a nearby village under the guise of a foreigner. After all, engaging with others was his forte. Time passed unnoticed, and 2 weeks later, as he stepped out of his home, Shota warmly greeted his neighbors. As he walked along the dilapidated path of the village, he was mentally calculating the time for his departure. It had been over a week since the Leaf Village's withdrawal from the Land of Rain, and he surmised that very few of the remaining Shadow Ninjas were still present. It was indeed time for him to leave and return to the Sand Village. Lost in his thoughts, he accidentally bumped into someone by the roadside. Habitually, he turned to apologize. However, in that fleeting moment, a three-tomo Sharingan met his gaze. Stunned, he felt his thoughts and were being swiftly invaded. He understood all too well that if this person were to completely penetrate his mind, his fate would be grim. Yet, he found himself powerless to halt the encroachment. Just as his consciousness was on the brink of vanishing, an image buried deep in his memory suddenly resurfaced. It was a training ground illuminated by the setting sun, where stood his dear friend whom he had killed. The friend coughed up blood and spoke in a barely audible voice. "I'm sorry, Shota Nitada. From now on, you must walk your own path." Suddenly, he remembered his friend's name, Ryokata. Gazing at Shota Nitada, who was now under his control, Kaguya and Tsunade, who stood behind him, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although puzzled by the fleeting smile that appeared on his face at the last moment, the most important thing was that they had accomplished their mission. Indeed, the task assigned to them by Hiruzen Sarutobi that day was to capture Shota Nitada alive. They had pursued clues for over 10 days and finally tracked him down to this village, where they had locked onto their target. With Shota Nitada's vacant gaze, Kaguya turned to her companions behind her and smiled. With a wave of her small hand, she declared, "Let us go home." Chapter 38. The monster from the leaf. In the 25th year of the Leaf Village, 3 years after the Danzo incident, in the Land of Water. Similar to the Whirlpool country, which Kaguya and her companions had previously visited, the Land of Water is a vast island, far removed from the mainland. Its landmass is significantly larger than that of the Whirlpool country, surrounded by numerous scattered islets. On one of these small islands, a group of Chunin from the Mist Village was fleeing in terror. One among them was clutching a girl with vibrant red hair under his arm. As these ninjas desperately pushed forward, they occasionally glanced back in fear. Their leader, gritting his teeth, growled softly, "Damn it, how could we encounter them? Those monsters from the leaf." Before he could finish his sentence, a massive shadow suddenly loomed ahead of them. A creature resembling a small mountain crashed down before them. Upon closer inspection, it was a giant toad. The toad leisurely puffed on a pipe and calmly exhaled towards the ant-like foes before him. A deep voice rumbled from its mouth. "Hey, little Jiraiya, is it this group?" As he spoke, a white-haired boy emerged slowly from atop the toad. He surveyed the group below from his elevated position, and upon spotting the girl being carried, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. He did not respond to the toad's question, but instead complained, "How many times do I have to say it? Bunta, don't add little before my name when you call me. I'm 12 now." Compared to his former carefree demeanor, Jiraiya had undergone considerable change. Gone was his usual slovenly appearance. He now wore a battle uniform akin to Kaguya's, though his vest was red instead of purple. Despite Jiraiya's protest, Bunta coolly took another puff from his pipe and replied nonchalantly, "All right, little Jiraiya." "Understood, little Jiraiya." Faced with the toad's obstinate attitude, Jiraiya could only sigh in resignation. Ignoring Bunta's remarks, he suddenly pointed down at the crowd and shouted energetically, "You let go of that girl." Hearing this command, the leader looked to his companions, and they nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the group split into two, rushing in opposite directions. Observing the enemies scatter below, Jiraiya refrained from intervening, merely shaking his head in disappointment. The leader of the left group, seeing the Toad's lack of action, felt a surge of hope, but unexpected danger loomed ahead. A hand materialized from thin air, wielding a short sword, and swiftly dispatched the foremost ninja. With a scream, the remaining ninjas halted in alarm. Their attention was drawn to the hand, which was slowly retracting, revealing a young boy perched on a tree. He had long, silky black hair, pale skin, and slit pupils that exuded an icy demeanor. His attire mirrored Jiraiya's, but his vest was black. Contrary to his somewhat sinister appearance, he spoke with remarkable politeness. Bowing slightly to the assembled group, he gently stated, "I'm sorry, but I cannot allow you to leave." The leader, feeling the tension rise, swallowed hard. Before he could respond, a loud crash echoed from behind him. He turned anxiously to find that the other group had vanished, replaced by a cloud of dust. "You scum who abduct young girls die." A fierce female voice rang out, and a figure began to emerge from the haze. As the smoke cleared, the girl finally appeared before them. It was Tsunade. After 3 years, her hair had grown longer, still tied in a high ponytail. Clad in a similar outfit to Jiraiya and the others, her vest was a striking shade of blue. Realizing they were being encircled by these 3 individuals, the leader's expression darkened. Just then, a final voice sent a chill down his spine. It came from behind him. "I've told you countless times, during missions, keep the chatter to a minimum." "What do you mean? Don't go, stop them." "If they were that obedient, what would we need the police for?" "And Jiraiya, where did you learn that line about letting go of the girl?" "I told you to stop reading those strange books." Although the tone was lighthearted, the leader felt as if his entire body had turned to stone. Struggling, he turned to see a pair of Sharingans staring back at him. Kicking the fallen enemy, Kaguya, with a hint of boredom, glanced at Tsunade, who was checking on the girl. Yes, this was indeed Team 7 on a mission. Their task was to rescue the abducted girl commissioned by the Whirlpool country. Gazing at the girl's bright red hair, Kaguya sighed softly. Just as he had suspected, various nations had begun to extend their grasp towards the Whirlpool country. As the closest village geographically, the Mist Village was naturally among the primary offenders. Yet, he understood that this was merely the beginning. The downfall of the Whirlpool country was inevitable. After confirming the girl was unharmed, Tsunade took the initiative to carry her. Orochimaru approached Kaguya, curiously asking, "By the way, what was that about the police?" Kaguya paused, then feigned ignorance, replying, "Did I say that? You must have misheard me. I meant ninja. Ninja? I must have misheard," as Orochimaru, with a perplexed expression, scratched his face. A day later, in the land of the Whirlpools, the sight of the safely returned maiden weeping as she embraced her family brought a faint smile to the faces of Kaguya and her companions. Meanwhile, the staff of the land of the Whirlpools observed the 4 members of Team 7 with admiration. Over the past 3 years, these 4 genin from Konoha had gained considerable renown. Although they bore the title of genin, each of them was indeed formidable. In truth, they were widely recognized as possessing at least the strength of Chunin. Particularly notable was Uchiha Kaguya, whose prowess had prompted a jounin, who had once sparred with him, to remark, "I believe Konoha refrains from promoting him to jounin merely to undermine the ninjas of other nations. Give that kid another 2 years, and I wouldn't be surprised if he challenges a Kage." As more and more acknowledged his abilities, the moniker he had earned during his time at the Ninja Academy resurfaced. The monster from Konoha? This was merely a title newly bestowed upon Kaguya over the years. After completing their mission and bidding farewell to the grateful family of the maiden, Kaguya and his companions embarked on their journey back to the village. As they walked, Tsunade suddenly dashed to Kaguya's side, wrapping her arms around his right arm and playfully suggesting, "Why don't we take a stroll before heading back?" It must be noted that over these 3 years, aside from her height, Tsunade's most significant change was her physical development. Although she had yet to attain her future grandeur, Kaguya could swear with his Sharingan that she had certainly made progress. Feeling the softness against his hand, a smile crept onto Kaguya's face, and a hint of an unnatural blush appeared. Tsunade, keenly aware of Kaguya's reaction, mischievously glanced at his awkward expression and tightened her embrace. Jiraiya and Orochimaru, witnessing this scene, were no longer surprised. Jiraiya, engrossed in a book he had just found, walked while reading intently. Over the years, he had seemingly been won over by Kaguya's capabilities. Especially after hearing Tsunade and Orochimaru recount how Kaguya had openly challenged Hanzo for his sake once he had recovered, he had tacitly come to regard Kaguya as the leader. Perhaps it was also because he understood that Tsunade could no longer harbor romantic feelings for him. Regardless, his once ambiguous affection for her had been decisively cast aside. Thus, if one's heart is dead early, there will be no room for the folly of unrequited love. As for Orochimaru, he held no interest in matters of romance, preferring instead to devote his time to researching ninjutsu. However, upon observing Tsunade and Kagura's playful banter, he uncharacteristically interjected, "I believe we should return promptly. Otherwise, if we miss this opportunity again, we shall have to wait another year." Upon hearing his words, Kagura was instantly awakened from his reverie. With a hint of regret, he withdrew his hand from Tsunade's grasp and replied earnestly, "Yes, Orochimaru is right. Let's head back. This time, we must ensure we arrive in time for the Chunin exams." Chapter 39. The Chunin exam. Indeed, the four of them were still genin. However, contrary to various conspiracy theories circulating in the outside world, this was not a scheme orchestrated by the higher-ups of Konoha. Rather, it was simply due to their having missed 2 consecutive opportunities to participate in the Chunin exams. Like all current examinations, the Chunin exam required prior registration with a clearly defined deadline. Unfortunately, during the registration periods for the last 2 exams, the 4 of them had been preoccupied with missions. Moreover, without a supervising teacher, no one could assist them with the registration. Kagura found this situation rather frustrating. Unlike clerical work, missions were not something one could control in terms of timing. While it was manageable to defeat a clearly defined enemy, the most arduous tasks were those like the current search mission, which had them tracking a group for over 10 days. It was precisely due to such unfortunate coincidences that they remained genin until now. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen had once contemplated promoting them directly to Chunin, as he believed Kagura was more than capable of being a jounin. However, unlike during wartime, the assessment system for ninjas of varying ranks was only just being implemented under his leadership. To disregard the system and promote them to Chunin would be akin to shooting oneself in the foot. After all, a certain young man, who had returned from his travels and possessed the ability to contend with foes like pain, was still merely a genin due to not having taken the exam. Upon Kagura's mention of the Chunin exams, the expressions of the group turned serious. Tsunade, with a hint of indignation, declared, "Yes, we must not miss this opportunity. If we fail again, I shall have to endure Grandma Mito's incessant nagging." Jiraiya also shifted his focus from the book in his hands and chimed in. "That Kakashi Hitaki from our cohort passed the Chunin exam 2 years ago. If we don't hurry, the next time we see him, we may have to address him as Lord Jounin." Hearing Jiraiya's words, Tsunade pouted in displeasure, picking up a small white dog that had been following Kagura. Observing the clearly disgruntled expression of the little dog before her, she burst into laughter and began to playfully pinch its small face. This was a puppy that had appeared by Kagura's side a year prior, which he claimed to be a trained ninja dog. While it assisted them in delivering messages during missions, it also proved invaluable in tracking enemies. Unknown to them, this seemingly adorable puppy was, in fact, the host of the tailed beast Shikaku. Just a year ago, after relentless effort, the fusion degree of Shikaku had finally reached 100. Kagura couldn't help but lament the system's design. He had spent merely 2 months achieving the first 50, but had taken nearly 2 years for the remaining 50. Yet, to his delight, upon reaching a 100 fusion degree with Shikaku, information regarding the fusion degree of the two-tailed beast was automatically unlocked in his system attributes. With the appearance of that information, a pure white, two-tailed feline creature suddenly manifested within him. This was, of course, the two-tailed cat, Nakomata. However, before he could revel in his newfound companion, he was met with a rather vexing issue. The once docile Shikaku had become noticeably agitated with the emergence of Nakomata. The two little beings often engaged in skirmishes within him. While they didn't genuinely affect his physical state, the commotion was undeniably bothersome. Fortunately, after reaching a 100 fusion degree, he could finally release the tailed beasts from his body. Although there were some restrictions, namely, the tailed beasts couldn't stray too far from him, or they would be automatically retracted, it was still a commendable solution. Thus, through a transformation of Shikaku, a small white dog emerged within the team. Kagura was confident that, in the near future, he would also welcome a two-tailed cat. Even further down the line, he anticipated the arrival of tortoises, orangutans, foxes, and more. Over the span of these 3 years, Kagura had experienced significant changes in his attributes. Presently, his attributes were as follows: Dojutsu, 3 Tomo Sharingan, Progress 723. Taijutsu, 6th Gate, Progress 672. Chakra, Jounin level, Progress 856. Tailed Beast, 2 Tails, Fusion Degree 78. While all attributes had seen considerable enhancement, aside from Taijutsu, which had ascended a level, the others remained stagnant at their previous states. Kagura understood that. With the growth of his strength, he was gradually encountering a bottleneck, and the rapid progression he had initially experienced was no longer attainable. In the realm of ninjutsu, over the past 3 years, the system has issued only 3 missions. Among these, 2 pertain to advanced ninjutsu, with just one being a high-level technique. Setting aside the advanced ninjutsu for the moment, let us delve into this high-level technique. This marks the inaugural body technique of Kagura, the 8 Gates of Life. Originally, the 8 Gates could only be classified as advanced ninjutsu. However, it is evident that Kagura has inherited a technique of considerable might akin to that of Might Guy, prompting the system to categorize it as high-level. Some may wonder if Kagura's attributes inherently identify with the 8 Gates, implying that he possesses this ninjutsu. This is indeed a misconception, as the activation and utilization of the 8 Gates are significantly reliant on the user's physical prowess. The better the physical condition, the more gates one can open, hence the use of the 8 Gates as a standard. Presently, Kagura's physical attribute indicates the capability of 6 gates, which does not imply he can open the Heaven Gate without injury. Only upon reaching a proficiency of 100 can one truly achieve the unscathed activation of the gate at that level. Throughout the years, during various battles against different foes, Kagura successfully replicated numerous ninjutsu using his Sharingan. However, given the low rank of these techniques, we shall not dwell on them here. After a hurried journey, they managed to return to Konohagakure within the registration period. The registration process was rather straightforward, merely requiring them to fill out their names at a nearby window where they frequently accepted missions. After formally submitting their names and exchanging the mission from the land of Whirlpools, they emerged from the building. Upon exiting, they were greeted by 3 familiar faces. The silver-haired individual was none other than Hatake Sakomo, who they had previously mentioned had been promoted to Chunin. Beside him stood Might Guy, clad in a green bodysuit and sporting a watermelon-shaped hairstyle. The last was a handsome young man with light blue hair, none other than Cat Dan, Tsunade's love interest in the original narrative. Upon spotting Kagura and the others, Might Guy energetically called out, "Hey, my rivals, have you returned today?" Kagura nodded in acknowledgement and explained, "Yes, we are back to register for the Chunin exams. By the way, Might Guy, are you still a genin? Have you registered?" At this, Might Guy revealed his characteristic toothy grin and confidently replied, "No, my team leader said my strength isn't sufficient for the exam, so my name wasn't submitted." "Why take pride in that? What else with your overconfidence?" Kagura thought in exasperation. Meanwhile, Cat Dan gently addressed Tsunade and the others. "Everyone is well aware of your capabilities. You have long surpassed the strength of a Chunin. So, there's no need to be nervous. You'll undoubtedly pass the exam." Cat Dan was actually a year older than them, having been a senior during their time at the Ninja Academy. However, after teaming up with the now Chunin Hatake Sakomo, he gradually became more familiar with Kagura's group over the years. Seeing the gentle demeanor of Cat Dan, reminiscent of an older brother, the group instinctively nodded in agreement. After exchanging stories about their recent missions, they bid each other farewell. Once they parted ways with Cat Dan, Kagura couldn't help but steal glances at Tsunade, whose expression was peculiar. Although they had maintained a tacit, ambiguous relationship over the years due to their ages, they had refrained from overtly addressing their connection. However, driven by a certain intense possessiveness, Kagura felt a twinge of unease upon seeing Cat Dan, Tsunade's love interest in the original storyline. Despite the significant alterations to the plot due to his presence, one could never know what effects such fated connections might have. Sensing Kagura's furtive glances, Tsunade keenly turned her gaze towards him, her almond-shaped eyes wide with inquiry. "What are you doing?" Caught off guard, Kagura straightened his posture, feigning calmness as he replied, "Nothing. I didn't say anything." Yet, Tsunade, equipped with a woman's innate intuition, discerned his deception. With a swift motion, she leapt beside him, wrapping her arm around his. Leaning in close to his ear, her cherry-red lips whispered in a seductive tone, "Really?" The little vixen and her charming antics left Kagura momentarily frozen in place. Tsunade, noticing his reaction, chuckled mischievously, releasing his arm and skipping ahead with her hands on her hips, playfully glancing back at him. "Humph. Who told you to keep secrets from me? With that, she turned away, bouncing ahead. Kaguya smiled helplessly and followed her. The evening sun cast its golden glow upon the streets of Konohagakure, elongating their shadows until they converged into a single point. But wait. Two companions, reveling in their romantic escapades, trailed behind them. Chapter 40. Undercurrents. The following day, news reached Kaguya and his companions. This Chunin exam would differ from the previous two iterations. It would be jointly hosted by Konohagakure, Kirigakure, and Kumogakure, emphasizing the amicable cooperation among the three villages. Indeed, this was no jest. It was a display of goodwill among the three nations. For Kaguya, who had recently participated in a brutal confrontation against Kumogakure's Chunin, this seemed like a grand irony. Nevertheless, he understood that this was merely a political maneuver among great powers. Regardless of the covert hostilities and the desire to eliminate entire villages, outwardly, they must maintain a facade of friendship. Shaking his head, Kaguya began preparing for the upcoming Chunin exam. To adequately prepare, the entire 7th Squad suspended their missions, taking the brief period to adjust their states. Although Kaguya's abilities had long surpassed the Chunin level, he recognized the necessity of gathering information about the exam out of habit. After all, he recalled that the Chunin exam included a written test. Meanwhile, in the Land of Lightning, within Kumogakure, a young boy stood before the third Reikage. The boy wore an eye patch over his left eye, donned a hat shaped like the kanji for Earth, and was clad in the distinctive black battle attire of Kumogakure. Regarded the boy with satisfaction, his deep voice resonating. Suchikage, as our primary representative for this exam, you must strive to bring us honor. The boy, upon hearing this, displayed no overt reaction, merely nodding calmly. The Reikage continued. Undeterred, though this may be a facade of peace, such multinational assessments remain a crucial avenue to showcase our nation's strength. Alas, at this point, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of headache. Years prior, the rebellion of the Silver and Gold brothers had devastating repercussions for Kumogakure. Their shocking act of assassinating the second Reikage was not only remarkable, but also posed a lingering threat to the village due to the brothers' lingering influence. In truth, as a warrior himself, he understood the motivations of the two brothers. If he were to be honest, he too belonged to the hawkish faction within the village. Given his perspective, one could only imagine how many followers of the two brothers resided within Kumogakure. The impact of that rebellion had been nearly catastrophic for the village. To illustrate, their elite squad of 20, the Golden Horn Brigade, comprised the village's strongest Chunin. Yet, these pillars of strength had been utterly decimated in their confrontation with Senju Tobarama. Upon receiving the news of Jin Jiao and In Jiao's injury and subsequent flight, numerous young individuals within the village, who resonated with their ideals, stealthily departed, opting to follow them. This was the primary reason for his urgent pursuit of the two brothers back in the day. Had those brothers survived, it would not have taken long for Yunin village to face fragmentation. Fortunately, through his efforts, this calamity was averted. However, as a result, among this generation of youth, only the current Suchikage offered him a glimmer of hope. As he sank into contemplation, a sudden explosion resonated from a certain part of the village nearby. Gazing towards the source of the sound, Laying AI bore little surprise, yet a hint of frustration flickered across his face. He murmured, "Has the issue with the two-tailed cat resurfaced? And now there's the more troublesome eight-tails." Sigh, finding a Jinchuriki truly proves to be a daunting task. The scene shifted to an island surrounded by the sea. A remarkably youthful boy rested his chin upon his hand, observing the crowd below. Standing before him were 7 boys of varied appearances. Some bore short black hair with no eyebrows and a prominent cross-shaped scar on their right cheek. Others had long orange hair cascading to their waists, sharp teeth, and necks swathed in fluffy bandages. There was also one tall figure, limbs elongated, donning a mask of the Mist Village's Umbu. Despite their differing physiques and appearances, they shared a commonality. Each wielded an eccentric weapon. While some were identifiable as colossal blades, others resembled slender daggers. Yet, a few appeared as thick rods wrapped in scrolls, leaving one uncertain whether they were weapons or scrolls. The boy at the top surveyed the group with his crimson eyes, and after a lengthy pause, spoke. "Today, I formally bestow upon you the title of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen. I trust you understand the significance of this title. The swords you hold are exquisite creations forged by our village's ancestors. I hope you do not bring dishonor to them." Upon hearing his words, the 7 knelt in unison. Replying, "We understand, Lord Mizukage." The speaker was none other than the newly appointed third Mizukage, Kaguya Yagura. Note: for clarification regarding the timeline, some may question the age discrepancies. However, the official records do not provide his actual age. According to official statements, he possesses a naturally youthful appearance. At the time of his ascension as Mizukage, he appeared young but had already become a grandfather. In comparison, he might even be older than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Furthermore, due to the lack of any data or appearances for the third Mizukage, adjustments were made for the narrative to progress smoothly. If Kaguya were present, she would undoubtedly be astonished by the sight of the third Mizukage before her. Although his name is never revealed throughout the narrative, her impression of the third Mizukage would align with a figure possessing long black hair. The youthful visage before her should belong to the fourth Mizukage. It appears that his arrival has once again triggered a butterfly effect, leading Yagura to become Mizukage prematurely. Observing the respectful individuals before him, Yagura nodded in satisfaction, stating, "Last year, I intentionally suppressed your Chunin exam applications so that you could demonstrate your capabilities in this joint examination. However, I suspect that Konoha and Yunin village will likely prepare similarly. It seems that a prodigious Uchiha has emerged in Konoha in recent years. Even a previous team of Chunin from our village suffered defeat at his hands. Truly deserving of the title monster, I see. Go now, and prepare well. This examination may prove more challenging than you anticipate." Upon receiving their instructions, the bowed figures swiftly departed. As they left, Yagura lifted his gaze toward a certain area. There lay a circumscribed body of water, within which a colossal creature seemed to be stirring beneath the surface. It was possible to discern its spiky back emerging above the water. This was the Three Tails, Isabu, contained by the Mist Village. Like the third Reikage, Yagura too was troubled by thoughts of the Jinchuriki. However, unlike the Reikage, Yagura had devised several plans, including the recent mission disrupted by Kaguya and her companions, wherein he had specifically selected a Jinchuriki candidate from the land of Whirlpools. As the best-known vessel, a girl from the Uzumaki clan was undoubtedly the prime candidate. Yet, in order to maintain the facade of peace among the nations, he could only discreetly dispatch a team of Chunin to capture the target. Little did he anticipate that the entire squad of Chunin would be utterly defeated by a mere genin team. Observing the Three Tails seemingly reveling in its freedom, he murmured, "It appears I must seek other targets. If all else fails, I shall have to." Meanwhile, in a distant, dark underground space, roots and branches flourished. Upon one of the largest roots rested a colossal humanoid statue. Its appearance was that of a giant figure with 9 eyes, resembling dead wood, from which 10 pillar-like protrusions emerged. At that moment, a pair of Rinnegan eyes opened within the darkness. This being, connected to the root behind him, was none other than Uchiha Madara, Kaguya's ancestor. His gaze seemed to pierce through layers of earth, fixed upon the land of water across the sea. A raspy, deep voice echoed throughout the chamber. "It seems the time has come to set the plan into motion." Chapter 41. Could you repeat that? The land of water is primarily comprised of a massive island surrounded by dozens of smaller islands. Due to its unique geographical position, the nation suffered minimal damage during the Warring States period and the First Shinobi World War. However, this distinct environment undoubtedly constrained the nation's resources and development. Consequently, the leadership of the Land of Water, after its establishment, harbored a stronger obsession with enhancing the village's strength compared to the other 4 nations. Particularly after acquiring the tailed beasts at a high price from the Akatsuki, the upper echelons of the country have been relentlessly seeking the possibility of Jinchuriki. In fact, during the original plot development, they did not hesitate to have the original 4th Mizukage, who is actually the 3rd Mizukage, Yagura, become the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. As a faction eager to assert its voice within the nation, the Mist Village actively sought to host the exam site for this Tri-Nation Chunin exam. To avert potential dangers and unnecessary conflicts, the actual venue was arranged on a nearby smaller island. Considering that the candidates were coming from distant lands, a full week was allocated for gathering. Today marks the final day of this assembly. Kawa no Shima, the island chosen for the Chunin exam, stands in stark contrast to the technologically advanced Blue Planet. Every small island in this world maintains its pristine ecological appearance, and Kawa no Shima is no exception. Apart from the sole dock that provides access to the island, a few buildings stand on the plain near the shore, with the rest of the landscape dominated by continuous stretches of forest. Today, This usually desolate island was bustling with the presence of numerous figures, those coming to participate in the exam from various nations. The candidates congregated before a white building. Contrary to their expectations, they waited from morning until noon without the appearance of any examiners or staff. Confused, they could only remain silently in place. As time passed, the candidates gradually began to form distinct groups. From an aerial perspective, one could discern 3 factions emerging from the crowd, each corresponding to the powers of Konohagakure, Kirigakure, and Kumogakure. The remnants of war lingered, having only recently ceased, and even in this so-called era of peace, the conflicts among nations persisted unabated. Under such circumstances, it was entirely natural for candidates from various countries to congregate together. However, as moments ticked by, the anticipated examiners remained conspicuously absent. The atmosphere on-site began to shift ominously. Most present were descendants of families whose lineage had long been rooted in the shinobi profession. For the majority, their forebears or relatives had, to varying extents, perished on the battlefields of the First Shinobi War. Naturally, the hatred born from the loss of kin was inherited by these successors. In the absence of examiners, a flicker of fury ignited in the candidates' gazes. During the First Shinobi War, these 3 nations had undoubtedly clashed with one another. Even after the armistice, many among their ranks had fallen victim to the hands of shinobi from the other 2 nations while on missions. Thus, it could be said that the lower-ranking candidates from these 3 countries were steeped in mutual animosity. At this juncture, there was no need for outside provocation. The tension in the air had already escalated to a palpable degree. Sure enough, it wasn't long before chaos erupted amidst the crowd, accompanied by a clamor. A youth adorned with the emblem of Konohagakure found himself seated on the ground, glaring furiously at a group of individuals who wore the insignia of Kirigakure. Their faces twisted in mockery. Despite being alone, the boy from Konohagakure exhibited no inclination to retreat. He shouted indignantly at them, "What do you mean? Why did you deliberately push me down?" The absence of the examiners had frayed his nerves, compelling him to approach the only structure in sight. As he scrutinized the closed door, he hoped to uncover some clues. Just then, he was unexpectedly shoved from behind, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. When confronted by the boy from Konohagakure, the group remained silent. One among them, a youth of similar age wearing a common rain hat of the land of water, stepped forward, with a disdainful gaze directed at the fallen shinobi. He smirked and spoke in a flippant tone, "My apologies. Perhaps you were too diminutive for us to notice you were there, and we accidentally bumped into you." After delivering his taunt, he shook his head slowly, clucking his tongue before continuing. "But has Konohagakure truly fallen to such depths? Do individuals like you, who topple at a mere touch, even have the right to partake in the Chunin exams?" As his words hung in the air, the onlookers erupted in laughter, seemingly entertained by the spectacle. Enraged by such humiliation, the Konohagakure youth sprang to his feet, his face flushed with anger, and he glared at the group, gritting his teeth as he declared, "You shall not tarnish the name of Konohagakure. Whether I am worthy or not is not for you to decide. Or perhaps you wish to settle this with a fight and see who is truly deserving." The rain hat-wearing youth's amusement remained unshaken in the face of this challenge. He took a step forward, lifting his hat slightly to survey the boy before him. Perhaps harboring long-standing grievances against Konohagakure, he scoffed after a few moments. "No, you must have misheard me. I harbor no intention of insulting Konohagakure. However, in my eyes, this generation of yours does not deserve to participate in the exams." At this blatant affront, the other lower-ranking shinobi from Konohagakure could no longer contain themselves. They began to shift their positions, subtly surrounding the rain hat youth and his companions. Simultaneously, the other individuals from Kirigakure also advanced, aligning themselves behind the rain hat youth, ready to face off against the Konohagakure group. Yet not all from Kirigakure had joined in. A short distance away sat 7 shinobi, each wielding uniquely shaped ninja blades. Their nonchalance stood in stark contrast to the brewing conflict, as they remained indifferent, either resting with closed eyes or gazing up at the sky, seemingly absorbed in their own thoughts. Witnessing the inaction of these 7, the rain hat youth's expression darkened. He was acutely aware that they were the famed 7 ninja swordsmen, bestowed with special status by the Mizukage. For this Chunin exam, they were the true aces of Kirigakure. Similarly unmoved were the representatives from Kumogakure. Unlike the somewhat disorganized factions of the other 2 nations, The lower-ranking shinobi from Kumobikure stood resolutely behind a boy with an eye patch over his left eye, a youth favored by the third Reikage, known as T-Dai. He exuded a level of composure that belied his age, observing the unfolding conflict with a sign for his peers to remain silent. Without participating or even spectating, he coldly watched the situation develop. Despite lacking the support of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the Rain Hat youth felt a sense of control as he surveyed his numerous allies behind him. Just as the atmosphere was charged with anticipation of imminent conflict, the youth's lips parted as if to continue his provocation. Suddenly, a somewhat frivolous voice rang out amidst the crowd. "Pardon me, we just arrived and didn't catch that. What did you say about Konohagakure? Care to repeat it?" As that voice resonated, all eyes turned towards the center of the arena. A striking young man with black hair and black eyes, clad in a purple vest and the garb of a Nin, emerged slowly before the crowd. Behind him stood 3 companions, similarly attired, though their vests bore different hues. It was none other than the recently arrived Sakurako, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya. In truth, their late arrival was not due to any desire for dramatic effect. The notion that protagonists should make their entrance last was met with disdain by Sakurako. Upon hearing the assembly time was a full 7 days later, his frugality got the better of him, and he inadvertently accepted another mission en route to the Land of Water. However, the time taken to complete this high-ranking task far exceeded their expectations. Thus, upon finishing, they hastened to the venue, finally arriving on the last day. Just as they reached the periphery of the venue, they overheard the Rain Hat youth's taunting remarks. Noticing Tsunade's displeased expression, Sakurako astutely uttered the retort. With the arrival of Sakurako and his companions, the expressions of the gathered crowd shifted dramatically. First, the members of Konohagakure recognized Sakurako and his senior comrades. The legendary Team 7 had even garnered acknowledgement from the Hokage himself regarding their prowess. Had it not been for Sakurako's obsession with wealth, which caused him to miss the previous 2 Chunin exams due to missions, they would not have found themselves participating alongside their own generation. Upon witnessing the arrival of Kagura and his companions, a sense of relief washed over the faces of the other Konoha genin. Even the Konoha boy at the center of the matter had his anger dissipate, replaced by a visage of tranquility. The crowd that had encircled the boy, who was previously shrouded in tension, gradually retreated, willingly parting the way. They possessed unwavering confidence in Kagura and his companions, believing that the considerable number of individuals from the hidden mist village posed no real threat to them. Not far away, the 7 ninja swordsmen were momentarily distracted from their tasks, all eyes turning towards Kagura the moment he made his entrance. Under the explicit instructions of their leader, the Mizukage, they had conducted thorough investigations into this competitor from Konoha. However, as they delved deeper into their inquiries, their respect for his prowess only grew. Confronted with Kagura, their instincts as shinobi alerted them to the possibility that his strength exceeded their prior assessments. Meanwhile, on the side of the Cloud Village, Tobi observed Kagura with an expression of grave concern. As the sole prodigy of his generation, he was known for his composed demeanor. Despite his superior strength over his peers, he never underestimated any adversary. Yet, Kagura's presence instilled within him an overwhelming sense of pressure. There was no mistaking it. He was indeed the legendary monster. Among the gathering of the Mist Village, whispers of discussion arose. Clearly, they had heard of Kagura's notorious reputation, and they understood that this monster would be competing in the same exam as them. With his striking black hair and dark eyes, coupled with his distinctive attire, many of the lower-ranked shinobi from the Mist Village recognized him, even if none spoke his name aloud. As Kagura and his companions drew nearer, a bead of cold sweat appeared on the brow of the Rain Umbrella Boy. Although Kagura made no overt move, the memory of his past exploits loomed large in the boy's mind, casting a long shadow over him. Kagura halted a few meters away from the Rain Umbrella Boy, casually using his pinky to clean his ear while lifting his gaze towards the assembled shinobi of the Mist Village. His stare bore a weight that seemed almost palpable, prompting the crowd to instinctively take a step back. The Rain Umbrella Boy, feeling incensed by his own cowardice, gritted his teeth and took a step forward, forcing himself to meet Kagura's gaze. "What do you want?" he demanded. Kagura removed his pinky from his ear and gently flicked away the debris before regarding the boy with an expression of bemusement. "Are you deaf? Did I not just say that I want you to repeat what you said earlier?" Upon hearing this, the Rain Umbrella Boy's face drained of color. This was not mere mockery on Kagura's part. he genuinely sought clarity. They had only just arrived, and although he possessed the Sharingan, it was not as if he had the ability to overhear their conversation from such a distance. He had merely caught snippets of dialogue, glimpsing the presence of Konoha shinobi and the positioning of the Mist Village's forces. Without needing to inquire further, he had surmised the general circumstances, prompting him to interrupt the standoff. However, confronted with Kagura's inquiry, the Rain Umbrella Boy interpreted it as an affront. Yet, standing before this fabled monster, he found himself bereft of the courage to repeat his earlier words. His expression fluctuated between shades of blue and white, a tumult of anger at his own weakness and hatred towards Konoha surging within him. In a sudden eruption, his eyes turned crimson, and he unsheathed a short sword from behind him, roaring, "I'll fight you." Before he could finish his declaration, he charged at Kagura. In the face of this abrupt assault, Kagura remained unfazed. As the Rain Umbrella Boy's bloodthirsty grin widened, he swung his blade towards Kagura's head with ferocity. However, both Kagura and the three companions behind him stood as if impervious to the impending danger. Just as the blade came within mere centimeters of its target, it halted abruptly, leaving the boy in a state of shock, his face contorted with fear. It was as though his body had been rendered immobile, caught in the act of striking. Gazing into the Rain Umbrella Boy's terror-filled eyes, Kagura, now with Sharingan activated, expressed his discontent. "Are the ninjas of the Mist Village unwell? I merely asked a question, and you resort to drawing a weapon against me?" The Rain Umbrella Boy was clearly able to hear him, his eyes darting anxiously, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Yet, no matter how desperately he tried, he could not regain control over his own body. It felt as though he was no longer the master of his own form. Even summoning all his strength, he could not move a single finger. At that moment, a figure darted forward, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen appearing between Kagura and the Rain Umbrella Boy. This individual bore short black hair, lacked eyebrows, possessed a sharp-toothed grin, and sported a prominent cross-shaped scar on his right cheek. His ears and neck were wrapped in bandages, and the lower half of his face was adorned with red markings. He carried an oversized executioner's sword, disproportionate to his stature. This was the first wielder of the beheading sword, Pibarajizo. Positioning himself between Kagura and the Rain Umbrella Boy, he averted his gaze to avoid direct eye contact with Kagura, fully aware of the Genjutsu capabilities that Kagura wielded. "I apologize on behalf of this fool from the Mist Village," he began. "However, this is the land of water, and he is, after all, one of our own. If punishment is to be meted out, it should be done by our hands." Without waiting for Kagura's response, he forcefully kicked the immobile Rain Umbrella Boy away, sending him flying several meters before crashing into a tree and collapsing to the ground. After executing this decisive action, he continued, "I hope this demonstrates our sincerity." Observing Pibarajizo's actions, Kagura regarded him with a look of profound meaning. Sensing Kagura's gaze, Pibarajizo tilted his head further away. After a moment of contemplation, Kagura chuckled lightly, choosing not to respond, and turned toward the white building ahead. As his laughter echoed, the previously subdued Rain Umbrella Boy finally emitted a pained cry, clutching his abdomen where he had been struck, curling into a ball as he spat blood onto the ground. Yet, at that moment, the attention of the onlookers was not on him, but rather directed toward Kagura. Approaching the tightly shut door of the white building, Kagura halted, tilting his head to glance at the entrance before turning back to the assembled crowd with a perplexed expression. "What are you all doing? Can't you see there are people inside? The 2 proctors are standing right here. Why isn't anyone going in?" As his words echoed through the air, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Even the Rain Umbrella Boy ceased his coughing, staring at Kagura in disbelief. What did this mean? The proctors had already arrived on the scene? As the crowd grasped the meaning of the statement, they exchanged furtive glances, and a hint of an enigmatic atmosphere enveloped their hearts. Observing their expressions, Kagura realized that they did not seem to fully comprehend his intention. He slowly approached the white building, not heading towards the closed door, but rather towards a white wall adjacent to it. Coming to a halt before the wall, Kagura raised his right hand and reached forward, causing what appeared to be ripples upon contact with the surface. His hand then seamlessly vanished into the wall. Unfazed by this occurrence, Kagura appeared to have anticipated it all along. He subsequently stepped forward, his entire being passing through the wall, disappearing from the view of the onlookers. Following him closely, Tsunade and the others said nothing and stepped into the wall as well. The remaining crowd exchanged glances once more, momentarily uncertain of what to do. Ultimately, it was the Leaf Village youth who had just engaged in a dispute that first took action, fixating on the wall through which Kagura and the others had vanished. He resolutely approached it. As the figure of the Leaf youth was also swallowed by the wall, the rest finally came to their senses, no longer plagued by doubt. They followed suit, entering the wall one by one. The Cloud Village genin behind the Earth representative glanced at him with a questioning gaze. Upon receiving a subtle nod from the Earth representative, the group proceeded forward, joining the throng. The Earth representative did not rush, but leisurely walked at the back of the line, accompanied by the 7 ninja swordsmen who stood still as well. As he passed by these 7, the Earth representative let out an inexplicable chuckle. It seemed directed at them, yet also appeared to be a soliloquy. The name of the monster is indeed well-deserved. However, I believe some among us have seen through this illusion. Hearing his probing words, the 7 remained silent, offering no response. The Earth representative, undeterred, maintained his pace as he continued forward. With the last individual entry, everyone finally gathered within the building. It was a grand hall adorned in white, with Kagura and his 3 companions positioned at the forefront. They formed a small group, standing beneath the elevated platform of the hall. Others, upon entering, instinctively clustered into 3 groups, while the last to arrive, the 7 ninja swordsmen, stood apart at the back, forming their own entity, akin to Kagura and his companions. At the highest point of the hall stood 2 examiners, each adorned with headbands bearing the symbols of the Leaf and Mist villages on their foreheads and right arms, respectively. The examiner from the Leaf was a Nin with unremarkable features, save for a faint scar adorning his right cheek. The Mist Nin, on the other hand, sported a bald head and a fierce demeanor, casting a menacing gaze across the crowd below. Noticing that no one else was entering, he cleared his throat, a subtle signal that instantly silenced the previously bustling atmosphere. The bald Nin surveyed the room, his gaze settling on Kagura at the forefront. He spoke in a deep voice. Was it you who discerned the illusion I had set outside? Unperturbed by the examiner's aggressive stare, Kagura nodded indifferently. After a brief pause, the examiner mused softly. Is this the Sharingan? Truly worthy of its reputation as the most potent ocular technique for illusions. Shaking his head slightly, he lifted his gaze to the crowd behind him, a smirk curling his lips as his gravelly voice resonated once more. The illusion at the entrance served as your first test. Those who can break through and report before us will pass the initial assessment. Should you fail to arrive by 2 p.m., you will be asked to leave. Upon hearing this, a murmur erupted from the audience once more. Had Kagura not directly revealed the nature of the illusion, they might still have been foolishly waiting outside the wall. The bald examiner raised his right hand, signaling for silence before declaring, well, although this deviates from our original intent, since you all have made it here, consider the first challenge as passed for everyone. As he said this, he turned to glance at the other examiner beside him. After receiving a slight nod from the Leaf Nin, he continued, now, we shall proceed directly to the second assessment. Everyone, follow me. With that, the 2 examiners turned and walked toward a section of the hall, with the multitude of candidates silently trailing behind. After traversing a short corridor, they arrived in a room resembling a classroom. The 2 examiners stood at the front, and after a brief pause, the candidates instinctively took their seats. The bald examiner crossed his arms and, once all candidates were seated, produced a test paper from behind the podium. Upon seeing the paper, Kagura was overwhelmed with incredulity. As expected, there is indeed a written exam. He thought, can't the educational system in this world be a bit more innovative? What use is a written test for a group of ninjas? After all, it seems they haven't taught any academic subjects in ninja school. Observing the candidates below, some of whom appeared to have already guessed the nature of the assessment and were staring blankly, the bald examiner's lips curled into a slight smile. He scanned the room before stating, as you may have surmised, this assessment is a written test. What I hold in my hands is the exam paper for this session. With that, he retrieved a stack of papers from beneath the podium and began distributing them to the front desks. The sound of rustling paper filled the air as the candidates dutifully passed the test papers back, creating a wave of white that surged from the front to the back. Once the bald examiner had finished distributing the papers, he returned to the podium and began explaining the rules of the exam. Beneath your desks, there are pens. You will have 1 hour to complete the test, which is scored out of 100. Achieving a score of 80 or above will be considered passing. At this point, Kagura listened intently while curiously inspecting the paper in his hands. However, when he finally read the questions, he was taken aback. What is this? Chapter 44. This is acceptable? Gazing at the first question on the test, Kagura felt as if he had been transported back to Blue Star, sitting for a familiar physics exam. He quickly glanced at the other questions and found that they primarily revolved around basic physics concepts. Of course, there were also inquiries concerning human anatomy, such as which specific body parts could incapacitate a person or render an enemy unconscious, along with 3 specific methods to achieve this. It must be said, this was indeed a test paper imbued with a strong sense of practicality from the world of Naruto. Essentially, a series of combat scenarios and fundamental questions pertaining to martial arts have been enumerated. However, the crux of the matter is that such inquiries present no challenge whatsoever to Kagura, who has previously undergone the rigors of traditional education in Huaxia. Apart from the segment concerning human anatomy, the remaining questions are merely of middle school caliber in the realm of Blue Star. As Kagura perused the exam questions, which seemed to him like a gift, his excitement grew unabated. Unaware of Kagura's exhilaration, the bald examiner at the podium continued to articulate the examination rules. He held up the initial test paper for all to see, revealing it was densely filled with answers. Before the audience could scrutinize it further, he returned the answer-laden paper to the desk and proclaimed, "What I hold is a test paper containing the correct answers. All submitted papers will be assessed on the spot and scored accordingly. Now, I shall elucidate the elimination criteria, so pay close attention." After a brief pause, he resumed, "Anyone scoring below 80 will be disqualified. If either of the 2 examiners catches anyone glancing at my test paper, they will be disqualified. If we discover any candidates peeking at each other's answers, they will be disqualified. If we find any exchanges of answers among you, you will be disqualified." Upon hearing these regulations, the candidates instantly grasped why 2 examiners were present and why they stood in a front and back formation upon entering the classroom. Concurrently, they discerned the implications of these rules. One could answer independently, and achieving a score of 80 would suffice for passing. If one were unsure, there existed a reference answer above. As long as one could utilize ninjutsu to spy without detection, it would not constitute a violation. Observing the enlightened expressions of the candidates below, the bald examiner maintained his stern demeanor. He glanced at the clock mounted on the wall behind him and finally announced, "The examination duration is 1 hour, and it begins now." As his words echoed, the room filled with the soft rustling of pens gliding across paper. Well versed in the narrative, Kagura understood the true purpose of this examination without needing to comprehend the examiner's words. For him, this assessment was akin to a gift. In fact, given his current prowess, he could effortlessly employ illusionary techniques to control everyone present and leisurely consult the correct answers without any difficulty. However, the simplicity of these questions rendered it unnecessary for him to squander his chakra. Similarly, this test posed no challenge for Tsunade and Orochimaru. Over the years, due to the absence of a supervising teacher in Team 7, Kagura had naturally assumed the role of mentor to the 3 of them. For Kagura, who retained memories of life in Blue Star, he often preferred to impart knowledge of physical techniques or throwing skills through the lens of physics. Although imparting such knowledge in this seemingly anti-physical world may seem foolish, the inherently intelligent Tsunade and Orochimaru indeed made considerable progress through such instruction. Thanks to Kagura's educational input, this examination's questions were also a walk in the park for them. Not to mention, Tsunade, who had already been studying medical ninjutsu, was elated upon encountering questions related to human anatomy. Yet, there inevitably exists an exception to every rule. That exception is Jiraiya. Perhaps he genuinely lacked talent, or perhaps he simply found these methods unappealing. In contrast to Kagura's physics-based teachings, he preferred to trust his instincts. Over the years, although Jiraiya had perused numerous books out of interest, they primarily consisted of novels or historical texts. Of course, it is quite challenging to find scholarly literature beyond ninjutsu in this world. This examination, in Kagura's previous life's terms, resembled a pure liberal arts student mistakenly seated for a science exam. Reflecting on this, Kagura glanced towards a few individuals beside him. As he anticipated, Tsunade and Orochimaru had already picked up their pens and were diligently writing away. Only Jiraiya remained, hands cradling the test paper, his gaze fixed ahead, lost in thought. At that moment, Jiraiya stared blankly at the questions before him, his scalp prickling. He vaguely recalled that many of the topics had been discussed by Kaguya in their previous conversations. Yet, he had never truly paid attention. As a ninja, how does one throw a shuriken? Isn't it simply a matter of having hands? Setting down his test paper, he gazed in confusion at Tsunade and Orochimaru, who were fervently writing. At that moment, he felt akin to a student regretting not having committed those essential pieces of knowledge to memory. However, this bewilderment lasted merely a few minutes. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Jiraiya's expression shifted to one of confidence. Abruptly, he stood up, disregarding the other candidates around him, and swiftly formed hand seals. With determination, he slapped the desk, and a cloud of smoke erupted. As the haze dissipated, a bespectacled toad appeared on his desk. This toad, no larger than a small dog, adjusted its glasses with a steady paw and inquired, "Oh, how rare. Young Jiraiya, you actually summoned me? Speak, what is your request?" Embarrassed, Jiraiya scratched the back of his head and sheepishly pushed the test paper forward, saying, Could you help me with this exam?" The bespectacled toad, renowned as the most learned creature in Mount Myaboku, begrudgingly accepted the task. Strangely enough, despite being merely a toad, it displayed a clear expression of disdain. Rolling its eyes at Jiraiya, it nevertheless took the test paper and began to read. Moments later, it snatched the pen from Jiraiya's hand, gripping it in an odd manner with its webbed foot, and complained while writing, "Next time. Can you handle such simple questions on your own? I've told you to read more useful books. And if you dare hide those little yellow books with me again, I'll tell Master Fukasaku." As the bespectacled toad revealed Jiraiya's little secret, he stood frozen in place, hands awkwardly resting on the desk, ultimately bowing his head in silence. Meanwhile, Tsunade shot him a scornful glance before returning her attention to her test paper. Jiraiya's audacious act left the other candidates utterly astonished. One candidate from the Cloud Village gazed incredulously at the toad, then back at the bald examiner on stage. Hesitantly, he asked, "Say, is that allowed?" The bald examiner, arms crossed, did not even glance in his direction but answered nonetheless, "Did I mention in the rules that summoning techniques are prohibited?" It seems there's no such stipulation. Then that settles it. If you have the ability, you may summon a creature to assist you in the exam. I want to impede you." Hearing the examiner's response, the candidate despondently lowered his head and resumed writing. Darn it. Who in their right mind would form a contract with a scholarly summoning beast? Chapter 45. Each exhibits their skills. Though Jiraiya's actions stirred a bit of commotion, the atmosphere quickly settled once more. Despite the presence of several individuals who had already learned summoning techniques and possessed their own summoned beasts. However, as that candidate had anticipated, everyone sought to summon powerful creatures when choosing their spirit beasts. If that proved impossible, they would at least look for those with unique abilities. The notion that knowledge equates to power clearly holds no weight in this realm. Thus, aspiring to emulate Jiraiya and summon a creature to substitute for oneself during the examination remains a solitary exception. Speaking of summoning techniques, this has long been a source of anguish for Kaguya. No matter how hard he tried, each attempt resulted in the same pristine egg appearing before him. It felt as though he were possessed, for that egg seemed to have taken a particular interest in him, rendering him unable to perceive any other beings during his summoning exercises. Later, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon learning of this predicament, offered him his counsel. After careful consideration, Kaguya decided to forge a contract with the egg using his blood. The moment the pact was sealed, he truly sensed the formidable entity within that egg. Yet, years have passed, and with every summoning, the egg's appearance has remained virtually unchanged. At one point, Kaguya even contemplated the possibility of using the egg as a weapon against adversaries. Returning to the examination venue, following the uproar instigated by Jiraiya, the atmosphere settled into a mere echo of paper and pencil scratching. Shortly thereafter, a seemingly inconspicuous leaf jonin, who had been standing at the back, suddenly materialized beside a candidate, firmly grasping their right hand. The captured candidate's complexion turned ashen, for perched in the palm of that hand was a slip of paper. The jonin bent down, delicately pinching the paper between his thumb and forefinger before unfolding it to reveal the answers to the first two questions. With an expression void of emotion, he informed the candidate and their companion, "You two have been caught cheating, disqualifying you from the examination." Without awaiting their explanations, he unceremoniously lifted them by their collars as if they were mere puppies and expelled them from the premises. Not long after the jonin's departure, the bald examiner on the platform made his presence known. Previously standing with his arms crossed, he suddenly stomped his foot down with force. With a resounding crash, the floor beneath him shattered, creating a large crater. Within that pit sat a candidate, eyes wide with horror, gazing up at the examiner. The bald examiner, eyeing the candidate in the pit, smirked menacingly and remarked, "Using Earth Release is commendable. But you fool, couldn't you have created a shadow clone at your seat before executing your technique? Or did you think I was blind, incapable of noticing the absence of a participant? You too have failed. I hereby declare you disqualified. Leave this place." Following these two incidents, the atmosphere grew palpably tense. The candidates realized that attempting to cheat under the watchful eyes of these Jonin would require genuine skill. Nonetheless, incidents of candidates being caught cheating continued to unfold. Meanwhile, Kaguya completed his examination paper in a mere 15 minutes. He then leaned back in his chair, his Sharingan slowly rotating, observing with keen interest the various cheating methods employed by others. In truth, aside from those inept individuals caught red-handed, many had indeed succeeded in their deceitful endeavors. For instance, a candidate from the village hidden in the clouds employed a method similar to that of the candidate who had been yanked from the ground for using Earth Release. However, his true body remained stationary, seated in place. He had discreetly released an Earth clone beneath his seat and directed it to use Earth Release to reach a point on the ceiling, a considerable distance from the bald examiner. There, that clone revealed a single intact eye, taking in the correct answers displayed on the podium. Additionally, the famed 7 ninja swordsmen had set their sights on less vigilant candidates. At a certain moment, a thin mist enveloped their position, although it dissipated almost immediately. In that fleeting second, 2 of the 7 had replaced themselves with water clones. With a swift movement, they melded into darkness, concealing themselves within the shadows of their target. Thus, they clandestinely observed all the answers of the candidate before returning to their original forms, instantly dissolving the water clones. It appeared that the 7 shared a private code. As the 2 who completed the task exchanged subtle gestures, prompting the remaining 5 to commence writing with newfound knowledge. Moreover, Kaguya noticed a plethora of other ninjas employing various strategies, each more astonishing than the last. Among them was a genin from the mountain clan of Konoha, who utilized mind-body transformation techniques to glean answers from fellow candidates. There were also members of the Aburan clan, who released numerous insects within the examination hall. Yet, what astonished Kaguya most was a candidate from the village hidden in the clouds. By some means, he had conjured a cloud no larger than a palm above the examination hall, transferring one of his eyes to that cloud. This delicate formation drifted lazily above the candidates, surveying the answers of many. As candidates displayed their cunning, time slipped away with each passing moment. As the hour drew near, various expressions emerged among the candidates. Those who had completed their exams sat calmly, awaiting the inevitable passage of time, while others, uncertain of how to proceed and intimidated by previous displays of authority, fidgeted anxiously. Regardless, time continued its relentless march. An hour swiftly elapsed, prompting the bald examiner to glance at the clock before announcing the conclusion of the examination. Contrary to Kaguya's expectations, the examiner refrained from conducting any final assessments, making no threats regarding the consequences of failure to discourage wavering candidates. Upon declaring the examination concluded, the 2 examiners proceeded to collect all the papers, sitting down to grade them on the spot. This examination was fundamentally a test of candidates' ability to acquire information. Naturally, those endowed with ample knowledge could easily circumvent this evaluation. In reality, the examination consisted of only a handful of questions, primarily formatted as major inquiries, with the entire paper comprising merely around 10 questions. Nevertheless, despite this brevity, the 2 examiners required nearly an hour to review the over 100 papers. After dismissing those who scored below 80, they turned to the remaining 70 or 80 candidates. The bald examiner, with a stoic expression, congratulated them, stating, "Congratulations on passing the second assessment. Allow me to personally advise you. The upcoming examination will not be so tranquil. You will face injuries and even death. Should there be any fearful candidates, I suggest you take this opportunity to withdraw." After a brief pause, he surveyed the throng of lower-ranking ninjas below. Those eligible to participate in the Chunin exams would not easily abandon their aspirations due to a few words. After a few minutes of silence, seeing no one depart, the bald examiner sighed, half in satisfaction and half in regret. He then continued, "Very well, since you have all made your choices. Let us proceed to the next examination site. Having spoken, he led the group away from the white edifice. After traversing a dense thicket, they beheld an even grander forest. Once everyone had gathered on the flat ground before the woodland, the bald examiner turned to elucidate the details of the forthcoming examination. Upon hearing the specifics, Kagura's eyes involuntarily narrowed. It seemed that the brutality of this test was just beginning. Chapter 46. The Hunt. As the afternoon sun reached its zenith, casting its most fervent rays, a massive forest loomed not far from Kagura and the others, resembling a colossal beast lying in wait. The layers of trees obscured their vision, with even the fierce sunlight unable to penetrate. The depths of the forest were shrouded in darkness, akin to the eyes of a great creature watching the individuals before it. All were gathered in a clearing at the forest's edge, with the bald examiner positioned at the forefront of the candidates. During the preceding written examination, nearly a quarter of the candidates had been eliminated for insufficient scores or cheating. Nevertheless, approximately 70 to 80 individuals still stood in attendance. The Jonin from Konoha had silently vanished following the conclusion of the written test, leaving only the bald examiner before Kagura and the others. He surveyed the eager expressions of the crowd, and a rare flicker of compassion crossed his mind. Clearing his throat, he began to speak. Next, we embark on the third examination. You may have already noticed the forest before you. As he spoke, he raised his right hand and pointed with his thumb towards the woods behind him. Without waiting for a response, he continued. On the other side of that forest lies a white building. Your task in this examination is to reach that structure by noon tomorrow. However, there is an additional condition. At this juncture, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and with a malevolent glint in his eye, he added, only those possessing 2 forehead protectors will be permitted entry to complete this examination. Upon hearing his words, a murmur of discussion erupted among the crowd. Kagura, having grasped the rules, felt a tightening in her chest. She was acutely aware of what the forehead protector represented, having traversed this world for some time. Undoubtedly, the protector she received from her mentor upon graduating from the academy was akin to a ninja's second life. Even those infamous rogue ninjas, when betraying their villages, would merely scratch their protectors rather than discard this emblem of their ninja identity. The significance of the forehead protector was thus far greater than most could fathom. This examination, in essence, demanded that they engage in a battle for their protectors. This was starkly different from the competition for the heavenly book and earthly book in the original storyline. Surrendering such items would not affect the loser's mentality for future challenges. However, losing the protector, a symbol of their ninja identity, would strip them of their fundamental pride as ninjas. Hence, Kagura surmised that very few would willingly forfeit in this test. Defeat could likely lead to death. Within moments, the discussion subsided, and the candidates instinctively distanced themselves from one another, warily eyeing those around them. It was crucial to note that the examiner had not stipulated that the forehead protectors must originate from different villages. Therefore, in this examination, even comrades from the same village could become adversaries. This was a personal hunt. Observing the candidates' reactions, the bald examiner nodded in satisfaction. He continued, additionally, there is another rule. No fighting is allowed within my line of sight. Combat may only commence once you have moved beyond my gaze. You will enter the forest in groups. When I call your name, step forward. The first group included Uchiha, Shunsuke Ikawa, and Yuki Koido. As he called each name, individuals emerged from the crowd. After about 20 participants had stepped forward, they ventured into the forest. The second group followed suit, also comprising around 20 individuals. As the final batch was announced, Kagura noticed that apart from Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and herself, her favored candidates from the earth and the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were also included. It was no coincidence that the strongest contenders were left for last. After a moment of contemplation, Kagura quickly understood the examiner's intent. In a hunt within the forest, those who entered first would possess a distinct advantage, as they could select favorable positions for ambushes. Thus, allowing the relatively stronger individuals to enter last served as a balancing mechanism for this examination. After 10 minutes had elapsed with the second group inside the forest, the remaining candidates, prompted by the examiner's gaze, began to step forward as well. Upon entering the woods, the last group immediately dispersed, remaining vigilant of one another. Before long, only Kagura and her 3 companions remained. Observing the now empty surroundings, the 4 exchanged knowing smiles. Kagura, adopting a playful tone, suggested, "Shall we form a team?" We could easily overpower a few individuals and complete our task today. In response to her proposal, Jiraiya rolled his eyes, while Orochimaru and Tsunade appeared equally unimpressed. Noting her teammates' attitudes, Kagura suppressed her smile and remarked, "Very well. Shall we reconvene at the finish line tomorrow?" To her words, Orochimaru merely nodded and walked away. Jiraiya, with his hands behind his head, flashed a grin at Kagura, saying, "How about a race to see who reaches the finish line first tomorrow?" Kagura responded with a smile and a slight nod. With that, Jiraiya turned and waved goodbye as he departed. After everyone had left, Tsunade shyly took Kagura's hand. Gazing into his eyes, she softly cautioned, "Be careful. While I believe no one here can defeat you one-on-one, you could still be in danger if others ambush you." As she looked at him with tender eyes, Kagura's expression softened unconsciously. He gently patted her head and replied quietly, "I understand. You be careful too." Suddenly, Tsunade rose on her toes and softly kissed him. Kagura's eyes widened in surprise, but before he could fully savor the moment, she quickly withdrew. Tsunade's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Cradling her face with her hands, she uttered a hasty, "I'm leaving," and fled as if she had committed a transgression. Watching her retreating figure, Kagura touched his lips, seemingly reliving the fleeting kiss. Yet internally, he lamented, "Damn it, my first kiss was stolen by a girl. Next time, I must take the initiative." After a few moments to compose himself, he turned and confidently ventured deeper into the forest. Indeed, his earlier suggestion to the group was a sound strategy. However, he was acutely aware that his companions from Team 7 would never consent to such a strategy. They were the legendary 3 ninjas, the prodigies of this generation. Since this was an individual assessment task, they would not allow themselves to rely on shortcuts to complete it. This was their pride, as well as a conviction that one must possess on the path to becoming a formidable warrior. As he gazed at the dark forest before him, a faint smile gradually appeared on Kagura's face. "Come, let us relish this hunt." Chapter 47. Individual battles on a shadowy path within the forest. A remarkably pale-faced youth ambled along. It was none other than Orochimaru, who had just parted ways with Kagura and the others. He fully understood that neither he nor the other two would accept such a frivolous suggestion from Kagura. However, compared to Jiraiya, who was more expressive, he found himself at a loss for how to respond to Kagura's dark humor. Thus, upon hearing Kagura's words about meeting at the finish line, he opted to depart. In truth, since arriving for this examination, the only adversary he deemed worthy was the dual mentor and friend, Kagura. Although he had sensed the prowess of the 7 ninja or the Uchiha, he did not believe those individuals could rival Kagura. As Kagura's teammate, he possessed the clearest understanding of his strength. Moreover, he was acutely aware that Kagura had never revealed his full capabilities before them, but had kept some aspects concealed. As a peer of the same generation, he also harbored his own pride. While he acknowledged Kagura's superiority, it did not imply he would forever concede his own strength was inferior. In fact, the current Orochimaru was significantly stronger than his counterpart from the original storyline. This was partly due to Kagura's unreserved mentorship. Whether in taijutsu or ninjutsu, Kagura was always eager to share his knowledge with them. Particularly with regard to the Chidori technique, he generously imparted this skill to the trio. Unfortunately, it seemed Jiraiya could not grasp it no matter how hard he tried. Surprisingly, the quickest to master this technique was Tsunade, who subsequently modified it to suit her style. Rather than focusing on concentrated destruction like Chidori, she preferred to utilize its electrical properties to invigorate her physical form, thereby enhancing her strength and defense. With her inherent monstrous strength amplified by the Chidori technique, Tsunade had transformed into a veritable human Tyrannosaurus. In recent years, even Kagura hesitated to engage her in taijutsu duels. As for Jiraiya, he now refrained from making lighthearted jokes in her presence. Orochimaru himself, after studying the Chidori technique, had experienced a degree of enhancement in his own abilities. Yet he could never fully master it compared to Tsunade. Perhaps he truly lacked the aptitude for lightning release. Consequently, he did not take this trial to heart. For him, aside from Kagura and the members of Team 7, everyone else was merely fodder. Thus, he walked the path without any caution, boldly inviting an encounter. As expected, the moment his foot landed upon a pile of leaves, an unexpected event transpired. With a sharp snap, a trap made of ropes suddenly ensnared his ankle, hoisting him into the air. In the face of this sudden predicament, Orochimaru exhibited no inclination to rescue himself. Instead, He hung there, swaying back and forth. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows of the trees. It was a genin from the hidden mist village, clad in traditional ninja attire that enveloped his entire body, even concealing his hair beneath a hood. The only feature visible was his unremarkable face, which paradoxically made him an ideal candidate for a ninja. Upon witnessing the capture of Orochimaru by his trap, a hint of disdain crossed the genin's face as he remarked, "I thought being a companion of that legendary monster would amount to something impressive. Who knew you were merely a half-baked ninja, captured without even triggering my backup trap? Truly disappointing." Before he could continue lamenting, a cold voice emerged from behind him. "Oh? Care to enlighten me on what other traps you had prepared?" Upon hearing this voice, the genin's back went cold as he turned to look. There stood Orochimaru, a grin adorning his face. The genin quickly glanced back at the trap, but there was no sign of Orochimaru. Instead, several serpent-like appendages were now entwined around the rope. Gazing at his terrified opponent, Orochimaru's smile widened. He spoke in a gentle tone. "Since you have resolved to ambush me, you must also be prepared for my counterattack, yes? As a ninja, I trust you wouldn't relinquish your forehead protector so easily, would you?" At this juncture, his smile morphed into a sinister grin, his eyes reflecting a perilous glimmer that Kaguya and the others had never witnessed before. At that moment, he seemed to unveil his true nature, akin to a ravenous serpent fixating on its prey. After surveying the individual before him, he continued, "Thus, you won't harbor any grievances when I end your life, will you?" As Orochimaru advanced, the genin felt as though he were confronting a divine adversary. An instinctual dread surged within him, extinguishing any thoughts of resistance and leaving only an overwhelming desire to flee. "Ah!" With a brief, anguished scream, the forest fell silent once more. In Orochimaru's hand rested a forehead protector bearing the emblem of the hidden mist village, stained with a drop of blood. Meanwhile, the genin lay on the ground, bloodied and pale, his eyes closed. Yet, the rising and falling of his chest indicated that he still clung to life. Casting a disdainful glance at the fallen foe, Orochimaru squinted in perplexity. He found it curious that he had not killed this individual, instead subconsciously holding back. Based on his previous disposition, this individual should not have had any chance of survival. Perhaps it was the influence of spending too much time with Kaguya that had unwittingly altered some of his mindset. Acknowledging the reason in his mind, he chose not to dwell on it further and instead pocketed the forehead protector as he continued toward his destination. Not far ahead, in a small clearing within the forest, a candidate from the hidden cloud village found himself pinned to the ground by a colossal toad. Jiraiya leaped down from the toad's head, effortlessly snatching the forehead protector from the despairing candidate's gaze. Looking at the forehead protector in his hand, Jiraiya chuckled. "Got it." He hesitated for a moment, then offered a comforting remark to the subdued candidate. "Well, consider it bad luck to have encountered me. Do your best next time." With that, he turned to the toad and instructed, "Bunta, once I leave, remember to dispel the summoning after half an hour. Keep this one restrained for a while to prevent any trouble." The toad, Bunta, leisurely exhaled a plume of smoke before responding, "Understood. Now hurry along. I have to get back for dinner. You, my friend, never seem to pay attention to the time when it comes to spiritual matters. Even spirit beasts have their own lives, you know?" As the complaints from the toad Wentai continued to surface, Jiraiya retracted his head. He ceased his idle chatter and turned away, gradually vanishing into the dense forest amidst the despairing gaze of the lower-ranked ninja. The scene shifted to Tsunade, who was strolling contentedly through the woods. As she recalled the impulsive kiss she had just shared, her cheeks involuntarily flushed a rosy hue. Although she had maintained a relatively close relationship with Kaguya over the years, this kiss was indeed a first for her. "Oh dear, have I been too forward? I've heard from my grandmother that if a girl is too proactive, a boy might not cherish her as he should. But now that we've kissed, what can I do?" Lost in these thoughts, she unconsciously pouted her lips, displaying a troubled expression. After much contemplation, she steeled her resolve, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes as she declared, "Forget it. It doesn't matter. Since he has kissed me, I belong to him. If Kaguya dares to deny it, I shall give him a good beating." With a solution in mind, Tsunade finally regained her spirits and a smile returned to her face. However, just as she parted the tall grass ahead, several familiar figures suddenly emerged before her. Upon closer inspection, she found 7 individuals, each wielding peculiar blades. Chapter 48. Tsunade's crisis Pipa Shirzong was acutely aware that the 6 individuals beside him could hardly be deemed his companions. He had graduated as a lower-ranked ninja the previous year. The team structure in the village hidden in the mist was akin to that of other nations. Comprised of 3 members led by a higher-ranked ninja. A prodigy in the ninja academy, he had garnered considerable expectations from the village the moment he became a lower-ranked ninja. As for his 2 teammates, what were their names again? Never mind, names are inconsequential. What truly mattered was that neither possessed the strength nor fortune to rival his own. Indeed, Pipa Shirzong believed in the concept of luck. After all, why was it that during a mission 6 months prior, he alone survived an ambush that claimed the lives of 3 others? Even that seemingly formidable higher-ranked ninja had faced the enemy head-on to protect them, ultimately perishing in the process. Only he returned to the village, clutching the designated item from the mission. Following that incident, his abilities received recognition from the higher-ups. In the world of ninjas, the completion of a mission far outweighs the significance of companions. The demise of his comrades and his successful return with the mission item was a testament to his prowess. It was from that moment onward that he began to formulate his own understanding of what it meant to have companions. After accomplishing that mission, he awaited the village's assignment of a new team. However, after a month of waiting, one day he was summoned by the newly appointed Mizukage. Upon entering the Mizukage chamber, he was immediately captivated by the enormous beheading sword before him. As a resident of the village hidden in the mist, he recognized it instantly. It was the decapitating sword, one of the 7 ninja swords. This remarkable blade absorbs iron elements from the blood of foes for self-regeneration and replenishes the wielder's stamina. Upon regaining his composure, he noticed that he was not alone. 6 other lower-ranked ninjas of similar age stood alongside him. To his astonishment, all 7 legendary swords of the village hidden in the mist were displayed before them. Historically, these 7 swords had been under the control of the Land of Water for ages. The ancestors had dedicated countless years and experiences to mastering the specific techniques required for their utilization. Yet it was only on that day that the true bearers of these swords were designated as the 7 ninja swordsmen. The first group of the 7 ninja swordsmen comprised these lower-ranked ninjas. Given the unique characteristics of each sword, they required the cultivation of different ninjutsu and taijutsu. Theoretically, these lower-ranked ninjas, still devoid of their own distinctive styles, were the most suitable owners for these weapons. They were, after all, the carefully selected candidates by the Mizukage. Thus, Pipa Shirzong became a member of this 7-person team, embarking on a new chapter of his ninja life. Fortunately, the other 6 resembled him closely. They were a group of individuals who solely believed in their own strength. However, it was undeniable that such individuals often made the right choices during missions. Regrettably, the similarity among the 6 was too pronounced. They placed greater trust in the blades they wielded than in their companions. Their sole objective in forming a team was to successfully complete missions. For instance, during the Chunin exam, some among them had already discerned the initial illusion. Yet they were acutely aware that the time for assessment was not yet ripe. Rather than expose this reality, it was more prudent to stealthily infiltrate amidst the chaos. Were it not for the Mizukage's decree that all 7 must pass the exam, the first to discover the truth would have preferred to keep it to himself. However, the ineptitude of those beyond their group did not concern them, nor did they feel obliged to assist the ineffectual in overcoming challenges. They had also observed the altercation between the Rain Hat youth and the Leaf Village. Such meaningless provocations held no interest for them. Yet when that youth appeared, he effortlessly bested the foolish Mist Village ninja with his piercing gaze. Were it not for the consideration of their village's reputation, Pipa Shirzong would have preferred to let that fool be eliminated outright. However, they had not anticipated that Kaguya would openly shatter the illusion without a second thought. Faced with this situation, they could only follow suit in silence. And now, unlike Kaguya and his so-called pride, these 7 would invariably choose the most straightforward path to success. Thus, as they stepped into the forest, it was only natural for them to begin forming teams. One could not deny that in such an environment, their method of teaming up granted them a significant advantage. Within merely half an hour, they had already acquired 3 forehead protectors. In truth, had they not considered the village's stance and intentionally spared their fellow villagers along the way, they would have collected even more forehead protectors by now. As for the 3 unfortunate souls, they would remain forever ensnared within this forest. With a swift motion, the sensation of the blades slicing through flesh resonated as blood splattered from the fallen candidate. He glared at Pipa Shirzong defiantly before succumbing to exhaustion and collapsing to the ground, planting the enormous beheading sword into the earth beside him. Pipa Shirzong crouched down to retrieve the bloodied forehead protector bearing the Leaf Village insignia. "For down, it seems we can complete our mission tonight and reach the destination building," remarked Suigetsu Zuki, a hefty individual with green stripes adorning his cheeks, orange hair cascading to his waist, sharp teeth, and a neck wrapped in a fluffy bandage. Pipa Shirzong rose, stowing away the forehead protector. Just as he was about to speak, a rustling in the nearby bushes revealed the figure of a young girl. It was Tsunade. Upon recognizing her, Pipa Shirzong's brow furrowed slightly. He remembered her as the companion of that Leaf Village prodigy. Exchanging a discreet glance with Suigetsu, he spoke first. "If you leave now, we can pretend we never saw you." Indeed, the memory of Kagura's eyes lingered in their minds. Given their strength, completing this assessment would be a trivial task. In his view, there was no need to offend a Uchiha over a mere forehead protector. Upon hearing these words, Tsunade's expression became stern. She was well aware of the formidable strength possessed by the 7 individuals before her, at the very least. Sakura had previously cautioned her to be wary of them. Just as she contemplated retreating, her gaze fell upon the young boy sprawled on the ground. He was the same boy who had clashed with the candidate from the Hidden Mist, wearing a rain hat. Most importantly, he was from Konoha. The boy, once vibrant and full of life, now lay in a pool of blood, his eyes closed, teetering on the brink of life and death. Her instinct to withdraw faltered, and after a brief moment of contemplation, Tsunade gritted her teeth and declared, "Hand that person over to me. I will take him with me." At Tsunade's request, Pipa Shirzong was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that his momentary kindness in allowing her to leave would lead to such a foolish demand from her. Before he could respond, another voice interjected, "What are you afraid of, Pipa Shirzong? Is he not just a companion of that Konoha brat? If we have to, we can eliminate him. Even if we encounter him later, do you really fear that we 7 cannot overpower one?" This sentiment was echoed by another, as they pointed out that the subsequent assessments might involve team-based competitions. Eliminating one of their companions here could very well benefit them. The speakers included a tall figure with unruly, spiky yellow hair, dressed in black attire and gray shoes, and a second individual with long black hair. Sporting vertical braids and a thick mustache, his left eye concealed by a black cloth. They were none other than the ruthless duo known as Kurasame Shiranui and Nuri Shinpachi. Upon hearing the remarks from his comrades, Pipa Shirzong sighed in silence. He drew his executioner's blade and faced Tsunade, saying, "This is your choice. Do not blame me." Chapter 49, Daring to Strike a Woman? Recognizing the inevitability of conflict following his gesture, Tsunade understood that there was no turning back. Yes, she had the opportunity to flee, yet she made what seemed like a reckless decision. However, as a descendant of the first Hokage, abandoning her companions from Konoha was not an option. She could not forsake her reputation as the renowned Tsunade Heim. With a deep breath, Tsunade tightened the cuffs of her sleeves and assumed a combat stance, fists clenched. Her left arm extended forward. Had Pipa Shirzong and the others possessed eyes akin to Sakura's, they would have noticed faint sparks of electricity dancing across Tsunade's form. This was the Chidori technique she had learned from Sakura. Unlike Sakura's aggressive application of the technique, Tsunade employed it with a more nuanced finesse. She spread the electrical current throughout her body, stimulating her muscles, resulting in a significant enhancement of her speed, strength, and resilience. When Sakura first witnessed this application, it reminded her of a renowned manga from a previous life, a masterpiece created by an esteemed artist whose name comprised 4 commendatory characters. Tsunade bore a striking resemblance to one of the protagonists in the form of an electric mouse. The tension in the standoff heightened, and to everyone's astonishment, it was Tsunade, seemingly at a disadvantage, who initiated the attack. With a powerful thrust of her right foot, the ground beneath her cracked, and she propelled herself forward like a cannonball, charging directly at Pipa Shirzong. Seeing the fierce Tsunade barreling towards him, Pipa Shirzong dared not underestimate her, swiftly raising his large blade to defend himself. Clang! A resounding impact echoed through the air. In shock, Pipa Shirzong watched as Tsunade's strike shattered his blade, creating a massive fissure. Before he could comprehend the magnitude of the situation, an overwhelming force surged through the hilt, sending him hurtling backward like an arrow released from its bow. Crash! 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 After colliding with several trees, Pipa Shirzong finally came to a halt, barely managing to support his weight with the great sword. Yet his complexion paled as he spat blood onto the ground. Witnessing the sheer power of Tsunade's seemingly ordinary punch, the others present adopted serious expressions. They were well aware of Pai Pa Shirzong's capabilities, yet here he was, sent flying by a mere girl. From his perch atop a tree, Kurasame Shiranui was the first to retaliate. His weapon, the long and slender blade known as the needle of the long sword, was akin to a needle itself. In an instant, he flashed into Tsunade's vicinity, his lanky form resembling a spider as he thrust the blade repeatedly toward her. Tsunade recognized that she could not withstand such an attack relying solely on her physical prowess. A fleeting thought crossed her mind, and she swiftly evaded. However, her opponent's agility exceeded her expectations, and despite her attempts to retreat, several gashes marked her skin. Yet, these were not the gravest of threats. Tsunade's eyes widened as she noticed several threads winding toward her. This was the true nature of the needle of the long sword, a blade that pierced through all and stitched them together. Its reach was extensive, and its lethality formidable. Attached to the blade was a steel wire that could ensnare opponents. Both the wire and the blade possessed offensive capabilities. As the threads drew closer, Tsunade clenched her fists and smashed them into the ground with all her might. Boom! Another thunderous explosion resonated as a massive pit formed between Tsunade and Kurasame Shiranui. The displaced rocks were neatly sliced by the seemingly ordinary threads. Yet they impeded the advance of the threads. With quick footwork, Tsunade created distance between herself and Kurasame Shiranui. However, just as she caught her breath, a figure loomed overhead, Nuri Shinpachi, the other half of the ruthless duo. He raised his explosive blade, the explosive kunai, and brought it crashing down upon Tsunade. Why crashing down? Because unlike the sharp needle of the long sword, the explosive kunai resembled a large scroll. As the enormous blade descended toward her, Tsunade showed no signs of retreat. Instead, she launched a powerful punch upward. Bang! Bang! Two colossal explosions erupted in Tsunade's astonished gaze. The moment her hand brushed against the explosive kunai, the sheer force of the explosion sent her flying. This was the power of the explosive kunai, a blade perfectly fused with explosive force. Laden with countless explosive tags, its lethality was immense. The explosive technique hurled the explosive scroll toward enemies, resulting in an inescapable wide-range detonation. Yet, in his youth, Nuri Shinpachi lacked mastery over this weapon, capable of controlling only 2 simultaneous explosions at most. Tsunade's body was propelled backward uncontrollably, but her formidable physique asserted itself once more. In mere seconds, she adjusted midair and landed gracefully on the ground. However, the previous explosion had clearly inflicted significant damage, as blood now seeped from the corner of her mouth. At that moment, a familiar silhouette wielding a massive blade charged toward her. It was Pai Pa Shirzong returning for another assault. With her breath ragged, Tsunade steeled herself to meet him once more. This time, her strength had noticeably waned. She could merely defend against his strikes, creating a stalemate between them. At that critical juncture, 2 fish-shaped blades emerged behind her. This time, Tsunade found herself unable to resist. The 2 blades exhaled gas from their circular openings, and the entire weapons began to glow ominously. The chakra formed into a collective sphere of azure energy, erupting forth like a radiant orb towards Tsunade's back. She nearly absorbed the entirety of this chakra's power, akin to a kite severed from its string, soaring into the air. It was at this moment that the 2 blades revealed themselves, unmistakably the dual swords of Taka. Grasping this weapon was a youth with spiky hair, clad in a blue jacket and spotted trousers. After extensive research, I found that this particular individual from the original 7 Ninja Swordsmen is unnamed. After being propelled several dozen meters, Tsunade landed heavily on the ground. She lay on her side, spitting out mouthfuls of blood, her trembling hand struggling to push against the earth, as if she desperately sought to rise. However, after several futile attempts, she remained unsuccessful. Slowly, Uchiha's tease approached her, raising the executioner's blade in his hand. His eyes reflected no sympathy, only indifference. Coldly observing Tsunade's continued struggle to stand, he spoke. I concede your strength. Yet, this is where it ends. With that, he ceased his words and swung the massive sword with force. In that critical moment, a streak of blue lightning surged forth from the depths of the forest towards Uchiha, moving at a speed exceeding that of sound. The blinding blue light momentarily halted Uchiha in his tracks. In that fleeting instant of distraction, The severely injured girl before him vanished. The blue lightning came to a stop, revealing a familiar silhouette cradling the delicate girl in his arms, turning to face the onlookers, his Sharingan eyes blazing with fury. A roar echoed through the silent forest. How dare you lay a hand on my woman? Chapter 50. Leave one, and I'll let you go 15 minutes prior. Beneath a towering tree deep within the forest, Kaguya stood before a candidate from the hidden cloud village. From the mere appearance, it was evident the candidate was in an abnormal state. His eyes were vacant as he stared ahead, trembling hands slowly removing the forehead protector from his head. Subsequently, this cherished possession, regarded as his most prized item, was carelessly handed to Kaguya. The three tomo in Kaguya's eyes spun slowly, clearly indicating he had activated a Jinjutsu on him. Yet, just as Kaguya grasped the forehead protector, a flicker of anguish crossed the candidate's face, and he tightened his grip on one corner of the protector. Observing this, Kaguya sighed softly, once more activating his Sharingan. Seconds later, the expression of pain faded from the candidate's face, replaced by a numbing emptiness. After fully relinquishing the forehead protector to Kaguya, he closed his eyes, his body slackening as he collapsed to the ground. With the objective achieved, Kaguya was indifferent to granting the individual a peaceful slumber. In truth, the dichotomy of cruelty and compassion was starkly embodied within him. During missions, he never displayed mercy. Regardless of the opponent, he struck with lethal intent, leaving no room for future retaliation. He understood all too well from his past life, having consumed countless films and novels, that villains perish from excessive dialogue, and the virtuous are often discarded in tumultuous times, in an environment yet to attain true peace. Failing to eliminate an adversary in the midst of a task could result in one's own demise in the next heartbeat. However, outside the realm of battle, Kaguya had no qualms about extending his mercy. When an enemy was stripped of their capacity to inflict harm, he instinctively spared their life. He was cognizant of this duality, yet remained unfazed. Human nature is not merely black and white. As long as one adheres to their own convictions, all is well. Having successfully completed the task, Kaguya stood atop a massive tree canopy, squinting into the distance as he sought to determine the direction of his final destination. At that moment, a series of thunderous sounds echoed from afar, prompting Kaguya to turn and gaze in that direction, only to witness a plume of smoke rising. Is the battle among genin this fierce? The distant conflict piqued his interest, and he activated his Sharingan, deciding to clandestinely observe the unfolding events. However, upon catching sight of a blurred figure amidst the smoke, his heart skipped a beat. Is that the 7 ninja swordsmen? Yet before he could ponder further, he saw Tsunade being propelled away by the explosion triggered by Unriki Hachi's explosive blade. Witnessing this scene, a chill coursed through his veins. Without hesitation, he swiftly entered the 5th gate of the 8 gates, significantly amplifying his speed, even surpassing the sound barrier. For clarification, the protagonist's current taijutsu attribute progress is at the 6th gate, the Gate of View, with a score of 672. This signifies he can perfectly harness the state of the 5th gate. Although the 6th gate can also be activated, it entails considerable repercussions. Alongside unlocking the 8 gates, he simultaneously employed the Chidori technique, all to enhance his velocity even further. His form transformed into a streak of lightning as he dashed towards Tsunade. Ultimately, in the nick of time, he rescued her from beneath Uchiha's blade. Paying no heed to the adversaries from the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kaguya turned his back on them, carefully inspecting Tsunade in his arms. This was a Tsunade he had never seen before, weak and vulnerable, blood trickling from her lips, her face contorted in pain, and her eyes tightly shut. A massive wound marred her back, continuously oozing crimson. She managed to force her eyes open, and upon seeing Kaguya's face, her demeanor relaxed. Can you still heal yourself? Kaguya gently inquired, observing her conscious nod. Relieved, he gently set her against a tree, allowing her to sit on the ground with her back supported. Crouching beside her, he tenderly ruffled her hair, saying, "You needn't worry about anything now. Focus on your healing, and I will resolve matters swiftly." At that moment, Tsunade had shed her usual fierce demeanor, appearing like a frail girl, obediently nodding in agreement. With a smile directed at her, Kaguya stood and slowly turned to face the 7 ninja swordsmen. As he did, his aura transformed entirely. In an instant, the gentle youth morphed into an enraged beast. With his fury, his Sharingan eyes seemed to glow a deeper crimson, the spinning tomo captivating all who beheld them. Addressing the eager adversaries before him, Kagura unleashed his pent-up rage, his voice gravelly. "You wretched scum dare to harm my woman?" Unbeknownst to him, as those words escaped his lips, Tsunade's face flushed crimson behind him. She did not rush to heal herself, but instead cupped her face in her hands, her eyes sparkling as they remained fixed on the silhouette of the young man before her. In that moment, Kagura resembled a war god emerging from myth, the activation of the fifth gate enveloping him in a faint red aura. The lightning of Chidori danced around him like serpents of electricity. Otsutsuki, who had remained on high alert since Kagura's appearance, tightened his grip on his large blade. Yet before he could make a move, a figure darted forward. An unexpected strike aimed at Kagura. It was none other than Kirasame, brandishing his long blade, sewing needle in hand. He thrust the sharp blade towards Kagura, who appeared motionless, a sinister smile creeping beneath his mask as he anticipated the exquisite sensation of steel-piercing flesh. However, in the next moment, to his astonished gaze, the figure of Kagura suddenly transformed into a fleeting shadow. A rush of wind echoed in his ears, and before he could comprehend what had transpired, he felt a brutal kick strike him. His body was propelled away with a velocity surpassing that with which he had arrived, akin to a meteor plummeting to the earth, stirring up a cloud of dust. Witnessing this scene, the anxious Piwa Shizuku swallowed hard. Kurasame Shiranui, caught in the midst of it all, may have still been oblivious to the unfolding events, but he, having observed from the sidelines, understood all too well. Faced with the famously agile Kurasame, Kagura had merely taken an instant to evade and retaliate. In previous investigations, they had only noted his prowess in ocular and ninjutsu, yet never had it been mentioned that his taijutsu was equally monstrous. At this moment, the remaining onlookers finally shed their previous nonchalance, drawing their weapons to encircle Kagura. On the other hand, Kagura slowly retracted his kicked foot. Glancing at the figure he had sent flying, a flicker of disdain crossed his mind. How absurd, to compare my speed with one who has opened the fifth gate. If this were insufficient, I might as well retire from the ninja profession and seek solace in obscurity. Raising his gaze to the encroaching 7 swordsmen, a slight smile crept onto his face. Dusting off his attire, he earnestly regarded them, yet spoke with audacious arrogance. "I do not ask for much. Tsunade has yet to complete her task. You 7, leave one behind, and I shall permit your departure." Chapter 51. The 7 Swordsmen. A change of guard. You 7, leave one behind, and I shall allow you to depart. Upon hearing this audacious proclamation, a spark of fury ignited within the hearts of all. Despite their numerical superiority, it seemed as if they were the ones encircled by him alone. As if oblivious to the anger etched upon their faces, Kagura continued calmly. "So, have you decided which one to leave?" Upon hearing Kagura's taunt, which seemingly carried an assurance of their defeat, they could no longer contain themselves. The first to act was the merciless duo. "I'll keep you." Nashi Shinpachi charged forth from the crowd, leaping high into the air. As he bellowed, he raised the massive explosive blade in his hand, aiming to bring it down upon Kagura with ferocity. The previously arrogant Kagura appeared oblivious to his assault. Enraged, Nashi Shinpachi intensified his grip, aiming once more at the unsuspecting Kagura. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated as Kagura's body was sent hurtling away as if struck by a powerful blow. Yet, Nashi Shinpachi's assault did not cease. Adjusting his stance as he landed, he raced towards the trajectory where Kagura had been flung. He reached the airborne Kagura ahead of time, wielding the explosive blade once more. Another thunderous blast echoed, altering Kagura's flight path. In the midst of Nashi Shinpachi's sinister laughter, Kagura was battered like a ping-pong ball, each explosion leaving visible wounds upon him, splattering blood and flesh that sent Nashi Shinpachi into a frenzy of exhilaration. However, in reality, after Nashi Shinpachi's furious roar, he suddenly halted mid-charge, much to the astonishment of Piwa Shizuku and the others. Nashi Shinpachi appeared as if possessed, his arms hanging limply as his body stood rigid in place. From the side, his expression was clear. It morphed from a vicious grin to one of maniacal laughter. Witnessing this bizarre scene, the onlookers felt a cold sweat trickle down their backs. At that moment, without needing a reminder from anyone, they realized that their companion had fallen prey to Kagura's illusion. Piwa Shizuku took a fearful step back, yet still managed to warn, "Do not look into his eyes." Unfortunately, his warning came too late. Though he had swiftly diverted his gaze from Kagura's face, Those enchanting, beautiful Sharingan had imprinted themselves upon his mind, refusing to fade. He could hear Kagura's voice, tinged with mockery, whispering in his ear, as if he were right beside him. Oh, not a bad reaction. But when did you develop the illusion that I had not employed my genjutsu against you? Faced with Kagura's seemingly gentle voice, cold sweat streamed down Piwa Shizuku's brow. He tightly closed his eyes, his muscles tensed, and the massive beheading sword in his grip offered no semblance of safety. As he shut his eyes, the world around him seemed to vanish. The sounds of his companions' breathing, the rustle of the wind through the trees, the rhythm of his own heartbeat, all fell silent. Not just the sounds, his tactile sensations and perceptions seemed stripped away. He felt as if he were ensconced in an utter darkness, where nothing existed but himself. The oppressive silence gradually consumed his mind, and he felt as though he had endured mere seconds while simultaneously experiencing an entire day. Just as he was on the verge of succumbing to this suffocating stillness and preparing to open his eyes to strike back at Kagura, all sensation returned in an instant. He felt as though he were a drowning man, finally gasping for air upon reaching the shore. Yet, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a familiar scream erupted nearby. He could no longer afford hesitation and hurriedly opened his eyes toward the source of the sound. But in the next second, the sight before him caused his heart to halt for a moment. He saw Kagura, having appeared among them, standing before a companion wielding twin blades. At that moment, Kagura held a blue orb of lightning in his right hand, his arm piercing through the chest of the wielder. Blood oozed from the wound, trickling down his arm and pooling on the ground. The dual blade user stared at Kagura in disbelief, his mouth moving as if to speak. Yet he would never find the opportunity, his eyes growing vacant as he gradually crumpled to the ground. Kagura supported the dying man with his left hand, slowly withdrawing his right arm from the gaping wound. Gazing at the companion who had stood beside him just moments before, now lying in a pool of blood, Piwa Shizuku and the others instinctively recoiled from Kagura, their bodies retreating a few steps in terror. To their reaction, Kagura appeared utterly indifferent. He crouched down, removing the forehead protector from the man's neck and placing it in his own possession. Having completed this act, he stood upright and regarded the others, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Well, since you refuse, I shall make the choice. Now that I have kindly left one for you, would you prefer to leave more? As Kagura's dangerous gaze swept over them, the group fell silent. They neither retreated nor dared to advance. The silence in the arena did not endure long, as the previously motionless Nashi Shinpachi suddenly let out a pained cry, collapsing to the ground. At that moment, his face bore no trace of the earlier mirth, replaced instead by a look of sheer terror, as if he had witnessed something horrific. Sitting on the ground, he dropped his weapon to the side, gasping for breath. Covering his face with his hands, he muttered incessantly, Why? Why can't I kill him? He is a monster. Yes, he is nothing but a monster. As they observed the utterly demoralized Wooly Shinba, the remaining individuals exchanged knowing glances. Eventually, it was Pipa Shirzong who cautiously addressed Kagura, inquiring, Are you truly willing to let us go? In response to his question, Kagura merely shrugged and replied, I have always considered myself a person of integrity. Upon hearing Kagura's response, the group did not immediately relax. They exchanged glances, and ultimately, Lishian Schwanmaru approached the now distraught Wooly Shinba. While assisting him in retrieving his scattered weapons, he gently helped him to his feet. The others dared not meet Kagura's gaze, instead cautiously directing their attention to his feet as they began to retreat slowly. However, at that moment, Kagura suddenly called out, Wait! Hearing this, everyone instantly raised their weapons, apprehensive that Kagura might change his mind. Unfazed, Kagura pointed with his right index finger at the dual blades lying at his feet, declaring, Take this knife back. It's too ugly. I don't want it. With that, he forcefully kicked the dual blades away. Pipa Shirzong raised his right hand and deftly caught the weapon. After a brief pause, he finally said, Thank you. With that, the group slowly retreated, their figures gradually disappearing into the dark forest. Thus concluded a battle, and the newly formed Seven Blades would soon undergo a change. Chapter 52. An irresistible proposal. Kagura smiled as he watched the remaining 6 figures fade into the depths of the forest. Once he confirmed their departure, he finally exhaled in relief, releasing the 8 gates technique and sitting down. Although his physical prowess had grown to the point where he could fully control the opening of the 5th gate, he could not escape the normal aftereffects. He quickly ceased the operation of the Sharingan, pressing one hand against his eyes. At this moment, he did not appear as invincible and powerful as before. Kagura felt every muscle in his body groaning, and the pervasive soreness made him reluctant to move even a finger. Moreover, it was not only his body that was issuing warnings. The overuse of the Sharingan brought about excruciating pains in his head. Veins throbbed at his temples, threatening to burst at any moment. Observing Kagura's condition, Tsunade rushed over, disregarding her own injuries, and anxiously began to massage his temples, her expression filled with concern. After a considerable time, the throbbing pain gradually subsided, allowing Kagura to lower his hand and release a gentle sigh. Upon meeting Tsunade's worried gaze, he smiled reassuringly, saying, "I'm fine. I just overextended my Sharingan. We should leave quickly. Although the chances are slim, those individuals might return. If they do, we will indeed face a crisis." Tsunade nodded in agreement, and the two of them assisted each other to stand. Tsunade hesitated for a moment before saying to Kagura, "Wait for me." She then limped towards the rear, where a young Leaf Village boy lay in a pool of blood, the very one who had been defeated by the 7 earlier. Kneeling beside him, Tsunade meticulously examined his condition. Upon hearing his faint yet resilient heartbeat, a smile crept onto her lips. Her hands began to emit a gentle green light as she commenced healing the boy's wounds. Within minutes, the bleeding had ceased, and Tsunade had bandaged him up. After rummaging through a pouch at her waist, she produced a pill for the boy to swallow. Shortly thereafter, his breathing noticeably stabilized. At this point, Kagura had finally adapted to the lingering soreness in his body and approached them. As he passed by the corpse of one of the 7 blades he had slain, he could not help but feel a twinge of reflection. It must be said that the 7 blades were remarkably pragmatic. They could have easily taken their fallen comrade's body, but they ultimately chose to abandon it for the slightest chance of survival. After a moment of contemplation, Kagura assisted Tsunade in relocating the young boy to a relatively safe hollow in a tree. They then tidied up the scene before departing. In truth, while it may have appeared that Kagura had decisively overwhelmed his opponents in the recent confrontation, only he understood the precariousness of the situation. Had he mishandled things even slightly, he might have found himself fleeing alongside an injured Tsunade. On one hand, the strength disparity between both sides was not as vast as it seemed. To rescue Tsunade in time, Kagura had activated the 8 gates technique, allowing him to reach the scene at supersonic speeds from several kilometers away. He was acutely aware that his ability to maintain the 5th gate was not as prolonged as he had hoped. A swift resolution was the only viable strategy. After a brief reflection, he realized that everything that followed was intentional. He deliberately left one person behind to showcase his arrogance, exerting his full power to activate the Sharingan while using Genjutsu to control the 7. He then swiftly eliminated one individual with Chidori, effectively intimidating the rest. Fortunately, they were indeed intimidated by his display, ultimately choosing to retreat as he had planned. Otherwise, Kagura would have been faced with a grueling battle. It is worth noting that while his strength was formidable, his opponents were no ordinary genin. They were elite shinobi handpicked by the Mizukichi, particularly suited for wielding the legendary swords. These individuals, armed with such powerful weapons, were likely capable of matching even seasoned Chunin. Coupled with the need to protect the severely injured Tsunade, the predicament Kagura faced was evident. Of course, if it came to a fight, he could summon the tailed beast within him. Although he could not kill them, he was confident he could defeat them. Yet, this raised another consideration for Kagura. If he were to eliminate them all, he would inevitably incur the wrath of the Mizukichi. These were elite shinobi specifically selected, entrusted with the legacy of the first generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The thought of a single individual annihilating them before they had even made a name for themselves would undoubtedly infuriate the Mizukichi. Although he would not have to concern himself with such matters after the exam, for someone like him, whose only desire was to survive and grow, facing the enmity of a Kaguya was far from ideal. This was the very reason he chose to return the dual blades to them. Indeed, he found them aesthetically displeasing. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Kagura felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. How wonderful it would be if he were merely a teenager, free from such burdens, able to act as impulsively as Naruto did. Before nightfall, the injured duo finally located a concealed hiding spot. By this time, Kagura had nearly fully recovered from the aftereffects of the 8 gates technique. Taking refuge in a relatively narrow cave, he kindled a small fire. Observing Tsunade's still somewhat listless demeanor, he comforted her, saying, "Now that we both possess the forehead protectors required for the exam, we need not worry about hunting others. Let us rest well tonight, and tomorrow, at dawn, we shall proceed directly to our ultimate destination." Upon hearing this, Tsunade nodded, but then, as if remembering something, her face flushed. After a brief moment of hesitation, she shyly turned away and, in a voice barely louder than a whisper, said, I need your help to treat my injuries." With that, she retrieved a jar of ointment from her pouch, embarrassedly turning her back. As she turned her body, her pristine back was revealed to Sakura. The final strike from the twin-bladed flounder energy wave landed solidly upon her back. Naturally, her attire was not like the Hulk's shorts. Under such a degree of assault, Tsunade's clothing was already in tatters. At this moment, her back, as white as jade, lay completely bare before Sakura. However, all Sakura felt was a pang of sorrow, for a gruesome wound marred the center of her back. Though it no longer bled, the gaping wound and the congealed scab brought him pain just to behold. The location on her back rendered Tsunade unable to use her healing technique. Thus, she had no choice but to ask Sakura for assistance in applying ointment. Taking the bottle of ointment, Sakura cautiously smeared it upon the wound. Alas, the moment his hand made contact, Tsunade let out a soft moan. Sensing something amiss, she quickly lowered her voice. With her lips tightly pressed together, her tear-filled eyes gazed at Sakura plaintively, muffled whimpers escaping her lips. Sakura, momentarily taken aback by Tsunade's sound, instinctively swallowed hard. He forced himself to stabilize his hand and pretended everything was normal as he continued to apply the ointment. In the midst of Tsunade's murmurs, he finally managed to finish applying the medicine. Setting down the ointment, he exhaled a deep breath, feeling more exhausted than after a day of battle. Was it merely applying ointment? Did she have to react like that? Wiping his brow, which bore no sweat, he noticed Tsunade still gazing at him with a look of grievance. "What is it?" he inquired with concern. Tsunade shifted closer to him, her large eyes wide as she said, "I'm cold." It dawned on Sakura that he had indeed overlooked this detail. The night forest was far colder than he had anticipated. Furthermore, Tsunade's upper garment was nearly non-existent, and given her injuries, feeling cold was entirely understandable. However, he found himself at an impasse. He only had one coat. He did have a vest, but it was lined with thin metal plates for protection, offering no warmth whatsoever. As Sakura wrestled with the dilemma of whether to strip off his only coat to give to Tsunade, she seemed to sense his struggle and spoke again. "How about you hold me while we sleep tonight?" Having uttered this with what seemed to be all her courage, she shyly lowered her head, making it impossible for Sakura to gauge her expression. "What?" Sakura's face stiffened at her words, his mind momentarily unable to process the implication. Before he could respond, Tsunade's buzzing voice continued, "We have to try it at least. After we do, we will be adults." Sakura gasped, "So Tsunade, you're quite bold, aren't you? But I must admit, that's a splendid idea." Chapter 53. The fourth assessment. The sun reluctantly rose from the distant east, as the dawn light filtered through the verdant canopy of trees. As a beam of morning light pierced the cave, Tsunade and Sakura finally stirred from their slumber. Emerging from the cave, Tsunade stretched luxuriously, a stark contrast to her earlier frailty. She now appeared invigorated. In contrast, Sakura, trailing behind her, bore dark circles under his eyes, looking rather haggard. Surveying their surroundings, Sakura prepared to discuss their route with Tsunade. As for what transpired last night, he chuckled. The truth was, they had simply embraced each other throughout the night. Thus, when morning arrived and Sakura questioned her, Tsunade responded nonchalantly, "Of course, adults sleep together, don't they?" At that moment, Sakura regretted stopping Jiraiya from taking Tsunade to view his collection. As for his weary demeanor, despite his youth, having a beauty in his arms had rendered him restless throughout the first half of the night. It wasn't until the latter half that he managed to fall asleep. Returning to the narrative, they discerned their direction and sought a nearby stream for a brief wash. During this time, Sakura decided to lend Tsunade his vest. After all, she couldn't be expected to wander about in a backless outfit. It was uncertain whether it was due to her Senju lineage or her extraordinary constitution. But after merely one night, the gruesome wound on her back had already scabbed over and shrunk significantly. Tsunade noted that she could hardly feel any pain from it now. Since Sakura had already determined the destination's location from an elevated vantage point the previous afternoon, they set off directly towards their goal. Along the way, they encountered others. Some self-proclaimed clever individuals had arrived early to lay traps along the path to the destination, intending to ambush travelers. However, Such rudimentary traps were easily discernible to both Sakura and Tsunade. Even though they avoided all the traps, those lying in wait never dared to show themselves. Logically, at this stage, even if they were aware of their disadvantage, the ambushers should have attempted an attack. After a moment's contemplation, Sakura understood the cause. It seemed that news of his slaying a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen had reached some ears, instilling fear in those who witnessed him and Tsunade. During their journey, they even stumbled upon a skirmish, and upon spotting them, both combatants instinctively retreated to cease hostilities. Witnessing this, Sakura, initially eager to spectate, shook his head in resignation. It was only after they had departed that the combatants resumed their duel. Thus, the two continued their unimpeded run through the forest, and within merely 2 hours, they arrived at the White Building as described by the examiner. Upon arrival, they were unsurprised to see many individuals seated in the open space outside the structure. As soon as they emerged from the woods, Jiraiya, with an enthusiastic expression, waved at them, while Orochimaru sat beside him. Sakura smiled at the two, guiding Tsunade towards them. As they reunited, before Jiraiya could speak, Orochimaru, typically the quiet one, interjected first. He frowned as he examined Tsunade's noticeably torn clothing and asked, "Tsunade, are you injured?" Hearing Orochimaru's inquiry, Jiraiya then noticed Tsunade's condition. His eyes widened as he circled around her, suddenly exclaiming in anger, "With your strength, there's no one here who could have harmed you like this. Did you fall into an ambush? Or were you ganged up on?" Feeling the warmth of concern from her companions, Tsunade experienced a surge of warmth in her heart. Nonetheless, she ultimately remained silent, merely shaking her head to indicate she was fine. Observing this, Jiraiya and Orochimaru turned their puzzled gazes toward Sakura. Noticing Sakura shaking his head as well, they ceased their inquiries and resumed their seats on the ground. Sakura understood Tsunade's psyche all too well. Her pride would not allow her to disclose the humiliating truth of her defeat to Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Yet, with her vengeful temperament, she would undoubtedly seek her chance for retribution. As for the involved parties, oh no, I should refer to them as the 6 now. They had already reached their destination, not far from where they stood. However, upon seeing the arrival of Kaguya and his companions, aside from a faint hint of fear on Nuri Shinpachi's face, the rest seemed oblivious to their presence, maintaining their composure. Naturally, Kaguya and his group were not the last to arrive, and the closed door of the white structure appeared to convey to everyone that it would not open until the final hour had passed. Gradually, a few more candidates trickled in. Kaguya looked around, noting that, including himself, there were only 30 individuals remaining. He recalled that when they first entered the forest, there had been nearly 80 contestants. According to the rules, with a 50% chance, there should have been close to 40 participants remaining. However, considering that some had sustained severe injuries after acquiring their protective headbands, or that others had hunted down more competitors to expedite their elimination, this number seemed reasonable. The sun ascended, gradually reaching its zenith in the sky, unnoticed by the gathered crowd. As Kaguya continued to count the participants, the tightly shut door in front of him emitted a disconcerting creak. Drawn by the sound, everyone turned their gaze toward the opening door. As it swung open, 2 instructors emerged. One was the previously encountered bald examiner from the Hidden Mist Village, while the other was a new face, a Jonin from the Hidden Cloud Village. His forehead protector tied around his neck, clad in the standard attire of a Jonin. In stark contrast to the bald examiner, this man boasted a mane of thick, lustrous long hair, framing a handsome face that bore an allure of beauty. If one were to focus solely on his appearance and hairstyle, Kaguya might have mistaken him for a female examiner. The two walked out side by side, looking up at the crowd. Glancing at the blazing sun, the bald examiner announced, "Time's up. The duration of this examination has concluded. Please hand over your protective headbands, including any additional ones you've acquired." At his words, the assembled individuals instinctively formed a long line before him. After collecting the headbands, the examiner glanced at the registration book in his hand and declared, "Very well. I hereby announce that the number of successful candidates in this 3rd round of the Chunin examination is 30. Follow me inside." With that, the 2 instructors turned and entered the building, and the crowd followed suit without hesitation. After traversing a moderately lengthy corridor, the scene before them suddenly expanded. Before their eyes lay a vast space. The first thing they noticed was the towering dome and numerous bright white floodlights illuminating a massive arena. Unlike the traditional arenas they were accustomed to, this was a circular platform of white, with a radius of 20 meters, ample enough for various types of ninjas to engage in combat. Surrounding the circular arena were concentric rows of seats. Observing the multitude of seats, Kaguya surmised that this battleground had likely hosted numerous duels in the past. Gazing at the configuration reminiscent of an ancient Roman Colosseum, Kaguya could only reflect, as expected. From the first round's allusions to the written exam and the hunting game in the forest, while there were minor deviations from his recollections, the overall examination content had not strayed far from his memories. Upon further contemplation, it made sense. For ninjas, the essence of testing revolved around illusions, intelligence gathering, ninjutsu application, combat skills, and team coordination. Thus, the methods of Chunin examinations across generations would naturally remain largely unchanged. The two instructors paid no heed to the astonishment of the candidates and ascended the arena before them. The long-haired examiner from the hidden cloud village stood back slightly with a smile, allowing the bald examiner, representing the hidden mist village, to speak. This is the venue for your fourth assessment. The rules for this round involve team battles in small groups. The announcement sparked an uproar among the crowd. Kaguya was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated such a format for the fourth round. As the commotion grew, the bald examiner did not immediately intervene, allowing the candidates to discuss amongst themselves before gesturing for silence. Once the noise subsided, he continued, "First, you must form teams. There are 30 of you in total. Each team will consist of 3 members, forming 10 teams overall. Then, these teams will engage in battles against one another, a total of 5 matches. There are no restrictions on team composition. Contestants from the Hidden Mist, Hidden Cloud, and Leaf villages may freely pair up. Once you have formed your trio, come to me for registration." He paused momentarily, allowing the gathered individuals to digest the information before proceeding. "I must remind you that the team battles will follow the 1-1 format. Automatic forfeiture, loss of combat awareness, or incapacity will result in a loss. If a team loses all 3 members, they will be eliminated. Therefore, selecting team members is a crucial strategy. If you manage to choose exceptionally strong allies, a single trio could advance seamlessly." As he spoke, he subtly glanced at Kaguya. Following his gaze, the assembly couldn't help but turn their attention to him. Undisturbed by the scrutiny, Kaguya merely shrugged with a calm expression. Internally, however, he was berating the bald examiner. "Why direct everyone's attention towards me? Are you trying to caution them about me or curry favor? Do I seem like someone who craves the spotlight? Fame comes swiftly, and so does demise. Don't they understand? It's better to bide one's time and develop quietly." As he continued to grumble inwardly, the bald examiner glanced at the clock above the arena entrance and announced, "You have 15 minutes to form your teams. After that, I will randomly assign teams for those who have not completed their group. Begin now." As his words resonated, the atmosphere surged with excitement, akin to boiling water. "Hey, interested in teaming up? I guarantee you'll pass. Hey, young lady, why not join our group? I promise we can win 3 against 2. Just relax. Get lost. You ambushed me in the forest earlier. I saw your face. I've never encountered someone so shameless." Amidst the throng seeking to form teams, Kaguya remained unfazed. He smiled at Tsunade and her companions behind him, saying, "Well, isn't this serendipity? They surely did not expect it. Our entire team has advanced into this examination. Unlike others, we do not require a team at all. It suffices for the 4 of us, doesn't it?" As he pondered, a thought struck him, and he uttered a perplexed "Hmm." After a brief moment of contemplation, he suddenly cleared his throat and turned to the examiner on stage, questioning, "Did you just say we should form groups of 3? Faced with such a nonsensical inquiry, the examiner looked at him as if he were foolish and replied, "Isn't it common knowledge that in Konoha, teams consist of 3 members? Oh, how could I have forgotten that?" Having always teamed up with Tsunade and the others, Kaguya had completely overlooked the fact that standard teams are composed of 3 members. Team 7 was unique solely because of his late entry. Glancing back at Tsunade, who appeared helpless, and Jiraiya, struggling to suppress his laughter, Kaguya couldn't help but roll his eyes. Fortunately, Orochimaru, who was somewhat reliable, spoke up to ask the crucial question, "So, which one of us should we forfeit?" Upon hearing this, the 4 exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. However, problems must be resolved, and after a period of deliberation and discussion, they arrived at the optimal solution: to forfeit Kaguya. In fact, this suggestion was initially proposed by Kaguya himself. The reasoning was quite simple. It was the best way for all of them to pass the examination. the strength of Tsunade and the other two, even when facing the 7 formidable wielders of the ninja blade, had a significant chance of success. As for Kaguya, the bald-headed examiner's statement rang true, even on his own. He could easily overcome 3 opponents. Of course, there existed a worst-case scenario where Tsunade's trio would confront Kaguya's team. However, the likelihood of such an occurrence was minimal, and even if it did happen, Kaguya would not mind. Whether defeated by his own hand or voluntarily withdrawing, the 4 would have no objections. After all, they were not particularly concerned about the title of Chunin. Otherwise, they would not have missed the Chunin exams for 2 consecutive years. However, Kaguya had resolved in his heart that should such a situation arise, despite feeling a twinge of guilt towards his teammates, he would choose to forfeit. After all, for him, this year did not necessitate becoming a Chunin. Furthermore, if Tsunade's trio were to advance this year, he would be free of concerns next year when he stood alone. Thus, for him, achieving the rank of Chunin would be as easy as reaching out for it. Watching Tsunade and her companions ascend the stage to register with the examiner, Kaguya, despite having proposed the idea himself, felt a pang of disappointment wash over him. Just then, a voice emerged from behind him. "Hey, would you be interested in teaming up with me?" Upon hearing this, Kaguya quickly turned to look behind him. To his surprise, the person extending the invitation was someone he recognized, one of the few candidates who had captured his attention earlier, the formidable T-Dai from the Hidden Cloud Village. Upon his first arrival at the examination site, aside from the 7 formidable opponents, this individual was the only one who posed a semblance of threat to him. Not to mention, he carried himself with an air of authority, suggesting that he was not to be underestimated. This was precisely why Kaguya was taken aback. Logically, this individual should have no shortage of candidates to team with. Sensing Kaguya's confusion, T-Dai quickly grasped the source of his bewilderment. With sincerity emanating from his sole visible eye, he spoke earnestly. "Indeed, I do not lack for team members. However, I wish to select someone with a higher probability of advancing. Initially, I hesitated to approach you as I saw you discussing matters with those 3. But now that they have gone up to register, I find no reason to hold back my invitation." Surprised by T-Dai's candidness, Kaguya felt a moment of hesitation. He sensed the genuineness in his words, and logically, he could not dispute his reasoning. Yet, he had not anticipated such straightforwardness. Observing Kaguya's continued silence, T-Dai's expression remained unchanged as he continued. "I may come across as rather blunt, but that is simply my nature, and I am unable to change it. So, what is your answer?" With that, he extended his right hand towards Kaguya. After a moment's consideration, Kaguya smiled and extended his own hand in return. As they shook hands, he remarked, "You are quite intriguing. I find no dislike in your demeanor." The sight of their firm handshake did not go unnoticed by others, stirring a ripple of unease among them. Yes, this was a formidable team they would prefer to avoid. Naturally, the 2 examiners on stage also took note of Kaguya and T-Dai's alliance. The long-haired examiner, who had been standing in the back, could no longer contain his curiosity and approached the bald-headed examiner. As he surveyed the candidates below, he voiced his perplexity. "I truly do not understand why you have established such rules this time." "Oh, what concerns you?" the bald-headed examiner replied, turning to face him. Observing the assembled teams standing to the side, the long-haired examiner continued, "I comprehend that this system of 1v1 duels better reveals their abilities and character. However, do you not find it problematic that the victors can remain in the arena?" He glanced at the bald-headed examiner's expression before continuing. "This allows those with overwhelming strength to easily defeat 3 opponents at once. Take Kaguya, for instance. You and I both know that even in a one-on-one match, we would struggle to claim victory against him. Such a presence is simply on an entirely different level compared to the other candidates." The bald-headed examiner displayed no reaction to this assertion and calmly replied, "I am aware." And then, the long-haired examiner faltered slightly, speaking with a sense of urgency. "And then? That means those who team with him are very likely to advance to the next round without effort. This is fundamentally unfair to the other candidates. Some merely made a choice, while those who exert effort fall far behind." At this point, the bald-headed examiner's expression finally shifted. He regarded the long-haired examiner with a hint of disdain, speaking in a condescending tone. "Are all the Chunin from the Hidden Cloud Village like you? It seems we in the Land of Water no longer need to fear you." The long-haired examiner's face darkened at this remark, his brows knitting together as he retorted, "What do you mean by that?" In response to his inquiry, The bald-headed examiner did not directly answer, but instead began to address the previous question. You just asked me whether this is fair. From my perspective, it is as fair as it can be. I have stated before, there are no restrictions on forming teams. This means everyone has the opportunity to team up with someone like Kagura. You also asked whether choice is more important than effort. Personally, I would say both are vital. However, as a ninja, I would assert that choice holds greater significance. In battle, it is those who make the right choices who are most likely to survive. Only those who survive can continue to strive. This examination not only tests their strength, but also their ability to make choices. You may set aside your pride and choose a strong ally to carry you into the next round. One may remain true to their original intentions and steadfastly follow their own path. However, having chosen to stand against the strong, one must refrain from complaining and instead exert their utmost effort to surmount the obstacles before them. This is the path a ninja is destined to tread. Upon hearing these words, the long-haired examiner fell silent. While he did not entirely concur with this perspective, he refrained from voicing a rebuttal and quietly retreated to the back once more. On the sidelines, Kagura and Tsunade were troubled by a pressing issue. They were still one member short. Although Tsunade had many companions from the Hidden Cloud Village, similar to Kagura's previous situation, those individuals conveniently formed a complete team. In truth, both Tsunade and Kagura found themselves as the surplus members. As for Kagura, while there were indeed several individuals from the Hidden Leaf present, he was not acquainted with any of them. In fact, aside from his teammates from Team 7, he was unfamiliar even with those from the Uchiha clan. Thus, the two exchanged glances, uncertain of how to assemble their final member. Fortunately, at that moment, a delicate voice called out from behind them. Excuse me, do you still need team members? May I join you? Upon hearing this, the two turned to each other. The speaker was a petite and slender girl, adorned with the Leaf Village forehead protector. Her short hair was neatly styled into two buns at the back of her head. While her features were fair, she was not particularly striking, and she wore thick, black-framed glasses. She was clad in a blue, short-sleeved, form-fitting outfit. But what truly caught Kagura's attention was the emblem on the back of her attire. It resembled a fan, the insignia of the Uchiha clan. At the sight of that emblem, Kagura's brows furrowed slightly, and he hesitantly inquired, "Who are you?" The girl, clearly aware of her familial connection, nodded slightly and replied, "I am Uchiha Shizuka." Shizuka? Upon hearing this name, Kagura knitted his brows, straining to recall any familiarity. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not remember this clan member. It seems I must take some time to become acquainted with my relatives, he thought silently, though he maintained a facade of understanding. Turning to Tsunade, he silently sought the latter's opinion. Tsunade's lips quivered slightly, but ultimately, he chose not to voice his thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement. Seeing that he had no objections, Kagura addressed the Uchiha girl, saying, "Very well, let us form a team of 3. Rest assured, you will not need to compete." At Kagura's words, Uchiha Shizuka timidly nodded. Her fragile demeanor evoked an instinctive protective impulse in those who observed her. With their team successfully formed, Kagura did not linger on the matter and turned to ascend the stage to register with the examiner. However, he failed to notice the glimmer of deep apprehension in Tsunade's gaze directed at Uchiha Shizuka. Chapter 56. The Ninja Blade of Team 715. Fleeting minutes passed swiftly. In reality, only 10 minutes had elapsed, and the teams had already been formed. Clearly, no one wished to leave their fate to chance. The first to register was not Team 7, but rather the group of 6. They had cause to thank Kagura, for his assistance had directly reduced their numbers, allowing them to complete their team formation in an instant. As the subsequent draw would determine the matchups, each team was required to devise a temporary name and inform the examiners. The 6 members chose simple names: Ninja Blade Team 1 and Ninja Blade Team 2. Meanwhile, after a brief deliberation, Tsunade's team settled on the name Team 7. As for Kagura's group, they ultimately opted for the name Kagura Team. This choice was not born from a desire for self-aggrandizement. Rather, Kagura was simply not adept at naming, and he had initially sought suggestions from his teammates. Yet both of them admitted their lack of skill in this area as well. Thus, though they had spent merely 2 minutes forming a team, they squandered an additional 5 on this naming conundrum. Eventually, it was Tsunade who proposed they simply use Kagura's name as the team title. Seeing Uchiha Shizuka nod in agreement, Kagura, lacking a better suggestion, reluctantly accepted the proposal. Observing the candidates below who had automatically divided into 10 groups, The examiners ceased their delay and proceeded with the next steps. The names of all the teams were inscribed on small slips of paper and placed into a square box. After a few shakes to mix the contents, the bald examiner reached inside to rummage. Witnessing such a straightforward and unpretentious method of drawing lots, Kagura's facial muscles twitched involuntarily. After several seconds of searching, the bald examiner finally retrieved 2 slips of paper. He slowly unfolded the first one and glanced at it before solemnly announcing, "The first team to compete will be Team 7. He then gradually opened the second slip, his eyes narrowing slightly, yet he continued in a neutral tone. "They will face Ninja Blade Team 1. Upon hearing this outcome, Tsunade momentarily froze, only to subsequently display a joyous expression. She cast a captivating smile towards the 3 members of Ninja Blade Team 1. However, standing nearby, Jiraiya and Orochimaru, well aware of Tsunade's temperament, felt a chill run down their spines at the sight of that smile. It was well known that Tsunade always wore such a smile before preparing to deliver a serious beating. Glancing at the 3 who remained composed in the distance, they could only offer a silent minute of mourning for their impending fate. To avoid disrupting the forthcoming battles, all team members except for the designated first combatants withdrew to the uppermost seats of the circular audience area. Undoubtedly, the first member chosen from Team 7 was Tsunade. In truth, when she expressed her desire to be the first to fight, her 2 teammates dared not utter a word and instinctively turned to leave. On the opposing side, Ninja Blade Team 1 comprised the familiar ruthless duo, Nari and Hachi, along with Kurosame and Suigetsu. After a brief discussion, they ultimately decided that Suigetsu would take the lead in the opening match. As the other contestants departed, only Tsunade, Suigetsu, and the bald examiner remained on the competition stage. The long-haired examiner did not vacate the area. Instead, he stood with arms crossed, prepared to intervene should any unexpected incidents arise. Clearly, they were eager to avoid any casualties during this assessment, as all candidates who reached this stage were considered the elite of their respective nations. Casting a glance at the 2 combatants, the bald examiner assumed the role of referee and stated, "This duel has no time limit. A victor will be determined if one party is knocked off the stage, if one party concedes, or if one party loses the capacity to continue fighting. The criteria for determining incapacitation will be assessed by the 2 of us. Once we declare the outcome, you must cease all actions immediately. Maliciously harming your opponent is strictly prohibited." Noting that neither of the participants objected, he slowly raised his right hand and brought it down forcefully. "I hereby declare the first match between Tsunade and Suigetsu to commence." With that, he leaped down to join the other examiner. Upon hearing the indication to begin, the 2 did not immediately launch their attacks. Gazing at the rotund figure with orange hair cascading to his waist, Tsunade regarded him with a flicker of wariness. Previously, during their skirmish in the forest, this individual had not revealed his abilities, leaving Tsunade with scant knowledge of his capabilities. On the contrary, her own abilities had been fully revealed in that battle. Thus, from an informational standpoint, both parties were already at an unfair advantage before their conflict began. Observing the fight from the elevated platform, Kagura watched as the formidable Suka Mountain pufferfish demon fell into contemplation. Kagura was well aware of this individual's capabilities. In fact, he resembled Danzo from the Hidden Mist Village, the future leader of its covert operations. If one were to choose a leader among the 7 ninja swordsmen, he would undoubtedly be the most suitable candidate. As the first master of the Great Blade Samahata, his appearance bore significant similarities to the later figure of Kisame Hoshigaki. Although the narrative did not explicitly state it, he suspected a high probability that they belonged to the same clan. Thus, it was likely that the adult Suka Mountain pufferfish demon could also merge with Samahata to become a fishman, but given his youthful age, he had likely not yet mastered the blade to that extent. Moreover, unlike his appearance, he was a deeply calculating opponent with exceptionally high combat intelligence. Noticing Kagura's serious expression, the nearby Tsukadai approached and inquired, "Who do you think will win?" After pondering the question, Kagura tilted his head and confidently replied, "My companion will certainly emerge victorious." "Oh." Tsukadai expressed mild surprise at Kagura's resolute answer, but chose not to press further. However, only Kagura understood that his declaration was not a blind faith in his teammate. Although the Suka Mountain pufferfish demon was indeed a formidable adversary, the current Tsunade was far from her former self. Thanks to Kagura's influence, she had grown significantly stronger than her counterpart in the original timeline. In a one-on-one scenario, Kagura did not believe she had any chance of defeat. Returning to the arena, Tsunade stood before the watchful Suka Mountain pufferfish demon, who brandished the great blade Samahata with a calm demeanor and remarked, "Aren't you going to attack? Your strength lies in taijutsu, does it not? Or are you also proficient in ninjutsu?" However, despite his provocation, Tsunade refrained from launching an immediate assault. In truth, her battle intelligence was not lacking. She understood that in situations of asymmetric information, it was wise to bide her time. Observing Tsunade's stillness, the Suka Mountain pufferfish demon remained unfazed. He swung his weapon and declared, "If that is the case, I shall not hold back." With that, he forcefully swung his right hand, unveiling the true form of Samahata. Previously wrapped in cloth, the strange weapon, covered in barbs, resembled a living serpent, which, after a brief writhing motion, elongated and surged toward Tsunade. Although she maintained her vigilance, she was taken aback by the blade's ability to alter its length at will. In the face of this unexpected strike, she could only hastily evade to the side. Yet, even with her quick reflexes, the massive sword grazed her arm, leaving a noticeable gash. The Suka Mountain pufferfish demon stood his ground, retracting the long, snake-like Samahata back to his front. A surge of blue light flickered across the blade, flowing into his body. Sensing the invigorating chakra, he licked his lips in satisfaction and grinned menacingly at Tsunade, saying, "Your flavor is quite delightful." Chapter 57. Who's next? His words silenced the entire arena. Jiraiya, seated in the elevated audience, pressed his forehead with his hand, seemingly recalling some haunting memories. Even Orochimaru, who typically remained inscrutable, couldn't help but twitch his lips. Having encountered those seeking their own demise, he had never seen anyone so eager for it. Indeed, Tsunade initially blinked in surprise at his words, only for an uncontrollable rage to surge forth. Through her own sensations, she had already realized that Samahata possessed the ability to siphon others' chakra. The Suka Mountain pufferfish demon's statement was, in essence, a reference to her chakra. As a woman, hearing such words felt akin to being harassed by a foul and lecherous creep, causing her to bristle with indignation. After a fleeting moment of distraction, an uncontrollable fury ignited within her. With this rage fueling her, she clenched her fists, electricity crackling across her body. Unaware of the impending threat, the Suka Mountain pufferfish demon hoisted the great blade onto his shoulder, his lips parting to utter another remark. In that instant, Tsunade transformed into a mere shadow, leaving a spiderweb-like fissure in the ground where she had stood. Her figure arrived before him faster than the sound of the wind. Now airborne, she drew her right hand back into a fist, delivering a seemingly small yet power-packed punch toward him. Recognizing Tsunade's strength, the Suka Mountain pufferfish demon did not dare to underestimate her. He hastily raised Samahata to block the incoming strike. A resounding clang echoed throughout the arena, and he felt an immense force surge through the blade. At that moment, he comprehended the sensation that had overwhelmed Pipa Shizai the previous day. His corpulent form was propelled backward by the force, and sensing the peril of being thrown from the arena, he plunged Samahata into the ground as he soared through the air. The barbed blade embedded itself deeply, providing him with sufficient friction to halt his flight. Nevertheless, he was still pushed back over 10 meters, leaving a deep trench in the ground before him. Before he could regain his footing, a rush of wind heralded Tsunade's return. Her petite figure reappearing at his side, she unleashed another straightforward punch. However, against this seemingly simple attack, the Suka Mountain pufferfish demon could only reluctantly raise his weapon to defend himself. In the arena, Tsunade transformed into a frenzied berserker, relentlessly assaulting the Suka Mountain pufferfish demon. Her form became a blur of shadows, only discernible at the instant she struck. The large-bodied Suka Mountain pufferfish demon appeared utterly helpless, reduced to a position of passive defense. Observing this unfolding battle, the spectators in the stands expressed astonishment. Wow, this girl possesses immense strength. Wait, is this really the power of the 7 ninja swordsmen? Why is he only being beaten? Your information seems a bit outdated. There are no longer 7, only 6. Exactly. Go, Tsunade. Strike hard. The final cheer erupted from Jiraiya, who, watching the beleaguered figure below, appeared to recall something, waving his arms in excitement, his face flushed. Meanwhile, Kagura maintained a calm demeanor, as if this scenario had been anticipated. However, observing the battle, the previously quiet Uchiha had stealthily approached him from behind, cupping her hands over her mouth. her face alight with surprise as she exclaimed, "Sister Tsunade is amazing, truly worthy of being a descendant of the Senju clan." Yet, as she inched closer, Tsukadai immediately sidestepped, creating distance as if wary of her presence. This moment did not go unnoticed by Kagura, who furrowed his brow, glancing at the two with a hint of curiosity. Her lips moved slightly, yet no sound escaped. This brief interlude instilled a hint of wariness in him towards that clan member, prompting him to subtly shift his stance and maintain a distance. As for Uchiha Shizune, she appeared utterly oblivious, her gaze fixated on the unfolding battle below. In the face of Tsunade's relentless onslaught, Suigetsu's heart swelled with frustration. The speed of this woman was one thing, but her strength was another matter entirely. He dared not engage her with brute force. One moment of respite could enable him to turn the tide. Yet, Tsunade's unceasing attacks rendered any opportunity elusive. Gradually, he became aware of a new peril. Unbeknownst to him, under the barrage of Tsunade's strikes, he had begun to drift away from the center of the arena, now teetering at its edge. If he did not devise a plan swiftly, the next blow would send him flying out of the ring, resulting in defeat. Tsunade, suspended in midair, was equally cognizant of this predicament. Observing the portly figure precariously balanced at the edge, she clenched her fist tighter. A decisive strike was imminent. A glimmer of unwavering confidence flickered in her eyes as she channeled her chakra into her right hand, summoning all her might. However, just as she prepared to charge at him, an unexpected scene unfolded. Suigetsu placed his weapon beside him and formed a simple hand seal. Suddenly, his vibrant orange hair elongated, enveloping his body, and the strands hardened, encasing him like a hedgehog. Witnessing this, Jiraiya on stage was momentarily stunned. Was this not reminiscent of his own needle jizo technique? Tsunade, familiar with this ninjutsu, was taken aback for a moment before a sly smile emerged on her face. She did not alter her trajectory, charging directly at the orange Massachusetts. As anticipated, the hardened hair, sharp as needles, shot towards her like projectiles. Prepared for such an eventuality, she deftly evaded most of the assaults. A few strands grazed her, merely tearing her clothing. These evasions did not hinder her momentum. In the next instant, she stood before the mass of orange hair. Gazing at the formidable spikes adorning it, Tsunade fearlessly launched a punch. Her small fist, accompanied by a sound of slicing air, struck the hardened exterior. The spikes pierced her knuckles, yet they could not impede her advance. With a resounding crack, the circular shell shattered, creating a gaping hole. In Suigetsu's astonished gaze, a bloodied fist abruptly appeared before him. Before he could react, that very fist landed squarely on his plump face, sending his body careening backward like a cannonball. Bang! Suigetsu's form soared beyond the distance between the arena and the audience, crashing into the stands halfway up the mountain. As dust and debris settled, his disheveled figure gradually came into view. Observing this, the bald examiner swiftly materialized before Tsunade, declaring, "In this match, Tsunade emerges victorious." Tsunade, devoid of any intent to pursue further, raised her right hand and turned to face the audience in the stands. Lifting her chin defiantly, she called out, "Who is next?" Chapter 58, The Explosive Feast. Who is next? With Tsunade's slightly taunting inquiry, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. The outcome had taken most by surprise. In terms of appearance, Suigetsu, wielding the colossal blade Samahata and possessing a massive physique, seemed far more formidable than the petite Tsunade. Furthermore, due to Kagura's notorious reputation as a monster, the other three participants had remained relatively unknown. Compared to the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen, Tsunade's fame paled in comparison. Yet, this seemingly unremarkable girl had decisively defeated Suigetsu, leaving the crowd momentarily grappling with the reality of the situation. Emerging from the rubble, Suigetsu calmly pushed aside the debris and slowly climbed out of the pit. His expression remained serene, devoid of any bitterness or despondency from his defeat. Dusting off his clothes, he returned to the stage and retrieved his embedded blade. Gazing at the defiant Tsunade, he acknowledged, "I concede that you are strong. I hope for another opportunity to compete against you." Without waiting for her response, he turned and descended from the platform. Observing Suigetsu's composed demeanor, Kagura felt a newfound respect for him. To maintain such mental stability in the face of failure marked him as a truly formidable adversary. He understood all too well that Tsunade's effortless victory was the result of a convergence of favorable circumstances. Had this not been a tournament with rules dictating that the one who fell from the ring lost, the battle would not have concluded so swiftly. While Tsunade initially suppressed her opponent with her speed and strength, she was still unable to completely breach Suigetsu's defenses. In a different arena, their conflict might have transformed into a protracted struggle. Even if Tsunade were to secure victory, it would not come without a cost. Yet, such considerations were moot. In this world, outcomes reigned supreme. The bald examiner glanced at Tsunade, then turned his attention to the stands, announcing, "Please have the next participant step forward." The remaining ruthless duo exchanged glances. Ultimately, Murakami Shinbachi took a step forward. He grasped the railing of the platform, performing a flip to land gracefully atop it. His complexion appeared significantly paler than the day before. In truth, during yesterday's battle, only he had been subjected to Kagura's full force of illusion. After all, even now, Kagura's chakra could not sustain a deep illusion over all 7 participants simultaneously. Thus, Murakami had become the sole fortunate one. Initially, within that illusory realm, he reveled in the thrill of striking Kagura repeatedly. However, he soon discovered that no matter how ferociously he attacked, the enemy before him remained unyielding. The explosions had reduced Kagura to a grotesque mass of flesh, yet that bloody heap persistently rose again and again under his assaults, instilling in him a profound sense of dread. Ultimately, when his final strike triggered an explosion beyond his limits, that mound of flesh defied expectations. Rising once more with a smile, in that moment, he shattered. Thus, although he appeared unscathed, the psychological toll weighed heavily upon him, rendering him unable to face Kagura directly even now. Observing the pale figure before her, Tsunade understood all too well. As one of the few familiar with Kagura, she held absolute trust in his illusions. Standing opposite Tsunade, Murakami bore long black hair tied in vertical braids, thick lips, and sharp teeth. A black cloth covered his left eye, while his head and neck were wrapped in bandages. The massive explosive blade, Bakuzen, strapped to his back, had already demonstrated its might during the previous day's combat. As she gazed at the adversary who had once wounded her, Tsunade felt an undeniable surge of combat fervor rise within her, even without any provocation from him. The moment the bald examiner's voice declared the battle commenced, both figures vanished from their original positions. With a resounding thud, they reappeared, locked in a tense standoff. Wari Shimbachi had already drawn his explosive blade, the Feibao, brandishing it in front of him, while Tsunade stood unwaveringly, her iron fists poised for a fearless assault. Yet, before they could maintain their confrontation for more than a few seconds, a flash of light suddenly emanated from Shimbachi's explosive blade. Tsunade, well versed in the nature of this ninja sword, narrowed her eyes, shifted her stance, withdrew her fists, and swiftly opted to retreat. Indeed, as soon as she vacated her position, the blade erupted in a brilliant burst of light. Boom! Just as the spectators on the elevated platform squinted against the blinding glare, a violent, spherical explosion unfolded upon the arena. Fortunately, Tsunade's timely evasion spared her from the blast's radius. The explosion stirred up a cloud of dust, and as Tsunade shielded her eyes, a figure emerged from the haze, none other than Wari Shimbachi, brandishing his explosive blade with ferocity. He swung the massive weapon down towards Tsunade's location with brutal intent. However, rather than facing the onslaught head-on as she had previously, Tsunade chose to continue her retreat. Her decision proved sagacious, as the enormous weapon crashed into the ground, triggering yet another massive explosion. What ensued was a relentless chase, albeit with the roles reversed from the prior bout. Tsunade moved with the agility of a nimble rabbit, deftly evading and darting around the arena, while Shimbachi loomed behind her like a ravenous wolf, relentlessly pursuing her with his raised weapon. Each swing of Shimbachi's blade resulted in a fierce detonation. The crowd of candidates on the platform buzzed with excitement, marveling at the explosive intensity of the clash. Truly, the one bestowed with a title by Lord Mizukage possesses terrifying power, one remarked. Indeed, it appears that the girl from Konoha faces dire straits this time. She is likely to lose, another added. Huh, she was so boastful before, but now she's met her match. A third chimed in. Yet, you weren't so confident earlier when she sent her opponent flying. Who was it that said they were fortunate not to face her? You misunderstand. This is a matter of timing, an astute analysis of strategy on my part. Unlike you, who can scarcely move upon seeing a lady. What do you mean by that? Care to settle this after the match? I'm game. Anyone who refuses is a coward. In contrast to the boisterous chatter, Kaguya maintained a serene demeanor. Observing her calmness, Tsubaki could not help but inquire, "Do you think she can still win?" The situation appears rather grim. At this rate, a minor injury leading to her defeat would be a fortunate outcome. Unfazed by Tsubaki's concern, Kaguya responded confidently, "Rest assured, her strength exceeds your expectations." Boom, boom, boom. The explosions echoed incessantly as the two continued their frenetic battle, leaving a myriad of craters across the arena. Despite appearing to be on the run, Tsunade exhibited not a trace of panic. While she deftly dodged each attack, she meticulously observed her opponent's style and the potency of his strikes. After narrowly evading yet another blow, she abruptly altered her course, facing her adversary head-on for the first time since the battle commenced. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Worry Shimbachi's mind, yet he dismissed it and swung his weapon towards Tsunade with unwavering resolve. Just as their figures were about to converge, Tsunade clenched her fists and struck the ground with tremendous force. The impact generated a shockwave more powerful than any of Shimbachi's previous blasts, enveloping the arena in a thick cloud of smoke. As visibility was compromised, Shimbachi remained calm, halting in place and attuning himself to his surroundings. Sure enough, a barely audible sound of displacement reached his ears, and a shadow lunged toward him. Anticipating this, he swung his explosive blade with ferocity, simultaneously activating the explosive tag affixed to it. Two beams of light ignited on the massive scroll. Boom, boom. The explosions erupted in rapid succession, and as the brilliance flared, a violent blast followed suit, dispersing the dust that had engulfed the arena. However, when the haze dissipated, Shimbachi was taken aback, his body freezing in shock. Chapter 59. The appearance of Orochimaru. As the smoke cleared, Shimbachi's heart sank upon realizing he had struck not Tsunade as he had anticipated, but rather a large boulder. Just as he thought to retreat, a delicate hand, akin to a surgical scalpel, effortlessly pierced his left shoulder. The sharp pain was accompanied by a peculiar numbing sensation that rapidly coursed through his body. Thud. Overwhelmed by muscle weakness, he collapsed to the ground. With great effort, he turned his head to glance behind him, where he was met with Tsunade's striking visage. At that moment, her right hand was shaped like a blade, piercing into his shoulder with surgical precision. Surrounding her hand was a faintly glowing chakra, interspersed with flickering blue sparks. This was Tsunade's newly developed ninjutsu, a fusion of the chakra scalpel and chidori. By seamlessly slicing through her opponent's flesh and employing exquisite control over chidori, she infused electricity into his body, inducing paralysis. Perhaps due to her innate talent as a healer, Tsunade exhibited a mastery in such meticulous control that surpassed the raw power of chidori itself. In this critical moment, Worry Shimbachi found himself immobilized by Tsunade's innovative technique. Observing the flicker of fear in her adversary's eyes, Tsunade raised her left fist before him, offering a sweet smile as she spoke in the gentlest of tones. "If you do not surrender, I may just have to send your head flying." Shimbachi's lips twitched in response, and within a heartbeat, he made the sensible choice. "I concede." Upon hearing these words, the two examiners below nodded slightly, swiftly making their way to the arena to stand by the two combatants. Tsunade had no intention of delivering a final blow. She retracted her right hand from his body and took a couple of steps back to signal her intent. The examiner with long hair carefully assessed Shimbachi's injuries and nodded to his colleague, indicating that there were no serious concerns. The bald examiner exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. After all, these were the future of their village, and it was impossible for them to be entirely devoid of bias. While they would not interfere with the match, they would certainly do their utmost to ensure the safety of the participants. Watching the silent Shimbachi retreat from the arena, he announced, "In the second match, Tsunade emerges victorious." The crowd gasped in awe as they witnessed the young girl once again triumph over the ace of the Mist Village. However, the victorious Tsunade did not appear particularly elated. She stood on the platform, slightly panting, her body slightly bent, with her hands resting on her knees, a clear expression of fatigue adorning her face. Having sustained severe injuries in the battle the previous day, she was not in peak condition today. After enduring 2 fights, she sensed her physical strength was nearing its limits. Observing her state, the long-haired examiner approached her with concern and inquired, "Do you wish to continue to the next battle? Or would you prefer to have someone else take your place?" Tsunade, hearing this, pressed her lips tightly together. Just as she was about to insist on persevering, a voice suddenly rang out from the platform. "Examiner, I will take the stage next. Tsunade, please step down." It was Orochimaru from Team 7 who spoke. She was about to retort, but Orochimaru gently shook his head and said, "Tsunade, enough. You have proven yourself. Continuing would be foolish." Tsunade did not argue. Instead, she frowned in discontent and obediently descended from the ring. Witnessing this, the bald examiner nodded and added, "A participant who voluntarily requests to withdraw after a victory will be considered self-eliminated and cannot re-enter the competition." After a pause, he glanced at those on the high platform and continued, "Next, it will be Orochimaru against Kurosame Shiranui. However, before we proceed, please wait a moment." Upon finishing, he suddenly formed hand seals and struck the ground. The arena, previously marred by the two earlier bouts, began to undulate and instantly reverted to its pristine condition. Observing this, Kaguya couldn't help but silently marvel. It must be said, aside from the wood release techniques exclusive to Senju Hashirama and Yamato, earth release is the most versatile. If such talent were brought to Blue Star, one could only imagine the astronomical salaries they would earn in a real estate company. Unbeknownst to Kaguya's musings atop the platform, the bald examiner, having restored the arena, announced, "Please have the next two combatants take the stage." No sooner had he spoken than two figures gracefully descended onto the pristine arena from the nearby stands. Watching the two candidates take their positions, the bald examiner waved his right hand, signaling the duel to commence. Kurosame Shiranui had already drawn his long knife, the needle. He bent slightly, his left hand lightly touching the ground while his right hand held the long knife poised behind him. With his elongated limbs, he appeared like a mantis preparing to strike. In contrast, Orochimaru stood casually with his hands hanging loosely at his sides, seemingly indifferent. Regarding the long knife, Tsunade had briefly explained its characteristics, yet Orochimaru appeared unfazed. Noticing his opponent's relaxed demeanor, Kurosame Shiranui's masked face betrayed a flicker of anger. With a sharp sound slicing through the air, he transformed into a blur, racing toward Orochimaru. Yet, in the face of this assault, Orochimaru stood still, seemingly without a care. Kurosame, perplexed by this reaction, quickly resolved to change his approach. As he altered course, countless afterimages surrounded Orochimaru, a testament to his rapid movements. Suddenly, as Kurosame appeared behind Orochimaru, the myriad of illusions vanished. He raised his right hand, brandishing the long knife, while his left hand grasped a thin thread attached to the hilt. With a firm tug on the thread, the numerous strands that had once encircled Orochimaru swiftly tightened, binding him tightly. Yet, despite being ensnared, Orochimaru's expression remained devoid of fear. He leaned forward to inspect the threads and mused. "Is this the unique feature of your ninja blade? Coupled with your agile body technique and the knife's peculiar design, I believe I comprehend your method of attack." Observing his opponent's nonchalance despite being captured, Kurosame felt a surge of frustration. "Humph, pretentious fool," he scoffed, intensifying his grip on the threads. Though they appeared delicate, the threads of the needle could easily slice through even the hardest stone, a fact he had previously tested. As he tightened the strands, a bloodthirsty grin emerged beneath his mask, relishing the thought of witnessing his enemy being torn apart. However, as he exerted pressure, he suddenly felt a slackening. Before him, Orochimaru fragmented into countless small serpents, which swiftly wriggled free from their bindings. The spectators on the high platform collectively furrowed their brows at this sight. Particularly the female audience, who were visibly startled, averted their gazes. It was understandable. Even Kaguya had yet to acclimatize to such a technique, let alone the others. Kurosame, sensing the dire turn of events, felt a wave of unease wash over him. Before he could react, a long, serpentine figure emerged from the shadows behind him. Orochimaru's body twisted unnaturally around him, his neck elongating to an unsettling length, allowing his head to swivel from behind to face Kurosame directly. A sinister smile crept across Orochimaru's face as he locked eyes with his opponent, his voice dripping with a husky timbre. "So, you enjoy bondage?" Chapter 60. Why don't the three of you come at once? By the time Orochimaru ensnared his adversary, the outcome had already been decided. With his serpent-like constriction, a mere exertion from Orochimaru rendered Kurosame incapable of continuing the fight. As the referee declared Orochimaru the victor, Team 7 secured their place in the next round. However, unlike the earlier admiration and whispers following Tsunade's victory, the stands fell into an eerie silence. The expressions on the faces of the spectators were akin to those witnessing a ghost. It was inevitable. the sight of the small serpent still writhing on the arena floor, coupled with Orochimaru's distorted form, indeed evoked the sensation of a horror film. Particularly haunting was the hunched silhouette of Kurosame post-defeat, his despair palpable even behind his mask. After all, who would feel at ease facing an enemy whose body coiled around them while extending their neck to inquire, "Do you enjoy bondage?" It was likely that the psychological impact of such an encounter would require far more time to heal than any physical injury. As Orochimaru made his way back to the stands, the crowd instinctively parted to allow him passage. One could surmise that after this match, Orochimaru's name would spread throughout the villages of the other two nations. However, this reputation might not be one to be proud of. In the stands, only Kaguya, Jiraiya, and a few others approached him without a hint of concern. Jiraiya, hands clasped behind his head, scoffed in discontent, "TCH. You're the clever one here. Why didn't I think of volunteering to step down?" I advanced without even fighting, making me feel like I'm just riding on someone else's coattails. In response to Jiraiya's lament, Orochimaru remained silent, merely smiling as he regarded him. Observing this polite, unassuming youth beside Kaguya, Tita found it impossible to reconcile him with the grotesque figure from the arena. Regardless of Jiraiya's complaints, the outcome of their advancement would remain unchanged. The drawing of lots continued on the scene. As the square box reappeared, the examiner drew two teams, the second ninja sword team and the Konoha striving team. The prowess of the ninja sword team is well known, and the name of the Konoha striving team speaks volumes about its members' origins. Although the bald examiner mentioned that there were no restrictions on team formations, the candidates present still adhered to their national affiliations as the primary criterion for forming teams. In fact, among the 10 teams present, with the exception of Kaguya's group, the remaining 9 consisted of members from the same nation. The ensuing duel featured the 3 from the ninja sword team of the Mist Village facing off against the lower ninjas from Konoha. The nature of this confrontation can only be described as one-sided. It remains unclear whether the restlessness stemmed from being bested by Tsunade and Kaguya, or from the mounting pressure of repeated failures that prompted these so-called geniuses to act with urgency. The first to enter the fray, Kiba Shizuku, showcased a remarkable 1-against-3 performance. While Kaguya considered his skills somewhat ordinary in comparison to other lower ninjas, Kiba Shizuku undoubtedly ranked among the elite in both physical and ninjutsu prowess. In contrast to the other 6 swordsmen, the date of decapitation was the most commonplace among them. Besides its sharpness and self-repairing ability, the weapon did not significantly enhance its wielder's strength. Yet, it was precisely for this reason that Kiba Shizuku emerged as the strongest among the 7. This duel illuminated for others the stark difference between those possessing the ninja swords and ordinary lower ninjas. They also recognized the extraordinary abilities of Tsunade and Orochimaru, realizing that these individuals existed on an entirely different level compared to themselves. After Kiba Shizuku's stunning performance, the subsequent 2 group battles seemed rather mundane, perhaps by coincidence. These battles also featured groups from the Mist Village facing off against those from the Cloud Village. In the first group duel, the competitors were evenly matched, resulting in a total of 5 rounds before a victor emerged. All 3 members from each group participated in the fray, exiting the arena without regrets after exhausting their energies. While the 5 battles were not particularly spectacular in terms of strength, Kaguya and the others remained engrossed. For the spirit of giving their all in pursuit of victory resonated deeply with the audience. Ultimately, the team from the Cloud Village triumphed. Upon hearing the announcement of their victory, the 3 members who had been hastily assembled wept together on stage, eliciting applause from the spectators. The next group duel continued to feature conflicts between the Mist and Cloud villages, but this time, an unexpected incident occurred. During the second individual battle, a contestant from the Cloud Village failed to evade an enemy attack in time and had his arms severed by a short blade. Fortunately, the examiner promptly intervened, averting any life-threatening consequences. However, the severed arms on the ground signified that this contestant's ninja career was likely at an end. Standing beside Kaguya, Tsuji from the Cloud Village displayed visible anger but refrained from taking any rash actions. After all, he understood that the examiners were merely there to ensure the safety of the candidates in the arena. Given the relatively low abilities of the lower ninjas, the likelihood of uncontrolled attacks was higher. Even if the examiners anticipated such actions, they could not intervene. After all, if they intervened solely to prevent injuries, the purpose of the examination would be lost. Yet, Knowing this did little to quell Tsuji's emotions as he witnessed his companion suffer such an injury. Kagura could clearly see the veins bulging in Tsuji's hand gripping the railing, and she even worried that the slender railing might snap under his pressure. This incident ignited heightened emotions in both competing parties. In the subsequent battles, it became evident that both sides were employing more aggressive tactics, resulting in an increase in injuries. Fortunately, similar incidents to the severed arms did not recur. Once again, the two sides battled fiercely for 5 rounds before a winner was declared. Ultimately, the Mist Village emerged victorious once more, prompting a subtle smile to grace the face of the bald examiner from the Mist Village. Although he strictly upheld his role as an impartial judge, he undoubtedly hoped for more of his village's participants to qualify for further advancement. This unexpected success from a hastily assembled team provided some consolation to the Mizukage, especially following the consecutive failures of the 7 ninja swordsmen, who had been entrusted with high expectations. With the first 8 group battles concluded, the remaining 2 groups naturally did not require a draw, perhaps by fate's design. Kagura's team faced an opponent comprising entirely of members from Konoha. Without consulting her temporary teammates, Kagura leaped onto the arena. She looked up at the 3 from Konoha and declared, "I shall be the first to participate. To ensure fairness, would you consider all 3 of you entering together?" Chapter 61. I advise you not to use ninjutsu against me. Upon hearing Kagura's audacious proposal, the 3 lower ninjas from Konoha momentarily froze, though their anger was not pronounced. They understood that Kagura spoke the truth. Having all 3 enter together was merely a means to render the battle more equitable. As fellow lower ninjas from Konoha, they were well aware of the strength of their so-called monstrous senior. In fact, upon learning that they were to face Kagura, they had already relinquished any hope of advancing. However, her suggestion rekindled a glimmer of hope. The 3 did not respond immediately, but instead turned their gaze toward the 2 examiners present. Noticing their reaction, Kagura addressed the examiners, stating, "This is my request. I am the one at a disadvantage, so it should not violate any rules." The 2 examiners exchanged glances, and upon the long-haired examiner's subtle nod, the bald examiner concurred, saying, "If you insist, we have no objections. However, should you lose, the next round must proceed according to the standard rules." Kagura and the 3 ninjas nodded in agreement. In truth, if she were currently teamed up with her classmates from Team 7, she might have suggested that if she lost, they should concede outright. However, given the current circumstances, she was acutely aware that Tsuji would likely not endorse such a reckless proposal. With the examiners approving the suggestion, the 3 ninjas no longer hesitated and leaped onto the arena. As Kagura surveyed the 3 diverse individuals before her, a smile graced her lips. Though unfamiliar with them, she could surmise their backgrounds. Clad in Konoha's standard battle attire, the trio displayed notable differences in appearance. The individual in the center had black hair, slightly long and styled into a pineapple top at the back. His steady black eyes bore faint dark circles beneath them. To his left stood a handsome man with flowing yellow hair. The long hair was styled into a disheveled ponytail, cascading down the back, while the sharp features of the face leaned towards a distinctly Western aesthetic. As for the last individual, he was a stout man, resembling a pufferfish in both size and demeanor. Clad in a tight-fitting outfit, he also donned a rudimentary armor made of metal plates. The yellow-haired handsome youth possessed abilities that Kagura had already witnessed during the written examination. He was indeed the member of the Yamashiro clan who had resorted to the art of mind-shifting to cheat. Coupled with the distinctive appearances and physiques of the other 2, it was evident that these 3 constituted the renowned trio of Ino Shikicho from Konoha. The stout fellow was likely a descendant of the Akimichi clan, while the one in the center represented the intellect of the Nara clan within the group. As the examiner's voice announcing the commencement of battle echoed, the trio swiftly dispersed, adopting vigilant stances for combat. They exchanged knowing glances, and then the Nara descendant abruptly formed hand seals. As his seals transformed, the shadow behind him elongated and reached towards Kagura, unveiling the Nara clan's secret technique, shadow imitation technique. Meanwhile, the companions on either side were not idle. The handsome youth had completed his hand seals, poised to unleash his ninjutsu as soon as his ally restrained the enemy. The Akimichi descendant had already magnified his right hand 5-fold, intending to limit Kagura's movement through his attack. Yet, just as he raised his enormous arm, he froze in place. Contrary to their expectations that Kagura would evade, he stood motionless, displaying no intention of dodging whatsoever. The The shadow successfully connected with Kagura's own, establishing a dark line linking the two. Kagura's body began to move involuntarily, ultimately mimicking the same hand seal as his opponent. Experiencing the binding sensation, Kagura found it oddly intriguing. Although his body was under control, his eyes and speech remained his own. He glanced towards the yellow-haired youth, who was preparing to execute ninjutsu, and cautioned, "I would advise against using the mind-shifting technique on me. Otherwise, you might find yourself injured." Taken aback by Kagura's words, the youth hesitated. He was not surprised that Kagura had discerned his intended ninjutsu, but he could not fathom how he could possibly be harmed. However, the situation left him no time for contemplation. As the saying goes, once the arrow is loosed, it must be released. With the completion of his final hand seal, the ninjutsu he had long prepared finally activated. Mind-shifting technique. As he silently chanted, darkness enveloped his vision. When he regained sight, he found the surroundings far from what he had anticipated. The mind-shifting technique was, in essence, a spiritual ninjutsu that allowed the user's soul to enter the body of the enemy. Simultaneously, it could force the enemy's spirit into a state of slumber, thereby achieving control over their physical form. Under normal circumstances, he should have successfully seized control of Kagura's body, and his line of sight should have revealed 3 figures, including his own. Yet, now, far from any human presence, he found himself in utter darkness, standing on what appeared to be a floor made of obsidian. Just as he pondered whether he had fallen victim to Kagura's illusion, a sound akin to a small dog's bark suddenly erupted from behind him. He turned cautiously, yet saw no one. The sound echoed again, prompting him to glance down at his feet. There, crouched beside him, was a creature resembling a cross between a fox and a canine. Its fur was pure white, faintly glowing in the darkness. Its tail wagged vigorously, evidently in a state of great excitement. Whether it was an illusion or not, he perceived a mixture of curiosity, confusion, and enthusiasm in the creature's eyes. He slowly crouched down, but before he could examine it closely, a cat's meow resonated from another direction. He looked towards the sound and saw another creature, similarly pure white, but with 2 tails, leisurely approaching him. However, upon sighting the small dog, the cat's elegant demeanor vanished in an instant. Its eyes transformed into slits. Its body arched, and its fur bristled. The dog-like creature also assumed a defensive posture, lowering its body and raising its tail high, baring its teeth and growling. In that moment of confrontation between the 2 unknown creatures, the atmosphere of the space shifted dramatically. Though no genuine battle commenced, the serene ambience evaporated. He felt an inexplicable pressure emanating from the previously adorable dog, rendering him uncontrollably trembling. This was an instinctive reaction of a creature facing its natural predator. His legs weakened, and he could no longer maintain his balance, collapsing to the ground. He could not comprehend why he felt such terror, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Though he longed to distance himself from the white dog, he found himself incapable of even that. As the standoff between the 2 creatures intensified, the inexplicable pressure grew stronger. Just as he felt he could no longer endure, Kagura's voice finally reached his ears. "I told you not to use that ninjutsu on me. Why do you never listen?" Chapter 62. The ninjutsu every man desires. As Kagura's voice resonated, he seemed to find a glimmer of hope and turned towards the sound. Unbeknownst to him, Kagura had suddenly appeared behind the trio of individuals and their beasts. With Kagura's arrival, the 2 small creatures immediately ceased their confrontation. The overwhelming pressure dissipated, leaving the yellow-haired youth collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Kagura sighed in exasperation and waved his hand at the 2 beasts. The little creatures, as if recognizing their master, rushed towards him. Yet, upon reaching his feet, they exchanged fierce glares. Kagura shook his head and bent down to scoop up the 2 little beings, each taking refuge against his chest. In that moment, they ceased their squabbling, gently nudging Kagura's chin with their heads and squinting their eyes in delight at being held. Observing these 2 creatures he had raised as pets, Kagura felt a headache coming on. With only 2, he could still manage to appease them. However, when all 9 were gathered, would he need to use shadow clones within himself to soothe the children? Lost in his own thoughts, Kagura failed to notice the yellow-haired youth beside him, who was staring at him with an expression of disbelief. How could the 2 beings that moments ago seemed like ancient ferocious beasts now lie submissively in his embrace like common pets? Surely, I did not sleep poorly in the forest last night and awakened to this nightmare. Finally, having calmed his pets, Kagura set them down and gently patted their backs. At his signal, The two creatures obediently wandered off, casting lingering glances back at him as they moved away. Once they had finally departed, Kagura's gaze shifted to the youth who remained seated on the ground. Noticing his dazed expression, Kagura pondered for a moment before advising, "Your clan's ninjutsu is rather unique. If you encounter someone like me, it can lead to such unexpected outcomes." Unexpected outcomes? Finally regaining his senses, the young member of the Yamashiro clan turned to Kagura and inquired, "What does exception mean? Who are you?" Kagura shook his head, refraining from answering his questions. As the Sharingan appeared in his eyes, the golden-haired youth's gaze grew increasingly vacant. While activating the Kodoame Tsukumi, Kagura muttered, "Ah, what a hassle. I must erase his recent memories. Additionally, I must implant a subconscious command forbidding him from using the mind-body switch technique against me in the future." In reality, only a second had passed since the golden-haired youth had initiated the mind-body switch technique. Under the astonished gazes of his two companions, the youth froze mid-technique and suddenly coughed up blood, his eyes filled with terror and confusion. Gazing at Kagura, he muttered, "Impossible, you. Hiss you. What just happened? How could I forget?" Hearing his disjointed words, his companions exchanged bewildered glances. Meanwhile, Kagura merely smiled subtly, raising his index finger to his lips and softly shushing him. As if to remind him to keep the secret, the Nara clan boy, standing in the middle, observed Kagura's actions with increasing confusion. However, before he could ponder further, his body jolted. Wait, wasn't he under the control of his shadow imitation technique? Why was he able to move? Realizing the truth, he discovered that he was mimicking Kagura's movements perfectly. Witnessing the fear etched on the pineapple-haired boy's face, Kagura remarked, "Did your elders never inform you that the shadow imitation technique becomes less effective against foes whose strength far surpasses your own?" As he spoke, he stretched his right shoulder, and the pineapple-haired boy mirrored his action. Without hesitation, the boy dispelled his technique. Given the current circumstances, he could not ascertain whether he was controlling Kagura or vice versa. Upon seeing the shadow on the ground dissipate, Kagura revealed a devious smile. His previous admonition had been a ruse, merely intended to intimidate his opponent. As a renowned Nara clan secret technique, how could it possibly be so feeble? The real challenge lay in successfully connecting to the enemy's shadow. After all, the technique's activation speed is not particularly swift, making it easy to evade with some preparation. However, once connected, escaping becomes no simple task. It is worth noting that in the original narrative, Shikamaru, having just become a Chunin, single-handedly detained 9 adversaries using this very technique. In truth, the actions just performed were a result of Kagura secretly employing Kodoame Tsukumi on the pineapple-haired boy, compelling him to instinctively execute them. Coupled with Kagura's deceptive words, the boy was led to believe that he was the one ensnared by Kagura's control. Witnessing his two companions inexplicably fall to Kagura, the chubby boy from the Akimichi clan finally decided to act. To him, the various techniques seemed somewhat extravagant. Only brute strength was a truly direct means of combat. With a grunt, his massive right hand began to grow once more. At this point, he had reached his limit, 20 times the multiplication technique. Gazing at the colossal arm reminiscent of a giant, a flicker of envy crossed Kagura's eyes. If he could draw any technique from the system, it would not be the Rinnegan or the Flying Thunder God technique, but rather this very multiplication technique before him. By the way, in Kagura's heart, the second most desired technique is the harem technique, as it is a divine skill that even Kaguya Otsutsuki fell prey to. Ahem, yes, that is truly the only reason. This is the jutsu that every man dreams of. Only the foolish members of the Akimichi clan would limit its application to amplifying their arms or whole bodies. Such a technique should be utilized for far grander purposes. Moreover, to Kagura's disappointment, as a secret technique of the Akimichi clan, even when used directly in front of him, he found himself unable to replicate it with his Sharingan. Observing the chubby boy rushing towards him with his giant hand raised, Kagura's expression turned melancholic. Although he couldn't comprehend why his opponent seemed so despondent, the boy did not dwell on it. That giant hand descended upon him like a pillar from the heavens, appearing slow, yet striking with incredible speed. The immense impact shattered a quarter of the arena, sending countless fragments flying, even splattering into the distant spectator stands. The candidates in the stands frantically scrambled to avoid the raining stones. As the debris dispersed, a great cloud of dust began to envelop the entire space. With a soft thud, the massive arm returned to its normal size. The chubby boy anxiously peered at the completely destroyed arena. seemingly trying to see through the haze for a glimpse of a figure. However, before the dust settled, a silhouette suddenly materialized before him. It was Kagura. Approaching him, Kagura abruptly bent down and delivered a swift side kick to his chin. With that single strike, the seemingly heavy boy was sent soaring into the air. Kagura's figure flickered once more as he swiftly moved behind the airborne boy. From the long sleeves of his robe, bandages emerged, wrapping tightly around his opponent, while he embraced the boy's body in his arms. With a twist of his waist, they plummeted towards the ground in a rapid spin. This was one of the two advanced techniques Kagura had drawn from the system over the years, Hyorinmaru. In official descriptions, Hyorinmaru is classified as a forbidden technique. However, I find it difficult to rank it alongside the advanced Chidori, thus placing it in the advanced category. Given Kagura's current strength, there were many straightforward methods to deal with such an opponent. So why resort to such a flashy technique? The answer is simple: style? For a man, that reason is sufficient. Witnessing the whirlwind descending rapidly, the remaining two on the stage were filled with despairing expressions. Judging by the force of the impact, the chubby boy would likely be left severely injured, if not dead. Just as the whirlwind was about to hit the ground, they instinctively closed their eyes. However, the anticipated sound of collision never came, and a second later, they opened their eyes in confusion. At that moment, Kagura stood firmly on the arena, the boy bound tightly in bandages like a dumpling. The boy's head was now less than 10 centimeters from the ground. A bead of cold sweat dripped from his forehead onto the floor. Kagura chuckled, unwrapping the bandages and gently placing the boy down. He merely wished to show off. After all, they were all from Konoha, and there was no need for excessive force. The chubby boy, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped death, sat on the ground. Panting heavily, the three exchanged glances and, with a resigned sigh, declared, "We concede." Chapter 63. The mysterious Uchiha Shizuka. It can be said that Kagura's leniency in this battle could fill the ocean. The three participants, being part of the scene, certainly could not overlook this fact. Since others had shown such courtesy, it would be ungrateful to persist in resistance. Therefore, even though they still had the capacity to continue fighting, they chose to concede decisively. With the conclusion of this battle, the fourth examination finally came to an end. Under the guidance of the long-haired examiner, the defeated candidates followed him out of the venue. Tudai and Uchiha Shizune descended from the high platform and approached Kagura. Tudai, wearing a smile, addressed Kagura, saying, "It seems my choice was not in vain. Thanks to you, I have successfully advanced this time. I truly owe you my gratitude." However, Kagura, unfazed by Tudai's cheerful demeanor, replied, "I do not believe you would have failed to progress without me. My eagerness to descend was merely to protect those individuals." He continued, casting a pointed glance at Tudai's one visible eye. "After all, your abilities could potentially harm them." At these words, Tudai's gaze narrowed. Throughout the numerous assessments, he had been confident that he had concealed his true strength from everyone. Yet, Kagura's words suggested that he might be aware of his secrets. Observing Tudai's sudden seriousness, Kagura smiled with satisfaction. "Who are you trying to play coy with, you half-grown lad? As someone who has traversed worlds, how could I possibly be unaware of your capabilities?" Tudai, after all, was destined to be the chief examiner for the fourth Reikage A's formidable abilities test. Though his appearances in the storyline were limited, and the few jutsu he displayed were defensive, Kagura distinctly remembered that he possessed the Kekkei Genkai of lava release. In the original narrative, another character with this bloodline limit was the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, who wielded chakra-based techniques associated with magma, exhibiting tremendous power and effectiveness. Thus, Kagura had every reason to believe that this seemingly simple and steady Tudai possessed formidable offensive jutsu as well. His earlier comment about the potential danger of his abilities was no jest. The two exchanged a glance before, in unison, they averted their gazes, harboring their own thoughts. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shizune, seemingly oblivious to their unspoken exchange, nervously clasped her hands together and quietly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Kagura-naiken. I will strive to perform well in the upcoming matches." Kagura offered no substantial response to his seemingly secretive kin, merely nodding politely. As the eliminated candidates departed, all those who had advanced gathered on the stage. Observing the 15 candidates who had successfully navigated the trials, the bald examiner finally revealed a gentle smile. Clapping his hands, he began, "First, congratulations on overcoming numerous obstacles to reach this point. I trust you have guessed that the Chunin exams are not entirely concluded. You still face a final test. However, The good news is that your examinations for today have come to an end. He gestured toward a door opposite to the one through which the eliminated candidates had exited, stating, "Shortly, we shall leave together through this door, embarking by boat to the village hidden in the mist. Your final examination will take place 3 days hence in the hidden mist village." With that, he led the way toward the designated door, and all the candidates followed closely behind. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru returned to Kagura's side, whispering amongst themselves. "Are we really going to the mist village? We recently eliminated a team of their Chunin. Won't this lead to trouble?" Jiraiya voiced his concerns first. Upon hearing his question, Tsunade and Orochimaru furrowed their brows. However, Kagura spoke calmly. "Do not worry. Precisely because of this, we are more secure." His words were not mere conjecture. They were grounded in reasoning. As the host of this Chunin exam, they would undoubtedly attract the attention of many factions. In such circumstances, the safety of the candidates who passed the assessments would be of paramount importance. It was akin to the Olympic organizers on Blue Star. Every action would be scrutinized under a magnifying glass, attracting the gaze of many, especially for candidates like Kagura with their unique circumstances. They would likely receive heightened protection from the higher-ups of the Mist Village. They could not afford any incidents during this period, at least not before leaving the Mist Village. Although Kagura did not elaborate on his reasoning, the trio, accustomed to relying on him, instinctively breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing his words. After all, over the years, Kagura's judgments had rarely been proven incorrect. Observing Uchiha Shizen walking ahead, Kagura contemplated briefly before addressing his companions. "You proceed forward. I have a few inquiries to make." The three nodded obediently, continuing on without pressing for details. Kagura glanced back and quickly spotted the individual he sought. Slowing his pace, he gradually approached Tsunade, who was trailing behind. Meeting Tsunade's questioning gaze, Kagura initiated the conversation. "I have noticed your deep wariness towards that girl named Uchiha Shizen. May I inquire as to why?" He was not the type of protagonist who, upon discovering an issue, would ignore it, leaving himself with a conundrum. Having sensed the anomaly, he would directly seek the explanation. Tsunade, unfazed by the question, took a moment to gather his thoughts before responding. "During the last assessment, when everyone was queuing to hand in their forehead protectors, I stood behind that girl. I observed that she submitted a forehead protector stained with blood, bearing the symbol of Konoha." Upon hearing this, Kagura's brow furrowed in concern. Realizing the implication of Tsunade's words, Tsunade continued, "Furthermore, I noticed a detail. Everyone, including you, bore some remnants of battle. I could discern this from your clothing or injuries. However, that girl appeared impeccably clean, her clothes and appearance untouched since we arrived on the island." After stating this, Tsunade fell silent, quickening his pace to rejoin the main group ahead. Meanwhile, Kagura was lost in thought. The forehead protector, a symbol of Konoha, was significant. Even the infamous 7 ninja swordsmen would consciously avoid engaging with those from the Mist Village, opting for targets from other villages. Yet, this seemingly delicate and quiet Uchiha Shizen had unhesitatingly taken action against her own village's people. Moreover, her pristine attire and appearance indicated that her battles in the forest had been overwhelmingly one-sided. Even he himself bore signs of the skirmishes endured in the woods. Gazing at the distant figure of the clan girl, Kagura felt as though he were peering into an inscrutable shadow. As if sensing his scrutiny, Uchiha Shizen turned to look back, her eyes meeting Kagura's. Upon noticing his gaze, a hint of shyness crossed her face before she quickly turned away, resuming her usual demeanor as she walked ahead. Observing the seemingly ordinary girl, Kagura's instincts warned him that this Chunin exam would likely prove far from simple. Chapter 64. The village hidden in the mist. Following the bald examiner, the group passed through a hidden passage after entering through the door, arriving at a small port. A large ship awaited them at the port, surrounded by several ninja guards from the Mist Village. Upon reaching the boarding area, the examiner waved his right hand, instructing everyone, "Please, come aboard." As a nation characterized by its numerous islands, the land of water possessed unique shipbuilding techniques. The sight of the notably larger vessel elicited admiration from the participants, with the exception of Kagura, who remained unmoved. As a time traveler, he had encountered countless vessels, yet this one paled in comparison to the ferries of his previous life. The small gathering of individuals swiftly boarded the ship, and apart from a select few, the majority remained in a state of exhilaration, leaning against the railings as they gazed out at the vast ocean. As the vessel set sail, They departed from the small island where they had battled for an entire day and night, steering towards the largest island situated in the midst of the sea. However, merely 10 minutes later, those who had been leaning over the ship's edge returned to the deck, disappointment etched on their faces. The ship had now traversed into a dense fog, so thick that not only was the sea obscured, but even the deck beyond a few paces was shrouded in mystery. At this moment, Kaguya comprehended why the ninja village of the water country was named the Mist-Hidden Village. Following this line of thought, he pondered whether the land of lightning might possess towering peaks, hence the moniker of the Cloud-Hidden Village. Yet, it remained a mystery how this vessel navigated through the thick fog with such precision, heading toward the Mist-Hidden Village. Nonetheless, this journey was not as prolonged as they had anticipated. Within a mere 2 hours of idle chatter among the four of them, they had already reached their destination. Upon docking, the group disembarked in succession, only to find that the dense fog had vanished, revealing a clear view of the grand entrance to the Mist-Hidden Village along the path leading from the dock. It must be said that Konoha has served as a model in numerous respects, prompting the other four nations to emulate its structure in various ways, such as the establishment of shadows and villages. Like Konoha, they now stood before a settlement encircled by mountains and walls, featuring a towering entrance. Gazing at the grand portal, Kaguya felt a surge of excitement. Over the years, he had undertaken numerous missions within the water country, yet this was his first foray into the Mist-Hidden Village. After all, in this world, the ninja villages of each country equated to the status of their military factions. Such places naturally exercised a heightened level of vigilance. While ordinary civilians might be overlooked, other ninja factions would face considerable scrutiny. The bald examiner stood before them, imparting his final instructions. The ultimate examination will take place in 3 days, at a location to be revealed on that day by our guides. In addition to our esteemed Mizukage, the Hokage and Reikage will also be present to observe your match. Therefore, these days shall serve as a time for rest and adjustment. I hope each of you can present your best selves. At this moment, he suddenly turned to Kaguya, stating, "Here, we will have designated personnel responsible for your safety. Therefore, regardless of past occurrences, you may rest assured while in the village. The civilian and commercial districts welcome your exploration. However, I implore you to restrain your curiosity regarding certain prohibited areas. Entering without permission would not bode well for anyone involved." Under the scrutinizing gaze of the examiner, Kaguya felt his facial muscles twitch involuntarily. Is this bald man harboring a grudge against me? Why must he always address me when discussing such matters? Do I appear to be the sort who stirs up trouble for the sake of it? In truth, the examiner did not intend to single out Kaguya. Among the group of lower ninjas, he was the only one deemed capable of clandestinely infiltrating the village's secrets. Thus, during the explanation, the examiner's gaze naturally gravitated toward Kaguya. Following their accommodation arrangements for the next few days, the group was granted the freedom to explore. They arrived at the 4th examination location at noon, engaging in nearly 20 duels, and as the journey progressed, the sun began its descent towards the horizon, the encroaching darkness gradually consuming the sky. Just as Kaguya and his companions were preparing to discuss their upcoming plans, a frail figure approached them. Upon turning, they recognized it as Uchiha Shizune, her head bowed, fingers nervously fidgeting together. Kaguya and may I invite you to dinner tonight? Consider it a token of gratitude for guiding me to advancement." No sooner had she spoken than Kaguya felt a chilling aura rise behind him. Without needing to inquire, he knew it emanated from Tsunade. Turning around, he indeed found Tsunade smiling at him, though her clenched fist and unspoken pressure made him swallow hard. He quickly responded to Uchiha Shizune, "Well, we are all kin. There's no need for thanks. It's getting late, and I'm a bit tired. Let us all return to rest." With that, he wasted no time allowing her a response, swiftly leading the others away toward the village's entrance. Watching Kaguya retreat in haste, Uchiha Shizune stood frozen, her expression shifting from one of fragility to one of intrigue. A smirk danced upon her lips as she muttered to herself, "An interesting fellow." As Kaguya and his companions entered the Mist-Hidden Village, it became evident that, in this world, the distinctions between nations were minimal. Apart from the architectural styles and unique landscapes, the residential areas and shops bore an uncanny resemblance to those of Konoha. If one were to pinpoint a notable difference, it would likely be the abundance of seafood products here. As they walked, the four engaged in discussions regarding their forthcoming itinerary. Naturally, Jiraiya had plans to seek out a local bookstore, while Orochimaru, upon hearing Tsunade express a desire to shop for clothing, immediately claimed fatigue, preferring to return to the inn for a meal and rest. Observing his companions drift away, Kaguya silently cursed their lack of loyalty, weary yet trailing behind Tsunade. After all, the past few days had been filled with relentless battles, and coupled with his meager sleep the previous night, he felt that if offered a bed, he would immediately succumb to slumber. As he watched Tsunade, brimming with enthusiasm, Kaguya couldn't help but marvel at the boundless energy women seemed to possess when it came to shopping, regardless of the world. Tsunade, having also endured numerous battles, appeared remarkably vibrant. Noticing Kaguya lagging behind, Tsunade turned to see his exhausted visage. Her lips pouted in mild discontent, yet a glimmer of mischief sparked in her eyes as she leaned closer to him, almost pressing herself against him. In a hushed tone, she whispered, "Don't look so weary. How about I try on some clothes for you later?" The warmth of her breath sent shivers down Kaguya's spine, making him feel a rush of sensation. What kind of trick is this girl employing? Yet, if she continues like this, I might just forget my fatigue. In truth, Tsunade's insistence was not without reason. She was still clad in tattered garments. Were it not for Kaguya's vest providing some cover, she could not have walked so freely into the mist-hidden village. After merely 5 minutes of walking through the streets, they stumbled upon a women's clothing store. As they entered, a saleswoman approached them, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the youthful duo. As an experienced salesperson, she pulled Tsunade aside and began to enthusiastically introduce the apparel available in her shop. In any realm, certain things remain timeless. Meanwhile, the neglected Kaguya began to search for an essential artifact of any clothing store, a chair. Suddenly, something caught her eye, and she made her way directly towards a bamboo chair. Just as she settled down, she noticed a young man sitting beside her. They exchanged a knowing nod, and then both stared blankly ahead, lost in thought. On the other side, Tsunade held a garment in her hands, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The saleswoman, noticing her demeanor, chuckled softly and encouraged her, "Give yourself a little courage. I believe he will surely appreciate you in that outfit." However, after a prolonged moment of contemplation, Tsunade ultimately chose another piece and headed into the fitting room. Minutes later, feeling bored, Kaguya suddenly heard Tsunade calling for him and quickly got up to head towards the fitting room. As he approached, Tsunade emerged, having changed into her new attire. Upon seeing her, Kaguya's eyes widened in astonishment, his gaze becoming fixated. In truth, the outfit recommended by the attendant was quite different. Having been raised with a strong sense of propriety, Tsunade found it difficult to accept such daring attire. The ensemble she was wearing, however, required considerable courage for her to even consider. Little did she know, this seemingly conservative style often attracts the attention of young men more effectively. Feeling shy under Kaguya's gleaming gaze, she lowered her head and quietly inquired, "Is it not appealing?" Finally snapping back to reality at her question, Kaguya nervously swallowed and replied, "It looks stunning." After a brief pause, he inquired, "But why are you buying a swimsuit? Weren't you looking for battle attire?" Tsunade furrowed her brow and retorted, "Huh? Did I not just tell you that we are going to the beach tomorrow with Jiraiya and the others for some fun and relaxation?" It dawned on Kaguya that he had indeed overlooked this detail during their earlier conversation. Though the Land of Fire has a coastline, they rarely had the opportunity to engage with the ocean, having grown up in Konoha. In contrast, the Land of Water, a vast island nation, boasts several beautiful beaches near the hidden mist village. Naturally, Tsunade, having prepared for their outing, eagerly proposed the idea of a day of leisure. Realizing Kaguya's moment of enlightenment, Tsunade understood that he had not been paying attention to her words. Gazing at his puffed cheeks, she felt a sense of exasperation. Fortunately, with the wisdom of 2 lifetimes, Kaguya had some experience in comforting young girls. An hour later, Kaguya looked down at his deflated puppy-shaped wallet and the several large bags of clothing in his hands, realizing he would need to work hard to earn money when they returned. The following morning, Tsunade burst into the room of Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who were still in slumber. Before they could fully awaken, Tsunade dragged them both to the beach. The facilities at this era's beach pale in comparison to those of Kaguya's world, but they still had essential amenities. Besides changing rooms and showers, there were even stalls selling snacks. This world, devoid of pollution, allowed the beaches to retain their ecological charm. As ninjas, Kaguya and his companions had not truly found time to unwind in years, making this a rare holiday for the 4 of them. After changing into their swimsuits, they gazed at the pristine waters and soft sands, a flicker of contentment crossing their faces. Jiraiya, still half asleep, suddenly shouted and dashed into the sea, clad only in his oversized shorts. The three on the shore exchanged amused glances before joining him in the water. 2 hours later, Kagura found himself walking along a secluded stretch of coastline. He had excused himself to use the restroom, but in truth, he had simply needed to escape Tsunade's proximity. Typically, Tsunade enjoyed being close to him, often wrapping her arms around his. However, today was different. No matter how mature his mind was, his body was honest. In exasperation, he resorted to a hasty retreat, hoping to cool his thoughts. As he wandered along the shore, he inadvertently arrived at a remote corner. Unlike the previous beach, this coastline exhibited a distinct change, with the fine white sand replaced by imposing rocky formations. Just as he began to regain his composure, an unfamiliar restlessness surged from within him. To clarify, this was not an emotional turmoil, but rather the stirring of the two-tailed beasts residing within him. Before he could process this, a familiar figure emerged before him, Kisame Hoshigaki, with his massive frame and razor-sharp teeth. He gazed at Kagura with a serious expression and warned, "Beyond this point lies the forbidden territory of the hidden mist village. I hope you do not compel me to act against you." Surprised by the warning, Kagura paused momentarily. Observing the increasing tension in Kisame's demeanor, he realized there might have been a misunderstanding. He quickly raised his hands in a gesture of innocence, explaining, "Please do not misconstrue my intentions. I have no desire to investigate your secrets. My companions and I are merely here to unwind at the beach. And I stumbled upon this area by coincidence." Listening to Kagura's explanation, Kisame regarded him skeptically. However, before he could respond further, a monstrous roar echoed from afar. At the sound, Kisame's expression shifted dramatically. He no longer had time to concern himself with Kagura and urgently stated, "I hope you speak the truth, but now, I must insist you leave this place." With that, he turned and departed, leaving Kagura in contemplation. As he watched Kisame retreat, Kagura rubbed his chin, deep in thought. He had not brought his sword, Samahata, with him. Well versed in the storyline, he understood that it was a sentient weapon. Besides its unique attributes, there was another crucial detail in the narrative. Samahata had originally accompanied the Three Tails, aiding it in absorbing and expending chakra. It would cling to the Three Tails' belly, clearing residual energy and extracting sustenance to refine vast amounts of chakra, which would then be returned to the beast. Connecting this to the restlessness of the tailed beasts within him, it was not difficult to deduce the source of the earlier roar. The Hidden Mist Village had released the Three Tails from its seal much earlier than expected. Were they seeking a Jinchuriki? Historical accounts revealed that Senju Hashirama had been able to sell tailed beasts to various nations precisely because he and the leader of the Uzumaki clan possessed the ability to seal them. What those nations acquired were already sealed beasts, for who would purchase a ticking time bomb? Thus, if the Hidden Mist Village had indeed unsealed the Three Tails, it must have been for a specific purpose. The Three Tails was a beast that Kagura remembered well, not for its strength, but as one of the many catalysts that led to Obito's dark transformation. After all, had it not been for the Three Tails, Obito would not have witnessed Rin's death at Kakashi's hands, and the ensuing events would not have unfolded as they did. Although his heart yearned to explore further, he was acutely aware that, despite the current solitude surrounding him, vigilant shinobi were undoubtedly observing from a distance. Should he recklessly advance, it was likely that he would no longer be regarded as a guest by the Hidden Mist Village. With a reluctant sigh, he ultimately restrained his curiosity and turned back. Shortly after his departure, a Jonin materialized on a nearby rock. Chapter 66. The final examination. The morning sun poured through the window, illuminating the table within the room. A series of shurikens and kunai were meticulously arranged, glinting in the sunlight. A delicate hand suddenly appeared, diligently and cautiously gathering the weapons one by one. After the last shuriken was tucked into a hidden pocket of her attire, Kagura meticulously examined her combat outfit. Once satisfied that there were no oversights, she shifted her gaze back to the table, where only a forehead protector emblazoned with the symbol of the leaf remained. Picking it up, she carefully donned it, fully prepared, and stepped out of her room. In the corridor, her three companions from Team 7 awaited her. Observing their faces, which bore expressions of either excitement or calm, Kagura cheerfully proclaimed, "Let us set forth." Today marked their third day in the Hidden Mist Village and the day of the final examination for Chunin. Upon descending the stairs, they encountered T-Dai and other candidates also making their way downstairs, congregating in front of the inn. Before them, a jonin from the hidden mist awaited. Once all the candidates had assembled, the jonin did not speak, but simply began to stride forward. Following in his wake, Kaguya and her companions matched his pace toward the examination venue. Aside from their day of leisure at the beach, they had remained diligently at the inn to recuperate and adjust. Thanks to Kaguya's consistent application of ointment, Tsunade's back injury had nearly healed completely, with only a few scabs remaining. Even during their stay at the inn, Kaguya and her team had already learned about the examination site. Located at the very heart of the hidden mist village, a massive structure reminiscent of a modern sports arena on the blue planet. The reason for their knowledge was clear. Beyond Kaguya and her team, numerous local residents were emerging from their homes, heading in the same direction. As a rare joint examination involving multiple nations, the higher-ups of the Hidden Mist had notified all residents in advance. After all, with the participation of leaders from 2 other nations, a lack of audience would detract from the event's atmosphere. For the residents, it was an opportunity to witness an exhilarating competition and observe the leaders of other nations from afar, prompting their eager attendance. The throngs of citizens gradually coalesced into a torrent, orderly entering the arena. In contrast to the public's entrance, Kaguya and the other candidates were guided through a concealed passage by the jonin, arriving directly at the center of the arena. As the 15 candidates made their appearance, the audience erupted in cheers. Go, little ones of the Hidden Mist. Show us your strength. Do your best to showcase yourselves. T-Dai, I've brought people to see you. Don't lose too badly. Kaguya, I love you. The cacophony of encouragement enveloped them, instilling an inexplicable tension within all the candidates. Judging by the content of the shouts, it seemed that many spectators from the other 2 nations had also arrived. Observing the visibly anxious candidates, the guiding jonin unexpectedly spoke the first words since his arrival. Relax and stand here patiently. Soon you will understand how the competition will proceed. With that, he departed. Fortunately, Kaguya and her companions did not have to wait long. Just moments later, in a clearly separate platform from the audience, 3 figures clad in triangular hats and flowing cloaks ascended. These were the special uniforms reserved for the leaders of the 3 nations, and they represented the Kage. The one adorned with blue, the Mizukage, took center stage, flanked by the Hokage and Reikage, who bore red and yellow accents. Behind the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood alongside Danzo. While the Mizukage's guard was shrouded in a large hooded cloak, their features obscured by an umbu mask. As for the Reikage, he chose to forego a guard, believing that none could protect him better than he could himself. With the appearance of these formidable Kage, the audience erupted into an even more fervent cheer after a brief silence. The petite Mizukage stepped forward, raising his right arm, gradually silencing the crowd. Beneath his hat, Hiragane Shichiro's crimson eyes scanned the arena, finally resting on the candidates. His youthful voice rang out, I hereby declare the commencement of the final examination for Chunin, co-hosted by the Water, Fire, and Lightning countries. Upon concluding his brief opening statement, he returned to his seat. Hearing those succinct words, Kaguya felt a tinge of discomfort. Compared to the speeches of supposed leaders in her previous life on the Blue Planet, this opening was almost negligible. Once the Mizukage resumed his seat, a jonin from the Hidden Mist stepped forward to announce the competition rules. Perhaps due to her appearance, the bald examiner had not made an entrance. Instead, a striking female jonin took the stage. However, before Kaguya could appreciate the jonin's beauty, she was taken aback by the content of the announcement. The final examination's format was startlingly simple, not a series of elimination rounds or team matches, but rather a chaotic free-for-all among all 15 candidates. Indeed, it was a battle to determine a victor. There would be no ranking, no tactics. All the genin present would indiscriminately attack everyone except themselves. The Hokage and Reikage only learned of the examination structure at that moment. As the organizers, the Hidden Mist Village had full authority over the examination's content and execution. Unless there was an evident danger to the candidates, neither the Leaf nor the Cloud Village would raise any objections. After a moment's reflection, Sarutobi Hiruzen cautiously spoke, Mizukage, might such an arrangement be inappropriate? After all, with a free-for-all, only one individual can emerge as a Chunin. That seems a rather low threshold. The Reikage, though silent, nodded in agreement. Hiragane Shichiro did not avert his gaze from the candidates as he replied, Rest assured, Hokage. The rules merely state that the examination will be a free-for-all. It does not stipulate that only the ultimate victor will be promoted to Chunin. Ultimately, who succeeds in the assessment will depend on their temperament, strength, and cooperation in battle. Even in defeat, one may still attain the qualifications for promotion. Upon hearing this explanation, the Hokage and Reikage exchanged a glance from across the room. Noticing Reikage's slight nod, Sarutobi Hiruzen chose to remain silent, though his furrowed brow deepened, revealing his growing concern. His worries were not directed towards the candidates below, but rather something else entirely. The current Mizukage gave him an unsettling impression. Having served as Hokage for several years, he had previously interacted with the seemingly youthful Mizukage. Despite the somewhat haughty demeanor of the baby-faced Kaguya Yagura, he was not an unsympathetic individual. However, this encounter left Sarutobi with an unfamiliar sense of estrangement. Shaking his head to dispel the inexplicable unease, he redirected his gaze towards the arena. Observing the four familiar figures, a smile involuntarily crept onto his face. Though unspoken, the four members of Team 7 were undoubtedly the trump cards of this examination. Witnessing his beloved disciples standing on the field as he had anticipated filled his heart with pride and expectation. Unbeknownst to them, Kagura was still reeling from the chaotic rules of the battle. The four exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a hint of panic. To be frank, they had mentally prepared for the possibility of facing one another, but the notion of a melee where only one would emerge victorious had never crossed their minds. Ultimately, it was Kagura who first regained his composure, reflecting on the rules that had just been conveyed. He seemed to grasp the intentions of the examiner and offered words of reassurance. Relax, the rules did not state that only the last one standing would pass the test. It appears that the essence of promotion lies not in the result, but rather in what we can demonstrate throughout the battle. Upon hearing Kagura's analysis, the other three gradually calmed down. With Kagura's guidance, they began to comprehend the meaning behind this so-called process. Just as Kagura intended to discuss strategies for the impending battle, a long-forgotten system notification echoed in his mind. He was well acquainted with this sound. It signified the issuance of a task from the system. However, unlike before, this time the sound resonated multiple times. Could it be that several tasks were being assigned simultaneously? With this question lingering in his mind, Kagura shifted his focus to the task descriptions in his consciousness. Yet, upon deciphering the contents of the tasks, a wave of dread washed over him, enveloping his entire being in an unprecedented fear. Chapter 67. White Zetsu and Obito. As he read the tasks laid before him, Kagura felt his heart momentarily cease, and his blood turned cold. The system had unleashed 3 tasks at once, each more terrifying than the last. Task 1. Assist the Mizukage, Kaguya Yagura, in breaking free from Uchiha Madara's control. Task Reward. A chance to randomly acquire a high-level ninjutsu and comprehend it. Task 2. Disrupt Uchiha Madara's plan to seize the 3 tails. Isabu. Task Reward. Early access to the cultivation of the 3 tails and an immediate enhancement of current ocular technique progress to 100. Task 3. Escape the clutches of Uchiha Shinsui, possessed by Obito. Task Reward. Unlock the wood release Kekei Genkai. Upon encountering these suffocating tasks, Kagura felt a moment of dizziness. Uchiha Madara, the progenitor of the Uchiha clan? Why was he present in this Chunin exam? According to the original storyline, this elder had always remained in the shadows, orchestrating schemes without ever revealing himself. Moreover, in the narratives he was familiar with, there was no mention of Uchiha Madara appearing this early or attempting to seize tailed beasts. Could it be a consequence of my presence? At this thought, Kagura's heart raced. As a traveler, he was well aware of the butterfly effect. However, he had never anticipated that such a seemingly insignificant butterfly like himself could instigate such significant changes. Quickly suppressing his fear, he forced himself to concentrate on the notifications regarding the tasks. Assist the Mizukage in breaking free from Uchiha Madara's control? At this moment, Kagura realized that the 3rd Mizukage was indeed Kaguya Yagura, the 4th Mizukage in the original work. Given the considerable distance from the elevated seats of the influential figures, and considering the importance of the occasion, the Kages were adorned in their distinctive ceremonial attire, making it difficult for him to discern the Mizukage's true identity moments ago. Yet, this was of little consequence. What mattered was that Yagura had once again fallen under the sway of the Uchiha. In the original storyline, he had been controlled by Tobi for much of his life, and now he was easily dominated by Uchiha Madara? Was he perhaps inherently susceptible to manipulation? How could he be so readily controlled by any Uchiha? As for the second task, was Uchiha Madara's intention in controlling Kaguya Yagura to capture the 3 tails? Indeed, he recalled his encounter at the beach a few days prior. The three tails had already been released. With Madara's ocular prowess, seizing control of an unleashed tailed beast would be a trivial matter. Yet, the most troubling task of all was the last one. The enigmatic Uchiha Shinsui was possessed by Obito. For clarification, many may assume that Obito is the same as Tobi in the original work, but in truth, the true Obito is a manifestation of White Zetsu. Obito is a unique and distinctive incarnation among the White Zetsu, appearing twice in the story. The first time, he aided Obito in regaining his body after being saved by Madara, often engaging him in conversations about trivial matters. Later, when Obito impersonated Tobi, he perfectly embodied this loquacious attribute. The second occurrence takes place during the Fourth Great Ninja War, where Obito, controlling Yamato who wielded would release, defends against the ninja allied forces' assault. Thus, in essence, Obito has consistently impersonated Tobi in the Akatsuki organization. Obito actually seeks to capture me? But why? At that moment, his mind began to race, recalling recent events. His memory froze at the arena on that small island a few days ago. Could it be because of that? It was then that Kagura finally remembered that during his 1-against-3 confrontation, he had utilized the Kodoamatsukami technique on 2 occasions. The first instance was to erase the memory of an unfortunate individual who inadvertently entered his body. The second time was to deceive the Nara descendant into dispelling his jutsu. The latter usage of Kodoamatsukami occurred right under Uchiha Shinsui's watchful gaze. While others might not perceive it, Obito surely sensed the uniqueness of his eyes. Therefore, what Obito sought to capture was not him, but rather the eyes that possessed the power of Kodoamatsukami. Having pieced together this revelation, Kagura was flooded with both trepidation and regret. Trepidation stemmed from the realization that, had it not been for the system's warning, he might have remained oblivious to the impending danger. Regret arose from his own negligence. It seemed that years of favorable circumstances had dulled his awareness of the perilous nature of this era, causing him to unwittingly abandon the caution he once held dear. Although Kagura seemed to have pondered many matters, in reality, only a minute had passed since he first encountered the system tasks. Tsunade and the others noticed that Kagura had just finished analyzing the true implications of the exam and was preparing to discuss strategies with them when he suddenly froze in place. Motionless, the three exchanged glances, and ultimately, Tsunade tentatively prodded Kagura's arm. As Tsunade's touch abruptly pulled Kagura back to reality, he shuddered. The terror in his eyes had yet to fade, and he swallowed nervously before speaking in a hoarse voice. Do not concern yourselves with this Chunin exam any longer. Significant events are bound to unfold. When the competition commences, the 4 of us must remain together and refrain from engaging in battle to conserve our strength. Particularly, do not provoke that girl from the Uchiha clan. He hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and continuing. If I find myself in peril, do not worry about me. Prioritize your own safety. Although the reason for Kagura's sudden admonition was unclear, the 3 others nodded in a daze, adhering to their long-standing habits. At that moment, the female jonin above had finished outlining all the rules. She gazed down at the assembled candidates and inquired, "Do you have any questions?" Noting the silence that followed, she glanced at the Mizukage on the platform, who nodded at her with his chin resting on his hand. With no further ado, she proclaimed, "In that case, the final assessment officially begins." With her announcement, the 15 candidates swiftly dispersed, forming small clusters while maintaining a vigilant watch over one another. Although it was termed a free-for-all, it was evident that the shinobi from various nations instinctively allied themselves with their respective villages. After all, even if only one could ultimately triumph and ascend, they must first vanquish the other factions before engaging in internal competition. The Cloud Village had the fewest participants, with only 4 gathered behind its Uchiha. The Mist Village boasted the most, with 6 members, prominently featuring 3 from the 7 ninja swordsmen. As for Kagura's group, besides the 4 of them, there was also Uchiha Shizune. The seemingly frail girl anxiously surveyed her surroundings, and after a moment of contemplation, she gradually approached Kagura and his companions. However, to everyone's surprise, upon seeing the Konoha girl draw near, Kagura and the others instinctively retreated a few steps, casting wary glances in her direction. Observing this situation, Shizune halted her advance, her expression shifting from shock to one of playful amusement within mere seconds. She fixed her gaze on Kagura, a slight smile gracing her lips, her eyes glinting with a dangerous light. At that moment, She clearly no longer aimed to maintain the facade of a weak girl, addressing Kagura with, "It seems you have seen through some things. How intriguing. Your eyes are indeed exceptional." Chapter 68. Uchiha Obito makes his entrance upon hearing Shizun's words. Kagura and his companions grew increasingly grave. The other candidates from the two factions exchanged puzzled glances, but refrained from making any rash moves. Positioned amidst the crowd, Shizun appeared oblivious to the gazes of the others. Continuing to fixate on Kagura's Sharingan as she declared, "Initially, my task was merely to oversee the proceedings of this examination. Furthermore, if necessary, I would not hesitate to eliminate you so-called geniuses here today. However, your eyes seem to differ from ordinary Sharingan. I believe that if I were to present them to that esteemed individual, he would surely be quite pleased." As her words resonated, the expressions of all present shifted. Before Kagura could respond, a genin from the Mist Village interjected, "Huh? Eliminate all of us? Who do you think you are?" Barely had he finished speaking when he surged forth from his group, charging directly at Shizun. The leader, Pakinjus, reached out to stop him, but was a moment too late. Just as the boy, like a gust of wind, approached Shizun, intent on employing a jutsu, he suddenly felt a chilling sensation in his abdomen, as though pierced by a sharp ice spike. Stunned, he looked down to see a peculiar white branch-like object extending from behind the girl, plunging straight into his belly. His lips trembled slightly, as if he wished to utter something. Yet, in an instant, the branches came alive, wildly spreading within his body. Accompanied by a torrent of crimson blood, numerous white, bone-like branches erupted from his back. His form appeared to nourish the tree, his eyes devoid of life, signifying his demise. Countless white tendrils surged from Shizun's back, forming a swirling armor that enveloped her entirely, leaving only her right eye exposed. Through that solitary opening, one could see a Sharingan radiating with a mysterious glow. At that moment, she was no longer Uchiha Shizun, but Obito. Disdainfully, Obito cast a glance at the corpse behind her, expressing her dissatisfaction. "You rude individual. Do you not realize that interrupting others is exceedingly impolite? A boorish brat like you deserves to be treated as waste, nourishing the trees." Witnessing how effortlessly Obito dispatched a candidate sent a wave of horror through the others, prompting them to retreat swiftly from this bizarre being. Kagura, feeling the tension, bit his lip and spoke. "If I were to pretend I saw nothing, would you let me leave unharmed? After all, I would be of no assistance to your plans moving forward, would I?" In response to Kagura's proposition, Obito seemed to genuinely ponder, stroking her chin. After a few moments, she decisively replied, "No, I have already reported your existence to that esteemed individual, and he is quite intrigued by you." Upon hearing her response, the previously tense Kagura relaxed unexpectedly. He straightened his posture, the wariness fading from his face, replaced by a hint of ease as he addressed Obito. "Since there is no way out, I have no choice. Let us engage in a fierce battle." Clearly aware of his inability to evade, Kagura had resolved to fight to the death. On the observation platform, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow as he watched the unfolding chaos below. Due to the distance, he could not hear the exchanges taking place, but the scene of the girl executing a Mist Village genin and her bizarre transformation was clearly visible to him. As a proponent of peace in Konoha, he felt discomfort at the prospect of candidates losing their lives. He turned to the Mizukage beside him, questioning, "Even with candidates dying, will your proctors take no action? If I am not mistaken, the deceased was a genin from your Mist Village." In response to the Hokage's inquiry, Hiragane Yagura maintained an air of indifference. He remained in a relaxed posture, one hand propping up his chin, and calmly replied, "Only those who can emerge from death are worthy of being called shinobi. This is not a mere child's game." Pausing for a moment, he seemed to recall something and pointed to Obito below, regarding Hiruzen with a playful expression as he asked, "Do you know what that is?" Faced with this question, Hiruzen could only shake his head slowly. Observing this, Yagura patiently elaborated, "That is white zetsu, a biological weapon left behind by the god tree, the finest soldier in warfare. It appears you are unaware of what the white zetsu uttered down there, am I correct?" As Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the peculiar water reflection before him, he exchanged a glance with Danzo behind him, both secretly bracing for any potential threat. Following the words of the individual before him, he inquired further, "Oh? What did he say?" Upon receiving a response, Hiragane Yagura erupted into laughter, turning to fix his gaze intently on Sarutobi Hiruzen. "He mentioned that your disciple possesses peculiar eyes and wishes to extract them to present to that esteemed individual." Upon uttering this, as if struck by a sudden joy, he burst into hearty laughter. Hiruzen's heart sank upon hearing those words, fully aware that they referred to Kagura's eyes. However, he refrained from expressing anger, maintaining a calm demeanor as he continued, "Is that so? May I inquire as to whom that esteemed individual refers?" Yet, before Yagura could respond, a voice resonated from directly above them. "He refers to me." In an instant, a terrifying pressure enveloped the entire viewing platform as the voice echoed. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. They had not anticipated that someone could approach their ranks, where shadow-level figures stood, without detection. The previously silent third Hokage, suddenly widened his eyes in fury, his seated form launching towards the roof like a bolt of lightning. With a thunderous crash, he created a large hole in the ceiling. As the smoke gradually cleared, the owner of the voice became discernible. A towering figure clad in a tight black combat suit adorned with layers of red armor stood above, wielding a massive fan of flames, surveying the assembly below. Beneath thick, long black hair, a half-visible face revealed a complexly patterned eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Note: Uchiha Madara awakened the Rinnegan in his later years, which explains his manipulation of Obito and Nagato to resurrect himself. Upon seeing that familiar visage, the deep-seated dread within Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo was reawakened. Unbeknownst to Hiruzen, his voice trembled involuntarily as he uttered, You are Uchiha Madara." Chapter 69, Chaos of Battle. You are Uchiha Madara. The tremor in Hiruzen's voice was unmistakable, and the third Hokage's countenance shifted to one of sheer terror. The figure above exhibited little sign of aging, standing before the assembly like a god of war. Hiruzen's mind whirled in confusion. He certainly recognized this legendary figure. As an early leader of the village, he understood well that the establishment of Konoha was inextricably linked to Madara's efforts. While the world revered the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, few comprehended the sacrifices made by Uchiha Madara during that era. However, had he not perished in battle against Hashirama? Hiruzen had personally witnessed his body being interred deep within the mountains by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Now, with Hashirama gone, who could possibly impede Madara's advance? As a torrent of thoughts surged through Hiruzen's mind, the proud figure finally fixed his gaze upon him. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled the identity of the man before him and sneered. "You are that Sarutobi brat? The Hokage now is you?" Huh. Though Tobirama was far from pleasant, his prowess was commendable. Why would he appoint you as Hokage? Is the current generation of shadows so feeble? In the face of Madara's derision, neither Hiruzen nor Danzo exhibited any signs of indignation. They merely stood solemnly, fully alert. At that moment, sitting in the center, Mizukage Kirigane Yagura unexpectedly leaped to the forefront. Bowing deeply in reverence as he addressed Madara, "Lord Madara, all plans have been set in motion. The Three Tails is currently being contained on the southeastern beach, awaiting your retrieval." Upon hearing this, Madara nodded slightly and turned to depart. At that moment, the third Hokage gathered his courage and spoke up. "What is your true intention? Why do you seek to claim the Three Tails?" Madara paused briefly at the inquiry, his abyss-like gaze sweeping over A. In that instant, I felt as though he faced not a man, but an insurmountable beast. Noting the gravity in A's demeanor, Madara chuckled lightly. "Fear not. I have no interest in engaging you. Since Hashirama's demise, there is no one left in this world worth my effort. Let him entertain you for now. Oh, and remember to safeguard the Nine Tails. I shall personally retrieve it in due time." With that, Madara pointed at Mizukage Kirigane Yagura, uttering no further words as his form gradually became translucent, clearly departing from the scene. With his exit, the oppressive atmosphere that had shrouded the venue finally dissipated. The gathered crowd, akin to drowning individuals resurfacing for air, collectively exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. Hiruzen cast a grave look towards Yagura, sternly demanding, "How could you align yourself with Uchiha Madara? What are you plotting?" As Madara departed, Yagura retracted his respectful demeanor, reverting to his usual coldness as he retorted, "You know nothing of that esteemed individual's intentions, nor do I owe you an explanation." Just as Hiruzen was about to speak again, the Hokage interjected, "Enough with the idle chatter. If the Mist Village has no desire for the Three Tails, then we shall claim it. You head over there first. I will subdue him here and then support you." Though they may not triumph over that existence, they at least aim to stall the Three Tails. Upon hearing A's proposal, Hiruzen nodded in tacit agreement. Yet, Kirigane Yagura let out a mocking laugh, taunting the two. "Subdue me quickly, then rush over? What gives you such confidence? Moreover, he glanced over his shoulder, where a guard entirely shrouded in clothing stood. Sensing his gaze, the guard sighed helplessly. A low, buzzing voice emanated from beneath the mask. This is troublesome. I must request additional compensation from Uchiha Madara after this is over. No sooner had he spoken than his black robe erupted, revealing 5 masked creatures, each composed of countless black tendrils. This so-called guard was, in fact, a mysterious entity summoned by Madara. For of the 5 creatures, like lightning, dashed towards different directions. They positioned themselves firmly at the 4 corners of the high platform, and their tendrils, resembling living appendages, swiftly formed numerous hand seals. Upon completion, the entire platform was enveloped in a square-shaped purple flame barrier. Subsequently, the 4 creatures constructed a small inner barrier, fortifying their position like an impregnable fortress. This was the infamous 4 purple flames formation. As the purple barrier encircled them like a net, the 3 trapped individuals instantly comprehended the enemy's intentions. Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and A shared a silent understanding, promptly shedding their obstructive cloaks. Clearly, they could not take a single step forward without first overcoming the adversaries before them. Danzo silently unsheathed the sword on his back, his gaze sharp as an eagle, fixated on the front. Concentrated his lightning chakra throughout his body, enveloping himself in an aura of electricity, akin to donning an invincible armor forged from lightning. Bolts of lightning coalesced in his right hand, forming an indomitable blade. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, he directly summoned the monkey demon, transforming it into the Rui Jingu Bang, which he held firmly in his grasp. On the opposite side, Kajutsun Yagura brandished his staff-like weapon adorned with green blossoms, eyeing the trio with palpable tension. Beside him, the lone remaining clone, veins protruding ominously, enveloped the 3 below in a shroud of dark, undulating lines, creating an atmosphere heavy with anticipation, a calm before the impending storm of a breathtaking battle at the shadow level, poised to erupt at any moment. Meanwhile, in the audience, the changes atop the platform did not escape the notice of the ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village. Observing the predicament of Lord Mizukage ensnared within the 4 purple flames formation, the assembled ninjas found themselves at a loss. Even if they wished to ambush the Hokage and Reikage during this exam, Lord Mizukage should have informed them in advance. Now, faced with such a formidable array, they were unable to penetrate the barrier for support. In this critical moment, it was the bald Chunin who stepped forward, directing the others. All Chunin and below, swiftly evacuate the crowd. I will go observe the situation, and the remaining Jonin, gather all available Jonin still within the village and bring them here immediately. Move quickly. After a moment of confusion, the crowd finally grasped his command and dispersed rapidly. The bald examiner, darting forward, arrived at the forefront of the 4 purple flames formation. Peering through the violet flames at the 3 formidable figures confronting each other, a sense of unease gripped his heart. Lord Mizukage, what is your true intention? Declaring war against both the land of fire and the land of lightning could only lead to our annihilation. In the arena, as the distant platform erupted in chaos and the bald examiner issued orders, the bewildered candidates could only gaze around in confusion, hearing the mounting cries of fleeing crowds. Only one, a Fae, appeared oblivious to the commotion, calmly fixated on the figures before him, particularly on Sakura. Glancing at the enormous square formation, he mused. It seems Lord Madara's plan has commenced. My time here is limited. Will you accompany me willingly? Sakura remained silent, suddenly enveloped in a translucent steam. As the vapor rose, her hair stood on end, her face flushed an unnatural red, and arcs of blue lightning danced across her form. She had audaciously opened the 6th gate, simultaneously unleashing the Chidori. Given her current physical state, recklessly activating the 6th gate would entail severe repercussions, indicating that she regarded a Fae as her most formidable adversary since her arrival in this world, prepared for a desperate confrontation. Noticing Sakura's actions, her companions instinctively assumed a defensive stance, resolutely standing by her side. Observing the determination in Sakura's eyes, a Fae's gaze flickered with a hint of regret as he murmured, "What a pity." In the next instant, without any visible movement, the ground beneath him shattered, and a colossal shadow emerged from the depths. Chapter 70. In the name of the 3 ninjas within mere seconds, the enormous black silhouette fully manifested before the crowd. It was a gargantuan Buddha statue adorned with countless massive arms, notably featuring 5 smaller Buddha heads atop its head. This was a phase unique ninjutsu. The wood release, wood human technique. In the original narrative, this technique could only be utilized after a Fae possessed Yamato, but for the sake of the plot, certain modifications were made. After all, in this timeline, suitable subordinates of Uchiha Madara are scarce. We cannot have Yamato directly confront the protagonist at this juncture. A Fae leaped and stood atop the head of the colossal Buddha, surveying the gathered assembly from above. The towering figure, several dozen meters high, emanated an overwhelming presence. At this moment, aside from the misty ninjas who were still uncertain of the situation, T-Dai had reached Sakura's side. After all, from afar, they could discern the Raikage and Hokage battling side by side, at least for now. The leaf belonged to their allies. He whispered to Sakura, "What should we do now?" Sakura's gaze remained fixed on the gigantic Buddha as she replied, "Tell your less capable companions to find a place to hide. And you, if you wish to survive, must cooperate with me fully." Before they could finish their exchange, the colossal Buddha suddenly stirred. Its myriad arms gradually lifted, then swiftly descended upon them like a bolt of lightning. Fortunately, the 5 who had gathered were no ordinary fighters. Shadows flitted past as they vanished just before the arms struck. However, the agility of the Buddha exceeded their expectations. As its eyes turned, countless arms followed the shadows, striking with devastating force. Each impact resonated throughout the arena, raising clouds of dust into the air. Watching from a distance, Kirigakure's tease bit his lip in concern. "Should we not be doing something?" he asked his companion, who expressed his uncertainty. Tease shook his head, his gaze fixed on the distant platform. There, several shadow-level warriors were engaged in fierce combat, accompanied by thunderous explosions. Given Lord Mizuki's predicament, they should be aiding that pale creature in attacking Sakura and the others. Yet, a Fae's earlier remarks had sparked different thoughts in his mind, leading him to choose to observe. In the center of the arena, the colossal Buddha operated like an unyielding combat machine. 5 minutes elapsed, and the relentless assault showed no signs of abating, maintaining a high frequency of strikes. The continuous evasion began to wear on the 5, their movements growing sluggish. Finally, Tsunade, while dodging, stumbled upon some debris, exposing herself to danger. The Buddha seized this rare opportunity, its arms launching from various angles like a tempest towards her. Realizing there was no escape, Tsunade abandoned her evasion, cradling her head with her arms, gathering chakra into her limbs. She intended to shield herself from the impending blow, just as the massive arms were about to make contact. Sakura, enveloped in a powerful gust, arrived before her. Witnessing Sakura bravely stand in front of her, the Buddha immediately diverted its focus. Its numerous arms momentarily pausing before changing direction, descending upon the two like a mountain collapsing upon an egg. Faced with fists the size of houses, Sakura displayed no sign of fear. Clenching her fists, her veins bulging, she unleashed a furious roar, driving her fists forward like phantoms. The speed of her strikes, akin to lightning, ignited flames from the friction with the air. The flames erupting from her fists painted the entire space in vibrant hues, radiant like the rising sun and dazzling like a peacock's display. This was the taijutsu peacock, a technique only achievable after opening the 6th gate. Countless flames, resembling a peacock's tail, collided with the seemingly invincible multitude of colossal arms. At the moment of impact, the entire area felt as if time had paused. The cacophony of battle abruptly silenced. However, this stillness was short-lived. Merely a second later, cracks resembling spider webs began to spider across the stout arms, stretching from the frontmost limb to the last. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, countless massive arms collapsed like a cascade of dominoes, crumbling from the front in an instant. Waves of flames surged forth like a deluge, breaking through numerous barriers and crashing violently against the colossal figure of the Buddha. As a cacophony of deafening blasts echoed, a torrent of wood splinters and smoke erupted from the giant statue, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption. This formidable assault persisted for nearly 10 seconds, enveloping the magnificent Buddha in a shroud of smoke. The one who unleashed this full-force strike, Kaguya, found himself somewhat drained, kneeling on one knee and panting heavily, anxiously staring into the haze while awaiting the final outcome. However, before the dust could settle, 5 vibrant beams of light suddenly illuminated the mist. At that moment, Kaguya recalled something crucial, his eyes filled with terror as he shouted, "Tsukadai, if you do not intervene now, we are doomed." observing the colorful lights. Tsunade felt a flicker of unease. He bit his lip and, without hesitation, dashed to Kagura's side. After swiftly forming hand seals, he slammed his palm against the ground. A towering earthen wall erupted like a giant from the earth. Yet, this was not the end. He puffed out his cheeks and expelled a pale yellow protective membrane towards the wall. This was Tsunade's unique ninjutsu, the melting defense, which transformed his chakra into a resilient rubber-like barrier. He fortified the earthen wall with this technique, establishing a solid line of defense. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and Orochimaru had already taken swift action, rushing toward them the moment Kaguya called out. As the smoke began to dissipate, everyone finally discerned the true nature of the beams. The mouths of the 5 smaller heads atop the Buddha figure had opened, and the beams of light were the attacks brewing within them. This was yet another form of assault from the colossal Buddha, capable of unleashing fire, lightning, water, earth, and wind, 5 distinct elemental techniques. At the moment Tsunade completed the defense, the 5 beams reached their zenith. As the mouths of the smaller Buddha heads twitched, the 5 elemental jutsu surged forth towards Kaguya's earthen wall. The attacks coalesced mid-air into a massive torrent, crashing against the diminutive wall like a tidal wave. Tsunade's melting technique was, in essence, a fusion of earth and fire styles. Unlike the four-tailed Jinchuriki, who leaned towards fire, Tsunade's technique was more grounded in earth, favoring defensive prowess over offensive strength. The seemingly insignificant wall stood firm against the onslaught of 5 combined jutsu, akin to a wrought iron dam, steadfastly resisting the torrent's impact. For nearly half a minute, the clash persisted until the radiant beams gradually subsided. At this point, the protective membrane on the wall had vanished under the assault, leaving it pockmarked and battered. It was evident that had the attack continued for a few more seconds, this defense would likely have faltered. However, before anyone could breathe a sigh of relief, the mouths of the 5 smaller Buddha heads ignited once more, preparing for a second onslaught. Witnessing this, despair flickered across Tsunade's face. He turned to Kaguya helplessly and said, "Either reveal your trump cards, or take me and flee. I truly cannot withstand this again." He was merely a low-ranking shinobi, not a prodigy like Kaguya. The seemingly simple jutsu from earlier had nearly exhausted his chakra, making a second use impossible in the short term. Kaguya ignored his plea, instead nodding at the other 3. Years of teamwork had forged an unspoken understanding among them. With just a glance, they comprehended Kaguya's intent. Without hesitation, the trio bit their thumbs, drew blood, and slammed their hands down onto the ground. In a burst of immense smoke, 3 colossal beings materialized onto the battlefield. In that moment, the names of the 3 legendary ninjas would grace this world ahead of time. As the smoke faded, the 3 gigantic creatures revealed themselves. 3 seemingly diminutive figures stood atop the heads of these mighty beasts. They were Jiraiya's Gamabunta, Orochimaru's Manda, and Tsunade's Katsuyu. Gazing at his companions perched atop the summoning beasts, Kaguya felt a surge of envy. Indeed, when it came to making an entrance, nothing could rival the spectacle of summoning such creatures. Yet, he quickly remembered his own egg, and his fervent gaze cooled considerably. If he were to make an entrance atop an egg, he would rather abstain and engage in battle without any frills. On the battlefield, watching the serpent Manda flicking its tongue beside him, Gamabunta grumbled, "Jiraiya, you little brat. Didn't I tell you to keep me out of it when this foul snake is around? Did you think my words fell on deaf ears? Believe me, the next time you summon me, I'll make my entrance by stepping on your head." Hearing this, Jiraiya, helplessly sprawled atop its head, explained, "Brother, there's a reason for this. Just look at the situation." Only then did Gamabunta notice the enormous Buddha looming ahead. Its massive eyes narrowed, instinctively reaching for the short blade at its waist. Manda, initially poised to speak, curled its body into a defensive posture upon sensing the formidable foe. Tsunade gently stroked Katsuyu, beseeching, "I'll need your help again." On the other side, upon seeing these 3 summoning creatures, the giant Buddha momentarily faltered, and the 5 beams of light slowly dimmed. Clearly, Akatsuki had not anticipated that these 3, merely low-ranking shinobi, could summon such powerful beasts. With a flick of its eye, it summoned its chakra, and the arm that had been shattered by Kaguya's earlier strike began to regenerate. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that the newly formed limbs were noticeably fewer in number than before. This was one of Akatsuki's tragic realities. As a remnant of the ancient divine tree, White Zetsu was inherently fragile. In fact, even in the original narrative, without the support of Hashirama Senju's cellular technology, the 100,000 White Zetsu would not have been able to appear on the battlefield during the Fourth Great Ninja War. As for Akatsuki, though it was a unique entity, at its core, it was still merely a White Zetsu. The execution of such ninjutsu relied heavily on the chakra of the host body. Presently, the vessel it inhabited, Uchiha Jinjen, was still only in his early teens, possessing limited chakra to expend. Originally, it could only execute the 5 elemental ninjutsu attack once more. However, the unexpected situation necessitated a rapid change of plans. Before it could ponder further, the 3 colossal beasts had already taken the initiative. The slug Katsuyu beneath Tsunade surged forth, suddenly expelling a stream of green liquid toward the Buddha. Akatsuki hastily commanded the giant Buddha to shield itself with its arms, but as the liquid made contact, a sizzling sound erupted. The liquid clearly consisted of some potent acidic secretions, swiftly corroding the arms upon contact. In mere seconds, those arms, which had just begun to regenerate, were rendered unrecognizable. At that moment, a massive shadow quickly darted across the ground, a long, serpentine body coiling like a bolt of lightning. It was the vigilant Wan Shi, who, perceiving an opening in the giant Buddha's defense, rushed in with urgency. As Wan Shi's form gradually constricted, a disconcerting creaking sound emanated from the giant Buddha. Witnessing this, the toad went to cease his idle chatter and unsheathed the short blade at his waist. With a leap, he appeared instantly before the giant Buddha, wielding the shimmering blade to strike down upon the Buddha's head. However, for reasons unknown, the trajectory of his strike was slightly askew, threatening to cleave both the giant Buddha and the head of Wan Shi behind it. With a sharp slicing sound, the Buddha's head was severed and sent flying. Sensing danger, Wan Shi instinctively lowered its head just in time to evade the attack. Tch. Winta, still suspended in midair, clicked his tongue in annoyance at the sight. Upon landing, he nonchalantly sheathed his blade, as if nothing had transpired. Wan Shi, having narrowly escaped disaster, was enraged and glared fiercely, exclaiming, "You wretched toad, was that intentional?" In response to its accusation, Winta leisurely puffed on his pipe and replied while picking at his earwax, "La la la, one must speak with evidence. How can you claim I did that on purpose? In battle, unexpected events are inevitable." Wan Shi's fury reached a boiling point, causing it to rise defiantly. Yet before the argument could escalate further, 2 resounding thuds echoed, and both Winta and Wan Shi suddenly vanished. It was Jiraiya and Orochimaru, familiar with their personalities, who timely dispelled the summoning, averting an impending clash. "Not over yet," shouted Kagura from the sidelines, channeling the prepared Chidori in her hand, darting towards the path where the giant Buddha's head was descending. Thud! As the head landed, the figure of Obito clumsily fell to the ground. Before he could regain his footing, Kagura's warlike presence loomed before him. Confronted with this unavoidable strike, Obito realized he had no means of resistance left. In the instant Kagura closed in, he unfurled the swirling armor enveloping Uchiha Shizuka's head. Shizuka's frail visage emerged, her voice tinged with a whimper, "Kagura, brother, save me." Obito intended to leverage his host as a bargaining chip against Kagura at the last moment. However, to his astonishment, rather than halting, Kagura accelerated his speed. With a swift thrust, Kagura's right hand, gripping Chidori, effortlessly shattered the pallid armor and pierced through Obito's chest. Blood flowed profusely down his arm, dripping from the palm that had penetrated his body. In disbelief, Obito exclaimed, "Damn, are you really that heartless?" Yet, Kagura regarded him with an expression of incredulity. "Let us not forget, I don't even know this Uchiha Shizuka. Even if I did, at this juncture, who would fall for such tricks? You're on the brink of death and still trying to pull this?" As he withdrew his arm from the enemy's chest, preparing for a decisive strike, a thunderous roar reminiscent of a colossal beast echoed from afar. This sound halted everyone present, and they instinctively turned to face its origin. The direction of the roar was indeed from the southeast. Chapter 72. Power Bank. Upon hearing the roar that seemed to emanate from the heavens, Kagura's heart raced as he recalled something significant. That direction, to the southeast, was the location of the Three Tails. Had Uchiha Madara succeeded? Although he hadn't heard the previous conversation atop the platform, Kagura, well aware of the Three Tails' position, understood its implications. Sure enough, mere seconds after the roar, he heard the system announce the failure of his mission. To be frank, among the 3 tasks issued by the system, Kagura believed that the most rewarding was the mission to prevent Uchiha Madara from seizing the 3 tails. The reward for activating the 3 tails cultivation system was substantial, but the most critical reward would allow him to fully master the eye technique, advancing to the next stage. Only he understood how arduous it was to upgrade the Sharingan. No wonder many members of the Uchiha clan in the original story had to resort to killing their closest friends to trigger their Manjiki Sharingan, as such emotional stimuli were necessary. Yet, he also recognized that among the 3 tasks, this one was the most formidable, nearly impossible to complete. After all, undertaking this mission meant facing Uchiha Madara himself. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities at this moment. Encountering Madara would be akin to delivering himself as a mere offering. Shifting his thoughts, Kagura turned his focus back to the immediate situation. He observed that the gaping wound in Obito's chest, which he had inflicted, was no longer bleeding. The white tendrils from Obito's original form had filled the void, serving as a makeshift flesh. This was one of the characteristics of white Zetsu. Although this organism had its vulnerabilities when it attached itself to others, it could manifest an effect greater than the sum of its parts. This remarkable regenerative ability was one such trait. However, this recovery had significantly drained Obito's energy. He now appeared feeble, barely able to remain upright in front of Kagura, clenching and then relaxing his fists. The recently extinguished lightning began to gather anew in his right palm. Gazing at Uchiha Shizuka's bloodied face, Kagura resolved that his next strike would aim to shatter the enemy's skull. This was not out of cold-bloodedness or a desire to eliminate an innocent clansman. Rather, he found himself with no alternative. In truth, from the very start, he had attempted to employ techniques like Kotoamatsukami or Tsukuyami to control Obito, intending to later extricate him from Uchiha Shizuka. However, it was uncertain whether it was due to Shizuka's own Sharingan or Obito's inherent traits. But Kagura's previously unfailing Genjutsu had proven ineffective against Obito. Guided by the belief that mercy towards foes was cruelty towards oneself, Kagura had no choice but to opt for a direct kill. Just as he prepared to deliver the final blow, a towering figure cast a shadow over him. In that instant, Kagura felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, his blood freezing, rendering him immobile. The Chidori in his hand extinguished, and with every ounce of strength, he turned his head to glimpse behind him, where an intricately patterned eternal Manjiki Sharingan appeared before him. The figure, adorned with long black hair and exuding an air of arrogance and coldness, was none other than the revived Uchiha Madara. The mere glimpse of his eye resembled an endless abyss, immobilizing all who dared to gaze upon it. He first surveyed Kagura before shifting his focus to Obito behind him. After a brief pause, he finally spoke. "Is this the child of Uchiha you mentioned? Indeed, quite impressive. However, we are out of time. Let us depart." With that, he walked past Kagura, effortlessly lifting the weakened Akatsuki member. As their bodies began to fade, on the verge of departing from this place, he glanced back at Kagura and said, "Child, we shall meet again in the future." With those words, their figures completely vanished into thin air. Since the appearance of Madara, Kagura remained frozen, only collapsing to the ground after the man had disappeared. He gasped for breath, staring in awe at the direction from which the man had vanished. His instincts warned him that if it weren't for his Uchiha lineage, a mere wave of that man's hand could have rendered him lifeless. At that moment, his body, having reached its limit, naturally released the 8th gate, causing him to collapse weakly onto the ground. He realized just how far he was from these top-tier powerhouses. Tsunade and the others, who had been watching over Kagura, finally rushed to his side. Upon seeing him incapacitated on the ground, Tsunade's eyes filled with tears. They had been too distant to comprehend what had transpired, only witnessing a tall figure suddenly appear and then vanish with Akatsuki. They were unaware of the specifics and assumed Kagura had suffered a grave injury. Fortunately, Kagura was merely exhausted and had not lost consciousness. Observing Tsunade's tear-streaked face, he softly reassured her, "Do not worry. This is merely the after-effect of unlocking the 8th gate. I have not sustained any fatal injuries." Even in the original narrative, Guy becomes paralyzed after opening the 6th gate. Moreover, Kagura's physical capabilities have not reached the level required to master the 6th gate, making his aftereffects even more severe compared to Guy. Fortunately, unlike the previous discomfort of muscle soreness, Kagura felt numbness due to paralysis, sparing him from significant pain. Upon hearing Kagura's explanation, Tsunade quickly wiped her tears and immediately began to perform healing techniques, aiming to alleviate his paralysis as swiftly as possible. At that moment, Toby and his companions from the village hidden in the clouds approached Kagura. Noticing them, Kagura shifted his gaze and urged, "You, along with your companions, grasp my hand, quickly." Although they harbored doubts, Toby and the others complied. However, as soon as they clasped Kagura's hand, their expressions changed. They felt their chakra being drawn into Kagura's body through the point of contact. This was another high-level ninjutsu, chakra absorption, which Kagura had acquired from the system. In truth, if not for the slow absorption rate and the necessity for physical contact, Kagura believed this ninjutsu's value far surpassed any mere positioning technique. Akin to the star absorption technique he was familiar with from his past life, proving to be quite practical. Although it appeared he had not employed many ninjutsu in this battle, the essence of the eighth gate was to unleash a copious amount of chakra by stimulating the body, thus achieving martial prowess beyond the ordinary. Therefore, his chakra reserves were nearly depleted and urgently required replenishment. Of course, he still housed the energy of two-tailed beasts within him. However, he could not ignore the presence of several Kage-level individuals at the scene. If he dared to utilize the tailed beast's energy now, he would not only face the repercussions of explaining himself to Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo upon his return, but the ever-watchful Uchiha Madara, who was evidently collecting tailed beasts, might come back for him. Thus, he had no choice but to seek assistance from Toby and his companions to replenish his chakra. Seeing the confusion on Toby's face, Kagura sincerely explained, "I apologize for the inconvenience, but I need you to act as a power bank." Power bank. Toby, puzzled by Kagura's explanation, found his confusion only deepening. Ignoring Toby, Kagura closed his eyes and accelerated the absorption process. He was acutely aware that the crisis was far from over. In fact, the greatest peril was just beginning. At that moment, the candidates from the village hidden in the mist, led by Uchiha SHZ, appeared before them without notice. Chapter 73. The True Crisis. Gazing at the prostrate Kagura, a glimmer of danger flickered in Uchiha SHZ's eyes. Although he was uncertain about what had transpired during this exam, from both an examination perspective and the standpoint of their Mizukage, it seemed they should take action against these individuals. However, Uchiha SHZ was inherently self-aware. His instincts told him that matters were perhaps more complicated than they appeared. Thus, while Kagura and Akatsuki clashed, he restrained the impulse of his comrades to act and chose to observe from the sidelines. It was not until he witnessed the formidable Kagura collapse that he approached, contemplating different possibilities. As he advanced, the vigilant Orochimaru and Jiraiya immediately positioned themselves in front of him. Uchiha SHZ furrowed his brow, and just as the tension escalated between the two sides, with confrontation looming, Kagura, who had been resting with his eyes closed, spoke. He opened his Sharingan eyes and addressed Uchiha SHZ. "I advise you to abandon any unrealistic notions. You must understand that even if my body cannot move, with just my eyes, you will not be able to eliminate us. Furthermore, my companions are not mere genin that your side can contend with." After a pause, noticing Uchiha SHZ's pensive expression, Kagura continued, "You should have sensed that your Mizukage is somewhat different from usual. Grant me a moment, and I will attempt to resolve this issue. If all else fails, this is your territory. If your Mizukage decides to eliminate us, wouldn't it be easier to send your J-Nin to surround us? Why take the risk yourself?" Uchiha SHZ remained silent, yet ultimately chose to retreat slowly with his companions. 10 minutes later, with Tsunade's healing techniques aiding him, Kagura felt the sensation in his paralyzed muscles gradually returning. With a determined effort, he finally sat up. Beside him, Toby and the three genin from the village hidden in the clouds lay on the ground, clearly drained, having been completely depleted of their energy. After instructing Tsunade and the others to protect Toby and his comrades, Kagura stood and gazed at the high platform enveloped in purple flames. A glimmer of resolve crossed his eyes, and he immediately charged toward it. Above on the platform, the battle among the Kage-level individuals appeared less chaotic than the situation involving Kagura. In front of Sarutobi Hiruzen and his comrades stood three figures, resembling faded imitations of themselves, bearing a marked distinction from the originals. These were illusions produced by Uchiha SHZ's water mirror technique. These phantoms could utilize the same jutsu as their opponents with equal potency, making them particularly troublesome. The Reikage, irritatedly tore off a piece of coral from his body, evident anger flickering in his eyes. This was the coral palm from Uchiha SHZ. Any body part struck by his palm would sprout coral. A technique devastating to taijutsu users. However, for the strongest shield, such an attack posed no real threat. Yet, his inherently volatile nature could not tolerate the situation of being continuously attacked. He glanced at Uchiha SHZ, expressing his discontent. Why not just eliminate him outright? No. Beside him, Sarutobi Hiruzen decisively dismissed the notion. In truth, even without being a Jinchuriki, Kogetsu Yagura, despite being a Kaguya, ranked among the weaker entities. If it came to a life-and-death struggle, he, along with the formidable Kakazu, would undoubtedly fail to withstand the combined might of the three opponents. The protracted battle had persisted due to the fact that Sarutobi and his companions had yet to unleash their true strength. After all, Kogetsu Yagura was the Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village. Should they actually eliminate him here, it would undoubtedly ignite a second ninja war in a continent that had only recently tasted peace. However, Reikage was no mere brawn-over-brains individual. He comprehended the depth of Sarutobi's concerns. Yet, through the violet flames, he could already discern that numerous elite jonin from the Hidden Mist Village had begun to gather outside the barrier. At this juncture, the flames, rather than entrapping them, served as a safeguard. Though he held confidence in his abilities, he understood that he was not yet at the pinnacle of power capable of facing countless foes. Confronted with the combined assault of elite jonin from an entire village, he could not guarantee his escape. Suddenly, the clashing of blades echoed as Danzo and the creature formed by Kakazu exchanged blows before retreating to their respective positions. As the weakest among the trio, Danzo had assumed the task of holding Kakazu at bay since the battle's inception. Now, he was beginning to catch his breath. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Sarutobi and said, if necessary, seize the opportunity to escape. He emphasized, you cannot perish here. Sarutobi understood the gravity of his words, responding neither with a nod nor outright refusal. Meanwhile, the Kakazu wearing the red mask floated over to Kogetsu Yagura. He lifted his masked head slightly, gazing towards the southeast. A raspy voice, uncharacteristic of a human, emanated from the mask. It has been nearly 20 minutes since that roar. By my calculations, Madara should have taken the three tails far from here. My task ends here. It is time for me to depart. Upon hearing this, Kogetsu Yagura nodded in agreement. He glanced at the assembled elite jonin outside the seal and replied, you may leave. My men have also arrived. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to follow that esteemed individual's orders and keep these foes at bay. I care not for these matters, Kakuzu mocked before swiftly retreating. Observing the creature's direction, Sarutobi's eyes narrowed, and he urgently warned, everyone, be cautious. That creature intends to unseal the barrier. No sooner had he finished speaking than the square-shaped violet flames began to dissolve from above. Within mere seconds, the enormous purple flame formation vanished as if it had never existed. 5 black orbs coalesced, reforming into a figure cloaked in a massive black robe, topped with a tight black hat and a mask obscuring his features. The only visible aspect was a pair of green eyes, radiating cruelty and indifference. He surveyed the gathered elite jonin from the Hidden Mist Village, chuckling softly, hurry, assist your Mizukage. Without further ado, he soared into the distance. The elite jonin exchanged glances, ultimately directing their attention to the foremost figure, the bald examiner. Gritting his teeth, the bald examiner issued a command. First, reach the side of the Mizukage. We must ensure his safety. Nodding in agreement, the group surged towards Kogetsu Yagura's location. Just as they set off, a bolt of blue lightning streaked through their ranks, racing towards the battlefield with astonishing speed. Recognizing that familiar blue lightning, the bald examiner squinted, murmuring, is it him? But what can he achieve now? Meanwhile, as the flames dissipated, Sarutobi Hiruzen momentarily froze. After a brief pause, he addressed the third Reikage. Can you hold off those jonin for 30 seconds? I will take responsibility for the Mizukage. Trust me, I have a plan to ensure our safe exit. Although uncertain of Sarutobi's intentions, they ultimately nodded in acquiescence. In the next moment, he erupted with a thunderous sound, transforming into a streak of lightning that crashed into the 3 shadow clones conjured by Kogetsu Yagura's jutsu. The clones shattered like fragile mirrors under A's assault. Once accomplished, A departed from the scene. Watching A's retreating figure, Sarutobi exhaled a sigh of relief, then turned to Danzo beside him, saying, You and I must find a way to bind Kogetsu Yagura for at least 10 seconds. Though Danzo frowned. His trust in this old friend compelled him to raise his blade. In truth, Sarutobi Hiruzen, appearing calm, was beset by inner turmoil. Just moments ago, as the seal was broken, a voice had reached his ears, a voice he recognized well, belonging to his beloved disciple, Kagura. Chapter 74. Indeed. Just rely on me. As the flames faded, Kagura's voice echoed in Sarutobi's ears. Sensei, Mizukage Kogetsu Yagura is under the Jin Jutsu of Uchiha Madara. Find a way to subdue him. I possess a method to break this control. Clearly, Kagura had arrived outside the seal, ready to assist Sarutobi and his companions in resolving the core issue. To Kagura, this presented a dual opportunity to accomplish his task while ensuring the safety of himself and others in their departure from the Land of Water. From the outset of the mission, Kagura had pondered a significant question. Why did Uchiha Madara choose such a day to seize the tailed beast? Knowing that with the three tails released from its seal, Madara had the capability to stealthily control and extract the beast without drawing attention. Why then did he feel compelled to reveal his intentions before all three Kages? Madara was no foolish villain seeking to perform ostentatious acts. However, upon deeper reflection, Kagura grasped the truth. Uchiha Madara was not merely making a grand appearance during the seizing of the tailed beasts. Rather, he had intentionally chosen this moment. He aimed to exploit the gathering of all three Kages during the joint Chunin exam, seeking to control the host, Mizukage, to launch an offensive against both the Hokage and Reikage. Regardless of which Kage fell, it would undoubtedly plunge the continent, which had enjoyed a brief tranquility, into a new war. Though uncertain why Madara sought to collect the tailed beasts in advance, it was clear that a world embroiled in conflict would present far greater opportunities for him to seize them. Indeed, while Madara was powerful, he was but a single individual, incapable of single-handedly conquering an entire nation. If he wielded such strength, he would not require the assistance of those peculiar outer path golems. Thus, Madara's plan revolved around utilizing the Mizukage to obliterate the other participants, instigating a colossal war. The control of the Three Tails' departure was merely a convenient action in his grand design. Understanding this, the subsequent actions of Mizukage Kogetsu Yagura became evident. Once the seal was broken, he would undoubtedly rally all the forces of the Hidden Mist Village, determined to annihilate both Kages and their companions in this very location. This posed the gravest threat during the Chunin exam. To assist Kagetsune Shikura in breaking free from the grip of illusion is the sole path to escape this crisis. It was with this realization that Kagura, even during the paralysis of his body, began to restore his chakra through the Earth's intermediary. After all, he was to stand before these shadow-level powerhouses, making it impossible to unleash the strength of the tailed beast within him. Once he regained a degree of mobility, he hastened to the vicinity of the seal. Perhaps it was due to his considerable distance, or perhaps because the attention of the Jonin was captivated by the battle on the high platform. Kagura managed to conceal himself for nearly several minutes beneath the gaze of the numerous Jonin. Just as the flames began to dissipate, he immediately conveyed a message to Sarutobi Hiruzen and activated the Chidori. In that fleeting moment of hesitation among the Jonin, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, surging through their ranks. Aoi, who had just arrived, raised an eyebrow as he witnessed the lightning flash brush past him. Being skilled in lightning techniques himself, he could discern the principles of Kagura's Chidori with a mere glance. Had it not been for catching a glimpse of the Leaf Village symbol upon Kagura's forehead protector as they brushed past each other, Aoi would have certainly been capable of intercepting him in that state. It seems the leaf has produced yet another remarkable genius, Aoi muttered to himself, turning his gaze to the assembly of Jonin before him. At that moment, his attire was already tattered from the preceding battle, revealing muscles as solid as stone. Unbeknownst to him, he had yet to experience the embarrassment of being injured by his own technique, leaving his chest unmarred, his physique resembling that of a bodybuilder. He flashed a bloodthirsty grin at the Jonin, his lips curling upward as he proclaimed, "Boys, my task is to hold you off for 1 minute. Will you stand there obediently until this minute passes, or do you wish to engage me directly?" With a wave of his right hand, the exposed chakra blade carved a line in the ground. Pointing to the line beneath his feet, he continued, "However, let me make it clear. Anyone who crosses this line shall face no mercy. I shall not hold back against you." It must be said that this Reikage is indeed a man of his word. Though Sarutobi Hiruzen had instructed him to resist for only 30 seconds, He seemed to fear that this duration would be insufficient and insisted on 1 full minute. The imposing aura he exuded left the assembled Jonin momentarily rooted in place. Yet, as seasoned warriors who had survived countless battles, they were not easily deterred. The bald examiner at the front, his expression darkened, made a swift decision within the blink of an eye. Without further ado, he charged towards the Reikage. The others, inspired by his lead, followed suit without hesitation. Watching the oncoming assailants, Reikage always excitedly cracked his knuckles, mumbling, "Finally, I can have a proper fight." Meanwhile, after exchanging a glance, Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen paused momentarily before dashing toward the water shadow, Kajutsun Shikura, from opposite sides. Despite their approach, Kajutsun Shikura maintained an air of indifference. His focus primarily directed at Sarutobi Hiruzen, for he perceived the Hokage as his only true threat. Observing the elevated golden Vajra staff wielded by Sarutobi Hiruzen, he decisively brandished his own stick-like weapon to strike. Clang! The sound of clashing weapons echoed, but to Kajutsun Shikura's astonishment, the seemingly ferocious Vajra staff did not deliver the anticipated force. Instead, it lacked power entirely, and with a mere flick, he sent it flying from Sarutobi Hiruzen's grasp. Simultaneously, Danzo's assault arrived as expected. In response to Danzo's long blade, Kajutsun Shikura's evasion was remarkably simple. He merely sidestepped to avoid it. With his left hand enveloped in a surge of green chakra, he struck fiercely at Danzo. Having encountered this technique before, Danzo recognized it as Kajutsun Shikura's coral palm, a ninjutsu that caused coral to sprout from the struck body part. However, to Kajutsun Shikura's surprise, Danzo did not attempt to evade and instead braced himself to absorb the blow. After withstanding the coral palm, Danzo broke into a grin and embraced Kajutsun Shikura tightly. Before Kajutsun Shikura could react, Danzo inhaled deeply and unleashed a high-pressure wind ball at point-blank range, the wind release, vacuum great sphere technique. Caught off guard by this sudden onslaught, Kajutsun Shikura barely managed to shield his head with his weapon-bearing right hand. However, the vacuum great sphere struck like a rocket, propelling Kajutsun Shikura's entire body through the air. Danzo, having executed this attack, was not unscathed. A massive coral had erupted from his chest, its roots embedded in his flesh, revealing the pain etched upon his face. As Kajutsun Shikura soared through the air, Sarutobi Hiruzen abruptly appeared before him, having completed his hand seals. He unleashed a torrent of intense flames at the incapacitated Kajutsun Shikura, the secret fire technique of the Sarutobi clan, the fire release, great fireball technique. Faced with flames capable of incinerating all, Kajutsun Shikura raised his large weapon defensively. His frail form was instantly engulfed by the flames, descending rapidly toward the ground. Boom! The ninjutsu manifested as a curtain of fire, painting the entire space in crimson hues. As Kajutsun Shikura curled into a ball on the ground, desperately attempting to withstand the onslaught, the technique lingered only for a few seconds before dissipating. Just as he lifted his head to counterattack, a cage constructed from golden staves suddenly emerged from the ground, ensnaring him within. It was the ninjutsu of Sarutobi Hiruzen's summoning beast, the Monkey King, creating the diamond wall. Kajutsun Shikura had not anticipated that Sarutobi Hiruzen's weapon possessed sentience. The earlier strike that sent him flying was merely a ruse for this very moment of ambush. Seeing Kajutsun Shikura finally confined, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo silently breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, Kajutsun Shikura bore no significant fear upon his face. He surveyed his surroundings and disdainfully remarked, "You don't truly believe this can hold me, do you?" However, before Sarutobi Hiruzen could respond, a flash of lightning appeared, accompanied by a voice approaching swiftly. "He does not need to restrain you for long." A figure materialized before the cage. Kaguya had arrived. He smiled and nodded towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, then turned to Kajutsun Shikura, continuing, "He merely needs to hold you until I arrive, for it is I who shall defeat you next." Huh? Kajutsun Shikura regarded the lower-ranked ninja before him with a derisive gaze. "You? Just you?" "Yes, just me," Kaguya replied, unperturbed by the scorn directed at him. In the next moment, he uttered a phrase that evoked a sense of déjà vu in both Danzo and Kajutsun Shikura. "Look into my eyes." Chapter 75. Kajutsun Shikura. At this moment, the true Kajutsun Shikura felt a profound desolation within. Once, he had been proud, and the circumstances had indeed justified that pride. Though he had been summoned in a time of crisis, he had truly ascended to the position of Water Shadow, the highest authority within the hidden mist village. Unlike his seemingly carefree predecessor, he, upon becoming the Mizukage, dedicated himself to elevating the hidden mist village to unprecedented heights. Shortly after assuming the role of Mizukage, he embarked on a series of reforms. Defying the opposition from the village's upper echelons, he liberated the Three Tails from its seal. Although a suitable Jinchuriki had yet to be found, he demonstrated that tailed beasts could indeed be tamed. At the very least, the Three Tails, resembling a turtle, remained peacefully in the designated area he had prepared for it, causing no calamity for the village. In fact, he had already resolved that if a suitable Jinchuriki was not found within 10 years, he would take on the role himself. As an island nation distant from the continent, the Land of Water was both fortunate and unfortunate. Fortunate in that they could easily evade war, yet unfortunate in that this safety led to a noticeable decline in the training of the next generation in the hidden mist village compared to other nations. To inspire the village's youth, he gathered the legendary 7 ninja swords and selected 7 elite genin as their wielders, bestowing upon them the title of the 7 ninja swordsmen, thereby elevating their status within the village. This initiative aimed to set a shining example for the younger generation and ignite their ambition. His efforts bore fruit. Under the representation of the 7 ninja swordsmen, this generation produced a plethora of promising young talents. Compared to the previously lethargic hidden mist village, a newfound vitality surged through the village in recent years, in pursuit of greater influence for the hidden mist village among the nations. Upon learning of the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning's intention to jointly hold the Chunin exams, he proactively contacted both countries and offered to take on the role of host. In a bid for the hidden mist village to make a resounding impression, he even permitted all 7 swordsmen to participate in this year's exams. However, just as everything seemed to unfold according to his desires, an event that night shattered all his pride. It was a week before the Chunin exams. After advising the 7 ninja swordsmen to exercise caution, he ventured to the beach where the Three Tails resided. He felt an inexplicable connection to the creature's cries and often came to this haven to unwind after his duties. That evening, as he arrived at the familiar shoreline, he was taken aback to see a figure there. He had designated this beach as a forbidden zone, aside from himself. No one else was permitted to tread here. As he instinctively reached for his weapon to alert the stranger, the figure turned, revealing a pair of complex and ornate Sharingan eyes. "Look into my eyes." With those words, he gradually lost his sense of self. At that moment of complete disorientation, he seemed to recognize the individual before him, the legendary figure he had heard tales of since childhood, the only one capable of contending with the sage of ninjas, Uchiha Madara. But why was he here? As this final question flashed through his mind, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Following that night, he fell under Uchiha Madara's control. However, in truth, he was merely imprisoned within his own body, able to witness every action his body undertook. This was not fortune, it was a torment. He watched himself address Madara as master, collaborating with the enemy to devise steps for the Chunin exams that would culminate in the annihilation of the visiting Hokage and Reikage, followed by orchestrating a new wave of ninja warfare to lead the hidden mist village into chaos. He felt like a mere puppet, faithfully serving as a pawn in that man's grand design. Within him, Kaguya felt a chilling despair. He cared not for his own survival. What troubled him was how many innocent lives within the hidden mist village would be lost due to his ultimate demise. Perhaps the only solace he found was that the seal on the 6 tails, the Saiken, remained under the control of the village elder, who held a status equal to that of the Mizukage. To avoid revealing any vulnerabilities, Madara ultimately devised a plan to seize the 3 tails while temporarily abandoning the 6 tails. Thus, Kaguya watched as he presided over the commencement of the Chunin exams. He witnessed himself respectfully reporting to Madara, ensnaring the Hokage and Reikage as per their plan, leading to a confrontation. As the elite ninja gathered, a profound sense of despair engulfed him. He understood that the outcome would either result in the deaths of the 2 Kages or, after a costly struggle, allow a few to escape, leaving the hidden mist village to face near annihilation. Yet, as the seal was shattered, the actions of the 3 individuals left him perplexed. They separated. Moreover, the Hokage and his guards, after incurring significant losses, merely aimed to ensnare him. In his confusion, he recognized a pair of familiar eyes in that enigmatic youth. "Look into my eyes." With that familiar phrase, Kaguya felt a sudden jolt, and the next moment, the genin appeared within him. Kagura stood within Kaguya's consciousness, curiously surveying his surroundings. Truth be told, this was his first foray into the consciousness of an individual ensnared by Uchiha's genjutsu. However, before he could explore further, he noticed Kaguya's astonished expression. "How did you get in here?" Kaguya stammered. Taken aback by the question, Kagura paused, then hesitantly replied, I just zipped in?" At this, Kaguya's frustration boiled over. "Zipped in? Why not say you banged in?" Taking a deep breath, Kaguya forced himself to suppress his anger and inquired again. "What are you doing here?" Instantly invigorated, Kagura replied with conviction, "Of course, I'm here to set you free." "Set me free? How?" Kaguya asked, intrigued. "Oh, that's simple." With that, Kagura raised his right hand and gently poked the air before him. As he did, the air shattered like glass, revealing cracks that spread across the surface. Before Kaguya could react, the space before him fragmented, and with the sound of breaking glass, he suddenly felt darkness envelop him. Chapter 76. Congratulations on becoming a Chunin. Kagura gradually opened his eyes, glancing around to confirm he was lying on a hospital bed. Upon seeing the familiar white ceiling above and the view outside the window, he realized he was indeed in the Konoha hospital. Strangely, this room seemed to be his personal sanctuary, as he always found himself here after collapsing. As he struggled to sit up, the door swung open, and someone entered. To his surprise, it was not Tsunade as he had anticipated, but the bored face of Jiraiya. Upon seeing Kagura awake, Jiraiya paused momentarily before a look of joy spread across his face. He then stepped back, closed the door, and exited the room. What? Before long, the door opened again, this time revealing Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade bursting into the room together. As Kagura lay against the edge of the hospital bed, Tsunade's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she suddenly threw herself forward, burying her head in the blanket covering him, sobbing softly. Jiraiya and Orochimaru approached slowly, their expressions filled with concern. Kagura offered a faint smile to the two of them and gently stroked Tsunade's hair. Fortunately, this emotional moment did not linger for long. After a few minutes, Tsunade wiped her eyes and finally lifted her head. Through her choked words, Kagura learned that he had been unconscious for nearly a week. His last memory was of breaking the control over Kei-Ki Yagura, and upon the dissolution of that illusion, he had immediately succumbed to unconsciousness. His current body was simply incapable of sustaining the activation of the sixth gate of the 8 gates of might. Although he had regained some mobility after Tsunade's brief treatment, it was merely a matter of him pushing himself beyond his limits. While he appeared to handle the situation with ease within Kei-Ki's body, it was crucial to remember that it was an illusion cast by Uchiha Obito. To liberate Kei-Ki from this control, he had exerted every ounce of strength to activate the Kemui, barely shattering that layer of illusion. Without the ability to utilize his own tailed beast energy, he could only draw upon the chakra he had absorbed from others. Among the 4 lower ninjas from the Cloud Village, aside from T-Dai, the other 3 were indeed mere lower ninjas, and even if he drained them of all their energy, their chakra was pitifully scant. At that moment, he had contemplated absorbing chakra from Tsunade and the others, but he could not forget that there were also people like Kei-Ki and others present. If they too fell, then they, along with those from the Cloud Village, would become easy prey. Thus, after reaching the limits of his physical, mental, and chakra endurance, Kagura collapsed after completing the illusion's dissolution over Kei-Ki, remaining in a state of unconsciousness until now. Due to his prolonged slumber, Tsunade could not remain by his side every day. After much discussion among the 3, they decided to take turns caring for him throughout the day. It was just in time for Jiraiya to come and check on him, and upon discovering Kagura had awakened, he promptly stepped out to find the other 2 companions, leading to the earlier scene. As Tsunade's emotions began to stabilize, Kagura learned from the 3 of them about the events that transpired that day. After he uttered the words, "Look into my eyes," only seconds passed before he suddenly collapsed. Meanwhile, Kei-Ki Yagura, still imprisoned, stared at his own hands in disbelief. Sarutobi Hisashi and Danzo, still uncertain of what had transpired, maintained their vigilant gaze upon the Mizukage before them. Once Kei-Ki confirmed that he had truly freed himself from Obito's control, he did not exhibit much excitement. Observing the 2 still on guard, he casually discarded his weapon and stated, "All right, I have been liberated from control. There is no longer any meaning in continuing to fight you. Could you kindly release me from here?" However, upon hearing his words, Sarutobi Hisashi exchanged glances with Danzo, but dared not make any move. Seeing this, Keiki smiled helplessly and continued, I have genuinely regained my autonomy. Should you continue to delay, the Jonin from our village may soon come rushing in. By then, it may be too late for me to intervene. Perhaps acknowledging the validity of his words, or perhaps trusting Kagura, Sarutobi Hizashi lowered his head in contemplation before deciding to unlock the adamantine prison. The monkey summon reverted to its original form, standing beside Sarutobi Hizashi, eyeing Keiki with caution. Unfazed by the scrutiny, Keiki stepped forward slowly. As he passed Kagura's collapsed form, he cast a glance at the lower ninja. Reminiscing about his prior experiences within, he said to Sarutobi Hizashi, Your Leaf Village possesses a promising future. With those words, he strode past the two, heading towards the Jonin of the Mist Village nearby. The compliment brought a hint of pride to Sarutobi Hizashi's expression. When Keiki arrived at the battlefield with Reikage and the other Jonin, a fierce battle was already in full swing. Free from any restraints, he wore a genuine smile, with several incapacitated Jonin lying beneath his feet. However, despite having previously declared a disregard for life and death, it was evident that he subconsciously held back. At least, the rising and falling of their chests indicated that those on the ground were still alive, just as he was fully engaged in combat. Keiki's cold voice reached him from behind. All Jonin of the Mist Village, cease your actions at once. It must be said that obedience to orders is a ninja's innate nature. Upon the utterance of Keiki's unassuming command, all Jonin present immediately halted their attacks. Reikage, who had just felt warmed up, suddenly found himself facing no one. Confused, he glanced around, finally spotting Keiki behind him. Narrowing his eyes, he exclaimed, So Sarutobi succeeded? Before he could finish his sentence, Keiki, visibly displeased, interrupted, All right, that's all in the past. I will provide an explanation later. With that, he disregarded and addressed the gathered Jonin. You may withdraw and maintain order at the scene. The leading bald examiner hesitated for a moment before mustering the courage to ask, Mizukage, are you all right? We just saw you. His words were cut short as Keiki, in a fit of anger, slapped the shiny bald head. With irritation etched on his face, Keiki retorted, What business is it of yours? Can't we shadows have a little sparring match without causing such a commotion? Why gather so many people for this? Clearly, as the Mizukage, he could never openly admit to being controlled by Uchiha Obito. This was also why he had interrupted Reikage earlier. Not being foolish. Sensed something amiss and stood with his arms crossed, silently observing as Keiki reprimanded his subordinates. Thus, this Chunin exam concluded in the midst of such a farcical scene, representing the Leaf and Cloud villages. They departed from the land of water content after he willingly offered various compensations. Of course, Sarutobi Hizashi and they did not delve too deeply into the matter of compensation, as they understood that Keiki, having lost the Three Tails, would likely face considerable trouble ahead. Consequently, the still unconscious Kagura was carried away from the land of water. Upon awakening in the hospital and learning the details of the events, Kagura couldn't help but exhale in relief. To him, simply surviving the machinations of Uchiha Obito alongside his companions was their greatest victory. Just then, as Kagura reflected on this, Tsunade suddenly smiled at him and congratulated. Congratulations on your promotion to Chunin. Chapter 77. Uchiha Clan Leader, congratulations on your promotion to Chunin. With Tsunade's congratulatory words, Jiraiya and Orochimaru stood proudly beside her. Realizing that his companions had also been promoted to Chunin, Kagura recognized the farcical nature of the Grand Chunin exam, yet acknowledged that the necessary evaluations and outcomes still prevailed. On the eve of their departure, a brief conference was held among the three leaders, the Reikage, Hokage, and Mizukage. Ultimately, they resolved to evaluate the candidates based on their performances during the unexpected events. Kagura, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru exhibited extraordinarily commendable prowess in their battle against Akatsuki's member, gaining unanimous recognition from the trio. As for the Tsuchikage, he too demonstrated significant capability during the conflict, thus securing his qualification for promotion. Regrettably, the others, as anticipated, did not fare as well and were eliminated from consideration. Even if the Mizukage wished to show favoritism, there was little he could do, especially when his subordinates from the Mist Village merely stood by with arms crossed throughout the battle. It would have sufficed for them to feign engagement. Yet they chose not to. In the end, Konoha emerged as the greatest victor, with 4 individuals ascending to the rank of Chunin. Although only one from the Kumobikure was promoted, The smile on AI's face as he departed was enough to bring solace. The Mist Village, as the host, could only bitterly accept their complete failure. Consequently, this led to Kurigane Yagura silently resolving to impose stricter training on the lower-ranked shinobi. Particularly, he had devised a grueling training regimen for the 6 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. At this moment, the likes of Kiba, Shino, and others remained blissfully unaware of the terrifying days that awaited them, all stemming from a single misjudgment made earlier. Kagura's recent unconsciousness was merely a consequence of physical and mental exhaustion, without any external injuries. Thus, the day after he awoke, he was discharged from the hospital and returned to his modest abode. After bidding farewell to Tsunade and the others, Kagura gazed upon his small yet comforting home, feeling a profound sense of relaxation settle within him. Having been away for nearly half a month, a layer of dust had accumulated in the room. After setting down his luggage, Kagura decided to roll up his sleeves and begin tidying up. He was grateful that his living space was not extensive. Within half an hour, he had accomplished a satisfactory cleaning. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he surveyed the now rejuvenated room, feeling a wave of joy wash over him. While not obsessively tidy, he had certain standards for his living environment, seeking at least a minimum level of cleanliness. Glancing out the window, he noted that dusk was approaching, with the sun inching closer to the horizon. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved the menu for dinner and stepped out of his home. As he strolled along the street, greeting familiar faces he had not seen in some time, Kagura made his way to the market with ease. Over the years, whenever time permitted, he had consistently engaged in the art of cooking. This was partly due to a deeply ingrained belief from his previous life, which fostered an inexplicable aversion to instant noodles. Additionally, despite having traversed into this new world for quite some time, he still found himself unaccustomed to the local flavors, preferring the culinary delights of his memories of Huaxia cuisine. Consequently, Tsunade and her companions had come to regard his home as an alternative dining hall. After completing missions or training, they often found various excuses to visit for a meal. Had he not just been discharged today, they would have felt too awkward to impose on him, but he suspected he would soon find himself contemplating what to prepare to satisfy their appetites. This may have also been a contributing factor to Tsunade's affection for him. To capture a person's heart, one must first capture their stomach. This adage holds true for women as well. As twilight descended, Kagura hastily procured his ingredients and returned home. With the nightfall, the sounds of cooking began to echo through his living room. Opting for a simple dinner, he chose to prepare a hot pot, known here as sukiyaki. This was perhaps one of the few local delicacies he could readily enjoy. Melting beef tallow in the pot, he placed high-quality beef within, cooking it for mere seconds before adding the sauce and vegetables. With the lid on, he needed only to wait 5 minutes before unveiling his culinary creation. Scooping up a generous portion of beef, he relished the burst of flavor as the juices exploded in his mouth. Yet, amid his delight, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. Compared to this slightly sweet sauce, he longed for the spicy hot pot of his past life. After all, while this flavor was acceptable on occasion, it lacked the invigorating thrill of the spicy hot pot. Thus, Kagura savored this solitary moment of culinary bliss. Not long after, gazing at the emptied iron pot before him, he let out a satisfied burp. Just as he prepared to recline and rest before tidying up, a knock echoed from the door. Before he could respond, a voice called out, "Uchiha Kagura, the clan leader summons you to the shrine for a meeting." At these words, Kagura furrowed his brow. The clan leader was not the young Uchiha Fugaku, but rather an obscure elder from history. It was said that this elder was a contemporary of Uchiha Madara. When Madara expressed a desire to sever ties with Konoha, this elder represented the wishes of those who sought peace, leading the clan to remain in the village. Following the duel between Madara and Senju Hashirama, it was this elder's wisdom that ensured the Uchiha clan could live peacefully within the village. Unlike the future Fugaku, who possessed a strong sense of clan identity, this elder adopted a more lenient approach to clan management. He seldom intervened or regulated the activities of the Uchiha, which contributed to Kagura's lack of feeling constrained by his family after his arrival in this world. Indeed, it was due to his hands-off governance that the Uchiha clan managed to survive in Konoha during such a sensitive period. Upon hearing the messenger's words, Kagura bowed his head in thought, quickly surmising the elder's intentions. He replied softly, "Understood, I shall go at once." With that, he adjusted his attire and opened the door. Outside stood a member of the Uchiha clan, clad in a kimono adorned with the family's fan-like crest. Without uttering a word, the messenger proceeded to lead the way. Kagura paid little mind, closing his door and following closely behind. He was familiar with the location of the Uchiha shrine, though he realized this would be his first visit. In truth, due to his deliberate aloofness, he had remained largely unacquainted with the other clan members, which explained why he had not recognized Uchiha Shizen previously and had not been particularly surprised. After traversing several streets, they arrived before the family shrine. The guide halted at the entrance and informed Kagura, "I cannot enter without the clan leader's permission. You may proceed inside alone." Nodding in acknowledgement, Kagura stepped through the grand doorway. The dimly lit corridor was lined with candles that flickered, casting shadows that allowed him to faintly discern the Uchiha clan emblem on the walls. Swiftly navigating the corridor, he entered a spacious chamber. Within, he found a series of rectangular wooden plaques on either side, each accompanied by a lit incense burner. At the center stood a colossal statue, armored and imposing. Kagura gazed intently at the statue, feeling a sense of familiarity. Moments later, he recalled its origin. This statue depicted the form of the Uchiha clan's Susanoo. Before he could ponder much, an aged voice emanated from ahead. "You have arrived?" At that moment, Kagura noticed a slightly stooped figure standing beneath the statue. This person was none other than the current clan leader of the Uchiha. Chapter 78. The Shift of the World Line. Gazing upon the clan leader's snow-white hair, Kagura couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It is worth noting that, as a contemporary of Uchiha Madara, he and Madara were not vastly different in age. Yet, in stark contrast to the elderly figure before him, Madara appeared as a man in the prime of his life during their last encounter. Perhaps it was due to the assistance he received from the flesh of Senju Hashirama? According to the original storyline, Uchiha Madara was said to have survived until the time of the Nine Tails incident, meaning he would have been nearly 80 years old at the time of his death. Had he awakened the Rinnegan only as he approached the end of his life, it would explain his intricate schemes to manipulate Obito and Nagato. Lost in thought, Kagura suddenly recognized a glaring inconsistency. In the original narrative, it was after Madara awakened the Rinnegan that he summoned the Outer Path Golem, using it as a catalyst to cultivate Hashirama's cells, subsequently creating the white Zetsu that emerged during the last activation of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Yet, why was Obito, as a white Zetsu, now standing before him? During their last meeting, he had witnessed that Madara had not yet awakened the Rinnegan. No, everything contradicted the narrative he was familiar with. As Kagura pondered, he stumbled upon this critical deviation. Taking a deep breath, he could only arrive at one possibility. The Black Zetsu had acted prematurely. Only it could have aided Madara in creating the white Zetsu ahead of time. But why would it act ahead of schedule? With the entire timeline altered, could he still await the emergence of the protagonists, Naruto and Sasuke, to save the world? At that moment, true panic gripped Kagura. For him, the foremost desire since his arrival was to ensure his survival. However, upon learning that the future where everyone was ensnared by the Tsukuyomi might arrive sooner than anticipated, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Inside the shrine, the Uchiha clan leader quietly observed Kagura. Although he could not fathom why this talented youth had entered the shrine only to be engulfed in contemplation, confusion, and fear, he chose not to interrupt Kagura's thoughts, remaining silently at his side. After what felt like an eternity, Kagura finally gathered his thoughts, redirecting his focus back to reality. Regardless of the circumstances, since the trajectory of events had shifted, the only course of action left for him was to prevent the impending apocalypse. With Black Zetsu on one side, he too possessed the means to counter it. If he could discern the enemy's intentions, then at the very least, he could delay their plans, allowing Naruto and the others to be born without impediment. With this resolve, he returned his gaze to the clan leader. Seemingly sensing the change within Kagura, the leader spoke. "I have heard that you encountered Uchiha Madara during your recent examination." Kagura nodded in response. "Indeed." The elderly leader pondered for a moment before continuing. "Could you recount the entire affair in detail?" Kagura took a moment to organize his thoughts before narrating the events in depth. He made no attempt to be lazy, striving to convey every detail of the incident. He believed the elder had likely gleaned information through other means, but still, the leader sought to hear it from him, likely hoping to uncover nuances overlooked by others. For a full 10 minutes, Kagura recounted everything from the initial evaluations to assisting Kaguya Yagura in breaking free from control. Throughout the recounting, the elder remained silent, like a statue, betraying no signs of movement. Once he finished, Kagura licked his parched lips and looked towards the elder. It was then that the clan leader appeared to awaken from a pause, raising a hand to his mouth and clearing his throat. He regarded Kagura with an appreciative gaze, stating, "You possess remarkably keen eyes." Upon hearing this praise, reminiscent of Madara's own, Kagura momentarily lost his focus. The leader ignored his reaction and turned back to the statue behind him. It seemed he was either speaking to himself or quietly addressing Kagura when he said, "After all these years, Madara's appearance seems unchanged. Though our philosophies diverge, I have always believed him to be someone who cared for his clan. Yet, the actions he has taken this time." The leader's words trailed off as he fell into a fit of coughs, leaving Kagura to comprehend the unspoken implications. Indeed, in the earlier years, Madara had been a competent clan leader. Particularly after the death of his younger brother, protecting the clan had become his singular conviction. However, this all changed when he sought to leave Konoha and found himself without any clan members to follow, especially after encountering Black Zetsu. Whether through manipulation of Obito's life or the deliberate orchestration of the Nine-Tails incident, Madara's later schemes revealed a dwindling attachment to the Uchiha clan. Kagura could hardly believe that such a shrewd individual would be unaware of the profound repercussions his actions would have on the Uchiha clan living in Konoha. After all, the Nine-Tails incident was a primary catalyst for the Uchiha rebellion. Suddenly, the atmosphere thickened with silence. The clan leader pondered for a long while before turning back to Kagura, stating, "I am well aware that you, child, have never been particularly fond of the Uchiha clan." Taken aback by this revelation, Kagura maintained a composed demeanor. He understood that his aversion to the Uchiha had never been concealed, and as the clan leader, the elder could not possibly be oblivious to it. Noting Kagura's lack of reaction, the leader continued, "I do not wish to compel you to act on behalf of the clan. Indeed, you owe us no obligation. After your parents' demise, all that you have achieved has been through your own efforts. It is with this understanding that, upon your promotion to Chunin, I rejected the proposal to assign you to the Konoha police force. I am well aware that you would prefer to avoid such a position. However, I still hope that in your future, should you witness clan members in peril, you might extend your assistance." At this point, he shook his head, turning away from Kagura, concluding with a dismissal, "Well then, you may leave." Kagura found himself momentarily stunned by these words. Prior to his arrival, he had anticipated facing pressure or demands from certain clan members. After all, a mere 12-year-old Uchiha genius capable of unraveling Madara's Jinjutsu seemed inherently obliged to contribute to the clan. Yet, he had not expected the aged leader to summon him merely to recount the events and then allow him to depart. While still perplexed, Kagura said nothing further. He bowed respectfully to the elderly clan leader and turned to leave. After Kagura's departure, the leader continued to gaze at the statue for an extended period, remaining unmoving. After a prolonged period of contemplation, he sighed softly and murmured to himself, "Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Kagura, the wheel of fate begins to turn once more. What path awaits the Uchiha clan?" Chapter 79, the C-rank mission. As Kagura stepped out of the shrine, he cast a glance back at the magnificent structure, then looked up at the luminous moon in the night sky, letting out a faint sigh. Ultimately, he was unable to extract the one piece of information he yearned for from the clan leader, the matter concerning Uchiha Shizune. It is worth noting that Uchiha Madara had publicly severed ties with the clan to the extent of being regarded as an outcast. Thus, his actions in the Land of Water could only be construed as personal endeavors, devoid of any connection to the Uchiha clan. However, Uchiha Shizune was a different case altogether. Although he did not know this clan member personally, he had conducted a slight investigation after awakening. Indeed, she was a member of the Uchiha clan residing in Konoha. She had only recently graduated as a genin, and even her supervising teacher was unaware of when she had ventured to the Land of Water to participate in the Chunin exams. Based on testimonies from Tsunade and others who had fought alongside Akatsuki, it was presumed that Uchiha Shizune had been under the control of some entity. Yet, even if this explanation could appease the higher-ups in Konoha, it would not easily gain the trust of the other two nations. It could be said that if not handled delicately, Uchiha Shizune might become a new catalyst for unrest within the Uchiha clan. After all, as a fellow clansman, it was a natural assumption that she might be colluding with Uchiha Madara. This was precisely why some clan members had proposed that Kagura join the Konoha Guard. As the chief contributor to this incident, Kagura's inclusion could, to some extent, alleviate the suspicions held by Konoha's elite and the outside world towards the Uchiha clan. However, it was evident that Kagura had no interest in such a security-oriented role. Casting a worried glance behind him, Kagura ultimately returned straight home. The following day, Kagura, just risen, received a summons to meet Sarutobi Hiruzen at the Hokage building. Anticipating this, he calmly enjoyed his breakfast before leisurely stepping outside. Within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed his prized disciple with a complex expression. To speak candidly, had it not been for Kagura's presence, the incident would likely have spiraled into a far worse scenario. Yet, it was precisely due to the tremendous abilities Kagura had displayed that he garnered the attention of Konoha's upper echelons. After all, a youth capable of unraveling Uchiha Madara's genjutsu is not easily overlooked, especially by Danzo. Perhaps it was Kagura's performance that awakened some distant memories within him. Since their return to the village, Danzo had been adamantly advocating for the highest level of scrutiny regarding Kagura. Were it not for Sarutobi Hiruzen's intervention, Kagura might have found himself awakening in Konoha's prison rather than a hospital. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, he did not harbor blind trust in his disciple. In truth, he placed greater faith in his understanding of his students. He was well aware that Kagura was not a malevolent individual, yet he was certainly not a conventional hero either. Such a person would never recklessly place themselves in jeopardy for the sake of another's plans. Just based on that, he was confident that there was no connection between Kagura and Madara. Observing Kagura's unperturbed demeanor, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a surge of frustration. "You little rascal, do you have any idea how much of my breath has been wasted on your behalf these past few days, while you seem utterly unaffected?" Kagura, keenly aware of his teacher's disapproving gaze, promptly adjusted his posture, adopting a contrite expression. He was not the only one summoned. All 4 members of Team 7 stood before Sarutobi Hiruzen. As he regarded the now straightened Kagura and the other 3, a hint of a satisfied smile graced his face. He began by congratulating them. "Congratulations on becoming Chunin. Although your advancement has not been swift due to certain circumstances, it is indeed unprecedented in Konoha's history for an entire team to achieve Chunin status in a single exam." "Huh, your village has only been established for a little over 20 years. What history are you talking about?" Kagura thought disdainfully, relieved that Sarutobi Hiruzen lacked the ability to read minds, or he might have driven him to exasperation. After the pleasantries, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to the matter at hand. He retrieved a scroll from beneath the desk and handed it to Kagura, stating, "This is a C-rank mission, but I do not impose any obligation on you to accept it. The decision to take on this task should be yours to make." Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's peculiar words, Kagura looked curiously at the mission scroll. However, when he saw the name of the client, his eyes widened in surprise. The client was none other than the Uchiha clan leader he had encountered the previous night. He hurriedly scanned the mission details, which boldly stated, "Rescue Uchiha Shizune and safely escort her back to Konoha." At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen offered further clarification, according to reliable intelligence. After fleeing the Land of Water, Uchiha Shizune was last seen at the border of the Land of Water with a suspected rogue ninja from Takigakure, Kukzu. We have reason to believe that their next destination is Takigakure. Observing Kagura's expression, he continued, "Although we have not seen Uchiha Madara accompanying them, even Kaku, a rogue of that caliber, makes this task undeniably perilous. Initially, I believe this mission should be undertaken by a Nin. However, due to the client's request, they wish for me to consult you first regarding your willingness to accept." Although Sarutobi Hiruzen referred to you all, Kagura understood well that he was, in fact, addressing him alone. At that moment, Kagura recalled the words of the elder he had spoken with at the shrine the previous night. "I do hope that in your life ahead, should you see your clansmen in peril, you will extend your assistance where possible." In that instant, he finally grasped the meaning behind those words. Under the watchful gaze of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kagura did not immediately respond. Instead, he raised his head and inquired about another matter. "Hiruzen-sensei, may I ask if, now that we have become Chunin, will we no longer be able to execute missions together as Team 7? Upon hearing his question, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru were momentarily taken aback, before their expressions fell. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled lightly before replying, "That is indeed the case. Now that you have become Chunin, you will be responsible for leading your own teams. However, should the village face a C-rank or B-rank mission, you will still be permitted to team up for those assignments." Upon hearing this, Tsunade and the others seemed to comprehend something, casting expectant glances at Kagura. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not surprised. He understood that while he claimed to be consulting the four of them, in reality, as long as Kaguya agreed, the other three would have no objections. After a moment of contemplation, Kaguya looked at his companions and proposed, "What if we take on this C-rank mission as Team 7 one last time? It would serve as a perfect farewell to our small group." In response to Kaguya's suggestion, the other three offered no verbal reply. Yet the smiles on their faces clearly conveyed their agreement. Seeing this, Kaguya no longer hesitated, tucking the mission scroll into his clothing and addressing Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Hiruzen-sensei, please inform the client that Team 7 has accepted this mission." Chapter 80 Departure to the Land of Waterfalls. The reason why Kaguya undertook this high-level mission, aside from the counsel from the clan leader and his own stated motives, was primarily due to the system notification that echoed in his ears upon receiving the task scroll. As it was his inaugural high-level mission, he was not taken aback by the emergence of a system task. However, the reward for this particular task genuinely stirred his interest. Mission: assist Uchiha Shizune in breaking free from the control of Akatsuki's Tobi and safely escort her back to Konohagakure. Mission reward: a chance to randomly acquire a high-level wood release technique and comprehend it. This was the first time Kaguya encountered a reward that explicitly specified the acquisition of a certain type of ninjutsu. However, he was deeply skeptical, suspecting that the system was merely leading him on. Surely, no one could forget the 3 tasks issued by the system during the Chunin exams. Task 1. Assist Mizuki Tsurumi Mei in liberating herself from Uchiha Madara's control. Task reward: a chance to randomly acquire a high-level ninjutsu and comprehend it. Task 2. Disrupt Uchiha Madara's scheme to seize the 3 tails. Task reward: early access to cultivate the 3 tails and an immediate boost to his current ocular technique progress to 100. Task 3. Escape from Uchiha Shizune, possessed by Tobi. Task reward: unlocking the wood release bloodline limit. Aside from the mission to prevent the 3 tails from being taken, Kaguya had already reaped the rewards of completing the other 2 tasks. Among them, the reward for unlocking the wood release bloodline limit made Kaguya feel as though the system was toying with him. Just last night, after eagerly clicking the reward button, he discovered that nothing had transpired. There was no influx of knowledge forcibly implanted in his mind, nor any physical anomalies. Possessing the wood release bloodline limit, he felt no different than before. Were it not for the increase of 20 in his physical skill proficiency, he might have thought himself duped and sought an explanation from the system. After careful contemplation, Kaguya finally grasped the situation. The system stated that it could grant him the wood release bloodline limit, but it never promised to provide him with the associated techniques. Thus, he could either slowly comprehend the power of the bloodline within himself and develop wood release techniques independently, or he could rely on the system to furnish him with potent ninjutsu. Consequently, upon seeing the task reward, Kaguya realized he could hardly refuse this mission. Of course, aside from acquiring the wood release bloodline limit, Kaguya also had other gains from last night. The reward from the high-level ninjutsu lottery granted him the technique he most yearned for. Whether it was a twist of fate or mere chance, he drew the illustrious Amaterasu, a signature technique of the Sharingan. During this battle, Kaguya became acutely aware of his lack of offensive ninjutsu. Among the 3 high-level techniques he possessed, both Koto Amatsukami and Tsukuyami were Jinjutsu. Yet against a unique entity like Tobi, these illusions rendered themselves nearly ineffective. Even in the face of Kaku, these 2 moves lost their practicality. After all, when confronting an adversary like Kakuzu, unless he could simultaneously control all 5 of his hearts, his efforts would be in vain. Yet, how could a creature that had survived since the Warring States period easily reveal a flaw? His only truly potent offensive technique, the 8 Gates, bore tremendous side effects, rendering it unsuitable for frequent use in battle. As for the high-level Chidori, its lethality appeared somewhat lacking on the high-end battlefield. Thus, the arrival of Amaterasu significantly filled the gap in Kaguya's arsenal. Regrettably, upon obtaining this technique, he sensed that, at his current level, unleashing it would carry substantial risks. After all, the original wielder of this technique, Uchiha Itachi, could only execute it after attaining the Manjiki Sharingan. Even so, each time Itachi used Amaterasu, it placed immense strain on his eyes, hastening his blindness. For Kaguya, who possessed only the 3 Tomo Sharingan, this technique was destined to be a one-time trump card in battle. However, after experiencing the Chunin exams and battling Tobi, Kaguya's attributes had undergone significant transformation. Sharingan, 3 Tomo, Progress, 802. Physical Skill, 6th Gate, Progress, 931. Chakra, Jonin level. Progress, 905. Tailed Beast, 2 tails, fusion rate, 80. Physique, would release bloodline limit. Aside from the slow increase in fusion rate due to the lack of tailed beast usage, Kagura's 3 primary attributes had all seen varying degrees of growth. Notably, his physical skill, bolstered by the wood release physique, was on the verge of breaking into the 7th gate. Returning to the Hokage's office, upon witnessing Kagura and his companions accept this high-level task, Sarutobi Hiruzen displayed a hint of a smile. While he genuinely felt the difficulty of this mission was considerable, he believed that a ninja who faltered in the face of adversity would find it challenging to progress in the future. Nevertheless, he did not forget to remind Kagura and the others. Although I believe it's highly unlikely that Uchiha Madara is in the Land of Waterfalls, the S-rank rogue ninja Kakuzu is not an adversary to be underestimated. While I have faced him directly in previous battles, the information regarding his abilities has been scarce. You must exercise caution when executing this mission. Remember, your primary objective is to assist the controlled Uchiha Shizune. If necessary, learn to avoid confrontation and focus solely on the mission target. Upon hearing Hiruzen's advice, the 4 nodded in agreement. Kagura was acutely aware of Kakuzu's capabilities. In fact, he considered this formidable member of the immortal duo to be one of the most challenging opponents within the Akatsuki, second only to Nagato. After all, the other member of the immortal duo, Haiden, was merely difficult to kill. However, once one understood his attack patterns, dealing with such an enemy was not particularly challenging. Especially with his 2 powerful genjutsu, Kagura felt confident he could manipulate Haiden at will. Kakuzu, however, was different. He was a well-rounded enemy with high combat intelligence. Had it not been for his momentary lapse in judgment against the protagonist Naruto, or his habit of leaving one heart behind during battles, he might not have met his demise on the battlefield. With such a formidable opponent, Kagura was determined to remain vigilant. Having accepted the mission, Kagura and his companions began preparing for their expedition. After bidding farewell to Hiruzen, the 4 adeptly returned home to ready their gear. Within an hour, they reconvened at the village gates. Observing his well-prepared comrades, Kagura spoke without further ado, stepping forward decisively. Let us depart for the Land of Waterfalls. Chapter 81 Trusting Companions. The Land of Waterfalls is a uniquely situated realm. Geographically, it lies nestled between 4 nations, 2 of which are the prominent powers of the continent, namely the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth. As a small nation, it possesses a series of remarkably distinctive features. First and foremost, it is the only nation outside the 5 great nations to host a tailed beast, the 7 tails, May, residing within its borders. In truth, Kagura speculated that the primary reason Tobi and Kakuzu had appeared in the Land of Waterfalls was to pursue this very tailed beast. After all, the actions of Uchiha Madara in seizing the 3 tails, along with the presence of Tobi, indicated that Korizetsu had likely lured Madara into summoning the outer path Gedo Mazo. Regardless of their intentions, it is evident that they require the energy of the tailed beasts to fulfill their plans. Furthermore, the Land of Waterfall has been home to numerous formidable ninjas, such as Kakuzu, who was contemporaneous with Hashirama Senju. When the village of Konohagakure was newly established, he was dispatched by the village's higher-ups to assassinate Hashirama. Following a failed mission, he returned to the village only to be sentenced to death. Discontented, Kakuzu subsequently eliminated all the higher-ups and defected from the Land of Waterfall. To be frank, this tale strikes me as rather absurd. The inability to kill the god of ninjas led to the execution of one of their own. If he truly possessed such strength, why not simply flatten the village and appoint himself as the leader? This reflects a significant lack of intelligence among the upper echelons. Additionally, another ninja from the Land of Waterfall left a profound impression on me. He was indeed the human path among the 6 paths controlled by Nagato. In the original narrative, he was encountered by Jiraiya while wandering in a tavern, claiming to hail from the Land of Waterfall. After being transformed into the human path, he gained the ability to extract the souls of his opponents and search their memories. This unique ability remains vividly etched in my memory. It is remarkable that such a small nation possesses distinctive attributes that many larger nations lack. Due to the incomplete tracking of their target and the high danger associated with the mission, our group decided to conserve their energy and proceeded at a leisurely pace. After a day's journey from Konohagakure, they arrived at a dense forest. In this primitive land, any area beyond the reach of villages and towns is predominantly enveloped by forests. Four-season mission participants like us, reaching a town and resting in an inn would be ideal. However, we often find ourselves forced to make do with the wilderness. As we gazed up at the branches overhead, the silvery glow of the luminous moon peeked through. We decided to rest for the night in this forest. Gradually slowing our pace, we began to search for a suitable spot to camp. Generally, if a cave could be found, that would be preferable. If not, we would typically choose to settle beside a relatively dry large tree or carve out a hollow within a tree trunk. The trees here were vastly different from those on my previous world, Earth. Towering trees that required several people to encircle them were abundant. Carving out a space large enough for a few individuals to rest within such trees was certainly feasible. However, today was somewhat different. Instead of following my companions to inspect the large trees, I walked toward a flat area. The other three halted their tasks, casting questioning glances in my direction. Standing on the flat ground, I began to attune to the vital energy flowing through the trees beneath my feet. Suddenly, I clapped my hands down against the earth. With that motion, the ground erupted with a thunderous roar. To the astonishment of Tsunade and the others, the hardened earth began to churn, and numerous tree trunks emerged from the ground, rapidly morphing and assembling into a magnificent wooden house before us. Witnessing this miraculous scene, the three of them stood dumbfounded. Their mouths agape. Satisfied, I nodded at the wooden dwelling that had appeared. Ever since acquiring the wood release bloodline limit, I found myself inexplicably attuned to the energy and spirit of the trees when in the forest. Reflecting on some of Yamato's experiences from the original storyline, I had tentatively attempted to utilize wood release. Fortunately, the results exceeded my expectations as I succeeded on the first try. As I admired the wooden structure, a flicker of intrigue crossed Tsunade's eyes. She was, after all, the most familiar with this ninjutsu, having witnessed her grandfather, Hashirama Senju, perform similar techniques numerous times in her memories. She regarded me with astonishment and hesitated before inquiring, "Why do you possess this ability?" However, she faltered mid-sentence. Observing her puzzled expression, I interjected, "You wish to know how I acquired the wood release?" Upon hearing my words, Tsunade nodded vigorously. I let out a soft scoff and looked earnestly at the three of them, saying, "While I cannot elucidate the means by which I obtained this ability, I hope you will trust me. At the very least, my acquisition of this power has no connection to Madara or any nefarious schemes. I also hope you can keep this secret. I understood well that the wood release bloodline limit is distinct from other bloodline limits, marking it as one of the most precious abilities in this world. It is worth noting that every member of the Uchiha clan has the potential to awaken the Sharingan. Yet, throughout the original narrative, only Hashirama Senju and Yamato were able to wield wood release, with Yamato acquiring this power only due to Hashirama's cells. Thus, wood release is essentially Hashirama's unique ability, the foundation of his status as the god of ninjas. Even Madara Uchiha's survival and the cultivation of the white Zetsu stem from Hashirama's lineage. Had I just traversed into this world, I would have certainly kept this secret from everyone. After all, this ability could incite greed from both Madara Uchiha and the higher-ups of Konohagakure. Yet now, I held a genuine trust in my companions with whom I spent my days, and I did not wish to conceal this from them. As they gazed into my earnest eyes, Orochimaru and Tsunade were momentarily taken aback, then exchanged faint smiles. Their keen intellect allowed them to recognize the risks associated with my revelation, yet they felt pleased by my trust in them. Before Tsunade could speak, Jiraiya interjected, casually strolling toward the wooden house with his hands behind his head, declaring, "I get it. You're always so mysterious. And we've grown accustomed to you suddenly mastering a few ninjutsu. A few years ago, we even helped cover for you during that jinjutsu against Danzo, remember? By the way, what do you call this ninjutsu?" Taken aback by Jiraiya's final question, I hesitated. Strictly speaking, this was not a traditional ninjutsu. I merely utilized wood release to manipulate the trees in the forest, forcibly altering their forms. However, if I had to give it a name, I tilted my head in thought and finally blurted, perhaps it could be called the wood release, for rooms and one hall technique? Chapter 82. The missing liaison. Hearing that rather whimsical name for a ninjutsu, the others were momentarily stunned. Jiraiya turned back, grumbling, "Come on. Even if you don't want to tell me, there's no need to make a joke out of it." Yet it became evident that I was indeed not jesting. Without further explanation, I led everyone into the house. As they surveyed the interior, they discovered that the layout indeed resembled 4 rooms and 1 hall. Although the furniture was entirely made of wood, for ninjas accustomed to surviving in the wild, it provided a rather agreeable resting place. After we tentatively assigned our respective rooms, we returned to the outdoors. You might wonder why. It was because we were preparing to make dinner. After all, the house was entirely constructed from trees. And if we were to cook inside, we would likely become the first ninjas to perish by our own jutsu. The flames danced as they licked the meat being grilled above. This was a familiar dish brought by Jiraiya, who had specifically packed it before our departure. Curiously, despite being merely a simple grilled meat dish, it seemed to transform into something particularly enticing whenever it was cooked by me. As he watched Kagura meticulously sprinkle his specially concocted seasoning over the grilled meat, Jiraiya could not help but swallow hard. Leaning forward, he eagerly inquired, "Is it ready yet?" Observing Jiraiya's impatience, Kagura chuckled, "It's done. Go ahead and eat." No sooner had he spoken than a fleeting shadow, quicker than Jiraiya, seized a skewer of meat before him. It was none other than the ever-composed Orochimaru. Taken aback for a moment, Jiraiya hastily grabbed another skewer and began to devour it voraciously. Observing the two indulging in their culinary delight brought a sense of satisfaction to Kagura, who carefully tucked the pouch of spices into his waist bag. In a world devoid of cumin and 5-spice powder, these hard-earned substitutes were his most prized possessions. Just as he secured his treasures, a skewer of meat, already bitten into, appeared before him. Looking up, he found Tsunade, her mouth stuffed with food, offering him the remnants of her skewer. The two exchanged a smile, and without reservation, Kagura accepted it, eating contentedly. As the chill of the forest night descended, the fire they had extinguished outside flickered into the wooden cabin. Upon entering his room and lying down, Kagura was interrupted by a knock at his door. Before he could rise, the door swung open, revealing Jiraiya swaggering in. "Kagura, my room is missing a desk and chair. Could you conjure them for me?" Upon hearing this, Kagura felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Over the years, Jiraiya had consumed a considerable amount of literature, yet he still exhibited such foolishness. It seemed the adage that reading augments wisdom did not apply to him. Perhaps he was merely perusing less than serious texts. Gesturing with a hand seal, Kagura replied, "It's done. You will see it upon your return." With that, Jiraiya waved and exited. As Kagura settled back onto his bed, another knock resonated through the quiet room. This time, however, the visitor exhibited a degree of decorum, waiting politely for a response after knocking. With a resigned sigh, Kagura sat up and called, "Come in." After receiving his permission, the door opened to reveal Orochimaru, standing still with an unusual calmness. Kagura, puzzled, asked, "What brings you here?" Surprisingly, Orochimaru appeared somewhat flustered, casting his gaze downward at his toes, fingers intertwined, stammering without articulating a response. Noticing this peculiar demeanor, a chill crept down Kagura's spine. He quickly urged, "Spit it out, or leave." Finally breaking the tension, Orochimaru hurriedly spoke, "I came to ask if, upon returning to Konoha, you could provide me with some of your blood." "Some of my blood?" Kagura echoed, his brow furrowing in contemplation as he began to grasp Orochimaru's intentions. "Are you seeking to research would release through my blood?" Orochimaru nodded vigorously, an excited flush creeping onto his face as he exclaimed, "This is wood release. Aside from the first Hokage, you are the only one who possesses it. I am certain that studying your blood and cells will yield significant discoveries. If I could integrate your blood into my own, perhaps I too could acquire the wood release bloodline." His eyes gleamed with a dangerous intensity, and at that moment, Kagura felt as though he were being regarded as a rare specimen for experimentation. Overwhelmed by a cold sweat from Orochimaru's gaze, he quickly interrupted, all right, I understand. Upon returning to Konoha, I will give you a vial of blood for your research." Orochimaru, momentarily halted in his unsettling musings, swiftly regained his composure, his unsettling grin replaced by the polite demeanor of a young gentleman. Bowing in gratitude, he thanked Kagura before gradually retreating from the room. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Kagura lay back down. While he had managed to keep Orochimaru from straying into darkness for the time being, the occasional slip of his true nature still instilled a sense of fear in those around him. Before Kagura could dwell further on his thoughts, another knock echoed through the now tranquil room. Recognizing the visitor without needing to open the door, he deduced it must be Tsunade, as she was the only one remaining. Without uttering a word, Kagura rose from his bed and opened the door. The sight that met his eyes left him momentarily breathless. Tsunade stood before him in a pink onesie, adorned with adorable bear motifs, amplifying her youthful charm. He instinctively gulped, his voice slightly hoarse as he asked, "What brings you here?" Tsunade, with one hand behind her back and the other brushing a stray hair from her face, avoided direct eye contact. Speaking in a voice barely above a whisper, "I couldn't sleep, so I came to find you." Taking a deep breath, Kaguya slightly moved aside to create space and cautiously suggested, "Would you like to come in and sit?" She imperceptibly nodded, stepping forward as the door closed slowly behind them, enveloping the world in silence. In the stillness of the night, two youthful hearts beat with fervor, like a gentle stream whispering secrets that only they could hear. The night passed in silence, and as dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the trees, illuminating the four of them as they emerged revitalized from the wooden cabin. It was evident that the serene environment had afforded them a restful night. You may question whether the author has attempted to leap over crucial descriptions. However, I assure you of my integrity. Moreover, you should feel shame for your own baseness. As someone who respects the laws protecting minors, I would never permit inappropriate events to unfold. In truth, nothing occurred last night. After all, the cabin was equipped with 2 glaring light bulbs. And even Kaguya feared that Jiraiya, in his clumsiness, might unexpectedly barge into his room. Hence, after exchanging a few hushed words, Tsunade returned contentedly to her own quarters. Having dismantled the cabin, Kaguya reoriented himself, and the group set forth once more. After 3 days of travel, they finally arrived at the land of waterfalls. However, they soon encountered their first dilemma. The ninja from Takigakure, who was supposed to meet them, was nowhere to be found. Chapter 83. Has the enemy already invaded? Unlike the 5 great nations, villages like Takigakure do not have the position of Hokage. Instead, Takigakure relies on its high-ranking officials and Chunin as its foremost strength. Approximately 20 years ago, before the deranged Kakuzu made his fateful decision to defect, he slaughtered all the high-ranking officials in Takigakure, resulting in a significant depletion of the village's elite power. It is precisely for this reason that the village, which once audaciously contemplated assassinating Hashirama Senju, has suddenly become compliant overnight. Despite the inherent advantages of Takigakure, which makes it relatively unafraid of foreign invasions, being a nation bordering the 4 countries necessitates diplomatic engagements. At present, it remains a nominal ally of Konohagakure. The information regarding the whereabouts of Uchiha Shizune and Kakuzu was, in fact, provided by Takigakure. Perhaps in an effort to curry favor with Konohagakure or out of fear of Kakuzu, who has a history of massacre, they sought to eliminate this rogue ninja with the help of Konohagakure. Regardless, Takigakure displayed immense goodwill by even arranging personnel to welcome Kaguya and his companions. The defining characteristic of the land of waterfalls is its colossal waterfall. Rubbing his neck, which had grown sore from looking up, Kaguya could not help but marvel at the spectacle before him. One must admit that this world offers vistas that remain unseen in the previous life on Blue Star. For instance, the sheer cliff before him, though its exact height eluded calculation, was no less than 1,000 meters tall. Water cascaded down like a curtain from the heavens, forming a massive veil that obscured everyone's view. However, after their initial admiration for this wonder, a predicament soon arose. The entrance to Takigakure is a closely guarded secret that ensures the village's protection, rendering it impossible for outsiders to discern how to gain entry. This is why a representative was dispatched to meet them. Yet, when Kaguya and his party arrived at the appointed location and waited for half a day without a single soul appearing, they began to sense something amiss. As a weaker entity, Takigakure would not jest with them, leading them to conclude that something unforeseen had occurred. The issue was that they had no idea where the village entrance lay, making it impossible to investigate. This was a situation Kaguya had never encountered before. After some discussion among the 4, they decided to remain nearby for 2 days to observe and reassess their options. Thus, they waited from dawn until dusk. As they dined amidst the distant roar of the waterfall, Kaguya's brow furrowed, sensing an anomaly. The other 3 noticed his unease and immediately heightened their vigilance. They extinguished their fire and scattered to conceal themselves. At that moment, a figure emerged from the water near their original rendezvous point, struggling to crawl ashore. This individual appeared gravely injured and, after a few feeble attempts to move, collapsed unconscious. Observing this, Kaguya signaled the others to maintain their guard before stealthily approaching to assess the situation. He turned the individual over and was startled to find a Takigakure forehead protector upon his brow. His heart raced as he shouted back, "Tsunade, come quickly." 15 minutes later, they had relocated deeper into the forest. Tsunade, her expression grave, treated the Takigakure ninja while briefing Kagura on the extent of his injuries. Fortunately, the man's rapid breathing gradually steadied, and his wounds began to stabilize. After a night of treatment, as the sun rose once more, the ninja finally opened his eyes. In that moment, fear flickered in his pupils, and he instinctively patted his body as if searching for a weapon. Tsunade's gentle voice reassured him, "Do not be alarmed. You are safe now." Perhaps comforted by her soothing tone, the ninja paused and gazed at Kagura and the others. Upon seeing the Konohagakure forehead protectors on their foreheads, his eyes brightened as if he had found reinforcements. Through his trembling recounting, they learned the situation's details. He was a Chunin from Takigakure, the designated contact to escort them into the village. He had been waiting at this location for 2 days, but when he arrived, instead of Kagura and his companions, he encountered their target. Upon recognizing Kakazu and Uchiha Shizune, who matched the descriptions on the wanted posters, his expression shifted and he attempted to flee. However, Akatsuki's speed was swifter. Just as he readied to escape, he felt a chill run down his spine. When he turned back in despair, he saw a white branch deeply embedded in his back. As his strength waned with the flow of blood, he collapsed into the nearby pond. For such a minor character, Kakazu and Shizune had no desire to pursue. After casting a glance at the blood that stained the ground, they vanished from sight. Perhaps fate spared him, for the Chunin did not lose consciousness in the water. Despite his grievous injuries, he managed to find a familiar cave beneath the water's surface and took refuge there. Ultimately, however, he succumbed to exhaustion and fainted. Only upon awakening today did he crawl out of the water and encounter Kagura and his companions. Thus, it was confirmed that the two had indeed entered Takigakure. After hearing his account, Jiraiya eagerly inquired, "Are they inside?" The Chunin weakly nodded, responding, "It is likely. Lord Kakazu was once a Nin of Takigakure. He surely knows how to enter the village." Although this scenario had been anticipated, worry still furrowed Kagura's brow. If feasible, he wished to avoid a confrontation with Kakazu within Takigakure. Understanding the limitations of their own abilities, Kagura knew they were not yet a match for Kakazu. Moreover, with Akatsuki lurking nearby, the situation was precarious. Just as Hiruzen Sarutobi had cautioned them before their departure, Kagura had initially planned to circumvent a direct battle with Kakazu, focusing instead on Akatsuki. By employing diversionary tactics or ambush strategies, they could seize Uchiha Shizune, who had been possessed. However, entering a closed-off location like Takigakure would make subsequent escape exceedingly difficult. After all, as a native, Kakuzu was undoubtedly more familiar with the terrain than they were. Observing Kagura's troubled expression, the other three maintained a respectful silence, refraining from interrupting his thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, with a resolution forming in his mind, Kagura turned to the Chunin and inquired, "How can we enter your Takigakure?" Yet, in response to Kagura's question, the Chunin, leaning against a tree, displayed an expression of distress. Chapter 84. Takigakure. Seeing the Chunin's troubled demeanor, Kagura understood his dilemma. For outsiders, the entrance to Takigakure represented their greatest secret. If this secrecy were compromised, it would significantly simplify any foreign assault on their village. The Chunin had originally intended to lead Kagura and his companions on a circuitous route through various underwater caves and waterways to reach their village. Some of the entrances are genuine, while others are not. Without the knowledge of the hidden mist village's inhabitants, one would be unable to discern the truth. However, given his severely injured state, he is evidently incapable of guiding Kagura and the others into the village and must instead relay the correct route for them to navigate on their own. Observing the hesitant expression on the Chunin's face, Kagura's thoughts stirred, and he calmly remarked to himself, "Speaking of which, Kakuzu and the others have been inside for 2 days now. I wonder about the situation in Takigakure." He intentionally paused, leaving his statement unfinished. The Chunin, taken aback by his words, appeared increasingly troubled. After a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and said to Kagura and the others, "All right, I will tell you how to enter Takigakure." Upon hearing this, the four exchanged knowing smiles. After receiving the proper directions to the village, they tended to the injured man before embarking on their journey. Bypassing the waterfall resembling a celestial curtain, They followed the correct instructions and submerged themselves by the water's edge. Years of erosion had concealed numerous waterways and caverns beneath the pond. Adhering to the man's guidance, Kagura led the trio through the labyrinth of caverns and channels. They traversed for nearly half an hour before finally emerging from a narrow, dim underwater passage. As the light shifted around them, they escaped the confines of the tunnels. Surfacing, they were greeted by a sight that even left Kagura momentarily speechless. An enormous tree soaring hundreds of meters into the sky. Had he not been familiar with the storyline, he might have mistaken it for the legendary god tree. Clearly, they had entered the interior of the cliff behind the waterfall, surrounded by stone walls. A vast circular opening above revealed the azure sky, resembling a mythical paradise. The colossal tree occupied nearly half the space, its sprawling branches forming a grand canopy that concealed the area completely. It was no wonder that Takigakure was said to be well hidden and difficult to breach. To Kagura, this place bore a striking resemblance to the idyllic peach blossom spring he had studied in his youth. After marveling at the extraordinary scenery, they finally beheld the fabled Takigakure. Nestled at the base of the great tree, rows of human dwellings stood in neat alignment. Contrary to the desolate village they had anticipated, the settlement exuded a serene and tranquil atmosphere. In the distance, wisps of smoke rose from several households, and faint sounds of children playing could be heard. The four exchanged glances, maintaining their vigilance as they cautiously approached the village. As they reached the water's edge and spotted the group of frolicking children, they finally exhaled in relief. They quickly leaped from the water and approached the village at a leisurely pace. Nearby, several patrolling ninja from Takigakure noticed their figures. With a flurry of movement, they swiftly approached Kagura. Observing the unfamiliar visitors before them, their eyes glimmered with surprise. Kagura disregarded their wariness and calmly stated, "We are ninjas from Konoha, here on a mission. Due to certain circumstances, the person you sent to guide us is unable to come. I need to speak with your higher-ups." The guards exchanged glances, and after a nod from their leader, one of them dashed toward the village. 10 minutes later, inside a building, Kagura and his companions sat quietly on one side, while facing them was a jonin from Takigakure named Hinoki. After verifying the identities of Kagura and his companions, they were promptly invited into the village. Sitting before them, Hinoki was one of the higher-ups in Takigakure. He sported a neat short haircut, and though his features were unremarkable, he appeared well-groomed. The crow's feet around his eyes revealed his age, and the passage of time had imparted a sense of composure to him. After Kagura's brief recounting, Hinoki grasped the situation unfolding outside. He turned to instruct one of his subordinates to quickly fetch the injured Chunin, then furrowed his brow and said, "So, Kakazu and your defector from Konoha, Uchiha Shizen, have infiltrated our village?" Kagura, displeased, corrected him. "Firstly, Uchiha Shizen is not a defector. She is under the control of a certain entity, and her actions are no longer of her own volition. Moreover, I am confident that these two have indeed entered here." He hesitated for a moment, glancing at Hinoki before continuing. "From what I understand, their primary objective in coming here should be the Seven Tails, May, residing in your village. In fact, I am quite puzzled as to why they have yet to make a move despite their prolonged presence here, leaving your village in seeming tranquility." At the mention of the Seven Tails, Hinoki's pupils noticeably constricted. He did not immediately respond to Kagura's inquiry. Instead, he pondered for a moment before nodding to his subordinates, who discreetly exited the room, leaving only the five of them. Rubbing his temples, Hinoki began to speak. "I believe I have an inkling of the reason." Noticing the curious gazes of Kagura and the others, he lightly tapped the table before elaborating. "It turns out that the Seven Tails living in Takigakure differs from the tailed beasts of the major nations. Unlike the One Tail, which was captured by Hashirama Senju and sealed away in other countries, the Seven Tails was never sealed during its capture. This accounts for the presence of a tailed beast in such a small nation as Takigakure. In truth, it would be more accurate to say that the Seven Tails merely resides within their village. For a creature akin to an insect, the Tree of Life, which Takigakure is situated against, serves as its ideal habitat. Oh, and the so-called Tree of Life refers to the immense tree that astonished Kagura and his companions upon their arrival. This name has been passed down through generations. Unlike the other tailed beasts, this Seven Tails is notably more docile. Since the establishment of Takigakure, both sides have maintained a harmonious relationship. Before Takigakure possessed the means to capture and seal the tailed beast, they welcomed the protection of such a formidable creature. Over time, They reached a tacit understanding with the beast. Hinoki's expression darkened as he recounted, "Over the years, we have established a certain rapport with the beast. Every month, it descends to our altar to accept our offerings." "Accept offerings?" Kagura inquired skeptically, his curiosity piqued. This was something he had not previously known. In fact, the original narrative provided little insight into Takigakure, only featuring it in side stories. Moreover, the process of capturing the Seven Tails was only briefly mentioned in the original plot. Therefore, Kagura was indeed unaware of the specifics concerning this tailed beast. Upon hearing Kagura's question, Hinoki nodded and explained, "Indeed, every month. It descends to drink the hero's water we collect. It enjoys this very much." Chapter 85, Hero's Water. Hero's Water? At the mention of this familiar term, Kagura began to recall memories associated with the item. In the supplementary chapters outside the original work regarding Takigakure, it was precisely this object that lured the former rogue ninja back to the village, thereby igniting a conflict with the protagonists. Observing Kagura's contemplative expression, Haikon remained unfazed. In truth, the existence of the hero's water in Takigakure is well known throughout the continent. However, unlike the events depicted in those supplementary chapters, other nations exhibit little interest in such a substance. There is a rationale behind this indifference. The purpose of this item is universally understood. It serves merely as a stimulant to enhance one's chakra. To draw an analogy, the water resembles a performance-enhancing drug found on Earth. Aside from temporarily boosting the drinker's chakra reserves, it offers little substantial benefit. Yet, its dire side effects are fatal, as users face a significant risk of death upon consumption. Thus, nations have shown scant enthusiasm for this seemingly superfluous item. Noticing the silence among Kagura and the others, Haikon continued with his earlier discourse. In fact, the origin of the hero's water is intricately linked to the tree of life. At intervals, a mysterious liquid is secreted from the roots of this tree. Upon our ancestors discovering its remarkable properties, a custom of collection arose within the village, and this liquid became known as the hero's water. With a hint of regret, he sighed and added, "Unfortunately, the hero's water carries considerable after-effects. Hence, even the ninjas of Takigakure seldom partake in it." At this juncture, Kagura, with curiosity, interjected, "But can it still be offered as a tribute to the Seven Tails? Surely, the Seven Tails would not suffer any adverse effects from consuming it?" Haikon nodded in response. "Over the years, we have come to understand the hero's water to a certain extent. It is essentially a concentrated essence of the tree of life's formidable vitality. When consumed by human ninjas, this powerful life force is activated, resulting in a temporary surge of chakra. However, for tailed beasts or certain special summoning creatures, this concentrated liquid serves as an excellent supplement. Therefore, for the Seven Tails, it is a rare delicacy." Upon hearing this, Kagura and the others exhibited expressions of enlightenment. In simple terms, the human body is too frail to benefit from it, leading to death. In contrast, for the colossal forms of tailed beasts or summoning creatures, it is the most natural nutrient. Yet, as Kagura absorbed this description, a fleeting thought crossed his mind, but it vanished before he could dwell on it. Haikon, oblivious to Kagura's reverie, continued, "For approximately a century, the Seven Tails has been making regular visits to the altar every month. We prepare a bottle of hero's water as a sacrificial offering. The next sacrificial occasion is tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Kagura seemed to grasp something, understanding why the two individuals had made no move since entering the village. It appeared that tomorrow would present the opportunity to encounter the target of their mission. Meanwhile, within a residential building in Takigakure, a couple lay unconscious on the floor of a modest room. Though their eyes were tightly shut and they lay motionless, there were no signs of injury, indicating they were merely in a state of coma rather than death. Using the youthful visage of Uchiha Shizune, Afyu wore a mocking smile as he addressed the stoic Kakazu. "I had thought the legendary Kakazu was a cold-hearted individual. It seems you still have some regard for your fellow countrymen, unwilling to deliver the killing blow." Listening to Afyu's incessant chatter, Kakazu displayed no reaction. Throughout their journey, he had developed a measure of patience for Afyu's incessant prattle, yet the irritation in his heart remained unquenchable. Were it not for the necessity of Afyu's assistance for their mission, he might have disposed of this bothersome companion long ago. Taking a deep breath, he finally spoke, "Shut your foul mouth. My reluctance to kill them stems solely from a fear that the scent of blood might attract unwarranted troubles. Tomorrow, the Seven Tails will arrive at the altar, so do not falter. Until then, Keep your mouth shut and stay here." With that, he disregarded Afu and closed his eyes, leaning back in his chair to rest. As a former elite ninja of Takigakure, Kakuzu was well aware of the village's tribute schedule for the Seven Tails. They had come at the behest of Uchiha Obito to capture the tailed beast. However, capturing the free-spirited Seven Tails posed a challenge for them both. The reason was simple: the Seven Tails could fly. The Seven Tails, Shomei, outwardly resembled a beetle adorned with 6 wings and a single tail. It primarily resided in the Tree of Life, and its movements were largely concealed within its vast branches, making it difficult to track. Coupled with its ability to fly, capturing it became increasingly arduous. Fortunately, as a native of Takigakure, Kakuzu was aware that the Seven Tails would invariably appear during the monthly tribute. Thus, after calculating the timing, they infiltrated the village 2 days in advance to lay in wait. Seeing Kakuzu close his eyes, signaling disinterest, Afu could only find a spot to sit and idly ponder. The scene shifted. After discussions with Haikon, Kagura and his companions reached an agreement with him. Given their knowledge of Kakuzu's objective to capture the Seven Tails, it was evident that the two would appear at the altar the following day. For Kagura and his team, the primary goal remained to rescue Uchiha Shizune. Naturally, should they also be able to thwart Uchiha Obito's schemes, it would be a welcome bonus. For Takigakure, the Seven Tails was akin to the village's guardian spirit, and they were understandably reluctant to see it easily captured. Thus, both parties agreed to collaborate. After formulating a battle plan, Kagura and his team were assigned to a discreet residential area. However, upon exiting the meeting room, Kagura found himself in possession of 2 bottles. These were not mere bottles of spring water, but rather the local specialty, Hero's Water. Kagura had proactively expressed a desire to acquire this item, even pooling all the funds of the 4 of them to purchase the 2 vials. For Haikon, this was not an item that could not be obtained by outsiders. In fact, due to Kakuzu's rebellion 20 years prior, Takigakure had yet to regain its former strength. The decline in national power had inevitably influenced their operational methods. Over the years, Takigakure had adopted a lower profile, rarely embroiled in conflict. In this context, the Hero's Water had seldom been utilized. Furthermore, its side effects had resulted in a considerable stockpile remaining within the village. Thus, when Kagura proposed to purchase it, Haikon hesitated only briefly before acquiescing. Excitedly clutching the 2 vials, upon arriving at the accommodation arranged by Haikon, Kagura immediately retreated into his room. His intention in procuring the Hero's Water was not for personal consumption or some peculiar experiment. Rather, during discussions about their battle strategy, he had finally seized upon that fleeting thought that had once flickered in his mind. According to Haikon's account, this liquid was immensely beneficial for tailed beasts or summoning creatures. Therefore, it raised the question of whether it would similarly benefit his own summoned creature, the pristine white egg. It was worth noting that Sarutobi Hizashi had once hypothesized, after studying the egg, that Kagura's summoning beast was a formidable entity, albeit currently in its juvenile stage. The strength of this creature meant that its hatching would be more arduous than that of typical summoning beasts. Given this, if I were to nourish this egg with some nutrient solution, could it potentially hasten its hatching? With this thought in mind, Kagura eagerly poured the contents of 2 bottles into a basin. Only after pouring did he truly behold the essence of the Hero's Water. It was, in fact, a liquid tinged with a faint golden hue, within which floated tiny particles resembling stars, creating a mesmerizing sight. Without further hesitation, after a brief summoning, Kagura called forth the egg. He placed the pristine egg into the basin and stepped back, observing it with great care. To be honest, he felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that he might inadvertently cause the egg to perish within. Under his anxious gaze, the scene before him finally shifted. The egg in the water trembled as if filled with excitement, and Kagura could clearly see the star-like particles gravitating toward the eggshell and vanishing. After watching for several minutes, he confirmed that the egg was indeed absorbing the energy of the liquid, allowing him to exhale in relief. At that moment, he couldn't help but anticipate the scene of the egg hatching. Chapter 86. Confrontation with the Tailed Beast. The following day at noon, beneath the altar of Takigakure, Kagura and his companions lay in wait with several elite ninjas from Takigakure, their eyes fixated on the altar. Kagura had spent the entire night observing the egg from his seat at the table. However, to his dismay, the star-like particles in the basin of Hero's Water had been completely absorbed, and the once golden liquid had reverted to a clear state. The egg, like a satisfied diner after a feast, gave a slight tremor as if to release a contented burp, then ceased all movement. Clearly, Kagura was perplexed about the egg's current condition. Was it full and in need of rest, or still hungry? Yet, even if it were still hungry, he could not shamelessly approach Yenmu for another purchase. After all, this was a strategic asset for Takigakure. Moreover, the four of them were utterly penniless and thus unable to make any purchases. Initially filled with hope, Kagura ultimately returned in disappointment. He could only resign himself to storing the egg away and redirecting his focus onto the task at hand. Beneath the altar, concealed among the trees, Jiraiya could not contain himself and turned to Yenmu. We've been waiting for almost an entire morning. Will that tailed beast still come? Before Yenmu could respond, Kagura suddenly raised his right hand, halting their conversation. Following his gaze, everyone looked to the sky, where a small black dot had appeared. As the dot drew nearer, they gradually discerned its true form. It was a beetle with 6 wings and a tail, the legendary Seven-Tails Chome. As it approached, its body enlarged. And just as the noise of its flapping wings threatened to overwhelm the hidden observers, it finally landed atop the altar. Although its eyes were obscured by a shell resembling iron, the onlookers could still perceive its delight as it gazed at the basin of Hero's water. It raised its seemingly awkward forelimbs to grasp the bottle of liquid before it. To Kagura's astonishment, it deftly twisted the cap open with its disproportionately large limbs. Then, like an eager drunkard, it lifted the bottle and drank it in one gulp. Discarding the empty bottle, the Seven-Tails emitted a contented cry, remaining rooted in place, seemingly savoring the rare elixir. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The ground beneath the Seven-Tails suddenly split open, revealing a colossal Buddha that Kagura and his companions recognized all too well. Evidently, the comfort of its centuries-long existence had dulled the Seven-Tails' instinctual wariness. Faced with the sudden emergence of the giant Buddha, the Seven-Tails stood frozen, still grappling with confusion. The Buddha, however, would not wait. Its countless arms moved with the swiftness of a thunderbolt. Before the Seven-Tails could react, it was ensnared by numerous arms, firmly binding it to the ground. A flash of red light gleamed from beneath its eye covering, and its horns slightly raised, indicating an attempt to unleash a skill. But just then, a white, withered branch abruptly appeared atop its head. The slender white branch, upon making contact with its body, spread like rapidly proliferating vines across its armored shell. The branch burrowed into the seams of its exterior, penetrating fiercely into its flesh. Unable to endure such torment, the Seven-Tails let out a piercing wail. As its contorted body fell still, 2 figures cloaked in black appeared, Kakuzu and Haiden. Ignoring the now subdued Seven-Tails, Kakuzu turned his gaze towards the location where Kagura and his companions lay in wait. His raspy voice echoed across the battlefield. "Aren't you going to reveal yourselves?" Upon hearing this, Kagura and the others realized their presence had been uncovered. With this understanding, remaining hidden served little purpose, signaling to the elite ninjas of Takigakure. They nodded and charged forth. They split into 2 groups as previously strategized. The elite ninjas would engage Kakuzu, while Kagura and his trio would confront Haiden. As the swarm of elite ninjas surged towards him, Kakuzu's eyes seemed to recall some past memory, and a grin stretched across his face. He opened his arms, addressing the crowd. "Come, allow me to relish that feeling of slaughter once more." Meanwhile, Kagura and his companions swiftly reached Haiden, who had not yet revealed his full form, and stood as Uchiha Shizune, awaiting their approach. Upon seeing Kagura, he smiled faintly and remarked, "You got lucky last time. But this time, I won't be so careless. Your eyes are mine." In the face of Haiden's provocation, Kagura maintained his composure. He gazed at the visage of the girl before him, and, recalling the mission at hand, attempted to frown and exclaimed, "Have the courage to leave that girl's body. Stop relying on others to battle me." Yet, in response to Kagura's words, Haiden surprisingly lowered his head in thought before replying, "All right, I will let her go." "Humph. I knew it. You despicable, wait. What did you just say?" Kagura, initially intending to continue his tirade, suddenly sensed something was amiss and asked, bewildered. Observing Kagura's stunned expression, Haiden revealed a sly smile. "I said sure. I'll return her to you." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Haiden's white form began to detach from Uchiha Shizune's body. Moments later, a tall, white figure stood behind Uchiha Shizune, revealing Haiden's true identity. As Uchiha Shizune, now free from Haiden's possession, slowly closed her eyes, leaning weakly against him, Haiden displayed no compassion. Grasping the back of her neck with one hand, he forcefully hurled her towards Kagura and the others. Kagura, still processing the situation, instinctively moved to catch the thrown girl. Before he could even set Uchiha Shizen down, Haiden suddenly leaped backward, his target being the now captured Seven Tails. Standing atop the Seven Tails' head, Haiden's body began to dissolve like liquid, merging into the Seven Tails' form. Suddenly, the Seven Tails, once completely entwined in white branches, trembled, causing the branches to fall away as if they were mere dried twigs. As the numerous arms of the colossal Buddha behind it relaxed, two vibrant red eyes flickered beneath its mask, standing firmly before Kagura. A voice, somewhat muddled yet unmistakably that of Obito, resonated, this time. I shall play with you using the body of the tailed beast. Holding the unconscious Uchiha Shizen, Kagura's mouth fell agape in astonishment at the sight of the immense Seven Tails. No way, can White Zetsu truly manipulate it like this? Chapter 87. The battle among monsters. Gazing at the Seven Tails, now possessed by Obito, Kagura felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Could White Zetsu truly possess a tailed beast? Ordinary White Zetsu could not, but alas, Obito was an exception. Without a moment's hesitation, Kagura retreated while cradling the unconscious Uchiha Shizen. Behind him, Tsunade and her companions exchanged glances, and in unison, they bit their thumbs, making swift incisions in their palms before slapping the ground. With a resounding bang, three enormous summoning beasts materialized on the battlefield. The slug beneath Tsunade split into a clone the size of a person, which rapidly approached Kagura's side. It emitted a sweet, almost incongruous voice, Lord Kagura, please entrust the patient to me. Without further ado, Kagura placed the unconscious girl onto the slug. As soon as Shizen made contact, she seemed to dissolve into the slug's form, much like a stone sinking into water. Once enveloped, the slug swiftly glided into the adjacent forest. On the main battlefield, the three massive summoning beasts focused their gaze on the Seven Tails and the formidable Buddha. Before Tsunade and her group could act, the six wings behind the Seven Tails suddenly trembled and began to flap rapidly. A fierce wind surged towards Tsunade and her companions, prompting them to squint against the gust. In that moment, the gigantic Seven Tails ascended into the air. Jiraiya's frog, Gamabunta, stared helplessly at the airborne foe. How were they to combat an enemy that could fly? Before they could devise a strategy, the colossal Buddha, still rooted in place, initiated its assault. The five small Buddha heads atop it parted slightly, and five beams of varying colors began to coalesce. The seasoned warriors recognized the impending danger, and as the five beams hurtled toward them, each summoning beast executed its own evasive maneuver. The serpent, Manda, morphed into a shadow, swiftly darting close to the ground to evade the attack. The slug fragmented into innumerable smaller clones, encasing Tsunade and retreating into the forest. As for Gamabunta, his approach was far more straightforward. He crouched slightly, inhaled deeply, and with a powerful leap, soared into the air. The five elemental attacks struck the previously unoccupied ground, resulting in a tremendous explosion and a cloud of dust. However, before Gamabunta could regain his footing, a massive figure hurtled down from above, colliding with him at high speed. Bang! With a thunderous sound of impact, Gamabunta's enormous form was sent crashing to the ground, flattening a swath of the forest and clearing a sizable area. This was the attack from the Seven Tails. Now possessed by Obito, flapping its wings, the Seven Tails hovered in the air, tilting its head back proudly, with a streak of blood marking its prominent horn. On the ground, Gamabunta quickly regained his stance, though a gruesome wound marred his abdomen, blood flowing profusely. Witnessing this, everyone present felt a sense of foreboding. Unlike before, they now faced two adversaries. Yet, before they could catch their breath, the colossal Buddha's head lit up once more with five beams of light. Unlike when Obito possessed Uchiha Shizen, this time, with the tailed beast's immense chakra at his disposal, Obito unleashed his powers without restraint. The Buddha no longer opted for a scattershot approach. This time, the five elemental attacks were aimed directly at the injured Gamabunta. After a brief moment of charge, the five colored beams surged forth once again. Gamabunta intended to leap into the air to evade, but as he began to gather strength, he was reminded of his previous encounter. Seeing the vigilant Seven Tails hovering above, he reluctantly abandoned the leap. Just as he prepared to dodge, a sharp pain from his wound halted him. In that instant, the five colored beams were upon him. Just as the unprepared Gamabunta braced for impact, a shadow swiftly appeared at his side. The shadow struck him forcefully, propelling him away from danger. With no time to prepare, Gamabunta tumbled awkwardly into the nearby forest but managed to evade the attack. The torrent of five-colored energy cascaded down onto the ground where he had stood, creating a massive crater. As Gamabunta clumsily rose, he immediately turned to the shadow that had saved him, bellowing, "You foul serpent, are you trying to kill me?" The shadow that had intervened was Manda. Manda glared at Gamabunta, his eyes cold as he replied, "I should never have saved you, you ungrateful toad." Just as the two summoning beasts were about to bicker, the Buddha's head flickered with light once more. Faced with this ominous sign, both beasts displayed expressions of dread, halting their quarrel. Gamabunta, exasperated, shouted, "For heaven's sake, will this never end?" The ensuing battle devolved into a one-sided affair, supported by the abundant chakra of the Seven Tails. The colossal Buddha unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, as if it were a high-powered cannon. The five-colored beams seemed to flow like water, continuously sweeping toward them. Before long, the entire forest lay in ruins, even the great life tree sustaining damage, its trunk marred with several irregular craters. Of course, Gamabunta and the others had considered closing in to dismantle the wooden Buddha. Yet, each time they attempted to approach, the massive figure of the Seven Tails would dive down to strike them. The most vexing aspect was their utter inability to retaliate against the airborne Seven Tails. Kaguya, who had remained on the sidelines since the battle began, now sensed the gravity of the situation. In battles of such magnitude, even he found himself at a loss for intervention. Boom. This time, the agile Manda was the one to be knocked down. In the intensity of the conflict, even he began to feel the strain. Quickly rising, Manda coiled into a circle, raising his massive head and glaring viciously at the Seven Tails above. His already volatile temperament had reached a boiling point. Observing the incessant harassment from the Seven Tails, he longed to devour the creature whole. The only silver lining was that as the battle progressed, the intervals between the Buddha's elemental attacks began to lengthen. After all, even with the tailed beast's chakra to sustain him, Obito could not squander it indefinitely. However, after the duration of the battle, all three summoning beasts bore various wounds, each more severe than the last. Among the trio, Gamabunta suffered the gravest injuries, having been struck fiercely by the Seven Tails at the onset, which significantly hampered his speed in the ensuing battles. A Fei, naturally perceptive, targeted Gamabunta in the subsequent skirmishes, resulting in him sustaining the most damage. Conversely, the seemingly sluggish slug bore the least injuries, thanks to its ability to divide, cleverly evading numerous aerial assaults. However, this division came at a cost. For the slug, the act of splitting was akin to a human employing ninjutsu, consuming its chakra in the process. Tsunade was acutely aware that the slug's current chakra reserves allowed for only a few more divisions before reaching its limit. Observing her beleaguered comrades, Kaguya could no longer remain idle. He leaped onto the crown of a towering tree, positioning himself closer to the three beasts, and called out to them, "Find a way to restrain that Seven Tails for a few seconds. I have a plan to eliminate it." In Kaguya's view, attacking the colossal Buddha served no purpose. After all, it was merely a lifeless entity summoned through ninjutsu, and with the support of the Seven Tails chakra, a Fei could effortlessly conjure a new one even if it were destroyed. Thus, the priority lay in launching an assault against a Fei, who was currently possessed by the Seven Tails. Upon hearing his words, the already irritable Yamada turned to the diminutive figure and retorted, "If I had a way to ensnare it, would I be toiling so hard? Can't you see it can fly? If I could catch it, I would have swallowed that wretched creature whole long ago." At that moment, Gamabunta, who was panting beside them, suddenly spoke up. "I do have a way to temporarily bind it for a few seconds, but I need someone to lure it down." He cast a gaze toward Yamada. Realizing the implication, Yamada's pupils dilated, and he grimaced. "You mean to say I should serve as bait?" Unfazed by Yamada's inquiry, Gamabunta maintained his calm demeanor, continuing to gaze steadily at him. Under the scrutiny of this old rival, Yamada surprisingly found himself at ease. After a moment of contemplation, he begrudgingly replied, "You better be able to pull it off, you foul toad." Having been tormented by the Seven Tails, Yamada finally suppressed his pride, willing to cooperate with Gamabunta to vanquish this despised foe. Observing the agreement between the two, the previously silent slug also raised its body, adopting an offensive stance for the first time. Watching Yamada's retreating figure, Gamabunta chuckled softly, drawing his short blade and pointing it toward the Seven Tails above. Let us commence our counterattack. Chapter 88. Overcoming the Three Tails. Observing the three summoned beasts below as they appeared to plot some scheme, the Seven Tails in the sky remained unfazed. Following the preceding battle, it had a clear understanding of the trio's abilities and attack patterns. Not only were they incapable of reaching it, but even if it relinquished its aerial advantage, it felt confident in its formidable physical prowess to defeat these summoned creatures. In a fleeting moment, a Fae once again commanded the colossal Buddha below. As the giant figure illuminated with renewed vigor, the three beasts did not shy away, but simultaneously charged toward their adversary. Leading the charge were Tsunade and her slug, which, with a rhythmic undulation, expelled a torrent of dark green liquid toward the giant Buddha. However, having previously witnessed this tactic, a Fae calmly directed the Buddha to raise its arms, shielding its core with countless appendages. The corrosive green acid splattered against the multitude of arms, producing a sizzling sound as they began to erode rapidly. The corrosion was swift, creating a substantial breach in the once impenetrable defense within mere seconds. However, the effect was limited. The acid only corroded the arms, leaving the Buddha's core unharmed, with the energy in its head still accumulating. At that moment, Tsunade, perched atop the slug, suddenly leaped forth. She passed through the newly formed opening and soared to the head of the giant Buddha. Her body crackled with small bolts of lightning, and her right fist gathered an immense amount of chakra, so dense that it was visible to the naked eye. Gazing at the colossal Buddha's head, Tsunade's eyes flashed with determination as she swung her right hand down fiercely at the looming enemy. The contrast between her slender fist and the gigantic Buddha head was stark, akin to an ant striking a boulder. Yet, in the next instant, boom! With an astonishing gust of wind, a shock wave erupted from the collision of Tsunade's fist and the Buddha's head. The massive Buddha's head shattered like fragile porcelain, fissures sprawling outward like a spider's web from the point of impact. After a brief pause, these cracks rapidly spread across the entire head, with a sharp sound of shattering. The head disintegrated into countless fragments. As the head crumbled, the 5 gathered beams of light dissipated as well. At this juncture, Yamada had also reached the colossal Buddha. After a brief pause, it suddenly swung its tail, a massive appendage resembling a steel whip, aimed at the headless body of the giant Buddha. It seemed intent on obliterating the Buddha to prevent a Fae from repairing this artillery piece again. Meanwhile, the suspended Seven Tails, possessed by a Fae, would not remain passive. Seizing the moment when Yamada's attack was unleashed and could not be retracted, its enormous form hurtled toward Yamada like a cannonball. At its forefront, the massive horn, reminiscent of a stag beetle's antennae, glimmered ominously. It was easy to imagine that, should Yamada fail to dodge, that horn would cleave it in two. Just as a Fae was about to collide with Yamada, the long-prepared Gamabunta leaped into action, suddenly appearing above Yamada. He gripped his short blade tightly, swinging fiercely at the approaching shadow. Just as his blade was about to make contact with the Seven Tails, the rapidly charging creature veered off course, narrowly evading the attack with a slight sideward adjustment. In a sharp curve, it skimmed close to the ground, reappearing above them. A Fae's mocking voice echoed. "Do you think I am foolish or merely arrogant? Knowing full well you were setting a trap for me, did you truly believe I would rush in as you anticipated?" However, Gamabunta's expression bore no trace of dismay at being outmaneuvered. He simply replied succinctly, "No, you are indeed the fool." With that, he opened his mouth wide, and his tongue shot forth like a spring, ensnaring a Fae's body with precision. A Fae, still basking in its arrogance, failed to notice how perilously close it was to Gamabunta. Its massive form hesitated slightly in midair, and Gamabunta's tongue effectively bound it. While a Fae was momentarily stunned, the long-prepared Kagura finally made his entrance. He stood atop a tree crown, his 3-tomo Sharingan activated, intently focused on the ensnared Fae. The tomo in his eyes spun rapidly. Kagura clenched his teeth, clearly pushing his Sharingan to its limits. This marked Kagura's first attempt at his ultimate technique, Amaterasu. A small, lotus-like black flame suddenly ignited atop a Fae's body. Upon discovering Kagura's movements, a Fae momentarily hesitated, but soon erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Is this the long-planned assault you devised? This flame cannot even scorch my shell." However, as the ominous black flame manifested, the instinctual nature of Winter the Toad prompted him to retract his tongue just in time. Despite its diminutive size, the flame emanated a palpable sense of lethal danger. Indeed, while a Fae continued to mock, that small flame abruptly transformed into a black shroud, enveloping his colossal form. The flame adhered to him like a viscous liquid. Scorched by Amaterasu, a Fae could no longer maintain flight, plummeting to the ground in agony. How could this happen? This fire. With his anguished cries echoing through the forest, he writhed in torment. Yet, his struggles bore no fruit. The flame clung to him like a parasite, relentlessly consuming his flesh. Witnessing a Fae's desperate thrashing, even the formidable Manda took an involuntary step back. Under normal circumstances, with his vicious disposition, he would have lunged at the fallen foe the moment a Fae was struck down. However, the black flame instilled an unprecedented sense of threat within him. Even the proud creature now desired to distance itself from the inferno. Meanwhile, having successfully unleashed Amaterasu, Kagura found himself painfully kneeling on the ground. He tightly shut his eyes, yet blood continued to seep from the corners. With only a 3-tomo Sharingan, he faced an overwhelming backlash. It is worth noting that even Itachi, with his Manjiki Sharingan, was cautious in utilizing such a technique. For Kagura, the backlash of Amaterasu proved far more intense than he had anticipated. Were it not for the dire circumstances, he would have refrained from taking such a risk. As Tsunade descended from the sky, she rushed to Kagura's side, her expression filled with concern. Meanwhile, Orochimaru and Jiraiya also noticed Kagura's distress, diverting their attention from the writhing of Fae to focus on him. However, before Tsunade could utter a word, a sudden onslaught of red and blue energy surged from above. The two attacks hurtled toward Winta and Manda. Amid the shocked exclamations of Jiraiya and Orochimaru, both the summoning beasts and their summoners were engulfed by the energy waves. With cries of agony, Winta and Manda were sent flying. Even before their massive forms could touch the ground, they vanished from sight, unable to maintain their summoning. As for Jiraiya and Orochimaru, they succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing helplessly upon the earth. A raspy voice echoed from above. "A Fae, you are indeed a waste." Unable to deal with a mere handful of children, Tsunade looked up in astonishment, recognizing the speaker as Kakuzu, who was supposed to be engaged in battle elsewhere. Chapter 89. Fallen companions. At this moment, Kakuzu bore little resemblance to the figure clad in black robes from before. His long robe had vanished, exposing his torso marked with numerous stitched scars. On either side of his bare upper body were two masks, one red and one blue, connected to his arms by dark blood vessels. The mask covering his face was also absent, revealing a lower half of his face intertwined with writhing black veins. Kakuzu maintained a battle-ready stance, his bizarre appearance inducing a sense of unease. Yet, one might wonder how he had escaped the encirclement of the elite shinobi from Takigakure. As they pondered this, Tsunade and her companions turned their gaze toward Kakuzu's previous battlefield, only to be met with a harrowing sight that resembled a hellish landscape. Limbs lay scattered everywhere, and blood stained the trees a deep crimson. Although a few survivors remained, they were battered and sprawled upon the ground, wailing in despair. The leader, Yinmu, leaned wearily against a tree trunk, clutching his bleeding abdomen with one hand, casting a hopeless glance toward Kakuzu. In a mere 15 minutes, the assembled elite shinobi of Takigakure had been annihilated. Witnessing the gravely wounded, Tsunade abandoned her concern for Kagura and urgently called out to the nearby slug, "Quickly, go save them." The massive slug nodded with its two tentacles before suddenly shattering into dozens of smaller slugs. These diminutive slugs, moving slowly yet with purpose, approached the injured, enveloping them within their bodies for healing. On the other side, Kakuzu did not rush to engage Kagura and the others. Instead, he regarded the writhing and lamenting of Fae with a frown. As a seasoned warrior, he refrained from recklessly approaching the flames, recognizing that those black flames were not to be trifled with. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved a scroll from his person, unrolling it on the ground. He performed several hand seals directed at a Fae and shouted "Seal." With a swift clap against the scroll, his sealing technique activated, drawing the black flames affixed to a Fae's body as if pulled by an invisible force. The flames fled from his massive form, entering the scroll before disappearing entirely within it. In mere seconds, the flames were sealed away, and Kakuzu carefully stowed the scroll, marking it with a peculiar symbol before returning it to his possession. Meanwhile, the seven tails, now parasitized by a Fae, lay helplessly upon the ground. Its form appeared tragic, much of its shell charred black, revealing glimpses of the flesh beneath. 3 of its tendrils had been severed, and while 2 of its wings remained intact. The others were significantly damaged, rendering it incapable of further combat in the near future. Observing the pitiful state of a Fey, a hint of disdain flickered in Kakuzu's eyes. He expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "I will request to no longer undertake missions with you. If you merely chatter, that would be one thing. But to possess the strength of a tailed beast, yet still be defeated by a group of Chunin is unacceptable." Though Kagura remained on one knee, his eyes tightly shut throughout, he gleaned the essence of the situation from the voices of Tsunade and Kakuzu. He had anticipated that the elite shinobi of Takigakure would stand no chance against Kakuzu. After all, 20 years prior, he had single-handedly eradicated Takigakure's upper echelons. 2 decades later, his prowess had undoubtedly grown more formidable. During that time, he had only just acquired the secret technique, Doton, Wai-Tun, manifesting as the black veins adorning his body. Over the years, his mastery of this technique had undoubtedly deepened. Consequently, when devising a strategy with Yinmu, he had instructed the Takigakure shinobi to stall rather than confront Kakuzu directly. Their goal was to delay until Kagura and his allies could subdue a Fey and then join forces against Kakuzu. However, Kagura had not anticipated such a swift and devastating defeat for them. It only underscored the vast disparity between elite shinobi. The strength of Takigakure's shinobi was fundamentally incomparable to that of Konoha's. Fortunately, they had managed to bring a Fey down. Kagura managed to rise to his feet, though his eyes remained tightly shut. By relying on the previous voice of Kakuzu, he discerned his position and spoke. "There is no point in continuing this battle. You may take a Fey and the Seven Tails, while we retrieve Uchiha Shizune and return to Konoha to report. What do you think?" Although this decision felt somewhat disloyal to the fallen elite shinobi of Takigakure, it was the most prudent course of action under the circumstances. If given the opportunity, Kagura would have wished to try and retain the Seven Tails. However, the reality was that for the time being, he could not open his eyes, and with Takigakure completely annihilated, Jiraiya and Orochimaru had already withdrawn. Tsunade, too, had expended a considerable amount of chakra during the earlier conflict. Given such a lineup, overcoming Kakuzu was undoubtedly a formidable challenge. From Kagura's understanding of Kakuzu, he was a person who cherished wealth and loathed inconvenience. It seemed unlikely that he would have much interest in matters beyond his assigned tasks. Upon hearing Kagura's suggestion, Kakuzu indeed paused, stroking his chin, which was lined with dark veins, deep in thought. Yet unexpectedly, his gaze towards Kagura grew increasingly menacing. Once he lowered his hand, he spoke to Kagura with a measured tone. "You are the Uchiha boy named Kagura, are you not? I truly despise engaging in matters outside my assignments. However, you may not be aware that Lord Madara has expressed a particular interest in you." At this point, a glint of greed flickered in his eyes. "The Jinjutsu you employed in the Land of Water, as well as that dark flame technique you just used, are derived from your Sharingan, correct?" It appears that those eyes could fetch a handsome price for Madara. Before he could finish his sentence, his right hand transformed into a mass of black tendrils, surging towards Kagura. Without waiting for Tsunade, who stood nearby, to issue a warning, Kagura, having already sensed the shift in Kakuzu's tone, deftly evaded the attack as it came hurtling towards him. Kakuzu's expression remained unchanged despite the missed strike. His left hand morphed into countless black tendrils, relentlessly assaulting Kagura. With his eyes shut, Kagura could only rely on the sound of the air slicing to narrowly avoid the onslaught. What he could not see was the red mask on Kakuzu's right side, which had gathered a surge of crimson energy. Just as Kagura dodged another barrage of black tendrils, Kakuzu seized the fleeting opportunity and unleashed a fire dragon, emblematic of fire release. It was not until the air became suffused with a searing heat that Kagura sensed the impending danger. Yet Kakuzu had anticipated all his movements, leaving Kagura unable to evade this imminent attack. In the face of crisis, Kagura could only curl his body, shielding himself with his arms, in a desperate attempt to withstand the blow. Just as the fire dragon was about to engulf him, a graceful figure darted forward, Tsunade. Fearlessly, she collided with Kagura, taking the brunt of the fierce fire dragon in his stead. With a thunderous roar, Tsunade was consumed by the fire dragon, and under the immense force of the energy, she, along with the dragon, crashed through dozens of colossal trees before finally dissipating from sight. A straight ravine appeared in the forest, extending far into the distance. The fire dragon obliterated everything in its path, igniting a thick cloud of smoke. After a prolonged period, the smoke gradually cleared, revealing Tsunade's figure. However, The once robust Kunoichi now lay unconscious on the ground, her fate uncertain.